Chapter 1. Just yesterday, I found myself entranced by the exquisite visage of Tom Felton, the actor who portrays Draco Malfoy, losing track of time as I scrolled through short videos until the witching hour. Upon awakening today, I was astonished to discover that I had somehow traversed into another realm. Could it possibly be true that one's daily thoughts manifest into dreams by night? Something felt amiss. In keeping with my habitual reliance on my smartphone, I attempted to rise, only to find myself enveloped in a haze, unable to discern anything clearly. Luke, Aurora has awakened. A melodious and crystalline female voice pierced through my foggy consciousness, capturing my full attention. I felt myself cradled gently, and although my vision remained obscured, the fragrant aroma of flowers wafted towards me, prompting an instinctive pull towards the source of the sound. "It seems she is hungry. I must trouble you once more, sissy," came a deep, resonant voice akin to that of a cello. Though obscured from my sight, I could discern that a long-haired man had approached. He took me into his arms, his gray eyes fixated on me with an intensity that suggested I was the most precious jewel in existence. Unable to restrain myself, I reached out, grasping his flowing, silken platinum locks. "Luke, both Aurora and Draco prefer you," teased the voice belonging to the woman known as Sissy. In her words, I sensed a hint of jealousy. The man smiled indulgently. "I am merely alleviating your burdens. Are you prepared, Sissy?" I finally comprehended I had become an infant in desperate need of nourishment. As a devoted fan of the Harry Potter series, the names Sissy and Luke were all too familiar to me. Sissy was Narcissa Malfoy, in Black. Luke was Lucius Malfoy, the current head of the Malfoy family and father to Draco Malfoy. Piecing together the context and employing basic reading comprehension, it dawned on me that I had transmigrated into the role of the Malfoy family's young lady. Having perused countless fanfictions, I had often yearned for a connection to the Malfoy lineage. After all, the beauty of the Platinum family depicted in the films was undeniably evident. I had watched Harry Potter. I am Mrs. Malfoy no less than 1,000,000 times. The woman took my hand, and for the first time, I felt its warmth. As if by some telepathic connection, the boy who had been in slumber opened his eyes, revealing a pair of gray orbs identical to Lucius. Our gazes locked. Instead of crying, he offered me a sweet smile. "Sissy, it is best that Draco assumes the role of the elder brother. He will be able to protect her more effectively." "But Aurora is clearly older," Sissy protested. "This is a secret known only to you and me as long as we do not disclose it to them. All will be well," Lucius advised gently. True to his reputation as the cunning Platinum noble, his persuasive power was formidable. Before long, Narcissa acquiesced to her husband's decision. Indeed, that prophecy along with that individual. Moreover, Aurora, like myself, is a creation of magic. To alter the course of destiny and reverse the decline of the Malfoy family is paramount. Should anyone discover, Aurora has yet to gain the family tree's acknowledgement, Narcissa lamented, casting her gaze across the room. As an infant, my vision was unclouded. I could clearly see that my name was absent from the family genealogy. After all, Aurora was not born of the maternal womb, and there is no blood relation between you and me. Yet I shall cherish Aurora as my own, just as I do you," Lucius declared, embracing the woman tenderly. Lucius turned towards the wall, muttering something under his breath. "It is a confounding charm," and suddenly, my name appeared upon the wall. "From this day forth, Aurora shall be recognized as the adopted daughter of the Malfoy family. I shall do everything within my power to protect you both, even at the cost of my own life." Though obscured from view, I could still sense the gravity of the moment. Infants are particularly attuned to their surroundings. Draco let out a wail. The two novice parents, freshly appointed to their roles, became flustered. At this juncture, the magical world was far from the tranquil thought it projected. Before my transmigration, in a China where the winds of reform swept through the land, I had experienced 18 cycles of seasons. Yet in a single moment, I found myself back at square one. Fortunately, my proficiency in English listening skills had not waned. Otherwise, I would be oblivious to many secrets. The Malfoy couple, believing their child to be too young, spoke without reservation. Draco had not been born full term. This was linked to a prophecy. Of course, as a fan of Harry Potter, I was well aware that this prophecy had altered many destinies. Born at the end of July, the Dark Lord had marked him as a formidable rival. Among them, one would perish at the hands of the other. Upon learning the first half of the prophecy, Lucius immediately employed a secret potion to hasten his wife's due date. Fortunately, Narcissa had maintained her health, and as a devoted husband, Lucius took extraordinary care to prevent any significant harm to her well-being. However, the constitution of a preterm infant was evidently frail. Draco often cried incessantly, causing Narcissa to rapidly deteriorate. How could a husband who cherished his wife so dearly bear to witness such suffering? Indeed, the Malfoy family was as wealthy as they were powerful. Amidst the onslaught of gold galleons, the St. Mungo's medical team provided round-the-clock care, allowing Draco to gradually blossom into an adorable and cherubic bundle of joy. Lucius even went so far as to close the doors to visitors, eschewing all social engagements to devote himself to caring for his wife at home. I found my perception of the cunning Malfoy patriarch, often depicted as a cowardly opportunist, transformed. He had been portrayed as a man of wealth who had misaligned himself from the outset. A sycophant to Voldemort, he had bungled numerous endeavors. Failing to safeguard his notebook, he was depicted in the original work as having been pierced by Harry Potter's venomous fang, leading to the destruction of a Horcrux. The crucial prophecy ball had shattered during a scuffle with Harry, resulting in his failure to fulfill Voldemort's assigned mission. In the climactic battle, he had fled in cowardice. Yet, at this moment, he was a devoted husband, exerting every effort to shield his family from harm. I scrutinized Narcissa's arms, and indeed, as depicted in the original work, she was not a member of the Death Eaters. Her husband had created a sanctuary for her, free from the influence of any external forces. She was cherished, held in the palm of his hand. Whoever said that marriages among pure blood families could not be rooted in love? I gazed enviously at their interactions. Perhaps my admiration was too overt, for Narcissa seemed to take note. "Luke, do not linger here. Aurora has awakened." Having just fed Draco, I noticed that Lucius too appeared famished. "I have employed a spell to block my senses. Fear not," Lucius reassured. His previously clear voice took on a deep, resonant timbre. He conveyed his innermost desires through action, and I could only watch helplessly as he consumed the remnants of the food that remained from mine and Draco's meal. "Luke, why does Aurora still gaze?" Narcissa murmured near her husband's ear. Her arms encircled his shoulders, a gesture that was both inviting and evasive. Could it be? Had I been discovered? Lucius cradled me close, employing magic to scan my body. His expression grew grave. "Blocking my senses proves ineffective for Aurora, to put it accurately. No magic can affect her." "Luke, do you recall the prophecy?" Narcissa's voice trembled. She leaned against her husband, appearing utterly disconcerted, evoking a sense of sympathy. "That individual possesses a power that the Dark Lord lacks," Lucius added slowly. "Sissy, do not worry. Everyone knows that the heir of the Malfoy family is born in June. No one will associate our precious child with the prophecy," Lucius comforted softly, placing a gentle kiss upon Narcissa's forehead. It was then that I noticed Narcissa's hair color mirrored Lucius' sand, extraordinarily pale gold. Even the hue of their eyes seemed to be cast from the same mold. To my knowledge, the proportion of naturally blonde individuals among Westerners is exceedingly low. Yet they harbor a profound fascination with golden hair and blue eyes, leading to the common practice of dyeing their hair. How does one discern a natural blonde? Typically, one observes the roots. If the color darkens, it is highly likely that the hair has been dyed. However, Narcissa's golden locks were consistent in hue from root to tip, indistinguishable from Lucius. Even their facial features bore a striking resemblance. It was fascinating to discover that the concept of couple resemblance existed in the West as well. Due to this significant revelation, the couple lost interest in continuing their previous discourse. Lucius employed the Patronus charm to send a message to Abraxas. In the original work, aside from Severus Snape, no other Death Eater could possess a Patronus. The author, J.K. Rowling, believed that steadfast determination and love were qualities lacking in Death Eaters. However, it now seemed that she had underestimated Lucius' resolve to protect his family. Everything for the sake of the family's interests was not merely a hollow phrase. And Lucius Patronus turned out to be a fox with 9 tails. The myth of the 9-tailed fox originates from my birthplace, the illustrious Huaguo country. Everything seems to be a remarkable coincidence. Before long, the family house elf arrived with news. Abraxas Lucius' father has returned. Father. Narcissa attempted to rise to greet him, but was halted by the man. Your health has yet to fully recover. You must take care to rest. Abraxas appeared quite youthful, standing alongside Lucius as if they were brothers. He exchanged a knowing glance with Lucius, reaching out to take me into his arms, his demeanor softening. The Malfoy lineage, traditionally male, had never welcomed a daughter. Abraxas had once declared that I was a gift bestowed upon the Malfoy family by Merlin himself. Lucius, come to my study for a moment. Clearly, the men of the Malfoy household wished to spare the women from undue worry. They exerted every effort to create an ideal realm, willing to sacrifice everything for the happiness of their kin. From a distance, Draco's wails echoed, prompting Lucius to add, Father, Draco will wail if he cannot see Aurora. You were the same as a child. You would cry if you could not see Sissy. A sly smile danced in Abraxas' eyes, reminiscent of a fox. Indeed, the Malfoy father and son shared an unmistakable bond. Father. Lucius was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating his father's reference to this matter, and his expression shifted to one of resigned amusement. Then, as if struck by a thought, he too began to laugh. Aurora resembles Sissy quite closely in her youth. He extended his long fingers to gently tap my forehead. Who knows if this generation of Malfoys will manage to internalize it? Abraxas' voice grew increasingly hushed. It seemed that the Malfoy couple had been living together since they were my age. How many secrets of the Malfoy family had I unearthed? I perked up my ears, eager to continue eavesdropping on their gossip, but was soon drawn into the main topic. Your urgency for my return implies that something is amiss with Aurora. As an infant, she seems excessively quiet. My heart leaped into my throat. Could it be? Abraxas' fingertip brushed my brow. His gray eyes brimmed with heartache. My own heart twisted in response. Aurora, I am sorry. I felt a tightening in my brow, a pain akin to a needle pricking me. Was this sensation a result of a mental intrusion? There are no traces of dark magic, nor does it appear she has been possessed. The physical pain and emotional distress overwhelmed me, prompting an uncontrollable outburst of tears. I'm sorry. Abraxas stammered his apologies, while I writhed in his embrace. Aurora, are you angry with Grandpa? He asked, misinterpreting my struggles as a desire to escape his hold. His sorrowful expression seemed on the verge of tears. Gradually, I quieted, pouting as I grasped his cascading hair in my hand. Just like Sissy in her youth, always clutching something. Yes, holding on to things brings joy, Lucius chimed in. Sissy? Was that not Narcissa's nickname? Could it be that Narcissa had been raised at Malfoy Manor since childhood? How utterly astonishing. Lucius, you must pay more attention to the child. Look, Aurora prefers to be with me. Abraxas boasted, showcasing my affection for him. Father, I shall go check on Sissy. Lucius placed Draco beside Abraxas, appearing to exhale a sigh of relief as if a burden had been lifted. Your father is quite the doting brother, Abraxas remarked through gritted teeth, though it hardly seemed that he was truly angry. Years later, when Draco recounted his grandfather's lessons, I would come to understand the significance of doting brother within the Malfoy family. Abraxas, do you require my assistance? A melodious male voice suddenly pierced the air. What are you doing here? Hurry back. There truly was someone. I was startled, cold sweat breaking out over me. A shadow began to solidify into form. It was a breathtakingly handsome young man, with obsidian hair, strikingly beautiful features, and an intense gaze filled with emotion. Tom. Abraxas raised his voice. In Harry Potter, the only one named Tom with such striking appearance and familiarity with Abraxas could only be. Up. The boy pouted, revealing a look of grievance. Am I truly so unpresentable? After all, Sissy is still mine. Sissy has no connection to you whatsoever. Abraxas raised his voice, appearing increasingly desperate to cover up the truth. Before me stood Voldemort, no. To be precise, the 16-year-old Tom Riddle, a fragment of his soul split within a diary. Young Tom's eyes glowed red, seemingly filled with rage. He suddenly lunged at Abraxas. The man instinctively closed his eyes. Cease the self-deception, Abraxas. You are well aware. There is no escape for you. The youth whispered fervently into the man's ear, while the man's tightly shut eyes overlooked the boy's profound affection. How disingenuous the Slytherins are. She, Aurora, appears to perceive me. The boy Tom's wine-red eyes fixed upon me. How could this be possible? Do not even think of setting your sights on her. Abraxas instinctively shielded me behind him. Tom Riddle, I command you. Return to the place you belong. I shall go nowhere but by your side. It is unknown what means Abraxas employed, but he managed to allow the soul fragments within the notebook to briefly detach from the object to which they were bound. Moreover, in their exchange, it was palpable that Abraxas held the upper hand in their relationship. The two stood in opposition, and to my astonishment, the youth Tom's eyes transformed into a brilliant red. Ultimately, it was Abraxas who faltered first. He admonished with a feigned fierceness, "Do not even entertain thoughts of Aurora. What can I do in my current state?" The youth Tom replied with a wry smile, his attractive brows slightly furrowing. He adeptly leveraged his advantages to extract benefits. Abraxas's resolve softened. "Tom, that is not what I meant. I am aware." The duplicitous the boy's lips curved slightly, his gaze affectionate, as if Abraxas were still that mischievous young Malfoy. "You just mentioned that Aurora can see you?" "Yes." The youth Tom seemed already accustomed to Abraxas's erratic thought patterns. Her eyes, unlike Draco's, consistently followed me. "It's over. I've truly been discovered since I have been found out. It would be more advantageous for me to observe openly. Otherwise, if they realize I can comprehend their dialogue, it would only invite further complications." "Aurora," Abraxas held me close, his concern palpable. Draco had been overlooked for too long, and began to whimper. "They are so young, and yet they have already learned to vie for attention." The youth Tom crouched down, playfully poking Draco's soft cheek. Just who was it that claimed they would come to assist? Abraxas muttered, and it seemed that Draco's roundabout manner of expression had indeed been inherited from his grandfather. It appears Draco needs a diaper change. The youth Tom skillfully tended to the infant's needs. Such tasks I could easily delegate to a house elf next time. Abraxas had not anticipated the youth's capabilities to this extent. It is of no consequence. You know, every summer during my time at the orphanage. This is a daily necessity for me. Young Voldemort truly knows how to elicit sympathy. Abraxas was wholly under his thumb. "Tom," the man stammered, seemingly at a loss for how to comfort the boy before him. My time is limited. The energy I have so painstakingly gathered is rapidly depleting." The youth Tom's form began to fade. "Does my blood serve you in any way?" Abraxas bit his lower lip, resolutely uttering such a statement. "The Malfoy lineage is quite extraordinary." The boy shook his head, smiling gently, yet delicately declining any assistance. His strength appeared to be on the brink of exhaustion, unable to produce any further sound. It is uncertain when he might awaken once more. The movements of his lips conveyed what he wished to say. You know, I would never do anything to harm you. This is not at all like you. How selfish and cruel you are, yet you possess this side." A single tear traced down Abraxas's pale cheek. It was only much later that I would understand that the fragmented essence of Voldemort at 16 was the last remnant of his benevolence. This precious gift, it was meant solely for Abraxas, and no one else. "Aurora, are you comforting me?" My fingers traced the path of Abraxas's tear. The man's eyes glistened, his beautiful gray irises shimmering like transparent glass beads. The infant's oral cavity has not fully developed, and at this moment, I could not engage him in conversation. "I am fine." Abraxas smiled gently, seemingly attempting to console me, yet he appeared fragile as glass. "The Malfoy family is renowned for their striking beauty, which is certainly not a result of the casting choices in Harry Potter. There have been those who questioned the casting of Draco and Lucius, Tom Felton and Jason Isaacs, as inconsistent with the source material. How could the blonde-haired, gray-eyed bully possess legions of devoted fans worldwide? Audiences often let their perceptions be swayed by appearances, and it is solely because the actors themselves are extraordinarily charming. If we adhere to the descriptions provided by the author, J.K. Rowling, the Malfoy family's beauty should be considered average. This, I believe, is the greatest misconception. Rowling narrates through the perspective of the protagonist, Harry Potter, the dark-haired Blood Savior harbors bias against the Malfoy family from the outset. To claim Narcissa is merely nice-looking, she is nothing short of breathtaking. Spending each day in her presence, I am left in awe of the creator's favoritism. her skin, as smooth as cream, as white as snow. And yet she is likened to a drowned wretch. One can only wonder how thick the Savior's filter is, or perhaps he is so myopic that he is blind to the truth. Abraxas and Lucius, this father-son duo of the Malfoy family, surpassed the Elven kings from the Lord of the Rings in terms of beauty, as a newcomer observing from the sidelines. My perspective is relatively impartial. Truly, Merlin has favored the Malfoy family, granting them both beauty and wealth, yet leaving them with few heirs. Thus, my presence is a delightful surprise, and my arrival has divided the affection that originally belonged solely to Draco. My uniqueness has rendered the entire family on high alert. Severus, the reason I summoned you here is concerning Aurora. Lucius invited Snape to Malfoy Manor. Snape stands as one of the most tragic figures in Harry Potter, straddling the line between justice and villainy. When Lucius discovered Snape's extraordinary talent for potion-making and introduced him to Voldemort, it was not without a mindset of mutual benefit. Nonetheless, Lucius always placed his trust in this Slytherin Jr. The rare sincerity offered by the Malfoys was effortlessly squandered. Perhaps, since I became Aurora, my stance has ceased to remain neutral. Not to mention, once Snape learns the truth, Draco and I are both due to be born by the end of July. Lily Evans' son was not Voldemort's only choice. Would he betray us? The weight of a beloved child versus that of a cherished friend. What holds greater significance? It is all too apparent. Aurora, be good, Lucius soothed softly. Snape extended his hand, and I was enveloped in the fresh scent of herbs. At this moment, the potion professor was still quite young. The furrow between his brows had yet to settle into the melancholic lines that would later define him. Perhaps he had no inkling that, in the not-so-distant future, he would suffer a profound loss. She is so soft. I sensed Snape's body stiffened. He cradled me gently in his hands, hesitant to move. Infants are indeed like this. Lucius stood by, carefully watching over us. Snape's flustered demeanor was quite amusing. Her child is soon to arrive. This she need not be explicitly named. Lucius bore witness to their divergent paths. Ultimately, the pure-hearted Lily Evans chose Potter, a person who had once bullied her friend. The notorious quartet of highwaymen. It is hard to fathom that the House of Gryffindor, which professes noble ideals, could produce a band of bullies who wishes to see the snot-nosed brat's underwear. This is not only Snape's eternal nightmare but also a source of pain for every Harry Potter fan. Lucius comfortingly patted Snape on the shoulder. I would like to ask you to be the godfather of Aurora and Draco. Mr. Malfoy would not agree. Snape politely declined. My father has not opposed it. Lucius blocked his retreat, insisting, Aurora likes you very much. I do not. I was merely attentively listening to their conversation, nothing more. Typical infants do not take well to the embrace of strangers and would have already begun to wail. Lucius continued to stoke the flames. How infuriating to be sold out in such a manner. Nevertheless, Snape could certainly be considered a valuable asset. In the original narrative, Voldemort tasked Draco with assassinating Dumbledore as a punishment for the Malfoy family. A task that Snape ultimately undertook. In his heart, the distinction between right and wrong did not hold such weight. He is, after all, a Slytherin who values loyalty and promises. With this in mind, I reached out to grasp the 2 strands of black hair that fell across his forehead. Severus, have you washed your hair? Lucius's expression turned to one of disgust as I recalled that this future potion master did not place great emphasis on personal hygiene. The man swiftly wrenched me from Snape's grasp. Severus, Aurora is willing. So this matter is settled. He had originally asked Snape to keep an eye on me, but it seemed he had long forgotten. Indeed, the Malfoy family possesses a degree of fastidiousness. Maintaining a long-standing friendship with Snape is no small feat. Severus, remember to wash your hair next time. Aurora is hungry. I shall not see you out. This, Lucius, I see you are flaunting your newly acquired pair of children to the singleton bachelor. Truly a salt in the wound. Greetings, the friendship of Slytherin. Aurora, having one more person to shelter you will surely ease your path ahead. Lucius spoke softly. Luke, you have been away for quite some time, Narcissa murmured, reaching out to take me into her embrace. Has it become a bit swollen? Lucius did not shy away. Narcissa's voice dwindled to a whisper. To my astonishment, Lucius had the audacity to sample the provisions meant for Draco and me first. The woman's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her gray irises sparkling as they turned towards the newcomer. Cece, first come, first served. It is the rule. You. The woman, at a loss against her husband, wore an expression that was both inviting and resistant, evoking a sense of pity. Draco could no longer contain himself. He clambered over eagerly. Lucius reluctantly released his wife, conceding his position. How infuriating. He has never learned his place. Truly, he has spoken in riddles. Per Draco, who has been stifled since childhood. Nevertheless, I must admit, Narcissa's figure is indeed remarkable. It embodies the delicate grace of the East and the voluptuousness of the West. Perhaps due to her nursing, her bosom, full and white, was particularly alluring. Astonishingly, she had just given birth to twins not long ago. Yet her form had swiftly returned to its previous allure. No wonder Lucius would not allow us to linger even a minute longer after her feeding. Cece must rest well. You both need to learn to be independent. I gazed at the starry ceiling conjured by magic and the separate nursery, momentarily at a loss for words. This excuse is a ruse. Dear father, the vast majority of my time has been spent with Draco. The idol of my heart has astonishingly become a small baby, plump and soft, devoid of the arrogance depicted in the original text. He is a charming, adorable rice dumpling. Draco resembles Luke, while Aurora bears a closer likeness to Cece. Abraxas remarked with a smile, casually producing a cherished family portrait of the Malfoys, pointing it out to Draco and me. This is Luke and Cece in their youth. Each year, they preserve photographs of their shared birthday celebrations, chronicling their journey from infancy to childhood, adolescence, and adulthood. The photographs of the magical world are akin to the trending short videos of the modern Muggle realm. They are animated. From a young age, Lucius displayed an astonishing possessiveness towards Narcissa. Is this what it means to be childhood sweethearts? With a love unmarred by suspicion, the Black and Malfoy families have grown too close. Celebrating birthdays together. Perhaps my understanding of the magical world is overly simplistic. Since my birth, I should not overly rely on the narrative of the original text. A single thread can unravel the whole tapestry. After all, a person who appears out of nowhere might significantly alter the course of the entire story. I, too, could potentially butterfly the entire plot. Draco gazed intently at a photograph of Lucius participating in a Quidditch match. Young Lucius, gripping the golden snitch, approached Narcissa amidst the throng of his teammates, kneeling before her. It is said that a seeker who presents the golden snitch to their beloved will receive Merlin's blessing. The girl's cheeks flushed with rosy hue, shy and demure. Her platinum waves danced in the breeze, shimmering with a satin-like luster. How romantic the confession. What I did not know was that at this moment, Draco was also etching this memory deep into his heart. Time flowed swiftly. It seemed my presence had not impacted the narrative at all. Abraxas and Lucius appeared less frequently at Malfoy Manor. Draco, Aurora, are you thinking of Daddy and Grandpa? Narcissa cradled us in her arms, soothing us gently. Where are they, Mommy? Draco and I could express our thoughts in simple, fragmented phrases. Doesn't Daddy and Grandpa miss us? Draco's eyes glisten with unshed tears. They love you both so much that they must protect you better. Narcissa explained in language we could comprehend. Are Daddy and Grandpa fighting? Draco's excitement was palpable. Indeed, the fighting spirit is deeply embedded in the veins of boys. Well, not exactly. Narcissa's eyes dimmed, yet she forced a smile. As the mother of 2 children, she must display strength. At least in front of us. She cannot reveal her inner vulnerability, yet she is barely older than I am. From Huaguo, she worries for her husband's safety and the family's honor and disgrace. The ever-fractured soul of Voldemort has become increasingly volatile, and a single misstep could lead to excruciating consequences. While the Malfoy family, bolstered by early financial support, holds a significant position among the Death Eaters, they live in constant fear of the higher-ups. Treading cautiously as if on thin ice, whenever she becomes anxious, she unconsciously caresses the L-shaped pendant around her neck. L stands for Lucius, does it not, Mommy? I climbed up her body, wiping the moisture from the corner of her eye. Daddy said not to cry. Are you supervising me? The little house elf of the Malfoys, forgive me. Narcissa gently pinched my nose, breaking into a smile. Don't cry. Daddy says it will turn you into an ugly little fox. I echoed Lucius's words. Narcissa's face flushed a deep crimson. Aurora, why do you listen to him so thoroughly? The woman complained softly, her tone so beguiling it sounded like a playful pout, though they are an old married couple. Their affection resembles that of starry-eyed lovers. I asked little fox a pet name for Mommy. I teased, widening my eyes in feigned innocence. I knew this was the most deceptive expression at Her face reddened even more. Mommy, are you feeling unwell? Your face is so red. Draco crawled over, placing his hand on her face. So hot. Thank you both for your concern. Leave caring for Mommy to me. Lucius operat back. I felt lighter. As Draco and I were sent out of the master bedroom together, we were already accustomed to this. As long as Father is present, we will never be the top priority. Aurora, let us go. Draco urged beside me. Mommy is pitiful. She was just crying, and now she'll cry again. Why, doesn't Daddy always make Mommy cry? He looked utterly perplexed. Then, as if recalling something, "True, you always sleep like a log. It takes a day and night for mommy to leave her room." "Ah, you have memories from when you were little," I exclaimed in disbelief. "Of course, don't you have them too?" He replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "What? The Draco before me? Could he also be a time traveler? You don't want others to find out." He nodded, as if to affirm my thoughts. "Aurora, you are also a Malfoy." "Draco, thank you for acknowledging me." I couldn't help but chuckle. Draco, still so young, was putting on a serious face, resembling a little adult. "So adorable. Are you mimicking Daddy? It seems the original text has some basis. Draco truly is a daddy's boy. When he grows up, he will be the one to constantly mention wanting to tell my father." "Not at all. The Malfoy family is known for their fair complexion, and when their faces flush, it is quite apparent." "Draco, have I embarrassed you?" "How endearing." I poked his puffed-up cheeks with my finger. So soft, like a peeled egg. "Aurora, I am the older brother." He grasped my hand tightly. "You were born just a few seconds before me. Yet I am still the older sister." He held my hand even tighter. "Just a nominal older brother. The Malfoy family tree has never acknowledged me. It is all a figment of imagination. However, I cannot voice this." The irritated Draco resembled a pufferfish ready to explode. "Fine. I admit my mistake. Big brother." I quickly conceded. "Daddy is also an older brother." Draco suddenly lowered his voice. "What do you mean? In private, I mean. I overheard mommy call Daddy older brother too." Draco stammered, attempting to explain. How perplexing. What is this about mommy, daddy, and older brothers? Surely, Draco must have misheard. Yet, at that time, I completely failed to grasp his deeper meaning. Poor Draco, who has been deceived by Lucius since childhood, now bears the weight of the older brother's responsibilities. "Draco, you are the older brother. You must yield to Aurora." "Draco, you are the older brother. You must set a good example." "Draco, you are the older brother." The situation in the British magical world grew increasingly tumultuous, and our family's training was soon placed on the agenda. Huaguo still practiced reduced academic burdens, yet unexpectedly, after crossing over, I found myself suffocated by the weight of assignments. "Daddy, can't Aurora be exempt from participation?" Draco seemed to sense my reluctance. Lucius pondered for a moment, casting a glance at Narcissa, his eyes filled with memories. The woman knelt down, saying, "Aurora, we wish to provide you both with equal opportunities. Sometimes, even under the guise of protection, those being protected wish to take up arms and grow stronger." "Cece, I'm sorry," Lucius expressed with deep sincerity, kissing his wife's brow. Narcissa leaned into the solid warmth of her husband's chest. Their fingers intertwined, so intimate and inseparable. Had my mother never had the opportunity to undergo family trials? Yet, the Malfoy family trials had nothing to do with the mother of black lineage. What riddle are they trying to solve? The occasional glimmer of envy that flickered in Narcissa's gaze made me acutely aware of the challenges faced by women participating in familial trials, particularly in the context of an existing male heir, Draco's birth. "Aurora, forgive me. I never intended to deprive you of your opportunity." After the class concluded, Draco approached me, expressing concern for my fatigue. I understood. I took his hand, and to my surprise, Draco imitated Lucius, drawing me into his embrace. I barely had time to protest before he pecked me on the cheek. "Must you mimic everything? Such an action is reserved for couples." Draco beamed with a radiant smile. "I knew girls like this sort of thing." "No, only parents can do that. We cannot," I hastily explained, wary of hurting his pride. "Why not?" Draco's expression was one of perplexity. "Goodness, how could I possibly elucidate this to a child?" "We simply cannot." An underlying worry gnawed at me. Once I fulfilled my mission, I feared the Malfoy family would cast me aside. Family comes first, and a magical creation cannot truly be deemed family. "Why not? How can I explain?" "I'm anxiously awaiting your response." My stammering caused Draco's smile to falter. "Aurora, do you not like me?" "Of course not. I do like you. My most cherished character from Harry Potter is indeed you. Growing up together, Merlin knows how delighted I am." "It's all right. I will wait until you are willing to," the boy declared with conviction that I finally grasped why Western classics devote extensive passages to describing the protagonist's eye colors, hidden beneath long, thick lashes. His gray eyes sparkled with brilliance. It is reasonable to suspect that this fellow is attempting to allure me with his beauty. How is it that I seem to be digging a deeper hole? Nonetheless, one day he will understand. That time, for the sake of family honor, he too will make the right choice. Suddenly, Lucius's Patronus appeared out of thin air. A silvery white nine-tailed fox. It spoke in my father's voice. "Sissy, the Dark Lord, has gone missing." Narcissa pulled Draco and me close. "Look, how is father?" faring. I am fine. Father, let us discuss it when we return. The enormous nine-tailed fox approached, gently brushing its rounded nose against Narcissa's cheek. It cast a lingering glance back at us before sprinting away. It is all right now, children. She wore a thin nightgown, her delicate fingers trembling slightly. Mother, are you cold? Draco wrapped his arms around her, hoping to share his warmth. Thank you, Little Dragon. Little Dragon was Draco's affectionate nickname, and Narcissa affectionately tousled his hair. Mother, a scene of maternal affection and filial piety enveloped me, and I felt like an outsider. No, it ought to be this way. I had intruded upon the affection that rightfully belonged to Draco. Suddenly, I found myself enveloped in a warm embrace. The sweet, fragrant scent was uniquely Narcissa's. A familiar aroma. I finally comprehended why the Black family had chosen to name her after the daffodil. It unmistakably bore the fragrance of the Chinese daffodil. Fresh, sweet, yet tinged with a hint of sharpness. Mother, I had long grown accustomed to being alone. Aurora, you may rely on us without reservation. She kissed my forehead, affirming that we were indeed a family. She perceptively sensed my wandering thoughts. Draco said nothing, merely intertwining his small fingers with mine. I will protect my sister. He vowed loudly to Narcissa. My nose tinged with emotion, and my eyes grew misty. I buried my head against Narcissa's chest, unwilling to emerge, dampening her nightgown. She said nothing, gently running her long fingers through my hair, her fingertips softly caressing my scalp. In her embrace, I felt my body relax. When Lucius returned, this was the sight that greeted him. Two children sleeping in their mother's arms. Mr. Malfoy, please cooperate and lower the defenses of Malfoy Manor. It was a summons from the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry, witnessing Voldemort's downfall, began taking action against his former followers. Those who once soared high now faced the gravest of falls. Fortunately, Abraxas and Lucius had prepared in advance, transferring the majority of their assets, leaving behind naught but an empty shell. The Black family, needless to say, remained staunch supporters of pure blood culture. The head of the Black family, Orion Black, was also among Voldemort's supporters. His niece, Bellatrix, served as Voldemort's right hand. Narcissa's mother, Druella Rosier, hailed from the Rosier family, one of the Sacred 28. The Malfoys and Rosiers maintained a close connection due to their familial ties. This successful asset transfer was made possible thanks to the assistance of the Rosier family. Wait a moment, Rosier. That name sounds familiar. The family of the notorious dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald's assistant, Vita Rosier. The intricate web of familial relationships within the magical world nearly left me dizzy. Lucius and Narcissa did not shy away from these matters. Draco and Aurora could not remain forever sheltered within the ivory tower we had constructed. They needed to confront the realities of the future sooner rather than later. Narcissa's expression was calm, yet her eyes betrayed a flicker of compassion. My darling, I am sorry. This was the best outcome. Our family was safe and sound. Lucius held his wife close, softly comforting her. Severus has gone mad. The Dark Lord did not keep his promise. You mean, Mrs. Potter, Lily Evans sacrificed herself to save Harry Potter's life? Yes, to protect her child. Narcissa drew us closer. In that moment, she must have empathized deeply with Lily Evans. Look, if it were me, I might have made the same choice as Mrs. Potter. Narcissa, during the final battle in the original story, deceived Voldemort, falsely claiming that Harry Potter was dead. She too would sacrifice herself for her child. Lucius Malfoy shall never allow you to face such a choice. The man's hand found the back of the woman's neck, caressing the L-shaped pendant. Sissy, we had agreed long ago that you cannot leave me behind. I am sorry. Look, the man's murmurs faded into silence. Aurora, let us step outside. Draco resignedly closed the master bedroom door, ushering me out. Mother has upset father. Draco wore a look of deep concern. It is all right. They simply need to engage in a thorough discussion. It seems that the conversation may take a while. Perhaps I should remind the house elf not to prepare their dinner. Despite the mountain of mess that lay ahead, Lucius's long-suppressed emotions finally found release. The next morning, he appeared in the dining room. Invigorated. He allowed himself to be escorted by the Aurors sent by the Ministry of Magic to the Wisingamont's courtroom. Draco, Aurora, do not be afraid. Even as his freedom was curtailed and his wand confiscated, he still gently reassured his family. Malfoy, you shall pay for all your deeds. A young man with red hair pointed his wand at Lucius's back. Weasley, are you here to judge me? You lack the qualifications. Lucius did not turn around, his expression dripping with disdain. You. Arthur Weasley was instantly enraged, brandishing his wand, preparing to unleash an attack on the defenseless Lucius. A saying circulates in the West. Red-haired individuals are sensitive and quick to anger. Now, it seemed, there was truth to it. You consorted with the devil, driving the Longbottoms to madness. Malfoy, you deserve to descend into hell alongside that man. Arthur, stop, cried Bartemius Crouch, who was accompanying him. He was the father of young Bartemius Crouch, the current head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and due to his stringent methods, he was a leading candidate for the next Minister of Magic. Mr. Malfoy has not yet been convicted. He stated succinctly. Indeed, Bart has reminded me. Weasley, the accusations you just made could be grounds for a defamation lawsuit. Lucius drawled slowly. That depends on whether you live to see that day. Be sure to bid farewell to your children. The next time, they may have to see you in Azkaban. Arthur retorted. A person like you should not even have descendants. However, they will soon be orphans, unlike poor Harry, who has a muggle family to take him in. Lucius finally turned around. Family was his Achilles heel. His expression was no longer relaxed or casual. I was prepared to cooperate with you. He sighed lightly. After all, making this trip without a return would soon lead the ministry to financial ruin. However, I have changed my mind. Lucius's disdainful demeanor further incensed Bartemius Crouch, yet he was far more composed than Arthur Weasley. Mr. Malfoy, my apologies. It is our staff's lack of professionalism. We hope you. Before he could finish, he was flung out by the Malfoy family's defense system. I had initially intended to approach it gently, West, as Lucius wrapped his arms around Narcissa's waist, wearing a look of profound grievance. The magical restraint that had recently bound him lay shattered in two. They had gone too far, cursing our child, and Narcissa's hand was the serpent-headed wand, a treasured heirloom of the Malfoy family. It turned out that while father activated the defensive system, mother had retrieved the wand. Lucius's wand was crafted from elmwood and dragon heartstring. Only by offering absolute trust could one wield their own wand. Narcissa returned the wand to Lucius, but he declined it. You hold onto it for me. Very well. Narcissa did not resist, stepping forward to help Lucius tidy his slightly disheveled hair. I shall still pay a visit to Wisingamot. However, I will not part with a single galleon for them. Then their plans, could they possibly be in vain? Narcissa's lips curled into a smirk. They will come to understand whose loss is greater. The Ministry of Magic was actively engaged in post-war reconstruction, requiring substantial financial investment. The recent summons to Lucius bore a striking resemblance to extortion. Under the guise of sponsorship, they demanded the Malfoy family to bleed profusely. As for the outcome of the trial, it would hinge on the Malfoy family's sincerity. Father, Draco, and I clustered around him, the boy's eyes already brimming with tears. Do not fret. Lucius reached out, wiping the moisture from my cheek. Could it be that I, usually so cold-hearted, was also shedding tears? I promise, I will return safe and sound, and we shall celebrate Christmas together, all right? Lucius knelt down, linking our pinkies. The gifts must be doubled. Father, very well. West, that individual also contacted me, inquiring if I needed assistance. Grandfather? Indeed. Father, who is grandfather? Why have I never met him? He has already arrived. Lucius smiled mysteriously. The only person remaining from the ministry's recent delegation to Malfoy Manor was utterly nondescript. With no presence whatsoever, the wave of magical energy surged, and he regained his true form. But a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes appeared before us. I finally understood that Lucius's beauty was inherited. His short, golden hair, sculpted features, and piercing gaze were striking. A pair of mismatched eyes rendered him almost inhumanly handsome. He looked down upon us. Lucius, West, long time no see. I have brought gifts for the little ones. His heavy Eastern European accent and every gesture exuded aristocratic charm. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gellert Grindelwald. Gellert Grindelwald, Albus Dumbledore's former companion, leader of the Pure Blood Party. Wasn't he imprisoned in Nurmengard? You have heard of my name. He keenly detected my fleeting expression. I have heard it mentioned in portraits. My mind raced, finally producing a suitable response. Is that truly the case? Grindelwald's eyes narrowed slightly. Gellert. Narcissa's voice was soft, yet she shielded me behind her, draped in Lucius's coat. Her movements revealed a glimpse of her shoulder. West, you should take the children to rest. Lucius enveloped Narcissa once more, gentlemanly escorting us out. Grindelwald remained silent, his gaze averted. He had long grown accustomed to Lucius's extreme possessiveness. If I recalled correctly, Grindelwald favored the same sex. Lucius, you ought to be concerned for yourself. Were it not for this familial bond, it would surely be you who attracted Grindelwald's interest. Clearly, my rather distant great-granduncle still harbored curiosity about me. His probing gaze scrutinized me, like a thorn in my side. Aurora, do not fear. This phrase had almost become Narcissa's mantra. Mother, why should I fear him? He is our kin. Narcissa tousled my hair. The closer one is, the deeper the wounds they inflict. Aurora, you are braver than I. She regarded me with a look of pride. Kissing my forehead, Draco, not to be outdone, tilted his face up and pecked Narcissa's cheek. Thus, my kiss was also passed on to my sister. The somber atmosphere was shattered by laughter. Lucius forbade us from attending the public trial at Wisingamot. As a shrewd politician, he surely understood that the presence of wife, daughter, and young ones would evoke considerable sympathy, but in terms of emotion and reason, it was the most advantageous choice for him and the Malfoy family. The portraits of the Malfoy family revealed the truth to me, that jealous Lucius would never wish for West to appear in public. Indeed, Narcissa's beauty required careful protection and preservation. Moreover, there were those who would gladly strike when danger loomed. The Malfoy family, bereft of the Dark Lord's protection, was a prime target. Who wouldn't wish to take a piece of that pie? The operations of the Order of the Phoenix and the Ministry of Magic also demanded substantial maintenance costs. Lucius never placed all his eggs in one basket. He always had a plan B. Grindelwald's foreign forces were exerting pressure on Wisingamot. Furthermore, the Malfoy family served as the brains and coffers among the Death Eaters, operating relatively discreetly. Unlike Bellatrix, the Caros, and the Lestranges, who charged into battle, relishing the torment of muggles and slaughtering numerous members of the Order, leaving behind ample evidence. Ultimately, Lucius was released on the spot. On a warm afternoon, the Malfoy family gathered together to watch the replay of the trial. The broadcast concluded with a freeze frame of Arthur Weasley's furious face. Jealousy renders one ugly. Lucius lightly swirled the wine in his glass. Observing the way it clung to the sides, that I genuinely couldn't recall any past grievances with the Weasleys. The man feigned ignorance, shaking his head. Perhaps you once pursued Prefect Pruitt? Narcissa teased. Pruitt was Molly Weasley's maiden name. You know my taste, West. Lucius raised an eyebrow. It could be that during your tenure as Slytherin head boy, you caught sight of the Weasley couple's intimacy. It was indeed the case, which is to say these two staunch Gryffindors resembled vengeful Slytherins. Lucius shifted the topic. West, shouldn't we also emulate the Weasley couple of your living freely and without restraint? But we only just... It matters not. This is Malfoy Manor, where we live as we please. West, the Malfoy couple indulged freely, leaving the Malfoy siblings exchanging glances. Fortunately, we had long since grown accustomed to it. This was merely another day in the life of the Malfoy family. Days later, Lucius returned from the Hog's Head pub. Having retrieved a thoroughly intoxicated Severus Snape, his hair clung in greasy strands, his robe devoid of color, and he exuded an overwhelming stench. Lucius, ever the neat freak, was willing to pick up the fallen comrade. A testament to true Slytherin friendship. Holding his nose, he ordered the house elf to thoroughly cleanse the potion's master inside and out. Severus, Narcissa looked on with concern. The death of Mrs. Potter had struck him hard. Lucius's brow furrowed. Potter Manor is currently under the Ministry's control. Another tale of the Ministry's insatiable greed. Without plundering the Malfoys, they had set their sights on Potter Manor. The legacy of generations of pureblood families had become the Ministry's feast. What of the Potter child? As a mother, Narcissa felt greater empathy. Highly confidential, Lucius cast a glance towards Snape, exchanging an understanding look with Narcissa. After Lily Evans's death, Snape had become a double agent, navigating between the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters. In the original narrative, he had pulled the wool over even the most vigilant Voldemort. Yet, Lucius's reaction did not suggest ignorance of this fact. Logically speaking, how could Voldemort expect loyalty from one who had slain his dearest? Father, may I visit Godfather? I tugged at Lucius's robe. Anyone can embellish a situation, but it is during the most vulnerable moments that one truly makes a lasting impact. Lucius smiled knowingly. Thank you. Aurora, I wish to go too. Draco volunteered. Aurora, what scheme are you plotting now? Draco whispered in my ear. What do you mean? Stop pretending. You're only interested in what benefits you. Brother, you understand me best that I hooked our pinkies. Godfather is a genius in potions and spells. If he could be of service to the Malfoy family, it would be a tremendous asset. Is that why Father is willing to associate with a half-blood? Draco suddenly enlightened. Bloodline is not everything. Ability and opportunity are what truly matter. Aurora, how did you come to this conclusion? Draco pondered for a moment, revealing a complex expression. By observation. I glanced at the embracing Malfoy couple, unable to suppress a smile. As Snape stirred back to consciousness, the first sight that met his eyes was my and Draco's weary faces. Severus, have we disturbed your rest? The two little ones insisted on looking after him. Narcissa and Lucius, filled with regret, lifted us up. The child is named Harry. So young, yet he has lost his mother. Severus, the sacrifice of Mrs. Potter was for the sake of those who survived. Perhaps you could pay more attention to Harry. The man, once as desolate as a dried well, suddenly ignited with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. This would become the sole mission of his later years, that Harry's grandmother is also a black. The Malfoys could provide refuge as well. Snape nodded, expressing gratitude. Thank you, sissy. However, I doubt Albus would agree. How could the Malfoy family, so closely allied with Voldemort, possibly be Dumbledore's first choice? Severus, you could still advocate for it. Are you suggesting I adopt the heir of the Potter family? Lucius, that hardly resembles your usual counsel. Snape reacted as though he had caught a whiff of something foul. It was Aurora's suggestion. Aurora, Snape glanced at the girl resting on Narcissa's shoulder. You have given birth to a Gryffindor. Not amusing at all. Severus. Aurora's reasoning holds merit. You are the only one who would care for him. Lucius freed a hand to pat Snape's shoulder. I shall consider it. Snape averted his gaze. And thank you. This marked the second time Snape had sincerely expressed gratitude. They endeavored to extend goodwill, hoping that one day he would not betray the Malfoy family. His entire life had been a tale of being exploited. Voldemort had utilized his talents, and Dumbledore had taken advantage of his guilt over Lily Evans. He was the most effective dagger in the hands of these so-called leaders. He had never lived for himself. Alas, I am not a savior. I did not come here to rescue a long-lost soul. On the day Lily Evans perished, he lost the capacity to love. The final words, always, elicited tears from all, serving as his epitaph. Dumbledore gently declined Snape's wish to adopt Harry, assuring him that Harry would be raised in the safest of environments. Living like a prince. How ironic it was to live like a prince, if abuse and being at the mercy of others was indeed a prince's life. Snape maintained a close relationship with the Malfoy family, frequently tutoring Draco and me in our studies. Draco's talent in potions was acknowledged by Snape. As in the original text, the boy greatly admired the youngest head of Slytherin. Snape even taught him the spells he had devised, such as the disarming charm and its countercharm. Draco, that spell is quite dangerous. In the original narrative, 6th year Harry at Hogwarts used the disarming charm and pierced Draco's chest. The boy fell into a pool of blood, staining his shirt crimson. Rest assured, I shall not use it against you. Draco waved his wand, practicing haphazardly. I would rather not be disfigured. I'd better steer clear of him. Found you. Draco opened the cabinet before him. Godfather, Aurora hid away to avoid practice. The boy winked at me. Fortunately, Snape would not take the boy's word at face value. Your magic is still unstable. Do not practice offensive spells. Snape confiscated Draco's child-sized wand. Next, we shall delve into potion making. Let me first assess your preparatory work. Godfather, do Muggle parents hit their children? We are already 5 years old. Surely Harry Potter has endured several years of bleak existence. Snape did not respond. My question evidently stirred memories of his own tragic childhood. Aurora, you must have watched too much Muggle television to be so frightened. Draco pulled me out of the cabinet. How have your parents spoiled you so much that you would have such concerns? But I heard from a portrait that the expectations will only grow higher. Will it be like what Muggle television depicts? That if we do not meet the standards, we will sleep in the cupboard? My voice trembled, thick with nasal tones. Aurora, do you think you are a house elf? Sleeping in a cupboard? Draco ruffled my hair. How wonderful. I'm glad I wasn't born into a Muggle family. I looked on, still shaken. Before I could finish my thought, Snape had vanished. Harry Potter, I can assist you only to this extent. In the following days, Snape did not appear at Malfoy Manor. Seizing the opportunity, Draco complained to Lucius, convinced that my words had provoked Snape. Lucius, pondering, remarked, Severus's father was a drunkard, a gambler, who often vented his frustrations on Severus and his mother. Eileen, he knelt to stroke my hair. Do not blame Aurora. My little princess is unaware. Father, you are so biased. Draco pouted, storming out in anger. I hurried after him, only to be stopped by the man. Aurora, I hope all unfolds as you anticipate. Lucius nodded, revealing an inscrutable expression. How perceptive. He has noticed. As for Draco, there was no need to pursue him. Boys ought to endure a little hardship, my brother. I shall favor him. Lucius smiled gently, stepping aside to allow me passage. Behind, I could hear him whispering to Narcissa, Sissy, Aurora resembles you. Indeed, my heart has been biased from the very beginning. Favoring you, my big cat. It would be much later that I understood the terms big cat and little fox referred to their enigmatic forms. Father was a snow leopard, and mother a nine-tailed fox, corresponding perfectly with their Patronus charms, a pair of soulmates connected at heart. Draco, are you there? The blanket rose in a significant mound. I tiptoed closer, suddenly lifting a corner, revealing a dragon-shaped toy. I had been deceived. Just then, A dark green blanket enveloped my head. Ha ha. Humph. Childish tricks. Draco seized me from behind. I knew you would come looking for me. He retracted his spines. My heart softened. Of course. We once shared a womb. No one in this world is closer than we are. He turned me around. It felt as though something was brushing against my lips through the blanket. Do not move. This is how Daddy treats Mommy. Draco, are you? My hands were confined by his strength, a force I had never known he possessed. My face and fingertips were delicately traced by him. Dobby, I heard Draco's voice, laced with anger. What is it, Dobby? I could discern the ire in Draco's tone. Master, your dinner is ready. With that, Dobby snapped his fingers. Light flooded back. Draco's pale face was now flushed, as if dripping with blood. Brother, do not treat me this way. Aurora, do you not like it? Draco wore a puzzled expression. Only couples may. Your future wife would be so distressed to know your first kiss was given to me. We did not kiss. Draco's furrowed brow relaxed. Through the blanket, that does not count. Besides, I promised Father that unless I was certain of a girl's feelings, I could not act forcefully. I sighed in relief. Yet something still felt amiss. The future Mrs. Malfoy, Aurora, can only be you. With that declaration, Draco took my hand and led me to the dining room. What, am I being confessed to by a mere child? The adult within me could hardly take a 5-year-old's innocent musings to heart. There is a saying in Huaguo, a man's words are but the whispers of ghosts. In the magical world of Harry Potter. Aside from the pair of Lucius and Narcissa, the marriages of most pureblood families are devoid of genuine connection. Not to mention that Bellatrix Lestrange was wed by Voldemort, or that Snape's mother, Eileen Prince, married a man who was an alcoholic and prone to domestic violence. That Voldemort's mother, Maripi Gaunt, even used a love potion to ensnare Tom Riddle. Genuine romances were nearly non-existent. That Draco's official match was Astoria Greengrass. Even the 7-year relationship he had with Pansy Parkinson did not culminate in a lasting union. What confidence did I possess to dismantle an official pairing? As it stood, the narrative's direction had not significantly altered due to my presence. To what extent did I wield influence remained to be seen. Aurora, why are you in such a daze? My plate was already piled high with food. Draco had meticulously cut my favorite parts into bite-sized pieces. Thank you, brother. I smiled at him, only to remember that at 5 years old, I was beginning to lose my baby teeth. I quickly covered my mouth. How embarrassing. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged knowing glances across the table. How infuriating. They were laughing at me. Aurora, it's all right. This is completely normal. Narcissa spoke softly. Indeed, even without a front tooth, you remain the cutest girl. Good heavens, I wish to sink into the ground. Indeed, there is no need to remind me. Draco, Lucius cleared his throat softly, concealing the upward curl of his lips. Severus had engaged in a fierce argument with Dumbledore. He deftly shifted the topic. That I barely audible nodded in gratitude, seizing upon the subject he had cast forth. Is it because of the Savior? Lucius inclined his head. The Dursleys have not treated Harry Potter well. The poor boy lives in a cupboard. He cast a sidelong glance at me, his eyes brimming with curiosity, just as Aurora has said. Draco proclaimed loudly, have you inherited your great-grandfather's prophetic abilities? Thank heavens. The ever-disruptive Draco had unwittingly provided me with the perfect excuse. Gellert Grindelwald, our great-grandfather, was renowned for the accuracy of his prophecies, a well-known fact. Inherited traits across generations. Lucius raised an eyebrow. I was aware he had long harbored suspicions about my identity. He did not believe a word of it. Aurora, we shall keep this secret together. Narcissa's calm tone gradually soothed my racing heart. My daughter, nothing is more important than your safety. She crossed the dining table and approached me, kneeling down to grasp my hand and press it against her chest. This was her promise to me. Mother, my eyes stung with unshed tears as I turned away. She enveloped me in her embrace, her melodious voice soothing. She was never the cold and haughty woman depicted in the original text. She tenderly cared for each family member, her aloof demeanor merely a means to avert unnecessary troubles. Luke only cares about you, she whispered in my ear. Aurora Malfoy, you are not anyone else. You are simply you. Once my emotions had settled somewhat, Lucius resumed the earlier topic. Severus is seeking custody of Potter, hoping we can lend him our support. He glanced at Narcissa, further hinting, Harry Potter's grandmother hails from the Black family. Strictly speaking, he is your cousin. Scythe, father, are you planning to bring him back to live with us? Draco furrowed his brows, displaying a look of disbelief. Harry Potter is the only one who has defeated the Dark Lord. He is Dumbledore's trump card. Holding him would be to our advantage, not our detriment. Lucius articulated persuasively. Everything for the sake of the family's benefit. Each heir of a pure blood family receives this education from a tender age. Albeit it contradicts the nature of childhood. Which child wishes to share their parents' love with a stranger? Reluctantly, Draco acquiesced, understood. Father. No longer was he the close-knit daddy. I felt the distance keenly. I quickly intertwined my fingers with his. Brother, we are family, and that will never change. He blushed a delightful shade of pink. Of course, that's common knowledge, Aurora. Little brat, stubborn as a mule. Father, mother, may we take our leave early after the meal? Draco employed formalities. Lucius gestured to his lips with a subtle nod. Realizing too late, Draco picked up his napkin, which bore remnants of food, and the air of a little adult was shattered in an instant. The mischievous master of the Malfoy household singled out his only son for teasing. I noticed Narcissa gently pinching Lucius's arm. From a young age, one must always be mindful of their demeanor. I lead by example. Scythe, Draco unceremoniously pulled me away, escaping the opulent Malfoy dining room. The tips of his ears were flushed, betraying his earlier embarrassment. I gently scratched his palm. Aurora, I understand what you mean. It's just being intruded upon in one's own environment by strangers. Draco, I'm not particularly thrilled either. It felt akin to sharing a flat with strangers, where myriad differing habits require adjustment. That Draco's gray eyes brightened. Then we should persuade Father not to let Potter move in. The decisions made by Father are unlikely to be altered by anyone, not even Mother. Draco remained hopeful. Have you noticed? Any significant decision is the result of their discussions. Are you implying that Mother also agrees to Potter moving in? Draco's expression turned sorrowful. He had hoped, at the very least, that Mother would side with us. Potter is forever just Potter. Only we share the bloodline and the Malfoy name. I embraced him, and he returned the gesture. It felt as though, in this world, only the two of us were bound by fate. A child's world is small, accommodating only the realm of parents and family. Yet, it is vast in its capacity to harbor the voids and shadows of childhood that require a lifetime to heal. You are all I have left, Aurora. I found it hard to utter words of optimism. Draco's feelings were genuine, and no pale words could soothe his fragility. Years later, the original Lucius would find himself imprisoned in Azkaban, with Narcissa struggling to uphold the Malfoy family's operations, without a great tree to shield him from the storm. He would once again be alone. The severing of the umbilical cord does not signify a true departure from the womb. One must wholly recognize their independence both physically and mentally. From the moment I became Aurora Malfoy, we became a collective entity, sharing both honor and disgrace. Draco, I will not pressure you, but I will grow alongside you. The glory of the Malfoy family will continue through us. They were once again sharing a bed. In a daze, I heard Lucius murmuring softly. I remember, back then, I was similarly duped into sleeping together, which little fox cried until his eyes were puffy over having to sleep in separate beds. You are far too strict with Draco. Narcissa, unable to continue the argument, swiftly diverted the topic. Who could blame him for having a pair of women who dote on him? Are you feeling jealous? Big kitty. Narcissa's voice danced in my ears, soft and enchanting like a delicate hook. Moments later, I could hear her breath quickening. I was wrong. Look, don't tickle me. Aurora and Draco are still asleep. They sleep soundly. It's fine. Draco is a boy. He must cultivate his resilience from a young age. Not every Malfoy possesses your thick skin. Narcissa let out a short gasp, followed by the rustling of fabric. Scythe, the night is still young. You may take your time counting my transgressions. Shortly thereafter, Narcissa, as Harry's cousin and his only capable relative, went to the Ministry of Magic to complete the adoption procedures. Originally, young Potter had a nominal godfather. But alas, that foolish dog preferred to languish in Azkaban rather than face the reality of becoming a war orphan's guardian. Lucius's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Serious, he merely needs time to process. Narcissa gently stroked the top of Harry Potter's head. Alarmed by the boy's condition, he appeared far more pitiable than she had anticipated. Severely malnourished, he was half a head shorter than his peers. Aurora and Draco, gaunt and frail, he lacked even a few pounds of flesh, his striking green eyes wide with timidity as he stood there. Lucius summoned St. Mungo's doctors to conduct a full examination on Harry Potter, revealing multiple soft tissue bruises and shocking scars on his back. The Dursleys must face consequences. Narcissa proposed. Harry, is that acceptable? Lucius crouched down to meet the black-haired boy's gaze, requiring his consent. I apologize, Mr. Malfoy. Harry pressed his lips together, displaying a composure not often found in one his age. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged a knowing glance, then transported the two of them via apparition. Welcome, Mr. Potter. Draco and I had already been waiting in the parlor. The house elf Dobby was even more enthusiastic than we were. Harry Potter, he squealed, flapping his ear-like appendages, his eyes wide as saucers. Dobby, don't frighten the guest. How embarrassing, having grown up in the Muggle world. Harry Potter had naturally never encountered magical creatures before. He took a step back in fear, but quickly steadied himself. Dobby wished to express his apologies, but clumsily banged his head against the wall, creating a loud noise. Lucius waved his wand lightly, vanishing Dobby from sight. But Mr. Potter, do not worry. We will guide you to familiarize yourself with the magical world at your own pace. I have a pair of children, Draco and Aurora, who are of your age. Mr. Potter, greetings. I am Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Draco extended his hand. Harry, clad in ill-fitting clothes with sleeves and hems faded, awkwardly reached out. Hello, Draco. You can call me Harry. For some reason, my nose felt prickly. Draco and Harry could finally stand together in peace. In the original story, their numerous conflicts were closely tied to their initial negative impressions of one another. Moreover, with Ron Weasley fanning the flames nearby, mocking our surname, Malfoy, which connotes disloyalty and untrustworthiness. How could the thin-skinned Draco have endured such treatment? The boy, overwhelmed, lashed out at the Weasley family. Harry, in the name of safeguarding his friend's dignity, rebuffed Draco's outstretched hand of friendship, causing the boy to suffer humiliation before the onlookers. This time, devoid of meddlesome spectators, the two could engage in a tranquil interaction. Harry, allow me to show you around your living quarters. Harry followed Draco, appearing somewhat apprehensive. I walked beside him, seeking common ground to converse about with a boy of his age. This is your room. The guest chamber has been arranged by Narcissa. It embodied a quintessential Slytherin aesthetic, with emerald green and silver harmoniously intertwined. A brand new set of loungewear lay at the bedside, accompanied by a note inscribed in Narcissa's elegant handwriting. For Harry, Mother has a knack for selecting attire. To try it on to see if it fits, I ushered him into the washroom and closed the door behind us. The moment Harry turned around, I caught a glimpse of his face, which shimmered with a trace of moisture. Harry Potter living like a prince. Dumbledore is nothing but a charlatan. Draco pulled me aside, his expression one of disdain. Is this how the greatest white wizard deceives the masses? It's all just a facade. I gently shook my head. Lower your voice. Harry remains oblivious. He has the right to know the truth. I covered his mouth. The truth must be discovered on one's own. Revealing it may yield adverse effects. I'm ready. A voice shattered our tense standoff. The clothing fit well, yet it accentuated the boy's gauntness. His exposed arms bore not a single unblemished patch of skin. In the height of summer, the short sleeves Narcissa had prepared were insufficient to conceal the scars. Wait a moment. I fetched a swift-acting potion, a necessity for participating in the family trials. Draco voluntarily stepped in to assist. Harry, those who tormented you are nothing but brutes. The blonde boy seethed with anger. Why did they strike you? Because I was a bit slow with the chores. The boy was acutely aware of emotional nuances. Having lived under the roof of another for so long, did you not seek help from the neighbors? I conversed with him while diverting his attention. The swift potion took effect rapidly, hastening recovery, though the process was far from pleasant. Ugh, he groaned softly, quickly swallowing down a whimper that threatened to escape. Bear with it. It will soon pass. Draco hastened his movements. Seeking help was futile. They only escalated their cruelty. Indeed, that was the only outcome possible. Who would genuinely regard the words of a 5-year-old? The Dursleys merely bribed the inquiring police, placating the curious neighbors, and manufactured public opinion, crafting the boy into a chronic societal misfit. Their punishment of Harry was cloaked in misguided intentions. All of this could have been averted. It was Dumbledore who, in his hope to mold a savior from a loveless household, expected that Harry would be willing to sacrifice himself for a few small favors. Harry Potter, how innocent he is. His fate has never rested in his own hands. Many old wounds cannot be healed with a single remedy. Mrs. Malfoy has already tended to my wounds once, he explained. His precociousness was painfully evident. I never favored the original Harry. That reckless, impulsive Gryffindor. It was only through Hermione Granger's brilliance that Harry and Ron, two inept lads, could navigate their trials. At this moment, Harry Potter was no longer the protagonist of Harry Potter. No longer the cold words on a page, but a living, breathing individual. The sorrows and joys of humanity do not resonate universally. It is only when one feels a profound connection with another that empathy begins to blossom. Aurora, Draco's fingertips brushed against my cheek. Crybaby, he muttered softly. I apologize. My tear ducts are a bit overactive. The Malfoy household's warmth rendered me vulnerable that I no longer wished to armor myself in a hard shell. You mustn't, Draco whispered in a tone meant only for my ears. You mustn't shed tears for another man. Draco, Harry is watching. I reminded him of the presence of others that you've never cried for me. He persisted that I refused to shed tears for you. You must be well. I raised my voice. Of course. I wouldn't inflict injuries upon myself to garner a woman's sympathy, he replied in a lowered tone. To prevent him from uttering more inappropriate remarks, I hastily covered his mouth. Draco's lips were soft, brushing against my palm with a tingling sensation. You and your sibling share a wonderful bond, Harry remarked, likely recalling his bullying cousin Dudley. The hulking Dudley Dursley, who mercilessly beat Harry, was Aunt Petunia's pride and joy. We are twins, Draco declared with pride. Fraternal twins? Thus, you don't resemble each other much. What are fraternal twins? This pertained to Muggle medical knowledge, a topic not yet covered in the Malfoy family's education. Although the Malfoy lineage held considerable disdain for Muggles, they were not entirely oblivious to their world. Lucius's business ventures spanned the globe, covering a multitude of fields, and it was impossible to overlook the Muggle realm, especially the affluent Muggle society. With every significant upheaval, the Malfoy family had a hand in it. Reaping rewards. It is said that Lucius Malfoy I once pursued Queen Elizabeth I unsuccessfully. Each generation of Malfoy heads appeared to be endowed with an innate business acumen, dedicated to expanding their sphere of influence. Reaching a point under Lucius where their wealth rivaled that of nations. Nevertheless, prosperity can swiftly turn to decline in the blink of an eye. In the near future, the Dark Lord would return, choosing Malfoy Manor as his stronghold, ruthlessly pillaging and devastating the ancient edifice, leaving it nearly in ruins. It was akin to watching Titanic, with elderly Rose gazing at the weathered, decaying hull, piecing together memories of its once pristine glory. This time, I would do everything in my power to protect this land I have lived upon. Aurora, are you daydreaming again? Draco waved his hand before my eyes. What were you discussing? The concept of fraternal twins was not new to me. My mind began to wander, fixating on trivial matters. Harry said I resemble Dad. You resemble Mom, Draco said, beaming with pride. Being compared to Lucius brought him immense joy. The father complex was established in the original text. The boy who always mentioned wanting to tell his father was a testament to his father's influence. I don't know who I resemble more. Harry's gaze dimmed. The Dursleys had obliterated all traces of Lily Evans. Poor Harry. He didn't even possess a single photograph of his parents. Draco and I exchanged a knowing glance, silently deciding that we would invoke the Malfoy family's privileges at Hogwarts. The following day, an album appeared on Harry's bedside. It contained everything about Lily Evans and James Potter, Harry's parents, during their time at Hogwarts. Lucius had even leveraged personal connections to procure photographs of Lily and James on their wedding day. The woman's red hair was elegantly styled in an intricate updo, while the wedding venue was adorned with an abundance of lilies. Beside her stood a tall, bespectacled young man, handsome and charming. Their happiness was immortalized in that summer at the age of 20. You have her eyes. The woman in the photograph smiled radiantly, her emerald green eyes shimmering, capturing the light. Severus Snape's beloved. This was a grand celebration held at Potter Manor, with countless wizards in attendance to offer their congratulations. The head of the Potter family had a history with Abraxas, and in the photo, Lucius and Narcissa were also present. Yet conspicuously absent was the youngest potions master in history. It was said he was perfecting a vial of Felix Felicis that was never delivered. Harry's features mirrored James's almost exactly, yet the spirits they conveyed were worlds apart. The confidence and exuberance reflected in James's countenance were qualities Harry had yet to acquire. Perhaps never would. A tragic childhood demands a lifetime to heal. Harry would even double-check whether he could use the personal items prepared by the house elf. Even though Lucius had entrusted Harry with the key to the Potter family's vault at Gringotts. The Potter family's wealth was equally astonishing. The mountains of galleons nearly blinded Draco and me. Harry, with this money, you could purchase Malfoy Manor. I exclaimed in exaggerated tones. Harry's childhood trauma made him somewhat insecure in our presence. I hoped the wealth would instill in him a sense of security and confidence. Aurora, may I ask Uncle Lucius to help me manage this? He shyly inquired, scratching his head. Aren't you afraid the Malfoy family might abscond with the Potter estate? I tentatively suggested. If Uncle Lucius truly intended that, he wouldn't have entrusted the key to me. Harry replied, gazing at me earnestly. Yet, I felt an inexplicable twinge of guilt. Merchants are driven by profit. This action might very well be Lucius's way of testing Harry's sincerity. The head of the Malfoy family appeared quite satisfied with the boy's earnestness. "Thank you for your trust, Harry. This will be a mutually beneficial decision. Aurora, you must have faith in your father's character." Lucius remarked. Narcissa displayed a bemused expression. "Lucius, even your own daughter questions your integrity. Indeed, at such a tender age, one has already begun to turn their elbows outward." Lucius playfully tapped my forehead. "I found Aurora's concerns to be quite justified." Draco gently massaged my head, embellishing the tale as he spoke. The group could no longer contain their laughter, erupting into a chorus of mirth. True to his earlier promise, Lucius was resurrecting the fortunes of the Potter family. He acquired the rights to old Potter's invention, the hair conditioner, and after repackaging it, the product was being distributed worldwide. "Aurora, you must understand that 1 is greater than 2. That the man raised an eyebrow. Displaying an inscrutable expression, he is clearly a man who harbors grudges, merely attempting to prove himself. "Aurora, thank you for your concern for me." Harry approached me discreetly, his emerald green eyes sparkling, and no longer did he resemble a timid fawn. Glancing around nervously, "It's nothing." I averted my gaze, unaccustomed to receiving gratitude from others. It felt surreal. "Harry, what do you mean?" I am simply too happy in my current state. I worry that everything we have experienced at Malfoy Manor might actually be a dream. Once I awaken, it will all be over." "How could that be?" I took his hand. "I am real, and so are you." Then, I pinched him playfully. "Does that hurt?" "It does." Yet, he broke into a cheerful laugh. I recall a saying that after Harry defeated Voldemort, he discovered that the so-called magical world was merely a dream. In that dream, he was the hero saving the world. Upon waking, everything resets, returning to square one. Outside, Aunt Petunia's vigorous knocking urged him to quickly emerge from the cupboard and continue with the day's chores. It felt akin to a bias strip, endlessly repeating that my presence, however, served to reassure Harry that those worries were unnecessary. Naturally, the Malfoys would not skimp on Harry's meals. Weeks later, his once gaunt face began to fill out, even acquiring a hint of baby fat. It had been quite some time since his godfather last visited Malfoy Manor. Draco lamented quietly about the neglected potion ingredients, complaining that his old friend's son had set everything in order, yet he was nowhere to be found. Perhaps he prefers to play the role of a behind-the-scenes hero? I offered a casual explanation. The true reason, of course, had long been provided by the original text. Harry's face bore a striking resemblance to James. Once a band of marauding friends, they had bullied Snape during their school days. Moreover, they had never faced any consequences for their misdeeds. In Snape's eyes, James not only bullied him but also stole his first love, marrying his childhood sweetheart. Each time he saw Harry, he was plunged into painful memories. Yet he was compelled to protect him. It truly is a tangled situation. I felt a pang of sympathy for Professor Snape. However, I had no intention of letting him off the hook so easily. I swiftly penned a letter to Spinner's End. Before long, I received a response. "Aurora, what did you write in the letter? Severus is actually willing to part with the cauldron for a brief moment." Even Lucius was quite curious that I kept them in suspense, smiling enigmatically. The following morning, Dobby announced Severus's arrival. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, an inscrutable expression adorning his face. Lucius scrutinized the man for a considerable time, seemingly assessing whether he had indeed adhered to the promised scalp treatment. I dashed forward, just in time to wrap my arms around Snape's leg. He instinctively lifted me, and I whispered our shared secrets into his ear. "Godfather, you must check on Harry. You helped him out of his predicament but have yet to show your face. He thinks he has done something wrong and has been feeling down, eating less lately." Snape's brow furrowed tightly. "What does Potter's mood have to do with me? A man impervious to reason. You are his guide in the magical world. Without Snape, Harry would still be curled up in that cramped cupboard. His entire understanding of the magical realm comes from you. Just as it was you who told that red-haired, green-eyed girl, Lily Evans, that she was a witch. Lily was the first of her kind he encountered." His dark eyes flickered with a hint of emotion. "Lucius, your daughter is not at all a Malfoy, but a Slytherin who speaks contrary to her thoughts. Clearly, she has absorbed the message, yet she insists on being obstinate. Severus, my friend, quite the opposite. Every decision Aurora makes is for the benefit of the family." Lucius took me into his arms. "As Harry's guardian, you ought to be more attentive to him." It turns out that Harry's custody was not easily secured. Without Snape's endorsement, how could Dumbledore have easily let go? Perhaps in the mind of that wise white wizard, the Malfoys would never genuinely care for Harry. Just as in Gryffindor, there is a belief that there is no good in Slytherin. They claim not to harbor biases against any house that in my view. The greatest prejudice stems from the subtle influence of Hogwarts headmaster. Hagrid, a staunch supporter of Dumbledore, once remarked that Slytherins were all dark wizards when Harry was entirely oblivious to the magical world. Whether or not Dumbledore had a hand in that remains uncertain. In this lifetime, Harry grows up in a Slytherin environment. With the Slytherin headmaster as his guarantor, I refuse to believe he can be easily brainwashed into switching allegiances. Unlike a certain pureblood lord who enjoys the protection of his ancestors, I still have a pile of students' assignments awaiting my correction. Where is the giant from the Potter family? This is an agreement. Having long grown accustomed to Snape's roundabout way of speaking, I leaned closer to Lucius and whispered, "Father, before the Godfather changes his mind, hurry and call Harry over, shall we? Aurora, I can't hear you." Snape's expression darkened considerably. "Humph, that was meant for you to hear. Why must you be so obstinate? Would it kill you to be a little more honest?" Lucius smiled indulgently. "Ruffling my hair, I inherited my mother's natural wavy hair, which she styles into various beautiful arrangements every day." Dobby, before I could finish, the house elf appeared before us, trembling. "Young Master Harry is playing Quidditch with young Master Draco." Upon hearing Dobby refer to Harry in that way, Snape's lips curled slightly. "Young Master Harry. It is undeniable that Harry is being treated well by the Malfoy family. Shall we go take a look together?" Lucius proposed. "Father, I am already 5 years old. I can walk on my own." I struggled to break free, but he held me tighter. "When I was younger, it was easier for him to carry me." "How could that be? I see you lift mother with ease." Lucius cleared his throat, stating, "That is entirely different." "How is it different?" "Mother is an adult, and besides, I sometimes hear her call you father too." "Is she saying that to prompt you to carry her?" "Aura? What? Is that Narcissa behind me?" "Oh dear, what have I done?" I merely wanted to tease Lucius a bit, and I fell right into his trap. No wonder his animagus is a fox, so cunning. Narcissa's face was flushed with embarrassment. "I am sorry, Mother. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable." "Severus, children speak without a filter. Do not take it to heart." Lucius defended himself nonchalantly. "As long as one is not embarrassed, it is others who should feel awkward." "I have learned that," Snape scoffed, seemingly having grown accustomed to the Malfoy couple's affectionate banter. "Aurora, transcribe Platinum Glory from memory and submit it to me by tomorrow." Lucius paused before adding, "If you do not finish it tonight, you shall not be allowed to sleep." "Punishing my daughter for defending her mother. Look at how capable you are." Narcissa shot Lucius a reproachful glance, crouched down, took my hand, and said earnestly, "Aurora, some things should not be spoken in front of outsiders. Do you understand?" "I am sorry, Mother." I pouted, my voice wavering with tears. All right. Lucius was merely trying to scare you a little." She effortlessly rescinded my punishment. In the Malfoy family, Narcissa reigns supreme. Malfoy Manor is nestled in the vast Wiltshire, where the endless plains are perfectly suited for constructing a Quidditch pitch. Generations of Malfoys seem to have inherited their ancestors' flying talents. Before us, Draco and Harry soared through the air, both riding children's broomsticks, chasing each other joyfully. "Brother is amazing. Harry is amazing." I clapped in the audience, cheering them on. Draco had also taught me to use a broomstick a few times, yet I could not maneuver it as deftly as the two boys did. As for Harry, he mastered the skill after just one lesson from Draco. The disparity in talent is striking. James Potter had once been a chaser for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and in the original text, Harry was also selected for the team in his first year at Hogwarts, becoming the most prominent seeker. I secretly observed Snape's expression. His face remained as calm as water, betraying no thoughts that in the Harry Potter film series, Alan Rickman, who portrayed Snape, was the only actor to be privy to future plot developments revealed by J.K. Rowling. The Snape he portrayed, while watching Harry's first Quidditch match, wore a slight smile at the corners of his lips. Initially, one might have thought it was a mocking grin. Only upon learning the truth did the audience realize that it was genuine happiness for Harry's success. Under Snape's watchful gaze, Harry gradually transformed from an innocent child into a young man capable of standing on his own. The responsibilities borne by Snape far exceeded those of a mere parent. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Snape was a father figure to Harry. Despite their lack of blood relation at that moment, he must have felt a sense of pride and fulfillment for the boy. The two young men noticed our arrival and hurried to the stands. Upon seeing Snape, Draco's eyes sparkled. "Godfather." He leapt from his broom and into Snape's embrace. "It's been so long since you last visited. Both Aurora and I have missed you dearly." Snape ruffled Draco's platinum hair. his expression softening. Harry, too, dismounted from his broom. Mr. Snape, the man, clad in his black robes, radiated an aura that made Harry feel somewhat intimidated. Harry, I quietly approached his side. Mr. Snape. Thank you. I haven't had the chance to thank you in person. Snape towered over Harry, who had to tilt his head back to catch the slightest change in his expression. A future double agent could hardly be easily read, could he? No need. Snape replied curtly. Harry's rosy cheeks drained of color. He awkwardly opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Godfather meant that he is glad to see you doing well now. I quickly interjected. Harry, your godfather is a man of few words. His actions speak far louder than his speech. Harry, Aurora serves as Severus's translator. Narcissa gently patted my shoulder, affirming my words. Indeed, Severus, your manner of expression is prone to misinterpretation. Lucius added, embellishing the sentiment. In a fit of rage, he once publicly referred to Lily Evans as a mudblood, severing a friendship that had spanned years. Yet, human beings are perpetually doomed to repeat their past mistakes. Caught in an endless cycle. Snape's expression was inscrutable, yet he seemed to acknowledge my translation. Godfather, Harry flew splendidly. Draco declared with glee. Oh dear brother, must you always bring up the past? Harry inherited the flying talent of the Potter family. Narcissa tousled Harry's dark hair. Harry flashed a shy smile. Mr. Snape, I heard that you and my parents entered Hogwarts in the same year. Could you share their stories with me? Sometimes, ignorance can be a blessing. At least it spares one from anxiety. Your mother was exceptionally intelligent and possessed a remarkable talent for potions. Your eyes bear a striking resemblance to hers. Harry's eyes lit up. And my father? Snape pondered for a moment. In their 7th year, he and your mother served as the heads of the student council. Just as Harry prepared to ask more, Lucius diverted the conversation, clearly aware of the history between Snape and the infamous quartet. For Snape to calmly introduce James Potter was indeed a rarity. Harry, both your parents were Gryffindors. Perhaps you will be sorted there as well. On the Quidditch field, we shall be enemies. Draco expressed a hint of disappointment. As he had seen photos of Harry's parents during their student days, the iconic gold and crimson ties of Gryffindor leaving a lasting impression on him. Lucius had long treasured his and Narcissa's school uniforms. Both graduated from Slytherin. Occasionally, he would ask Narcissa to don her uniform, reminiscing about their youthful days. Narcissa, well preserved, showed no signs of discord. Mother, you must have been the Hogwarts belle back then. She smiled shyly, remaining silent. Of course, Sissy was the most beautiful, Lucius proclaimed with pride. I've had enough of the Malfoy couple flaunting their affection. Upon hearing Draco's musings, Harry wore a bewildered expression. Uncle Lucius, do children always enter the same house as their parents? Not necessarily. It's just that the vast majority of Malfoys have graduated from Slytherin. A savior hailing from Slytherin. Would Dumbledore allow that? Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, is the one who has nurtured him. Only within Gryffindor's ranks can he be continually monitored as he grows. It was also possible that Gryffindor had already arranged for Harry's dormitory. I have always believed that the sorting hat merely serves as a formality. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, how could he lack the privilege to manipulate such matters? Aurora, worry not. As long as you silently wish for Slytherin in your heart, you shall surely be placed there. Draco whispered in my ear. Why is that? This was the first time I had heard such a thing. It's our family secret. I'll tell you privately later. He cast a glance at Harry standing nearby. All right, curiosity killed the cat. After dinner, I eagerly pulled Draco back to our room. Quick, tell me. It's your fault. You've completely ruined my appetite. Aurora, is this how you ask for favors? Draco feigned indignation that I had prepared myself mentally. Brother, I beg you. I murmured softly. What are you saying? I can't hear you. He wore a mischievous grin. How infuriating, I exclaimed, reaching to tickle him. We tumbled together on the king-size bed. Ha, stop it. In response, Draco turned the tables on me, leaving me defenseless. Will you surrender? The boy held my wrist firmly, showing no signs of relenting. I concede. I beg you, brother, I truly want to know. Draco looked down at me. Only at this moment will you be so compliant. Due to our vigorous play, his shirt became wrinkled, and his tousled platinum hair looked somewhat comical. I was already breathless under his onslaught. Listen, Malfoy, our ancestors once had a deep connection with Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin House. How do you know this? Such a detail was never mentioned in the original text. The first-generation Malfoy told me that Armand Malfoy. In the portrait, he appears as an extraordinarily handsome youth. Platinum hair and gray eyes. The traits have been passed down through generations. He seldom shares his opinions. Even when the current head of the family, Lucius, seeks his counsel, he often remains indifferent. Yet, he has a special bond with Draco, sharing everything with him. Armand was once favored by Slytherin. He was indeed Slytherin's most beloved student. Have you noticed? The Malfoy crest bears a striking resemblance to the Slytherin emblem. I know that. My father mentioned it was a tribute to Slytherin. I quickly replied. Draco wore a mysterious smile. But that's not the case. Armand said that the Slytherin emblem was inspired by the design of the Malfoy crest. Slytherin is paying homage to his father? True enough, as the first-generation Malfoy was not born from a rock like Sun Wukong. He naturally had parents. Armand's father was an elf, which is why the Malfoys have been able to pass down platinum hair and gray eyes through the generations. Draco gently caressed my wavy platinum locks. It's a pity that none of the descendants have awakened their bloodline. Our elven heritage is becoming increasingly diluted. He wore a look of deep regret. The wizard's magic stems from bloodline, which is why blood purity theories emerged. Voldemort's rise was also due to his possession of Slytherin blood and unparalleled talent, further validating the blood purity ideology. The elven bloodline surpasses that of Slytherin in many respects, a lifespan approaching immortality, eternal beauty, and formidable magic, far more alluring than Voldemort's pursuit of immortality. Draco, some things are serendipitous and cannot be sought after. How can one know without trying? Aurora, you truly are a pessimist. Draco rolled off the bed, sulking as he sat on the side, the chair clattering against the floor. A rapid knocking sounded at the door. Draco, Aurora, are you all right? It was Harry. Had he been standing outside all along? How much of our conversation had he overheard? Draco and I exchanged glances. It's nothing. Just that Draco fell off the bed and bumped his head. I deliberately raised my voice. The boy covered my mouth, preventing me from digging a deeper hole for him. Well, be careful. Footsteps retreated, fading into the distance. It's quite inconvenient having someone outside, Draco murmured under his breath. And I noticed him secretly studying my micro-expressions. His eyes sparkled, seeking my agreement and response. Next time we whisper, let us not do it at home. We can go to our secret base. You mean? There, similar to Hogwarts' room of requirement, the ancient Malfoy manor also houses such a room. It only appears when we are in need, and only those of the Malfoy bloodline can enter. Lucius said it was a backup plan prepared by our ancestors, containing treasures of immeasurable value, secret recipes, and the hidden past of generations of Malfoys, all meticulously preserved through the pensive and memory orbs. Lucius forbade Draco and me from touching those highly classified matters. Only the head of the Malfoy family is permitted to feast his eyes upon such contents. However, entering this space is unrestrained. Draco took my hand, guiding me through the corridors of Malfoy Manor. Aurora, focus. He urged. We need to synchronize our thoughts to unlock the door to the secret base. Draco closed his eyes, feeling around. Here, with a click, a doorknob materialized out of thin air. We pushed the door open. It feels so comfortable here. The layout is identical to our bedroom. Against the backdrop of deep green, his platinum hair shone even more brilliantly. This is also the reason why the Malfoys have cherished emerald green throughout generations. Come here, Aurora. Draco patted the other side of the bed. I crawled over and rested my head on his arm. Aurora, have you noticed? The Godfather's attitude towards Harry is quite peculiar. To my surprise, Draco was remarkably perceptive. What seems odd? I prompted him to elaborate. The Godfather is going to great lengths to accommodate Harry, yet he appears reluctant to meet him. That's because Harry bears an uncanny resemblance to his rival. However, I cannot divulge this information. Perhaps there are unspoken complexities, or could it be that Harry's mother was the Godfather's former girlfriend? You're getting close, Draco? Excellent. I chimed in. It's highly possible. Lily Evans entrusted Harry's care to the Godfather on her deathbed. Yet, Aurora, I find it hard to articulate this feeling. His beautiful gray eyes dimmed, resembling a solitary unicorn licking its wounds, beautiful yet fragile, while the Godfather seems to keep his distance from Harry. In reality, I can sense that he is deeply concerned for him. Mother too. She specifically bought him well-fitted clothes. Father is also helping Harry manage the Potter family's estate. You're all I have left. Aurora, you are on my side. Right? I wrapped my arms around his waist. Beneath the fitted loungewear, the boy's physique seemed somewhat frail, though his face was chubby, still retaining a hint of baby fat. He was so young, yet he worried about losing his family's care. How oblivious have I been to his feelings? Draco, we have never been apart since birth, and no matter what happens, no matter what you do, I will always believe in you and stand by your side. Aurora, you said this. I will cherish this memory forever. In the dim light, the boy's gray eyes reflected my image, as if I were his entire world. Draco, trust me, everything that Mom and Dad do is for us. For the Malfoy family to thrive, I want to tell you not to feel jealous. It's normal to experience such emotions. Even I do. I lowered my head shyly. In the original story, Dumbledore favored Gryffindor and Harry, allowing the trio to accumulate points even when they repeatedly broke school rules. The underperforming Gryffindor effortlessly surpassed other diligent houses. Was the purpose of the school rules merely to be broken? A headmaster encouraging students to flout the rules? How absurd. No wonder the overshadowed Slytherin house refused to applaud Gryffindor. Such a situation only exacerbates tensions. It is indeed strange that Draco remains unfazed in the face of this. However, years later, when this buried memory resurfaces, I find myself severely embarrassed. I am, after all, a hypocritical liar. You don't like Harry, do you? Draco's eyes sparkled, and the hand resting on my waist tightened. He is merely a guest in our home. I have no extraneous feelings for him, just that I know he is crucial for the future of the Malfoy family. And that is all that I pondered for a moment, offering my interpretation. Draco seemed pleased. So, you don't care for him, perhaps more for me. He interpreted my words while scrutinizing my expression. Of course, we are blood relatives. How could he compare to you? What a worrywart he is. I nestled against his chest, my heart racing like a drumbeat. From the very beginning, my heart has been inclined. While everyone empathizes with the tragic fate of the Savior, I alone feel for the white-robed youth who fell in a pool of blood. Wounded by the killing curse. We can rely on each other. Draco. I sensed him gradually easing his tension. We nestled together and drifted off to sleep in the secret base. In a half-dream, I seemed to hear Lucius and Narcissa teasing. Those two little ones. Love hiding away here, just like we did when we were young. Whenever you felt wronged, you would come here. Lucius softened his tone. Back then, Father always locked me in the attic. My origins are the greatest taboo. Narcissa sighed. Father and I share the same sentiment. We are just too afraid of losing. Lucius, not here. Not in front of the children. It's fine, they are sound asleep. Relax, sissy. This way, you will feel it more, won't you? What nonsense. I must be dreaming. The next day, Draco and I awoke in the bedroom. Last night, did Mom and Dad bring us back? Draco's ears turned crimson as he nervously tugged at the hem of his pajamas. Only the Malfoy couple can unlock the secret base. It must be so. They have always been the ones to bring us back. I wondered when they had come. Draco buried himself under the covers, leaving only a tuft of platinum hair exposed. He probably didn't hear our whispers. I followed suit and crawled in the darkness. The only source of light was Draco's beautiful gray eyes. His pupils flickered, his gaze shifting. Suddenly, my lips felt warm and moist. Draco, what are you doing? My hands pressed against his shoulders. We are still so young. Father kisses mother like this. He leaned in again. That's different. I turned my head away, feeling his lips brush against my cheek. Don't you like it when I kiss you? He looked hurt. Of course not. It's just, my lips felt warm again. You actually ambushed me. I quickly covered my mouth. It's definitely not quite the same as kissing a cheek. Draco mumbled softly. What is different? You'll know once you try it. He wore a mischievous smile. Absolutely not. I'm not kissing a little brat. That's fine. I'll take the initiative instead. Dad says boys should be more proactive. He launched an attack under my arms. I was extremely ticklish. I bent over, adopting a defensive stance, but he adjusted my chin's angle. Ugh, this is my first kiss. After 18 years in Huaguo, my first kiss, preserved for over 20 years, has been snatched away playfully by a childish little brat. Moreover, in the original story, he has official pairings. Whether it was his girlfriend Pansy Parkinson during school or his later marriage to Astoria Greengrass, Draco has always been someone else's. How infuriating. How can this be? You didn't even seek my consent. I pushed him away, leaped off the bed, and dashed out of the room. He called my name from behind. Aurora, why are your eyes red? It was Mother. She looked extremely worried, her frail arms enveloping me as she exclaimed. Lucius, sissy, what happened? Lucius operated before Narcissa. Aurora, her eyes. Lucius scrutinized her closely. Sissy, it's nothing. Look, Narcissa sighed with relief. It's just a bit red around the eyes. It might be an allergy. Lucius gently stroked the woman's back, offering soothing words. I thought it was. Thank goodness. Narcissa displayed a look of lingering fear. You must trust in the efficacy of the potion. Aurora did not inherit your red eyes. His voice was very low. Narcissa has red eyes? I could not discern it at all. Did she wear contact lenses? I scrutinized every detail. Yet there were no signs of contact lenses. Her eyes were like ours, characterized by their signature gray hue. These gray eyes were filled with deep concern. "Mother, I'm fine." Feeling such concern from Narcissa warmed my heart. She gently brushed my slightly disheveled bangs with her fingertips. "You can tell me, why are you upset? Did you argue with Draco?" I hesitated, not wanting to get Draco into trouble, and stammered, unsure of how to deflect. "Mom and Dad, can you leave Aurora to me?" It was Draco. He had caught up. "Did you bully your sister?" Lucius asked sternly. The boy's gaze faltered at the moment it met mine that I didn't bully her. "I just did what you and Mom do with her." Draco wore an expression of utter entitlement. "You?" Lucius grasped Draco by the collar, lifting him off the ground. "How dare you?" The man was left speechless with anger. "Why shouldn't I? I witnessed the scenes in the Pensive, when you were my age. You kissed Mother. You kissed Aurora, just like that." Lucius relaxed his grip. Draco finally escaped the man's hold, stepping back with lingering trepidation. "Yes, I was that young. But if Aurora doesn't like it, you can't do that." Narcissa shot Lucius a disapproving glance, clearly unhappy with his casual dismissal. "Mother, I'm sorry, I was wrong." "Aurora, do you truly dislike it?" His eyes glistened with unshed tears, resembling an injured unicorn. "That it's not that I dislike it. It's just that we can't kiss." He interrupted my words joyfully. "That's good." He took my hand. "Mom and Dad, we won't disturb you." "What?" "I told you. Mom and Dad wouldn't oppose us," he declared loudly as he walked away. Draco's gaze was intense, his fingers intertwined with mine. Never mind. It was futile to reason with him. Should I tell him that the future Mrs. Malfoy will be Astoria, who is a year younger than us? The head of the Greengrass family once brought her and her sister Daphne to visit Malfoy Manor. Astoria was a fair-haired girl with blue eyes, looking rather fragile, easily winded from even the slightest exertion. Always hiding behind her sister, Draco held no special feelings for her. Ever since Harry took residence at Malfoy Manor, the influx of visitors had increased. The once aloof pure-blood families, who had shunned the Malfoys due to Voldemort's downfall, had done a complete 180 after Lucius secured Harry's guardianship. The world thrives on mutual benefit. The bustling crowds come for gain. Lucius welcomed all with open arms, and soon, the Malfoy enterprises regained their vigor. Their assets surpassed what they had before. It was just unfortunate for the three of us mascots. Amidst the clinking of glasses, we represented not only ourselves, but also the dignity of the entire Malfoy family. Draco's hair was slicked back with gel, his white suit and matching bow tie making him exceptionally handsome. Harry, dressed in all black, with striking emerald green eyes, certainly drew attention. Unlike Draco's poised demeanor, he appeared somewhat shy, which only made the adults more eager to tease him. "Aurora?" He approached me, weariness etched on his face. Clearly, dealing with prying inquiries had taken its toll. "Why are you sitting here all alone?" He sat beside me. I gestured towards the corridor with a nod. Draco had once again been ensnared by the darling of the Parkinson family, Pansy. Contrary to the grotesque portrayal in the original work, Pansy had stunning long black hair and captivating green eyes. She was quite a beautiful girl, her demeanor reminiscent of a Persian cat. In the original text, there was even a scene depicting Draco in sixth year resting his head on Pansy's lap. The mere thought of that image filled my heart with bitterness, as if I knew my treasure was being taken by another, and I could only watch helplessly. Miss Parkinson was perhaps a bit too enthusiastic. Harry offered me his arm. "Shall we go take a look?" Had he sensed my discontent? What keen insight! I smiled gratefully and linked my arm with his, using my other hand to take a drink from the tray held by a servant. Draco immediately noticed my arrival. He first sighed in relief, but furrowed his brow upon seeing me with Harry. "Aurora, Miss Parkinson has been looking for you." The girl performed a perfect curtsy and smiled slightly at me. "It's been a while, Miss Malfoy. May I take a tour of your garden?" Her speech was quite elegant. What? She was genuinely here to seek me out? "Aurora, should I accompany you?" Harry inquired, scrutinizing Pansy with a discerning gaze. The girl smirked. "Rest assured, Mr. Potter. This is Malfoy Manor. Safety is guaranteed." I nodded to both and proceeded with Pansy towards the garden. The garden was lush and verdant, each corner beautifully arranged by Narcissa. Suddenly, she cornered me when I least expected it. "Who exactly are you?" "What do you mean?" I disliked being touched by others and swatted her hand away. "That you've never appeared before." My heart sank. Could Pansy also be a time traveler? The Malfoys had always been a single line of inheritance. Her tone was highly confident. "Miss Parkinson, when did the Parkinson family fall so low? Hasn't your governess taught you the most basic etiquette? Stop pretending. There is no one else here." She scoffed. You're simply nonsensical. I lifted my skirt, preparing to turn away. She suddenly grasped my arm. Hey, I'm getting angry. She's truly a handful. I'm sorry. Miss Malfoy's reaction was a bit excessive. Her demeanor shifted dramatically. I shot her a glare. Had I passed her test? If you wish to continue talking to yourself, we have nothing more to discuss. This time, she did not stop me. Behind me, she muttered, this time, I will not repeat my mistakes. In the original text, Pansy Parkinson parted ways with Draco after the Wizarding War. That I suspect a significant part of the reason was the Malfoy family's diminished status, as a neutral party. The Parkinson family did not side with either the Death Eaters or the Order of the Phoenix. Although the Malfoy family did not participate in the final battle and escape the Azkaban sentence, they had already been publicly shamed, leaving little room for recovery. While Rowling did not elaborate on this aspect, it must have been immensely challenging and devastating. A prudent Slytherin family would never let their prized possession leap into the fire. Ultimately, Draco's union with Astoria was largely due to Pansy's withdrawal. Could it be that she regretted it? Thus, seizing the opportunity to start anew, she experienced the original story, and naturally, I was absent from her narrative. To her, I was likely an unpredictable variable, which is why she was so eager to seek confirmation from me. Her mindset had already matured into that of an adult. Her words and actions were thus distinctively different, as if she were prepared to write her own story but suddenly found herself under supervision. Rendered helpless, suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my nose. I had collided with a wall of flesh. Ugh. I clutched my nose and looked up at the newcomer. Draco, watch where you're going. He had barreled straight into me. A sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead and the tip of his nose. His face flushed. Were you looking for me? Of course. That essay given. He gently pinched my nose. I must be on your mind. I found myself diving into his embrace for the first time. Did Pansy bully you? His voice was as cool as I see. I just didn't want him to confirm anything with Pansy. I'm just really happy that you came to find me. Fool. He teased, though the corners of his eyes crinkled with a smile. What's foolish about it? The eldest daughter of the Malfoy family, so easily satisfied, must be foolish. Then what should I be like? My Aurora should be extremely hard to please, picky, willful, and do as she pleases. What would that make me? How could I possibly make friends? I chided, yet my heart felt sweet as if coated in honey. Having me is enough for you. He took a strand of my long hair. He removed his coat and draped it over my shoulders. Not far away, Pansy's dress hem revealed her whereabouts. Let us go. I had no intention of provoking her. Draco held me tighter, his heated chest pressed against my back, and I had long since grown accustomed to his affection. I wouldn't truly become what he described. Could it be that Pansy's arrogance in the original was a result of Draco's indulgence? I couldn't think any further. I shouldn't be entangled in this much. He was my blood-related brother. Our destinies were intertwined, and we would never end up together. My heart was filled with reluctance. But for what? Draco, the guests are still here. Lucius subtly hinted as we returned to the hall. I'm sorry. Father. I went to find Aurora. Lucius plucked a leaf from my hair. You went to the garden? Yes, I was just with Miss Parkinson. And then you bumped into the rose wall? Aurora, my daughter, this is your home. Do not tell me that the place where you have played since childhood could cause you injury. I got hurt. I only now noticed the bruises on my arm, where the rose thorns had left several bloody scratches. Against my pale skin, they were particularly eye-catching that I hadn't even realized. I'm sorry, Aurora. Draco took my arm, intending to lead me to tend to my wounds. Father, could we please ensure that Miss Parkinson is not on the guest list? Of course, you may decide as you wish. Lucius nodded. Does Father not fear offending the Parkinson family? In the original text, Draco and Pansy could become a couple, largely thanks to Lucius's support. She has caused you harm, whether intentionally or not. In the original narrative, Draco provokes Buckbeak, the hippogriff, resulting in a scratch on his arm, prompting Lucius to leverage his connections to seek its execution. I in the Malfoy heart. Family comes first. If you continue like this, I truly will become spoiled. How can one be so careless? Draco speaks disdainfully, yet his touch is remarkably gentle. Ouch! The potent effects of the potion hasten the healing process. Yet they also bring forth intensified pain. Hang in there. His brows furrowed more tightly. I'm fine. It's not severe. I remember when Harry first arrived, his old wounds were far more terrifying than mine. Humph, not a trace of femininity. Only the scars of men are worthy of being called medals. His words are harsher, yet his expression reveals deep concern. A contradictory fellow. Thank you, brother. I wrap my arms around his neck and peck his cheek lightly. He can't help but let a smile creep onto his lips. Is this all? He raises an eyebrow, his eyes brimming with mirth, yet he struggles to suppress it. What else would you like? I feign ignorance deliberately. Draco sighs, resignedly tapping the other side of his cheek. However, this time, I am not inclined to comply with his wishes. Brother, close your eyes. What trickery are you up to now? He obediently shuts his eyes. His thick, curled platinum lashes flutter gently like tiny fans. Beneath his prominent nose lies a pair of beautifully contoured lips, still moving as he utters those vexing words that I lean closer that he appears startled. Then relaxes. His lips are so soft. Previously, we had been too tense, merely grazing each other before swiftly parting. Aurora, do you like it? I encircle his waist, resting my head against his chest, the thundering of his heartbeat betraying his unease. You, Draco's face reddens that I preempt his response, leaving him somewhat begrudging that do you like it or not? His nose huffs, and I wisely take my leave. When the little dragon gets anxious, it's bound to explode. Aurora, are you in there? I heard Uncle Lucius say you were injured. A knock comes from outside the door. How infuriating. Draco mutters that I call towards the door. I'm fine. My brother has already tended to my wounds. All right. There is a brief silence outside. Suddenly, the door swings open. Young Mistress Aurora, young Master Harry has also prepared some medicine. It's Dobby. It has taken the liberty of opening the door without my and Draco's consent. Though currently assigned to take care of Harry, its authority should not extend this far. This cannot be allowed to continue. However, I cannot reprimand it in front of Harry. That would be akin to slapping Harry's face. Draco, however, has no such reservations. Dobby, do you know what you are doing? I'm sorry, young Master Draco. I was wrong. It repeatedly bangs its head against the wall. Dobby, stop. Harry attempts to intervene. Don't mind him. He simply lacks discipline. Draco observes coldly that I never imagined that the rift in Harry and Draco's friendship could stem from the actions of a house elf. Aurora. Harry looks to me for help. Brother, let us just let it go this time. I don't want to escalate things. Are you also pleading for it? Draco accuses. Harry is concerned for me because I was hurt. He and Dobby are merely confused by their concern. I take his hand, gently shaking his arm. Can we, please? Acting coy in front of Harry makes me feel shy. Draco's lips almost curl into a smile, barely concealing the joy in his eyes. This time, I will let it slide. But if it happens again, I will have my father dismiss you. Dobby repeatedly expresses gratitude, evidently willing to do anything to remain by Harry's side. Harry looks down, obscuring his expression, yet it is clear that he is suppressing his emotions. Harry, Dobby is a servant of the Malfoy family. It is entirely normal for him to be punished for wrongdoing. I rush to clarify, not wanting him to misunderstand Draco, even at my behest. His emerald eyes seem to blaze with a fiery intensity. Harry, Dobby belongs to the Malfoy family. He prioritizes your commands, which itself is disrespectful to me and Draco. I must speak plainly. Harry, Draco's punishment of Dobby is not aimed at you. I do not wish for you to misunderstand my brother. I do not want to exacerbate the conflict, so I continue to explain. I understand. He smiles gently, the earlier tension dissipating into thin air. You, truly aren't angry? I cautiously observe his expression. Of course not. I am just a bit worried about you. His gaze towards me is tender yet reserved. However, the fleeting hint of anger still sends a shiver down my spine. Let us go out. The banquet is not yet over. I wish to quickly distance myself from this contentious place. Dobby, you are confined for the night. Draco adds that the moment we turn back, the smile in Harry's eyes vanishes entirely. Aurora, next time, you needn't explain so much to him. After a long day's activities, we collapse onto the bed, utterly exhausted. Finally, it is just Draco and me, and casting a silencing charm, the boy quietly complains, Muggle-raised children are just different from us. Such a simple truth, and yet they cannot comprehend it. The Muggle world preaches equality, and they have never encountered such a wondrous creature as a house elf. Dobby holds him in high regard, thus he is merely protecting his devotee. Humph, that Dobby, such an ungrateful creature. Brother, don't be angry. There will always be some oddities and misfits. I intertwine my fingers with his. Aurora, I wish to completely give Dobby to Harry. An unfaithful house elf is of no use to us. House elves are assets to wizarding families. Only ancient families possess them. Moreover, Dobby knows far too much. Draco's expression hardens. Indeed, Dobby is a ticking time bomb, that IT might be more straightforward to wipe his memory clean and gift him to Harry. Aurora, in truth, Only the dead keep secrets, he quickly adds. This is what my father told me. He secretly observes the changes in my expression. I think the same. Brother, you needn't be so cautious in expressing your views. I am just concerned that you might think I am a bad person. He looks so aggrieved. How could that be? We are Malfoys. Everything we do is for the benefit of the family. Moreover, there is no absolute good or evil in this world. Change your perspective, and the conclusions can be entirely different. It is best if you can think this way. The boy, though clearly pleased, expresses himself in a roundabout manner, refusing to state his feelings plainly. This is one of Draco's ways of communicating. The contradictory fellow. If I weren't so familiar with you, I would be driven mad. The next day, Lucius, upon hearing Draco's proposal, ponders for a moment and pats Draco on the shoulder. Draco, it's wonderful that you can think this deeply. When Dobby appears before us again, he has already become a servant of Potter Manor. In the original text, Harry stuffed a sock into the ruined Horcrux, the diary, prompting Lucius to throw it in a rage. Dobby picks it up, thus freeing himself from servitude. This time, Harry seamlessly acquires Dobby. But is it truly that simple? The cunning head of the Malfoy family has not genuinely severed the employment bond. Instead, he cleverly manipulates people's cognitive biases. That moment, we were all kept in the dark. What he seeks to gain, of course, is Harry's heartfelt gratitude. Time flies swiftly. The gates of the magical world open to us. An owl dispatched by Hogwarts taps at the windows of Malfoy Manor. The proud golden eagle looks down disdainfully at the gluttonous behavior of these far-traveled messengers, flapping its wings and retreating to the side to leisurely preen its feathers. Abraxas glances at the contents of the letter and jests. After all these years, the template has not changed one bit. Back in the day, you and Sissy were just like this, anxious for this letter, unable to eat breakfast. Father, Narcissa displays a look of embarrassment. Sissy was still worried she might be rejected by Hogwarts for being a squib. Lucius concurs, stating that there was really no need for concern. The strength of the other half's bloodline is remarkable. Narcissa's other half's bloodline is powerful, although the Blacks and the Rosiers are both renowned pureblood families. In my mind, they stand on par with the Malfoys, not to mention, the proud and arrogant grandfather has never expressed admiration or envy toward any other family in his words. The only one who could elevate the Malfoy family's regard and make them stumble is the last heir of Slytherin, Voldemort. My mother once harbored concerns that my eyes might turn crimson, for in this world, the sole human with red eyes is none other than Voldemort. Everything ultimately points to that noseless wretch. He forsook unparalleled beauty in his pursuit of immortality and power. What a fantastical hypothesis. In the official fanfiction of Harry Potter, Voldemort shares a fleeting romance with Narcissa's elder sister, Bellatrix, resulting in the birth of their beloved daughter. Delphi, at Malfoy Manor. The girl inherited the cold, calculating natures of both her parents. In contrast, Narcissa radiates maternal warmth. Her concern for her family is palpable, and there is not a trace of malice in her demeanor. I feel a pang of shame for my unrealistic associations. Mother, how could she possibly be connected to Voldemort? Aurora, are you worried about which house you will be sorted into? Noticing my prolonged silence, Narcissa pulled me close. She possesses long limbs, a statuesque figure, and exquisite curves. Time has left no mark upon her or Lucius. Everyone says I bear a striking resemblance to her. Will I too possess such beauty in adulthood? I gazed at her, lost in thought, eliciting a laugh from her. When my mother looked like this, during her time at Hogwarts, I can only imagine how many were captivated by her beauty, just as I am. I have seen the Horcrux diary. Young Voldemort at 16 was equally breathtaking. Aurora, Sissy is inquiring about you. My jealous father would never allow my mother to focus her attention on anyone but him, including his own children. For long. I wish to be in Slytherin. I believe I belong there. I replied hastily. Slytherin cannot be attained simply by daydreaming. In your current state, Hufflepuff would suit you best. How outrageous. Who dares to curse their own daughter like that? Father, such jokes are in poor taste, Draco retorted. I have made a pact with Aurora. We shall not go anywhere but Slytherin. We even wish to reside in your old dormitory. Then I wish you both success in your endeavors. Lucius said, wrapping his arms around Narcissa. How sweet, the affectionate Malfoy couple. Harry, which house do you wish to join? Narcissa, eager to divert attention from herself, quickly changed the subject. Do I have the right to choose? Harry displayed a bewildered expression. Indeed, embarking on the journey to Hogwarts signifies that Harry will be under Dumbledore's watchful gaze at all times. Harry, do not be so pessimistic. Hogwarts will assign you to a house based on your traits. Lucius consoled, an unusual warmth in his tone. Each graduating class keeps the Sorting Hat's secrets, leaving an air of mystery. This is one of Hogwarts' traditions that, if possible, I too wish to be in Slytherin, Harry declared. As if summoning his courage, his emerald eyes fixed intently upon me. If you go to Slytherin, Dumbledore will be furious enough to set his beard ablaze. Lucius grinned mischievously. However, since Harry has been adopted by the Malfoys, Dumbledore should have been prepared for this, right? Narcissa added, embellishing the moment. Perhaps this is for the best. Gellert can offer him comfort in his own way. Lucius continued to tease that Lucius's mother, Abraxas's wife, was the daughter of Gellert Grindelwald. Yet, those familiar with the original story know that Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore met during a fateful summer at 16.2 prodigious youths, destined to become leaders of opposing factions. Their 3 months of fervent passion left them with lifelong regret and sorrow. After a drunken night, Grindelwald left behind a lone descendant, Lucius's mother, a child born of circumstances neither party desired, ultimately became a pawn in the pure blood family's marital alliances. Tragically, the woman succumbed to amniotic fluid embolism on the very day of giving birth. Not even the combined efforts of St. Mungo's physicians could wrest her from death's grip. Abraxas was heartbroken. Years passed, and until Lucius came of age, no other woman held the title of Mrs. Malfoy. Lucius became the only living heir of Grindelwald. This is also why the Malfoy family could swiftly recover from the downfall of Voldemort. Remaining unscathed, I once asked Narcissa why she differed from other pureblood girls, why she was not reduced to a mere tool of marriage, but instead, fortuitously married for love, because I was fortunate enough to meet your father early on. Her gaze drifted, as if we're living there every moment together. How early? I was exceedingly curious about her and Lucius's romance. A topic untouched in the original narrative. Aurora, let me share a secret with you. Narcissa smiled mysteriously. Since the moment I was born at Malfoy Manor and grew up alongside Lucius. She added, you were childhood sweethearts? One could say that at AS she combed my long hair. She responded, was your mother truly so trusting as to leave you in their care? The burdens and rigorous studies of pure-blood families seem to have never affected Narcissa's life. Dear Aurora, one must not judge solely by appearances. There is another secret. I will give you a hint, but it is up to you to uncover it. She kissed my forehead through my bangs. A calming energy radiated from her that I yearned to be like her. Sissy, we must be on our way. Lucius entered, interrupting our moment. Honestly, do you not grant us more time to bond as mother and daughter? Today's schedule is packed. We need to purchase textbooks, tailor school uniforms, and select wands. Narcissa, perceiving my reluctance to part, gently caressed my cheek. Narcissa's wand is quite unique, adorned with several silver studs, exuding a sense of vintage elegance when held. Lucius currently wields a wand passed down through generations of the Malfoy family. The previous owner, being Abraxas IT, is securely kept within a serpent-headed staff, a symbol of status. Draco and I have never seen Lucius's wand in its true form. Curiosity piqued, I asked, Father, may I see your wand? Why did Lucius's expression appear so mortified? He instinctively tightened his grip on the serpent-headed staff, his face shifting from pale to green, casting a helpless glance at his wife. Narcissa, meanwhile, laughed uncontrollably. Aurora? Ha. She enveloped me in her arms, softly explaining, wands have an implied meaning. You will understand when you are older. In any case, do not request to see a wand from someone of the opposite gender. Lucius, resigned to his wife's teasing, chuckled but still cautioned me. Goodness, could it be? I truly had no idea. Although this was not our first visit to Diagon Alley, it was indeed our first time entering Ollivander's wand shop. Dear children, it is not you who choose the wand, but the wand that chooses its master. The shopkeeper, Ollivander, was a disheveled fellow, deeply engrossed in wand-making. He possessed a pair of silvery white eyes that, from a distance, appeared to be mere orbs of white, a rather unsettling sight. I remember every wand I have sold. Mrs. Malfoy, if I am not mistaken, you and Mr. Malfoy share a pair of twin wands. He suddenly turned to Narcissa for confirmation. Indeed. Narcissa caressed her wand, seemingly lost in the memory of selecting it. Lucius needed to make a trip to Nocturne Alley, parting ways with us. You were sent in by Abraxas, yet unforeseen circumstances arose. Ollivander began, but Narcissa hastily redirected the conversation. Well, ladies first. Young lady, step before me. Ollivander first measured my arm length, and upon learning I was right-handed, he began handing me wands incessantly. Sparks flew in all directions. An incompatible wand in one's grasp could indeed unleash chaos. Narcissa shielded Harry and Draco behind her, offering me a reassuring glance. Aurora, do not fret, though. How could I forget? You are a Malfoy. Perhaps you inherited your parents. His cryptic introduction left me bewildered. Every word was comprehensible, yet together they formed a riddle. He retrieved a wand from the shelf, neither gold nor wood, light as a feather in my hand. I felt a surge of warmth within me, transcending the flow of magic. Something was about to be unleashed. Faced with the unknown, I felt a twinge of fear that I wanted to scream, but feared causing unnecessary trouble. As if sensing my distress, Narcissa broke through the barrier and approached my side. Aurora, are you all right? Your daughter has found the perfect wand, Ollivander proclaimed with pride. My wand erupted in a dazzling array of colors, illuminating the entire shop. This is the Aurora, the Roman goddess of dawn and twilight. The Italian scientist Galileo named the Aurora Borealis after the goddess of dawn. Aurora, how beautiful! Draco approached, reaching for my wand. Ollivander did not manage to intervene. To my astonishment, the tip of my wand unleashed a silver dragon, roaring as it spiraled above. Incredible, absolutely incredible. These two children can share a wand, but who shall ultimately claim it? The wand in question was first seized by Aurora, and I, of course, cannot claim it as my own. Draco uttered these words, yet his eyes betrayed an unmistakable reluctance. Any wizard who has experienced the perfect synergy with their wand would be loath to relinquish it lightly. The wand emitted a hum in his grasp, as if responding to him with a whisper of longing. Ollivander, do not use this as a test of humanity. Narcissa interjected with a frown. What of Aurora's twin wand? Let Draco try that one too. Ollivander smacked his forehead, exclaiming, how could I have forgotten? Quickly, let us see this one. It was the very wand that had appeared in the original text, 10 inches. Made of hawthorn, with a core of unicorn hair. If Ollivander had not mentioned it, one would never have discerned any intrinsic connection. It is my wand, Draco exclaimed, having finally located the one that belonged to him among thousands. Our wands are also a pair. He approached me, his eyes seemingly filled with stars. Well, he returned the wand to me. Aurora, I shall never seize your possessions. It's all right. If you take mine, I shall use yours. I snatched Draco's wand, the familiar sensation resonating with my body. Good. Draco gazed at me with a tender indulgence. Not far away, Narcissa followed the two of us with her gaze, as if reminiscing about something. Even siblings bound by blood have a slim chance of selecting twin wands, let alone wands that can manipulate each other. Ollivander remarked, your bond must be quite strong. Indeed, Aurora. She is the most important person to me. Draco confessed, a faint blush gracing his fair complexion. I squeezed his fingertips in acknowledgement of Mr. Ollivander. Harry, who had been silent for some time, finally spoke. I apologize, young guest. Accompanying Malfoy, you must be the renowned Harry Potter. He scrutinized the scar on Harry's forehead, gesturing animatedly. Yes, Harry replied with a shy smile. The process of selecting a wand for Harry was far from as seamless as Draco's. True to the original narrative, it was not until he selected Voldemort's twin wand, 11 inches, made of holly, with a phoenix feather, that he achieved success. Harry examined his wand with a stern expression. It was from this very moment that his fateful entanglement with Voldemort began, a bond that would haunt the remainder of his life. Mother, is a wand made of phoenix feather more powerful, or one made of unicorn hair? Draco asked, casting hopeful glances at Narcissa. Ollivander's earlier remarks had left him feeling somewhat diminished. Draco, a wand merely amplifies a wizard's magical abilities. Selecting a suitable wand that resonates with your own magic is essential for achieving results greater than the sum of their parts. Narcissa deftly avoided comparing materials, redirecting Draco's focus to enhancing his own abilities. Wands made from unicorn hair are not suitable for casting dark magic. Ironically, both Draco and I were born into families of Death Eaters. Draco, may I see your wand? Harry inquired. Lucius just warned me not to touch a wand belonging to someone of the opposite sex. Perhaps there is no such taboo with those of the same gender. No, wait, the Harry-Draco pairing is also widely appreciated. Draco, however, gave little thought to such matters as they exchanged wands. Draco, I can also wield your wand. Look. As Harry channeled his magic, it flowed effortlessly, as though the wand had been tailored specifically for him. Those capable of using twin wands were not limited to Draco alone. That he stepped before me, murmuring in a voice only we could hear. I remember now. In the original text, when Harry took Draco's wand, it obeyed him. He can indeed wield Draco's wand. Could he, like Pansy Parkinson, possess memories from a previous life? Granting him a second chance, my mind raced with uncertainty, unsure of how to respond to his words. Aurora, would you like to try my wand? Harry asked tentatively, my face flushed crimson. ever since I learned the deeper significance of wands. I could no longer face them directly. Did Harry and Draco truly understand? Why must they speak such ambiguous words? Perhaps not. Father said one should not use another's wand. I cast a glance at Narcissa for confirmation. Haha, Aurora, this wand is not that wand. Since Harry is willing to let you try his, you should go ahead. It's perfectly fine. She wore a mischievous expression, smiling like a cunning fox. I was genuinely curious about this wand that had defeated Voldemort in the final battle. Like Draco's wand, it possessed remarkable flexibility. Harry handed it to me, and I lightly gripped its handle. See, you can use my wand too today as he spoke. His hand enveloped mine, and I, unexpectedly, became the conduit for his interaction with the wand. Harry's magic entwined with mine, establishing a connection. This sensation was indescribable. My back pressed against his chest, his warm breath lingering at my neck. This was crossing a line. I hurriedly returned the wand to him. My fingertips tingled. Even after our connection severed, I could still feel the remnants of Harry's magic coursing through me. What an odd experience, oblivious to it all. Draco intertwined his fingers with mine. He placed both of our wands into my hands. The grasp of our hands, those two twin wands, inexplicably slipped from my control. They frolicked and chased one another in midair. Mother, do your and father's twin wands do this too? Draco exclaimed, casting a proud glance at Harry. There are many peculiarities about twin wands. You and Aurora can discover them gradually. Lucius arrived fashionably late, his hand resting on Narcissa's waist as he pulled her into his embrace. Wizards possessing paired twin wands are all within the Malfoy household. Draco joyfully proclaimed. Draco Malfoy, do not make a spectacle of this. Lucius warned sternly, his expression grave. Draco flinched, instinctively fearful of his father's severity. Father, why? I voiced his unspoken question. Lucius did not immediately answer, but instead cast an unbreakable charm upon everyone present. Chains formed from the spell ensnared each of us. In the brief silence that followed, Lucius began to explain the reason for secrecy. Twin wands cannot attack one another, and Merlin will secretly mark their wielders. Their fates are intertwined, bound in an eternal struggle. To be tied to Aurora's destiny, I could not have wished for more. Draco gazed at me, his voice soft. His sincere eyes held my gaze, nearly melting me with their depth. Moreover, Aurora will become your lifelong Achilles heel. As your connection deepens, her joys and sorrows will resonate with you, and you, too, will always feel her emotions. There will be no privacy between you. Will Aurora know what I am thinking? Draco exclaimed in shock. Indeed, that is the case. Lucius raised an eyebrow. Then, does Mother also know your secrets? You have nothing hidden from her. Draco clearly sought to implicate Lucius. Of course. Lucius replied without hesitation while toying with Narcissa's slender waist. Draco, is there anything I cannot know? I asked curiously. Men and women are different. Sometimes my body craves you, and if you knew that, I would be quite embarrassed. He whispered into my ear. Goodness, Draco, you're still so young, and already thinking about such things. My face turned beet red as I hurriedly covered his mouth, silencing him. All right, I only meant to give you a reminder. Draco seemed genuinely fearful of upsetting me, his demeanor appearing rather pitiable. Understood. My palm pressed against his soft lips. My gaze fell upon his deep gray eyes. The Malfoys had inherited the finest genes from the previous generation. The grown-up Draco would surely be as handsome as Lucius. The 11-year-old boy already possessed the tall, graceful stature of a young man. It could be somewhat inconvenient, Harry interjected, steering the conversation, especially when Aurora and Draco each established their own families in the future. Narcissa and Lucius exchanged a glance, interrupting Draco's imminent retort. The road ahead is long. Anything could happen. The earlier interlude was swiftly cast aside by all. Each person now possessed their own wand, and I, still sharing a twin wand with Draco Malfoy, one of Harry Potter's most cherished characters, felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Aurora, I am also very happy. Our hands, hidden beneath our wizarding robes, remained intertwined, and I, too, felt your happiness. With our twin wands in hand, we shared a profound connection. No wonder. I felt so unusually elated. My joy, amplified by Draco's presence, resonated deeply within me. Nearby, Narcissa and Lucius observed us discreetly. We were lost in our own world, as if the entirety of Diagon Alley existed solely for the two of us. Unbeknownst to me, Harry's arms were visibly tense, his long fingers nearly snapping the wintergreen wand. The Weasley family had also arrived at Diagon Alley to procure their necessities, their bustling presence resembling that of a market day. Father, could we perhaps send our purchases via owl post in the future? I proposed to Lucius, my suggestion echoing the nascent concept of online shopping. No one had yet ventured into this realm. We could monopolize this business. Sensing my intent, Draco concurred. Truly, the Malfoys possessed an innate and astute business acumen passed down through generations. Indeed, Lucius nodded thoughtfully, appearing primarily averse to sharing the same space with the Weasleys. Look, it's the Malfoy family's white-haired heir. The Weasley twins exchanged knowing glances and smirks. The Malfoy family's signature platinum hair shone like silver under the sun, yet being mocked as white-haired was hardly a pleasant experience. I recalled my father mentioning that Muggles referred to such a condition as albinism. Arthur Weasley, now employed in the Ministry of Magic's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, was naturally well-versed in Muggle ailments. They shamelessly resorted to mocking the afflictions of Muggles to belittle a pure-blood family of impeccable lineage, to ridicule another's appearance. How lowly of you, Weasley. Their voices were barely above a whisper, just loud enough for us to overhear, cloaking their derision in the guise of mischief. Brother, I gently restrained Draco's right hand, which was poised to draw his wand, shaking my head almost imperceptibly. The Weasley clan, a formidable throng, would pose a significant challenge if they chose to swarm us. If they enjoyed veiled barbs, we too could subtly ensure they felt the sting of their own words. I gripped my wand firmly, refraining from casting any spells, just as I could summon a dazzling light when selecting a wand. What if that light could be directed? Suddenly, one of the Weasley twins clasped his eyes in agony, crying out, "Mum, my eyes hurt so much." Tears streamed down his face, and despite the Weasley parents' frantic attempts to alleviate his suffering, they were at a loss. Trouble begets trouble. Well done, Aurora, Draco whispered to me, sharing a conspiratorial moment. Hey, was that you? A red-haired boy, freckled and bold, approached us. What do you mean? I widened my eyes, feigning innocence. Who are you? Draco frowned. Unaccustomed to strangers who did not introduce themselves, we were acutely aware of the implications behind the boy's inquiry. But self-preservation instinctively kicked in. We had no obligation to acknowledge the conflict they instigated. Oh, you dare to let my father inspect your wand. The boy obstructed our path, pressing his advantage. The injured boy writhed in pain, his cries echoing, while the Weasleys desperately sought a solution, unwilling to overlook any clue. Long time no see, Weasley. Has your position in the ministry elevated you to the point of letting your children act with such audacity? I must inform Fudge of this delightful news. Lucius interposed his wand, shielding us from the red-haired boy. Arthur Weasley's face flushed crimson. After years of mediocrity, he remained but a lowly clerk at a high position. Such aspirations were merely figments of his imagination that he had paid dearly for his impulsive search of Malfoy Manor years ago, failing to procure any incriminating evidence against Lucius, who had eluded punishment without spending a single galleon. The post-war reconstruction required substantial financial input, and without the Malfoy support, he could only continue to assist Madame Longbottom. Madame Longbottom had donated most of her wealth to the ministry and the Order of the Phoenix after her son and daughter-in-law suffered at the merciless hands of Bellatrix Lestrange. She retained only the Longbottom ancestral home, nothing more. Her contributions were but a drop in the bucket. They had turned their sights upon Potter, coveting the Black estate, with Harry adopted by the Malfoys and Narcissa the sole free member of the Black family. The Malfoys' formidable legal team safeguarded both assets with utmost diligence. The ministry's plans continued to unravel. It was not until the Minister of Magic condescended to visit Malfoy Manor multiple times for discussions of cooperation that the balance of power shifted irrevocably. In negotiations, the ministry found itself steadily retreating, while the Malfoy family's influence seeped into every facet of society. This round, Lucius had triumphed splendidly. Arthur Weasley had been bested before Lucius on more than one occasion. His youthful arrogance extinguished, his political ambitions lay in tatters, leaving him a mere shell of a middle-aged worker consumed by mediocrity. Lost in Muggle artifacts, he spent his days idly. Did he regret his previous transgressions at Malfoy Manor? That remained uncertain. Yet, he did not intervene when his twin sons jeered at Malfoy. Should Malfoy retaliate, he could always feign superiority, proclaiming that engaging with youth was beneath him, taking the moral high ground. Alas, his schemes were all for naught. I cast a glance towards Harry, the original savior steadfastly standing with the Weasleys, but he now stood between me and the red-haired boy, a silent guardian, without authorization from the ministry. It was illegal to inspect another's wand for spells cast. Step aside, Malfoy's lackey. The red-haired boy, witnessing his brother's distress, lashed out. Ron Weasley, splendid work. What a lasting first impression for Harry. Harry, accustomed to the comforts of Malfoy life, had shed his previous insecurities. When had he ever been so belittled? He and Draco flanked Ron, ready to engage in battle. I quickly intervened. Enough, Harry, let them watch. Don't hold it against him. He is simply fraught with concern. I noted that Ron was also carrying first-year textbooks. Perhaps he would soon be a classmate at Hogwarts. Aurora, your kindness makes you a target, Harry remarked disapprovingly. I am a Malfoy. Being misunderstood is par for the course. I intertwined my fingers with Draco's. Let us not play the blame game. You were born of wicked stock. Your surname is the best testament to that. Suddenly, a red-haired girl burst forth. It appeared Mr. Weasley had not shied away from speaking of the Malfoys at home. Through his teachings, our image had become deeply ingrained. The Malfoy name, while notorious, carried connotations of evil and betrayal. How laughable that just because your brother spoke ill of us, his discomfort must be attributed to us. If you were caught in the rain without an umbrella, would you curse Merlin as well? The Weasleys had hit a wall. Some onlookers were beginning to grasp the truth, including those who had previously fallen victim to the Weasley twins' mischief. Do not argue with children had become Molly Weasley's mantra. Yet, society teaches one lessons. Not a soul considered contacting St. Mungo's for aid. Indeed, once St. Mungo sent a healer, the Weasleys would be unable to cover the medical expenses and might find themselves ensnared in a lawsuit. Seeing the situation turn in our favor, I extinguished the blinding light. This was not any spell. Even utilizing a reversion spell to trace my casting would yield no evidence. Arthur, what has happened? An elderly gentleman approached us, clad in flamboyant night attire and crescent-shaped spectacles, presenting a somewhat comical appearance. Professor Dumbledore, Lucius, and Narcissa stepped forward to greet him, while Harry gazed at the newcomer in shock. The architect of his childhood nightmares, the one who entrusted him to the Dursleys. The greatest wizard of all, Albus Dumbledore. His demeanor was warm and approachable, dispelling the earlier tension. His piercing blue eyes, however, remained fixed upon my wand. Miss Malfoy, may I inspect your wand? His gaze was sharp, nearly penetrating. I glanced at the Malfoys. They nodded encouragingly. Lucius explained, Professor Dumbledore is the chief warlock of the Wisengamot. Greetings, I offered, presenting my wand with both hands. He appeared somewhat taken aback by my submission, perhaps anticipating a struggle. Through the reversion spell, he recreated the spells my wand had previously cast, manifesting it for all present to witness. He frowned. Arthur, you may have erred. Miss Malfoy's wand has not been used. Impossible. Arthur Weasley's eyes blazed with indignation, refusing to accept the outcome. This is a brand new wand, freshly purchased from Ollivanders. Lucius stepped closer, placing a reassuring hand on my shoulder, drawing me into his protective sphere. Professor Dumbledore, may I have my wand returned? I looked up, slightly apprehensive. That Dumbledore's expression softened slightly. Thank you for your cooperation, Miss Malfoy. Professor Dumbledore, do you require an inspection of our other wands? A clear voice cut through the tension. It was Harry. I think that unnecessary. My child. Dumbledore's smile grew genuinely warm upon realizing the question came from Harry. Why do you harbor prejudiced doubts against Aurora? We, too, share similar motives for the alleged crime. Harry extended his wand to the self-proclaimed righteous elder. This is a blatant bias from Dumbledore towards the members of the Order of the Phoenix. The onlookers, who were just spectators moments ago, began to murmur amongst themselves, clad in a sheer dress. I first displayed a look of bewilderment after being wrongfully accused. Mother, indeed, why has this come to pass? I pouted slightly, then buried my head in my mother's embrace, my shoulders trembling ever so slightly. I portrayed the image of an innocent victim caught in a web of injustice to perfection. The Weasley clan, in cahoots with Dumbledore, is bullying the young girl from the Malfoy family. Hasn't the Malfoy family already had their name cleared? Is the upper echelon of the ministry still targeting him? I heard that the Weasleys and the Malfoys are actually distant relatives. Perhaps they are here to extort. As the situation escalated, Dumbledore's gaze became piercing, fixated on Arthur Weasley, compelling his children to apologize to us. After making eye contact with Ron and Ginny, they all bowed their heads. On the surface, the Malfoy family may have gained both face and substance. But I do not believe we can afford to be complacent. The Weasleys, once their pride is threatened, regardless of who is at fault, will adopt the stance of I am poor, yet I am justified. Whoever gets entangled with them is bound to suffer misfortune. Aurora, are you all right? Draco, with a pained expression, took me into his arms. I silently shook my head, refraining from uttering a word, leaving behind a desolate silhouette. When one does not stand atop the pinnacle of power, employing gentleness to counteract rigidity is the most effortless approach. The Weasleys have departed, so the pretense can cease. Lucius remarked. Father, his revelation caused me to falter slightly. Haha, little deceiver, you almost had me fooled. Draco ruffled my hair playfully. Harry, thank you for standing up for me earlier. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to keep you in the dark. I stepped forward to meet his gaze. Just as described by the Weasleys, I am indeed that despicable girl, devoid of integrity, who distorts right and wrong. I apologize for disappointing you. Anyone who maligns the Malfoy family must pay the corresponding price. Harry and I spoke in unison, uttering this phrase. My mouth fell agape. How did this fellow know my thoughts? Because, I think the same way. He actually echoed my sentiment. Had I not known he did not employ the imperious curse, I would have suspected he was a parasite within my mind. Thank you for your understanding. Harry. I stepped forward to embrace him. Aurora, your acting is commendable, Lucius remarked approvingly. Sissy is just too naive. Utterly incapable of deception. Oh, come now. In the original work, your wife was the one who concealed Harry's demise during the final battle, daring to deceive Voldemort. Father is exceedingly indulgent toward Mother, cradling her delicately in his hands, shielding her from all storms, ensuring she faces no risk whatsoever. Is this truly for the best? If this person were not Narcissa, she would undoubtedly be spoiled. Aurora is splendid. Narcissa graciously accepted her father's praise. To be the pampered Mrs. Malfoy, untouched by the hardships of life, must be quite blissful indeed. Might my other half also become my sanctuary, like Lucius? Harry, continue. Lucius handed Harry a peculiar-shaped key, the method of unlocking it requiring personal exploration. It is the key to Potter Manor, Uncle Lucius. Harry's eyes glistened. Originally intended as an 11th birthday gift, it was delayed due to certain hindrances. Lucius did not elaborate. After years of close companionship, the only entities that could challenge Lucius were the Order of the Phoenix, represented by Dumbledore, and the Ministry of Magic under its protection, which did not align with his desires. Fudge's appetites have grown. He has long coveted the ancestral homes of the Blacks and Potters. And how could he easily relinquish such a tempting prize? How on earth did you manage it? Narcissa bombarded him with questions, her face etched with worry. Fear not, Sissy, am I not back in one piece? Father's concern for Mother was quite palpable. It is you. Every time Fudge looks at you, it makes me uncomfortable. Mother appeared somewhat tipsy, her complexion flushed. Sissy, surely you don't think I need to barter my body in exchange? Lucius's face turned an ashen green with anger. No, it's just, things have progressed rather quickly, and I can't help but suspect whether some special means were employed. Mother's voice dwindled, her tone becoming increasingly timid. As she prepared to hide behind me, Narcissa Malfoy. Lucius's voice lowered ominously, casting his gaze upon us. Father, Mother, the Godfather's homework remains unfinished. We should step outside. Draco seized the opportunity to lead us away. He exchanged a glance with Harry, and we hastily fled the scene. Luke, I was wrong. The sound of Narcissa's pleas echoed from within the room. Her tone was melodious, laced with a beguiling quality, revealing that Narcissa and Lucius spoke in such a manner privately. Stay down. Do not. Sissy, do not make me repeat myself. Lucius remained unfazed. A rustling sound ensued, and I could only wonder what kind of torment awaited her. My heart raced with anxiety. Aurora, let us depart. What lies beyond is not for our ears. Draco's gaze flickered as he grasped my hand, urging me to flee. Will Mother be all right? I am uncertain about Mother's well-being. But if we linger, we shall surely be caught in the act. Is cousin truly unharmed? Harry, following closely behind us, wore a worried expression. According to the Black family tree, Harry is Narcissa's distant cousin, as Harry's grandfather married a Black. Perhaps we should return and check, I suggested. Absolutely not. Draco firmly rejected the notion. He closed his eyes, revealing a look of restraint. Father, he will only escalate his actions. Then we must rescue Mother. I broke free from his grasp and dashed back. Narcissa, you must hold on. I never imagined that the apparent harmony within the Malfoy family was maintained through Narcissa's silent endurance. Lucius, I misjudged you. Alhambra, just as I was about to speak. Draco covered my eyes and hoisted me onto his shoulder. Excuse the intrusion. Do carry on. Although I caught only a glimpse, it was enough to haunt me. Her seaweed-like waves of hair sprawled across the emerald green sheets. Her delicate moans were so enchanting. Akin to a siren's song, Lucius rose swiftly, deftly draping a blanket over Narcissa. In a wonder they both seemed to revel in the moment. Had I not interrupted their bliss? I hope Father doesn't seek revenge later. Aurora, Draco's expression was one of exasperation. I was wrong, brother. You recklessly resemble a Gryffindor. He continued to admonish, should you err again, I shall punish you as father would. Please don't. Draco is still quite young. He should be, perhaps too tender-hearted for such matters. I couldn't help but glance at his. Then behave yourself, he barked in a fierce tone. The earlier awkwardness dissipated with his words. Let us return. We must rise early tomorrow. Ultimately, the impact of the day's events weighed heavily on me. Narcissa, in a state of disarray beneath Lucius, replayed in my mind like a film that I lay restless in bed. Tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Draco fared no better that he not only struggled to find rest, but also visited the washroom several times, each visit lingering for quite a while. The next morning, we exchanged glances, noting the dark circles under each other's eyes, resignedly requesting Dobby to swap the milk for black coffee. Where's Mother? Scanning the surroundings, I found no trace of Narcissa. She must have been too exhausted yesterday and needed some extra rest. Lucius's gaze remained fixed on the Daily Prophet, seemingly unaffected by the previous night's events. However, when Narcissa was mentioned, his gaze undeniably softened with tenderness. He must truly love his wife. It was only when we prepared to depart for Platform 9 that Narcissa arrived. Slightly delayed. Her eyes were slightly reddened, her lips somewhat swollen, and the high-necked dress concealed her graceful swan-like neck. Her expression was one of embarrassment, deliberately avoiding our gazes. I couldn't bear to see her so mortified over yesterday's incident. So I changed the subject. Mother, don't cry. I will miss you dearly. Once at Hogwarts, I shall write to you. She seized the moment to lift me into her embrace, kissing my cheek. Children, let us set forth. Sissy, take care of your back. I shall carry her. Lucius took me into his arms. Mother's discomfort stemmed from him, the very source of her troubles. I wrapped my arms around his neck. Devising a plan. Father, while I am away, you must not bully Mother. Otherwise, I shall write to Grandpa. I threatened defiantly. Are you certain Grandpa will intervene? The current head of the Malfoy family is me. Lucius raised an eyebrow, a smirk gracing his lips. That expression was undeniably infuriating. Aurora, rather than seeking justice, you might want to prepare for your first year's potions class. I've heard that Severus loves to check everyone's preparation during lessons. By the way, in the original work, Harry faced Snape's wrath on the very first day of the new term. In this present day, Harry finds himself sheltered beneath the protective wing of Severus Snape, the ever-vigilant guardian. Naturally, he is not a prime target for the sporadic assessments conducted in class. Furthermore, given the close alliance between Draco and myself, it seems unlikely that either of us would be subjected to scrutiny. As students of Slytherin, Snape's demeanor towards us appears to be rather amiable. Adhering to the principle of uniting against those we cannot best, I fervently hope to be embraced as a true Slytherin. Aurora, manage your expressions, I remind myself as Lucius gently pinches my cheek, subtly indicating my tendency to furrow my brows at the slightest thought. How exaggerated. Clearly, I merely disrupted him and another last night. And now seek to make amends. Humph, such a miserly father, I mutter under my breath. Shall I set you down then? He feigns the motion to release me onto the ground. Oh yes, I know you long to embrace Mother. I quickly extricate myself from his grasp. Aurora, a teasing voice from behind, belonging to Narcissa, reaches my ears. Oh dear, she has heard everything. Harry gazes at us with envy as we engage in our playful banter. If the Potters were alive, they would surely be just like this. He would be cradled in their palms rather than gazing at us with longing, yet forever remaining an outsider. Everything has come so suddenly, yet feels inexplicably fated. An unreliable divination professor, Sybil Trelawney. A misguided counsel to Voldemort. Severus Snape. Harry, let us go. I grasp his and Draco's hands as we cross the platform. The train to Hogwarts, departing from Platform 9, is a bustling vessel brimming with the dreams of many. Perhaps this time, everything will unfold differently. The phrase frenemies aptly describes the situation between the Weasleys and us. Look at their pitiful appearance. Draco whispers to me. We are far too clever to intentionally raise our voices for them to hear. The Weasleys have more children than they can afford to care for. Quite poetic, really. Ginny, the youngest Weasley, is fixated on our direction. It turns out that long before Ron met Harry, Ginny was already infatuated with him. In the original text, Ginny, upon growing up, becomes the belle of Hogwarts. She is a year younger than us and perhaps has yet to blossom. I cannot fathom what she will become in the future. Alas, the actress portraying Ginny in the films, Bonnie, is rather ordinary. By the time of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, her portrayal as the Hogwarts beauty lacks credibility. I underestimated Gryffindor's courage. She actually instructs Ron to push through the crowd and approach us. Due to our previous conflict in Diagon Alley, it is exceedingly difficult for us to engage in a calm conversation. My sister would like your autograph. Ron completely disregards us and stands before Harry. His cheeks are flushed, accentuating the multitude of freckles on his face to a nauseating degree. Draco and I exchange eye rolls. Harry, let us find a compartment. We are preparing to reserve ample space for the two starstruck fans. Yet, I hear Ron speak in an almost hesitant manner. What on earth does he wish to convey to Harry? You don't let them deceive you. He remains fixated on Draco and me. Fearing that we might overhear his whispers, unfortunately, in his moment of distraction, I let out a loud voice. His words clearly reached the ears of everyone on the platform. Weasley, why would you say such a thing? Harry's brow furrows, having caught on to my trick, yet he plays along, coaxing Ron to elaborate further. Ginny gazes at Harry with adoration, utterly oblivious to the fact that all eyes are now on the two siblings. Harry's response causes Ron to lose his composure. Malfoy, they are Death Eaters. Your parents were killed by that man. You are recognizing a thief as your father. His words come out in a rapid-fire manner. Echoing like gunfire, the crowd on the platform swells, amplifying what was once a mere whisper. The Weasley parents have no time to intervene. They have once again become the subjects of scrutiny. However, this time, they stand tall, as if their son's actions are a form of justice. Ron is not entirely wrong. He simply raised his voice a tad too much. Arthur scratches his head, averting his gaze from the onlookers to focus on his wife. Yes, yes, little Ron. She smiles awkwardly, ultimately straightening her posture as she glances at the Malfoys in the distance. Lucius and Narcissa stand there, appearing unaffected, yet their figures seem hauntingly solitary. The crowd around them seems to instinctively part ways. I find myself regretting my impulsiveness. I had intended merely to embarrass Ron, yet it inadvertently affected those most dear to me. Harry has captured the attention of the majority. Everyone yearns to witness his reaction. Ron Weasley. Harry slowly articulates his full name. I can discern right from wrong, so you need not concern yourself with that. My friends are still waiting for me. His gaze softens, focusing on me. You. Ron grasps his arm. If you've come to a realization, I can help you. My family and I stand opposed to them, just like in the original text. This time it is Ron who extends his hand, urging Harry to make a choice. How utterly oblivious, Harry murmurs. Weasley, he pries Ron's fingers apart, removing them from his arm. Do you not understand? My friends, he gestures with his eyes, indicating our location. He strides towards us with purpose, tousled black hair waving in the breeze. His emerald green eyes shimmer brilliantly in the sunlight. Influenced by the loudness of the exchange, his reply is equally magnified. Everyone knows the Savior's choice. The Malfoys exchange knowing smiles, not even deigning to spare the Weasleys a glance. Harry, I'm sorry. I didn't know Weasley would pull you into saying those things. In truth, I orchestrated it, forcing Harry to publicly make a choice, placing him in a predicament. He cannot genuinely sever ties with the Malfoy family that raised him, nor can he humiliate Weasley before everyone. I have never claimed to be a good person. I am a Malfoy, and I have always acted in the interests of the Malfoy family. It matters not. Those are merely my innermost thoughts. His gaze is gentle and warm, as if assuring me that he would support me unconditionally, no matter what I do. In the original text, Harry's close bond with Ron made me initially dismissive of his stance. Come, I usher him into the Malfoy exclusive compartment. Crabbe and Goyle have already settled in to reserve seats for us. The table is strewn with bags of snacks, and Draco clears his throat, prompting the two to hastily tidy up. Within pure-blood families, there exists a hierarchy. Some families serve as vassals and subordinates, offering their services to more powerful families. Crabbe and Goyle's families are prime examples. They may appear brutish and dull, yet in reality, they prioritize alliances over individual merit. Securing the protection of the Malfoy family and sharing in their fortunes is far easier than relying solely on personal abilities. Thus, as the heir of the Malfoy family, Draco's status has always been unequal to theirs. The two hulking figures occupy one end of the compartment, leaving us with only the other side. Before I can even sit next to Draco, the door swings open. A girl exclaims, "Have you seen Neville's toad?" She has slightly bucked teeth and an abundance of hair cascading over her shoulders. Following her is a timid boy. It is none other than Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom. She immediately notices Harry's scar, and without hesitation, begins to point and exclaim loudly, "My goodness. You are." She grabs Neville's arm, attempting to steady herself. "I am Harry Potter." The days spent at Malfoy Manor have accustomed him to the peculiar behaviors of strangers. A fleeting look of weariness crosses his features. "I am Hermione Granger." She extends her hand vigorously. May I sit with you? I have so many questions for you." Hermione plops down opposite Harry. adopting a posture of eager attentiveness. Apologies, it's a bit cramped here. We are all students of Hogwarts. I'm sure there will be ample opportunities in the future, Harry diplomatically suggests, ushering her away. However, Hermione still seems unwilling to relent. Hermione, my toad, Neville quietly interjects. Draco's gaze, nearly palpable, threatens to freeze him in place. Clearly labeled as the Malfoy exclusive compartment, it is repeatedly invaded by strangers, and Draco's silence is already a testament to his restraint. Hermione slaps her forehead, having evidently forgotten this detail. We need to continue searching for the toad, so we won't intrude any longer. She pulls Neville away, slamming the door behind her. The air is suffused with the odor of muggleborns. Crab, open a window. Draco can no longer contain himself. Brother, I gently squeeze his fingertips, reminding him quietly. Harry's mother was also a muggleborn. Draco, in a moment of frustration, speaks without thinking. My apologies. Draco belatedly realizes his slip of the tongue. Harry waves his hand, signaling that he is unperturbed. His memories of his mother are limited to the few photographs of Lily Evans. After being brought to Malfoy Manor, Narcissa's attentive care has provided him with the warmth of a maternal figure. In comparison to my biological mother's elder sister, and Penny, the bonds of blood seem to be more tenuous. Yet, even more distressing matters lie ahead. The incident involving Harry Potter in the exclusive compartment of Malfoy has seemingly spread far and wide. Waves of gossip mongers, armed with various pretexts, have come to visit, further exacerbating the already frayed tempers of both Draco and myself, who are suffering from a lack of sleep. That I decided to shut myself off from the world. Leaning against Draco's shoulder in a feigned slumber, lock the door. Draco, Harry suggested. They're all here looking for you. Draco hesitated. This is an excellent opportunity to expand your influence. The long-preserved Malfoy compartment serves this very purpose. During Lucius's time at Hogwarts, countless heirs from pure blood families streamed in, leveraging the Malfoy family to connect with the burgeoning power, the heir of Slytherin, Voldemort. The Malfoy compartment is also a renowned hub of information. They are merely curious about me. Once they discover I possess no further value, they will scatter like birds and beasts. Harry shook his head, his gaze lingering on my tightly shut eyes. Let Aurora rest well. To quieten Crabbe and Goyle, all it takes is a cake personally prepared by Narcissa. You too, leave some for Aurora. Without her mother's cake, she will surely cause a ruckus again. Draco grumbled about my poor behavior while I feigned sleepiness. A smile of indulgence danced at the corners of his mouth. Aurora, wake up. We are almost there. Draco called, nudging my shoulder. Brother, don't disturb me. I still want to sleep. I had completely forgotten where I was. Entwined around him like an octopus, not one to relent, he directly attacked my armpit. I surrender. I was jolted awake with laughter. Surely a historic first. My clothes were in disarray, and I was draped in Draco's outerwear. Hardly presenting myself as a lady. Draco feigned disdain, yet his hands continued to help untangle my platinum locks. I had inherited Narcissa's wavy curls, which require constant maintenance. Otherwise, they would become quite unruly. Soaring to the heavens. It's time to change into our uniforms, Harry reminded us. Crabbe and Goyle promptly extracted their belts from their trousers. You too. Wait a moment. Can't you see Aurora is here? Draco expressed his discontent concerning the two lackeys assigned by his father. Their intellect, aside from serving as muscle, was utterly lacking. He accompanied me out of the compartment, locking the door tightly. Draco, aren't you going to change? Harry prompted. I am going with Aurora. Draco replied matter-of-factly. You too. Harry's expression was complex. His gaze shifting between me and Draco. Brother, why don't you join them? It dawned on me that upon arriving at Hogwarts, I could no longer be as carefree with Draco. We could not reside together. Such an unusual intimacy, if perceived by prying eyes, could spell trouble for the Malfoy family. Though pure-blood families continue to practice internal marriages to preserve the sanctity of their bloodlines, recent years have revealed the harsh truths of hereditary diseases resulting from close kin unions. The most notorious case being the extinction of the Gaunt family, descendants of Slytherin. The last of the Gaunts, Voldemort's mother, Mara P. Gaunt, bore the peculiar trait of having eyes that gazed in opposite directions. Their temperament was equally volatile, impulsive, and extreme. Thus, for the sake of propriety, both Draco and I must tread carefully. He ultimately relented, reluctantly squeezing my fingers as he whispered, then, wait obediently for me outside. As I pondered my thoughts, I wandered near the compartment door. Outside were students already clad in their uniforms, while I stood out in my casual attire. Has the young lady of the Malfoy family become homeless? Do you require my hospitality? I turned around, my words sharp and laced with sarcasm. Zabini. Aurora, why so distant? I allow you to call me Blaze. His obvious disappointment was met with relentless banter. Draco actually left you out here alone? The sun must be rising from the west. Brother is changing clothes. I hastily clarified, not wishing for Draco to be misunderstood. He didn't show you his newly acquired 8-pack abs, Zabani chuckled. What? Draco indeed spent more time training. My apologies. I let that slip. It seems he was preparing a surprise for you. Why does this conversation keep turning risky? I have no interest in topics between men. However, he just mentioned that Draco was training for my sake. My cheeks flushed uncontrollably. Suddenly, the compartment doors swung open from within. The scene Draco encountered was me engaged in lively conversation with Zabani, my demeanor blushing and coy. Before I could explain, he pulled me into the compartment. Get out, he barked, his anger palpable, a sight I had never witnessed before. Crabbe and Goyle hurriedly pushed Harry out, who cast a worried glance back before leaving. I'll leave you out here. Before he could finish, I clung tightly to him. Oh, Aurora, what are you doing? He seemed startled by my actions. I just finished changing. I lifted his shirt, eager to see his hard-earned results. Zabani said you developed an 8-pack. Let me see. Are you discussing me? His tone softened, though his muscles tensed even further. I lifted his sweater, methodically unfastening the buttons of his shirt. His ears turned crimson, and where my fingers had brushed, brother, it's so firm. He allowed my hands to roam, though his gaze wandered elsewhere. Aurora, he sighed, suddenly pulling me into his embrace. His chest was bare, and in that moment, we were truly skin to skin. Brother, you're poking me, I complained softly. He remained silent, striving to calm the earlier flutter of emotions. Aurora, no talking. Why not? Do you want to embarrass me? No one outside can see that I teased him. How infuriating. He tugged at my hair as a form of punishment. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside, announcing the need for all students to line up to disembark. Oh no, I haven't changed my clothes, I exclaimed, scrambling off Draco. There was no time. I hastily donned my robe. Then you won't be able to conceal anything, will you? Finally, I faced the consequences of my earlier actions. It'll be fine. It should settle down soon. Draco opened the door, and upon seeing my attire, Zabani raised an eyebrow. You've taken quite some time to change. What efficiency. Blaze, go play elsewhere. Draco chided with a laugh. Zabani was one of the few pure-blood descendants with whom Draco could truly enjoy himself. He had inherited the renowned beauty of the Zabani matriarch. Coupled with her formidable ability to ensnare husbands. 7 husbands, none escaped unscathed, all met peculiar fates during the marriage. This nomadic existence fostered Zabini's rebellious spirit. You and Uncle Lucius truly share a lineage. Both with regard to your sister, Zabani. If you don't stop talking, no one will mistake you for a mute. Draco interjected unexpectedly. What the Malfoys can say, why can't I? Zabani retorted, clearly embarrassed for the first time in front of so many. What have we done? I sensed this was somehow linked to the mystery of Narcissa's lineage. Why did Draco wish for me to remain oblivious? Haha, you all have been keeping secrets from her. Zabani laughed until tears streamed down his face. What riddle are you playing at? I questioned in confusion. Aurora, this matter. When we come of age, our parents will reveal the truth to us. There's no need to hear it from outsiders. Draco turned me to face him, speaking earnestly. Fine. I can discern who is close to whom. Harry's lashes lowered, his entire face shrouded in shadow, lost in thought. The earlier disputes seemed to fade into oblivion as Zabani resumed his playful banter with Draco. Such is the nature of pure blood families, intricately woven together by ties and interests, none willing to truly sever ties. I genuinely admired their audacity, a thickness of skin previously unseen. Draco and I held hands beneath our robes. Fingers entwined. I fully understood that after today, our intimate moments could no longer be unguarded. Time would not pause for any circumstance. All we could do was cherish every fleeting moment we had together. Hagrid, sporting a full beard, came to greet the new students, holding a toad aloft, loudly searching for its owner. He stood there like a small mountain, imposing to the first years. Coupled with his unkempt appearance, he was further intimidating. Perhaps it was Harry, who had interacted with Hagrid many times in the original story, who could perceive the gentle giant beneath that rugged exterior. That Hagrid, my father once told me, is the keeper of the Forbidden Forest. He has a peculiar penchant for nurturing perilous magical creatures, so we should keep our distance from him. Beneath his seemingly innocuous and timid facade lies a keeper of the 8-eyed giant spider and the blast-ended scrut. Allowing them to wreak havoc on the ecological balance of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid possesses a kind of almost cruel naivety. It is said that he was once a student at Hogwarts. Expelled for some transgression, added Zabani. Mother did not divulge the reasons, merely stating that it caused quite a stir at the time, and there were even fatalities. Could it be that Dumbledore took in a murderer? Harry was equally astonished. This time, without Hagrid's guiding lens to introduce Harry to the magical realm, this truly reflects the reaction of a normal person. What wouldn't he be capable of? I retorted, your experiences, Harry, are the prime example. All is in the past now. Draco gently patted Harry on the shoulder. Indeed, the two exchanged smiles. Harry was still contemplating the means to unlock Potter Manor, but regrettably, he remained at a loss. Regardless, that place is his true home. He no longer needs to rely on others for shelter. The first-year students would cross over by boat. Draco, concerned about Crabbe and Goyle challenging the vessel's capacity. Dispatch them to another boat. Ha. They truly resemble your bodyguards. Or rather, they are your bodyguards. Draco emphasized that I have no need for them. In the original narrative, as the Malfoy family's standing among the Death Eaters waned, Crabbe betrayed Draco. I leaned softly against his chest and whispered, I only need you, dear brother. Hire me as your bodyguard? Miss, I come at a rather high price. What cost should I bear? I teased him deliberately. Draco said nothing, his lips brushing lightly against my earlobe. Such a fleeting touch, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, stirred ripples within my heart. Aurora, your face is quite flushed. His breath lingered near my ear. My heart raced, and I felt a bit dizzy. I turned, pressing my cheek against his chest. Brother, I feel so lightheaded. Draco grew anxious. You aren't seasick, are you? He awkwardly placed his palm against my forehead. A bit warm. Don't move. Just let me lie here quietly for a while. He held me tightly in his embrace, calling out for Hagrid, whom he disdained. There's a student feeling seasick here. Don't make a fuss. I'm perfectly fine. I interjected too late. As soon as I disembarked, my name was linked with the frail Miss Malfoy. You aren't the first year to feel seasick, Hagrid remarked, gesturing to Neville Longbottom behind me. I still have my brother to protect me. Although Neville's parents were alive, they were entirely absent from his life. I nodded at him, a silent greeting. He seemed to have found a kindred spirit. Miss Malfoy. Just call me Aurora. Here, take this. It will feel better if you suck on it. He pressed a piece of candy into my hand. Thank you. Draco took it and unwrapped the candy for me. Don't eat things handed to you by strangers. Beside us, Neville appeared awkward, unsure of what he had done wrong. Thank you. I mouthed to him again. Brother, I'm feeling better now. I gently tapped him. Since earlier, he had been cradling me horizontally, so please put me down. Who knows if I might feel dizzy again. He was still upset about what had just occurred. Brother, are you showing off your well-toned abs and arm strength? His face flushed once more. Take care of yourself. He set me down, tightly gripping my fingertips. I felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Why bother with those two clumsy oafs when you can handle everything yourself? Zabini remarked in fascination. My siblings certainly don't share such intimacy as you two. He always seemed to emphasize our sibling bond, which stirred an indescribable oddity within me. Father has always told me to take good care of my sister. Blaise, being an only child, cannot comprehend. The two pairs of gray eyes gazed into each other's souls. Speaking of large families, you really have put the Weasleys in a predicament. Zabini pointed subtly at Ron in the distance. The dialogue between Potter and the Weasleys made its way into the Daily Prophet. Various coincidences had, in fact, been meticulously orchestrated in advance. Father informed Rita Skeeter, the correspondent for the Daily Prophet, who, due to her knack for uncovering sensitive news, received preferential treatment from the editor. Has Harry declined the olive branch extended by the Order of the Phoenix? This extension seems a bit far-fetched, doesn't it? To stretch Ron's yearning for camaraderie with Harry into a representation of the Order offering friendship to Harry feels somewhat exaggerated. Draco and I exchanged glances. Truly, Rita Skeeter knows how to spin a tale. This time she has hit the nail on the head. You must admit, the story crafted this way is quite captivating for readers. This issue of the Daily Prophet is selling like hotcakes. The Weasleys are also basking in the limelight, albeit with a rather negative portrayal. Among them, Lucius may have had a hand in it. He has downplayed the role of Malfoy and me in this narrative. He strives to shield me from public scrutiny. Each family endeavors to protect me in their own way. Ron's past behavior now appears almost comical. He shot us an indignant glance, only to quickly avert his gaze. Indeed, we are a formidable group. Draco, Harry, and Zabini, with Crabbe and Goyle, two hulking figures, trailing behind. Without the support of my brothers and the Harry of the original narrative, his inherent timidity became evident. He dared not openly confront us, resorting instead to quietly sulking. Hermione Granger was incessantly flaunting her bookish knowledge, yet the surrounding young witches and wizards had long been captivated by the opulent Hogwarts Great Hall, oblivious to her discourse. Unlike the film adaptation, The real Hermione lacks the beauty imbued by actress Emma Watson, making it difficult to leave a positive first impression. Stop looking around. The sorting is about to begin, Draco reminded me. He appeared calm on the surface, but was inwardly anxious. The thin sheen of sweat had formed on his palms, slightly sticky. Brother, are you worried? Of course. If you get sorted into another house, who will take care of you? Draco replied tersely that I appreciated his roundabout concern immensely. I would silently chant for Slytherin that I raised 3 fingers and swore to the heavens. That's more like it. Don't forget your words. He was sharp-tongued yet unable to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Numerous girls nearby were secretly stealing glances at him, including some older students. Young Draco possesses a captivatingly beautiful face that blurs the lines of gender. His platinum short hair and exquisite features resemble a celestial being from Muggle religions. Blonde hair holds significant cultural weight in Europe. Purebred blonde hair primarily originates from Northern Europe, predominantly among the Germanic peoples. It is quite challenging to maintain blonde hair through generations. Dark hair and eyes are dominant traits. And as long as either parent has dark hair, the likelihood of their offspring inheriting blonde hair diminishes greatly. The rarity of blonde hair draws particular attention to those who possess it. Often regarded as a symbol of allure, this explains why blonde-haired women are so celebrated in Western society. White women often dye their hair blonde as a daily ritual for the same reason. Each generation of Malfoys has been fortunate to inherit this golden trait. It is no wonder that Draco garners such attention. That is that blonde boy a Malfoy. How adorable. I hope he gets sorted into our house. That way, we can befriend him. What are you thinking? Every generation of Malfoys gets sorted into Slytherin. Without exception. You have no chance. Slytherin is an internal affair. Is that golden-haired girl beside him his sister? They look nothing alike. It's the Malfoy siblings. Fraternal twins don't look alike. Don't ask me. That's what Muggle books say. The one with them is Harry Potter. He's quite charming as well. Without Malfoy, having Harry is still splendid. Looks are crucial for first impressions, and Malfoy possesses an undeniable advantage in this regard. Draco Malfoy, brother, it's your turn. Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, called out names in alphabetical order, summoning each wizard to approach and don the sorting hat. Do not underestimate that filthy sorting hat. It has been passed down since the era of the 4 founders and originally belonged to Godric Gryffindor. It is this very hat that assigns young witches and wizards to different houses based on the founding principles of the 4 founders. Harmony and diversity also marks the beginning of division. Draco strode confidently down the aisle towards the sorting hat, the gaze of upperclassmen fixed upon him from both sides of the dining tables. His platinum short hair shimmered under the lights. He seemed to possess an aura of a natural-born protagonist. Unfortunately, in the original Harry Potter narrative, he barely qualifies as a malevolent villain. He disdainfully picked up the sorting hat, his expression suggesting, has this have been washed in centuries? Countless Hogwarts graduates have worn it as one of the most renowned teaching tools. How could Hogwarts professors not have considered maintaining its cleanliness periodically? Truly bizarre, the sorting hat seemed to sense the boy's discomfort, and without even brushing against Draco's scalp, it proclaimed loudly, Slytherin. Draco's lips tightened slightly as he tilted his head upwards to gaze at Snape. Snape remained clad in his customary black robes, his collar fastened to the top. Due to my childhood penchant for tugging at his hair, and under Lucius's daily admonitions, Snape's hair had finally ceased to be greasy. It is only through the cultivation of good habits that one may hope to embrace a second spring, is it not? The man's lips pressed into a straight line as he gave a barely audible nod. And then, surprisingly, Snape led the applause. Who among Slytherin isn't cunning? Who does not know that Snape is closely allied with the Malfoy family? It was only natural that the heir of the Malfoy lineage would become a Slytherin. The applause grew fervent. Aurora Malfoy, a chill ran through my heart, and a torrent of emotion surged within me. Every beginning stems from the sorting. When I was a fervent fan of the Harry Potter series, the house I longed for was indeed Slytherin. Of course, the platinum-haired little bully played a significant role in that desired. I am one who judges by appearances, my values swayed by aesthetics. Yet now, sharing the same upbringing and environment, my choice has solidified. I feigned calmness, repeatedly chanting Slytherin in my mind. Another Malfoy, how intriguing. Suddenly, the voice of the sorting hat echoed in my mind. I even suspected it had not conversed with Draco at all, but had simply placed him into Slytherin. Could the soul from another world alter the trajectory of fate, even the very fabric of the wizarding realm? Fascinating. I shall place you in. It paused for a deep breath. As you wish, Slytherin. I exhaled in relief, fearing it might retract its decision, hastily removing it from my head. Draco was already seated at the Slytherin table. Welcoming me with the most enthusiastic applause, he exchanged a glance with Crabbe and Goyle, prompting them to quickly vacate their seats. How wonderful! As I approached, I could no longer contain myself and leapt into his embrace. Aurora, mind your poise, he gently reminded me. Displaying emotions is a grave taboo. Yet, being with you, I simply cannot restrain myself. Aurora, so am I. I am truly happy, he whispered in my ear. Following us, the ever-popular Theodore Knott was also sorted into Slytherin. The Knott family is likewise one of the sacred 28. Rivaling the Malfoys in stature, Theodore prefers solitude and did not join Draco's little circle. Every new student sorted into Slytherin automatically fell in line behind Draco. Over the years, under Lucius's stewardship, the Malfoy family had gradually regained its former momentum. Thus, in a house that places great importance on bloodlines, Draco Malfoy naturally stood at the forefront. Aurora, one day, I hope to stand at the pinnacle through my own strength. He tightened his grip on my hand. You will. My father did the same. Father, the cunning Lucius seemed to have shouldered responsibilities from a young age. His mother had perished from amniotic fluid embolism, and Abraxas was preoccupied with family affairs, leaving little time for Lucius's upbringing. Everything was managed by him alone. In contrast, Draco and I grew up in the warm embrace of our parents' love, with Lucius and Narcissa always providing the best for us. We never experienced the hardships of the world. Harry Potter. Even Professor McGonagall raised her eyebrows, paying attention to the boy's sorting results. He was no longer the bullied cupboard boy. His attire was neat and clean, and his demeanor was strikingly different from the original narrative. He bore the features of both James and Lily, and those rare emerald eyes captivated all who beheld them. I noticed that Snape's gaze had not wavered from him. In the boy's eyes, there was no trace of disdain for the sorting hat. He donned it as if crowning himself. He closed his eyes, seemingly engaged in a contest with the sorting hat. Harry's sorting took longer than anyone else's. So lengthy, in fact, that Dumbledore, seated at the professor's table, appeared ready to intervene. At last, he opened his eyes, clarity shining within them. Slytherin. What? How is that possible? Surely the sorting hat has made an error. For a moment, the great hall of Hogwarts erupted into chaos. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief. The double agent from the original story, the inscrutable Snape, could no longer maintain his composure. His fingertips rubbed against his chin. Seemingly contemplating a response, I gently squeezed Draco's pinky. The Malfoys were the first to erupt into applause, and Draco even stood to embrace Harry. Aurora? Harry opened his arms wide. Congratulations. I'm sorry, I was just so taken aback. I apologize for my momentary distraction. We are together again. He murmured in my ear. Sit down quickly. The sorting isn't over yet. Draco reminded us just in time. Harry settled himself beside me. Professor McGonagall restored order several times before the sorting could continue. It seemed everyone assumed Harry would be placed in Gryffindor. Rumors had it that Gryffindor already had a dormitory reserved in his name. What had gone awry? Harry's parents had been slain by Voldemort, who was, after all, the heir of Slytherin. Could an irreconcilable enmity be so easily dissolved? It was utterly illogical. Was this still the Harry Potter I knew? I was anxious to inquire, feeling a sense of urgency. Even more absurdly, the students of Gryffindor appeared to accept that Harry had betrayed his mission. Everyone anticipated a narrative where Harry, aided by the Malfoys, would enjoy a happy childhood. Then, under Dumbledore's influence, he would sever ties and reclaim himself. When expectations diverge from the anticipated storyline, anger is often projected onto others. The Gryffindors collectively began to boo, their voices drowning out the sorting hat. Harry, ignore them. Your place in Slytherin is assured. Aurora, it's all right. From the moment I made this decision, I anticipated this outcome. I can bear it. The fleeting sadness in his eyes vanished. Regardless of the hero's aura surrounding him, he was still merely an 11-year-old boy. I took his hand. You still have us, Harry. He smiled back at me, his fingertips lightly scratching my palm. I involuntarily released my grip. His nimble fingers slipped through mine, intertwining our hands. A peculiar feeling stirred within me. I wanted to withdraw my hand, but feared it would sadden him. Just as I pondered what to do, the sorting hat concluded its task. Blaise Zabini, Pansy Parkinson, Ron Weasley, all sorted as in the original narrative. Under Dumbledore's guidance, the peculiar school song was sung. I naturally separated from Harry, indulging in a feast. Each year, Slytherin admitted the fewest new students, and with Lucius as generous sponsorship, Slytherin's cuisine was the finest among the four houses. Crabbe and Goyle devoured our table's food like a whirlwind. Next time, I'll send them to another table, Draco remarked with distaste while piling food onto my plate, seeking to distance himself from the two. Their tutor must be idling away. Brother, Like attracts like. When we possess enough value, we naturally attract our kind. Well said. He set down his goblet. His gaze fell upon Theodore. It appeared he had initially intended to connect with him. Had it been me, I would have dispelled his concerns. He was a child of privilege, not required to grovel. Lowering oneself to befriend someone would only earn disdain. Aurora, I always feel that you are the true elder sister. Draco sighed softly. Often, you see things more clearly than I do. Let me hear you call me sister. I whispered teasingly in his ear. Don't be silly. Our fair skin rendered even the slightest blush painfully obvious. His ears were flushed to the point of resembling ripe cherries. How can he be so adorable? I have always been the elder sister. It was Lucius who hoped his son would bear more responsibility. Thus publicly declaring Draco as the elder brother, mother and father have also mentioned that we should support each other and grow together. The glory of the Malfoy family has never rested solely upon your shoulders. I only hope to be like father, providing a haven amidst the storms of the world. Draco idolizes Lucius so deeply, often unconsciously mirroring his father's demeanor, speech, and tone. Draco, you are wonderful just as you are now. I like you, not a version of you that has been reshaped beyond recognition. Even if that version were perfect, it would not be you. Aurora, he could no longer restrain himself and enveloped me in his arms. Everyone has told me that one must become better to be worthy of love. Yet only you, Aurora, accept me wholly. His gray eyes brimmed with myriad emotions. You were the one who captivated me first. I merely laid bare the thoughts that dwelled within my heart. My mother once told me that those who wield the twin wands would gradually come to understand each other as hearts. Thus, I should not resist opening up my inner self. I feel a slight intoxication, despite the fact that my drink contains no alcohol whatsoever. Draco, he must have cast a spell on me. Otherwise, just the sight of his face sends me reeling. And all the secrets I had buried deep within my heart come spilling out. Aurora, I did not cast a spell on you. What? How did he hear my innermost thoughts? I haven't used any potion on you either. You know very well that using a truth serum without permission is illegal. He looked at me with an expression of being wronged. How could you? Shh. It's a secret. I will find the time to tell you later. His fingers lightly brushed my lips. How vexing. It was I who had always taken the initiative before. And now, I find myself being seduced. Father said that girls should not take the lead. He held my hand and placed a kiss upon my knuckles. His lips felt so soft, such a commonplace gesture, yet it made my heart race uncontrollably. Draco, let Aurora enjoy her meal properly. You've been monopolizing her attention, and I see she hasn't had a chance to pick up her utensils. Zabini's voice shattered the intimate atmosphere. Once you return to the Slytherin common room, you can do as you please. Following his gaze, I noticed that various houses had, to some extent, been observing us in hushed whispers. Perhaps it was due to my proximity to the Savior. I suddenly found myself understanding you a bit more. Ron, let us eat something to fill our stomachs, Draco said softly, slicing the food into bite-sized pieces. Draco, when did you start taking over the house elf's duties? Don't you have Dobby at home? Zabini added fuel to the fire. Although Dobby is not the only house elf of the Malfoy family, he is indeed one with considerable magical abilities. House elves can be regarded as a fixed asset of every ancient pureblood family. Typically, a new one is born only after the old house elf passes away, allowing the manor's magical essence to give rise to another. Dobby, however, was long ago gifted to Harry by Lucius. This was tantamount to relinquishing the Malfoy family's asset, the reason being, Dobby developed a sense of self-awareness and no longer remained loyal to the Malfoy family. A betrayal by a house elf is a profound disgrace for any family. What ulterior motive could Zabini have in bringing this up? To incite discord between the Malfoys and Harry. That was the only conclusion I could arrive at. Draco's expression darkened. Harry is also our family. Father entrusted Dobby to Harry for better care. To Mr. Malfoy's generosity, in a bid to provoke Draco. Zabini raised his goblet with a smirk. He did not believe a single word of our explanation. I suddenly felt a wave of weariness wash over me. The people surrounding us cannot bear to see others thrive better than themselves. Zabini is one such individual, and many pureblood families share this sentiment. Only those parasitic leeches, like vampires, yearn for your continued prosperity so they can share in the spoils. In both the magical and muggle worlds, one can rely only on oneself. Aurora, you can also rely on me. I discovered that as long as we are close enough, Draco can hear my thoughts. Yet, why can't I hear his? Our feelings are surely mutual. Draco remained unfazed by Zabini's jibes. After all, we had shared 6 years of life together, establishing a profound bond. Once I unlocked Potter Manor, Harry wore an apologetic expression. Silly, it's just a house elf. Don't listen to Zabini. Haven't you noticed I only refer to him by his surname? In English-speaking countries, a simple form of address can distinguish the closeness of relationships. Only intimate friends call each other by their given names. Draco, long time no see. It was Pansy Parkinson, seizing the moment when Crabbe and Goyle had vacated their seats. She slid into place. In the original story, she was always by Draco's side. She had grown even more exquisite. With her raven black hair, pale green eyes, lithe figure, and graceful demeanor, she resembled a Persian cat imbued with spirit. Due to her previous actions that caused me harm, Lucius had since ceased inviting the Parkinsons to Malfoy Manor. Parkinson. Draco nodded. The girl's expression bore a hint of disappointment, yet she quickly rallied her spirits. Since the last time, I haven't had the chance to apologize to Aurora. I wrote several letters, but received no response. As if I were making a mountain out of a molehill, she casually remarked. Perhaps the owl lost its way midway. Humph. The pretense between pureblood families. I forced a smile. If she enjoys the performance, I shall indulge her. I dearly miss the white peacocks at Malfoy Manor. They would display their plumage for me. She beamed with delight. The white peacocks roam freely in the garden, and they are quite discerning. They only display for Lucius and Narcissa, especially Narcissa, who has never failed in this regard. Lucius once jokingly remarked that the white peacocks are the most effective gauge of a family member's charm. Humph. Clearly a case of elevating Narcissa at the expense of others. However, Mother truly is the most beautiful person in the Malfoy family. Without a doubt, Mother is indeed beautiful, but not to the extent you describe. Draco hesitated. It's you, Aurora. He unusually refrained from continuing. It was much later that I learned that she had been wearing a pair of earrings imbued with a confundish charm for an extended period. Apart from the caster, Lucius, and me, who was unaffected by any enchantment, no one could behold my mother's true visage. Lucius, such a domineering Malfoy. Yet, if father were to take no measures, mother's breathtaking beauty would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. Like a celebrity on the streets, she would draw a throng, creating a bottleneck. Sealing my mother's beauty is a form of protection. No wonder Draco does not gaze upon her as I do. Day after day, he even teases me about having Oedipal tendencies. A person who constantly speaks of my father dares to say that about me. Aurora. Zabini's voice reached my ears, his expression one of exasperation. What is it? He raised an eyebrow, his narrow, slightly slanted brown eyes narrowing slightly, signaling me to pay attention to the changes around us. It turned out that Pansy had moved in close to Draco when I wasn't looking. They seemed to share numerous topics of conversation. Pansy, possessing memories from 2 lifetimes, was very familiar with Draco as his former classmate and ex-girlfriend. As for everything about Draco, aside from the 11 years spent together, the original work scarcely delved into detail. Draco's talent in potions and flying was merely to emphasize Harry's struggles with Snape and highlight his own exceptional lineage. Draco was still being polite. Yet only those truly familiar with him could discern his effort to conceal his impatience. Miss Parkinson, the Nimbus 2000 has yet to be released. How did you come to know the specific parameters? Pansy stood frozen in place, completely unaware of the Nimbus 2000's exact release date. She only knew that in her past life, Harry received the Nimbus 2000 as a reward from Professor McGonagall due to a dispute with Draco and was granted an exception to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team as a first year. The Malfoy family holds shares in the company producing the Nimbus 2000, which is why Draco had the opportunity to experience the product first. The specifications before the product launch are highly confidential. In her eagerness to bond with Draco, Pansy had completely overlooked this detail. Miss Parkinson, thank you for the lead that I will root out the traitor. Draco's expression darkened, and Pansy dared not speak further. Well done. What were you two just discussing? It seemed rather heated. I feigned ignorance, linking my arm with Draco's. I'll tell you later. Draco's expression softened. Brother, I still want to eat that. I pointed to the pudding not far away. You little glutton. Save it for later. There is still some of Mother's cooking in my bag. How could Hogwarts compare to her culinary skills? I rested my chin on Draco's shoulder, glancing at Pansy from the corner of my eye. Have I become so possessive of Draco, even though we cannot? Even without Pansy, there will still be Astoria in the future. Pansy's failure to compete for the title of Mrs. Malfoy is likely directly related to her hair color. It would be difficult to pass on the platinum hair color that the Malfoys take pride in if she were to marry a black-haired girl. Astoria's sister, Daphne Greengrass, was also sorted into Slytherin. Like Astoria, she is a blonde with blue eyes, quietly observing our interactions. In the original work, she is one of Pansy's lackeys, barely mentioned, not even qualifying as a supporting character, but merely a nameless bystander. The Harry Potter series narrates the magical world from Harry's perspective, yet countless bystanders are the protagonists of their own lives. They are simply submerged in the torrent of history. A few simple sentences encapsulate their entire lives, and I am a witness and participant in all of this. Even if I cannot leave my name, first-year Slytherins, gather here. The Slytherin freshmen, in perfect unison, chose to form a long queue led by Draco. In stark contrast to the chaotic Gryffindor, they exhibited a remarkable sense of order. Aurora stood just behind me. Draco admonished, "You have always been a bit scatterbrained. Don't fall behind." He instinctively grasped my hand. Without the concealment of our school robes, our fingers intertwined openly before everyone, as if our closeness was laid bare for all to see. A secret joy swelled within my heart, positioned behind him. I could not discern his expression at that moment, yet the empathic bond shared through our twin ones allowed us to share our feelings in this instant. Surely, he felt the same as I did. Draco, Aurora is not a 3-year-old child. She won't get lost, Zabini teased. She is even less reliable than a 3-year-old, Draco chuckled in response. She can get lost in Malfoy Manor. Our estate is so vast. Getting lost is quite normal, I argued. And who was it that stumbled into the Chamber of Secrets and cried themselves to sleep because they couldn't find their way out? He teased softly as he held me close. I nestled against his chest, feeling the gentle resonance of his heartbeat. That it was clearly Armand's portrait that tricked me. The first-generation Malfoy, Armand, had a penchant for mischief, and every member of the family, save for Draco, had fallen victim to his antics. He had lured me into the chamber and locked me inside, refusing to release me no matter how many passwords I offered, disregarding my pleas entirely. After locking me in, he had gone off to visit his other portraits. Ultimately, it was Lucius who had to exercise his head of the family privileges to find and free me. I could never comprehend why Armand disliked me so. I held him in such high regard. I was equally perplexed by Armand's behavior. Recalling those moments, Draco felt a pang of sorrow. That was the first time he had raised his voice at Armand. "If you target Aurora again, I will never visit you again," he had shouted. "Oh, what if you don't visit? You've abandoned me before." From that day forth, Armand vanished from his portrait, no longer visiting his other portraits either. He disappeared overnight, as though he had never existed. Panic gripped me. If Armand, the first Malfoy, had disappeared, would the Malfoy family cease to exist as well? No, he merely has a child's temperament. He will return once he has had his fill of tantrums. Draco replied nonchalantly. For some reason, an unsettling feeling surged within me. Armand had provoked me, and Draco's ire was misdirected. I should have felt pleased. Yet, Draco's indifference towards Armand was not the outcome I desired. Deep within, I had not truly taken Armand's mischievousness to heart. I accepted his spiteful actions entirely. Even my feelings of guilt seemed to diminish. Was it self-destructive tendencies at play? What was the reason behind all of this? We traversed the corridors of Hogwarts, and during our passage, a fleeting shadow danced across a portrait. An upperclassman Slytherin informed Draco of the password to the common room before leading us down to the dungeon. Snape awaited us there, exuding an imposing aura, his black robe billowing behind him, presenting an air of aloofness. His hawk-like gaze swept over the crowd, leaving many of the freshmen visibly intimidated. The orderly Slytherins hardly required any intimidation. He simply conveyed the necessary guidelines. In essence, do not disturb him unless it was of utmost importance. Slytherin had claimed the House Cup for 7 consecutive years. I hope to maintain that legacy. Potter, step forward. Harry froze momentarily when his name was called. Yes, Professor Snape. It was common knowledge what Harry Potter's presence in Slytherin would imply. Dumbledore's plans had been thwarted. The ultimate weapon he had cultivated was now in the enemy's camp. Harry's sudden summons by Snape. Was it at Dumbledore's behest? Everything was shrouded in uncertainty, but I reiterated Dumbledore's warning. Do not approach the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor at this juncture. He cast a glance at Harry, whether intentionally or not. I found it perplexing. In the original narrative, why was such a crucial object as the Philosopher's Stone placed so conveniently, and worse yet, announced to everyone? Students were warned to stay away, yet the true reasons were never disclosed. Adolescents, in their prime of curiosity, would surely be inclined to investigate. Was this not a case of drawing attention to the very thing they wished to conceal? It felt more like a deliberate invitation for Harry to explore. Hogwarts had become Dumbledore's training ground for Harry. Draco seemed to grasp the implication. Indeed, Harry has been there for quite some time. Who knows what kind of indoctrination he is undergoing? Aurora, you must have some faith in Harry. Draco tousled my hair. He delighted in disheveling my appearance, which irked me. Draco, inheriting Lucius's straight-haired genes, had no such worries as mine. Without proper care, my curls could resemble a lion's mane. To my astonishment, we were assigned to the same room. Surely, Hogwarts had not erred. A co-ed dormitory. I surveyed the room's lavish furnishings, rivaling the king-size bed in Malfoy Manor, along with a bathtub the size of a swimming pool. The embedded space magic rendered the outside world incapable of imagining the splendor within. How extravagant. No wonder Narcissa had not prepared any personal items for me. Everything was provided here. I wondered just how much my father had donated to Hogwarts. Suddenly, I was enveloped in a warm embrace. Draco's tousled hair brushed against my shoulder, causing a slight itch. He wore only a thin shirt and a pullover. The dungeon, submerged beneath the Black Lake, was damp and chilly. We lit a fire, and huddling together proved more effective for warmth. Aurora, this is wonderful. Yes, it truly is. We need not part ways. There was only one bed, a double, meaning that for the next 7 years, we would share a sleeping space. In Malfoy Manor, Lucius and Narcissa seemed oblivious to such details, having arranged for us to be together. Was Hogwarts any different? We were on the cusp of adolescence. With certain physiological changes already evident in Draco, beneath his refined features, his Adam's apple began to protrude, and his androgynous visage was taking on firmer contours. Draco, Aurora, are you in there? A knock sounded at the door. Reluctantly, Draco released me. It was Harry. Why did you take so long? Did your godfather finally let you go? I glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before pulling him inside. The room's decor resembled that of Malfoy Manor. His gaze fixated on our double bed. You two are sleeping together, just like in Malfoy Manor. He appeared hesitant. Is there a problem? Draco's brows knitted together. No, nothing. His eyes fell, obscured by his lashes, casting a heavy shadow. His fingers gripped the seam of his trousers, revealing the tension in his hands. Harry, why did your godfather summon you? To break the palpable tension, I quickly shifted the topic. I noticed Harry lingering around me more frequently. I was not oblivious to it. After all, I had come of age in Huaguo. To me, it seemed merely a projection of his yearning for a warm family atmosphere, akin to how Harry had fallen for Ginny Weasley in the original tale. Those once inconspicuous characters suddenly ascended to the status of Hogwarts' most sought-after figures. Ginny's presence was far less pronounced than Hermione's. She lacked the enduring bond forged through shared hardships. Ultimately, Harry's reluctance to part from the warmth offered by the Weasley family overshadowed any romantic inclinations. In my eyes, Harry's decision to marry Ginny stemmed more from familial affection than romantic love. Now, I had become the substitute for Ginny from the original narrative. To preserve the warmth I felt within the Malfoy family. Harry had shifted his focus onto me, and nothing more. Deep down, I still yearned for love. I'm sorry, Harry. He just repeatedly instructed me not to go near the corridor on the 4th floor, and he gave me this. Harry produced a parcel from behind him. It was an invisibility cloak. Originally gifted by Dumbledore, it had now been personally handed to Harry by Snape. This was almost a blatant indication, Harry. It appears that the 4th floor corridor has been set up as a trial for you. Draco spoke gravely, sneaking you the invisibility cloak, directing you towards an adventure. Did Dumbledore not care for Harry's safety? I voiced the buried concern within me. Do not forget, the greatest white wizard, Dumbledore, is primarily a politician. Self-proclaimed guardian of peace and justice in the wizarding world, while Harry is merely a tool to him. Draco gestured. These are my father's words. Yet, I find them quite reasonable, sacrificing the interests of a few to save the majority. How advantageous. Harry, holding the accompanying card, laughed bitterly. An orphan with nothing to lose. If he perished, the Potter family's estate would rightfully revert to the Ministry of Magic. You won't. We will never allow it. I shook his shoulder. His emerald eyes were cast downwards, as if resigned to a life of being manipulated. Harry, the Malfoys do not engage in losing ventures. Regardless of Dumbledore's schemes, a life is singular. You must cherish it. He widened his eyes, gazing at me in disbelief. Aurora, there is no need to voice every thought in your heart. What is there to conceal? Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. I continued, listen. The Godfather brought you back to Malfoy Manor not to make us the fools who support you until you turn 11. What the Malfoys invest must be returned manifold. Aurora, you truly live up to your name. Harry laughed until tears streamed down his face, the previously oppressive atmosphere dissipating in an instant. Indeed, we even brought a house elf along. I exclaimed, slightly irritated. Therefore, do not let down those who have assisted you in the past. Regardless of their motives, they have contributed to the improvement of your life. No one will continue to give without expecting something in return. It is better to be forthright about it. Since we will be seen as having ulterior motives regardless, it is far easier to admit it than to hide it. Aurora, thank you, for the first time. I saw the glimmer of joy in Harry's eyes. All along, I had felt that his smile never reached the depths of his soul. His friendliness and mild shyness were merely a veneer. The controlling and rebellious nature inherent in this Leo boy had long been suppressed within him. Aurora, I understand. Your concern for me is too great. His emerald green eyes sparkled like emeralds, radiating the brilliance of gemstones. Even among Westerners, green eyes are exceedingly rare, perhaps found in only 2% of the population. Most green eyes are mixed with brown or gray-green hues. Pure green is a rarity, let alone the vibrant shade of emerald. It is as uncommon as the platinum hair of the Malfoys. Westerners are fond of extolling the colors of eyes. Just so you know, you are not alone in this battle, as one of your investors. I will always be watching over you. I solemnly patted his shoulder. Then, I collapsed into Draco's arms in laughter. Aurora, you mischievous little imp. Draco wrapped his arm around my waist to prevent me from tumbling to the floor. I quickly threw my arms around his neck, fearing that I might embarrass myself by falling flat on my backside. Draco bore the distinct sin of the Malfoy family. Its composition was incredibly complex. Even the greatest modern perfumers, with the most advanced instruments, could not deconstruct its formula. When applied to different individuals, the scent varies greatly. Lucius exudes the dry aroma of cedar, Narcissa the crisp freshness of Chinese narcissus, while Draco carries the fragrance of foliage. It's getting late. I should head back. See you in the common room tomorrow. After Harry bid us good night, he returned to his room. Aurora, well done. Draco tightened his embrace from behind. In fact, it would be better to break this tension. We need not be as hypocritical as Gryffindor. Harry is a Slytherin. He will understand. My long hair was brushed aside by him, and warmth radiated from the nape of my neck as Draco's arm constricted around me. Tomorrow, let your hair down. Don't put it up, Draco whispered softly. Are you going to leave marks? I gently pinched his arm. They are beautiful. I cannot see them. Only I can appreciate their beauty, in both public and hidden places. Draco's hand moved to my neck. Before us, the enormous dressing mirror reflected our figures. A girl, whose pulse was grasped, leaning against the boy's embrace. This place had not been opened for many years. Draco surveyed the surroundings. And there are the names of Narcissa and Lucius. Narcissa Malfoy. Why not Narcissa Black? Shouldn't a mother use her maiden name upon enrollment? Could it be that Hogwarts changes according to the identity of the name owner? It must be so. The Marauder's map reveals only true names. That is how young Barty Crouch's identity was exposed. Aurora, you're daydreaming again. Draco playfully bit my earlobe as a punishment. Here, we are missing a pair of earrings. Could it be? Draco retrieved a velvet box from his pocket. I heard that father had a pair of earrings that sealed one's appearance. No one can remove them but him. Aurora, would you mind wearing them for me? I don't want to become ugly. I hastily covered my earlobe, breaking free from Draco's grasp. Is this how it is? He revealed a clear sense of disappointment. That I don't like the way those boys look at you. I don't like the way those girls look at you either. I mumbled softly. Whoever cares, loses out. All along, I had pretended to be magnanimous. Draco heard my thoughts and flashed a mischievous smile. Then how about we each wear one? Only the caster can see the true appearance, and only you can fully possess me. All right. His eyes were filled with allure. I guess this was his true intention, to make me willingly accept a compromise. The cunning of the Malfoys was entirely directed at their own. How infuriating. Aurora, silence implies consent. He gently took my earlobe into his mouth, sucking on it with varying pressure. A tingling sensation coursed through me. His warm breath brushed against my face. His long fingers lingered at my neck. I could not help but let out a soft moan, quickly covering my mouth. How could I emit such a sound? Sweet, slightly nasally whimpers. Draco's breath hitched, growing heavier. His tongue traced the contour of my ear. I could hardly stand. A glance at the dressing mirror revealed my own expression of yearning. Faster, if this continued. The consequences would be unimaginable. All right. My earlobe had completely lost all sensation. The earrings were placed on me without my awareness. On my pink earlobe was a small snake flicking its tongue, holding an emerald in its mouth. Aurora, it's beautiful. I felt as though my appearance had not changed at all. Indeed, my unique constitution rendered any magic ineffective on me. With this thought, I ceased my resistance. Merlin's buffer is truly vast. Draco, it's your turn. I picked up the other earring, comparing it against his earlobe. Where exactly should it go, brother? You were too tall. I can't reach. Despite being twins, I was half a head shorter than him. Girls are supposed to grow taller than boys first. All right, he grinned, lifting me effortlessly and tossing me onto the bed. I let out a startled yelp, almost dropping the earring. How infuriating. He gave me quite a scare. I patted my chest, regaining my composure, then straddled him. Let us get started. From my elevated position, I looked down at him. Aurora, are you going to take charge? Draco teased. He tucked my long hair behind my ear. One hand resting on my waist. No. It tickles. My waist was exceedingly sensitive. A light touch elicited a response that he knew this all too well. I could no longer hold myself up and fell directly into his embrace. Miss Malfoy, are you throwing yourself at me? He gently stroked my hair, sounding quite pleased. It's not my fault. You've been causing trouble, Mr. Malfoy. I attempted to sit up, but was firmly held down by him. Aurora, this is also acceptable. He hovered above me. If I merely tilted my head, I could see his gray eyes gazing at me tenderly. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, I leaned closer. Warmth brushed against my lips. And this time, he advanced even closer. This was not a mere fleeting touch. He plunged in, both hands securing my neck, leaving me no escape. In truth, he had no need to guard against my fleeing. I was quite enjoying myself. My fingertips tingled slightly. My mind was ablaze, as if a multitude of fireworks were bursting forth. I could hear nothing, see nothing, completely immersed in the sensations he evoked. Had my usual reserve made him so cautious? As it concluded, I lay breathlessly against his chest. Aurora, do you like it? He scrutinized my face closely, eager not to miss a single fleeting expression. My heart melted. It's my first time. Me too, I know. We exchanged smiles. If our parents were to find out, Father said. Draco noticed me watching him and cleared his throat, saying, as long as there is nothing before marriage, it's fine. What does nothing refer to? I playfully teased. His face visibly reddened. What a deceitful little liar. His fingertips lightly traced my waist. Haha, I was wrong. Don't tickle me. What does nothing refer to? He deliberately countered. It's that. Haha. I surrender. Surrender is not enough. My body curled up like a shrimp, trying to evade his advance. Regardless, I had promised Father I would not break my word. He paused. The lingering sensations on my body faded as I gently leaned into his embrace. The recent frolics have caused both him and me to feel a rise in our body temperatures. Under the dim light, the crackling of the fire intermittently punctuates the atmosphere. I almost forgot about the important matter at hand. I slapped my forehead. The earring I had been holding just moments ago had vanished without a trace. What to do? The bed is so vast. It could have rolled anywhere. Anxiously, I began to search around on the bed. Suddenly, Draco picked up a strand of my hair. Don't move. It's here. The earring had become entangled in my hair. He was so close to me. At such a proximity, I could even count his long, thick eyelashes. His movements were so gentle, as if he feared pulling my hair. Brother, could it be that you've tangled it too tightly at times? Perhaps you should just cut that part off. No, he replied resolutely. Your hair is beautiful. I was well aware of his fondness for my hair. He often played with it gently while I was asleep, that I feigned deep slumber, allowing him to caress it. He had once told me that he adored the sensation of it slipping through his fingers. Reminiscent of silk. Finally, he managed to free it. He let out a long sigh of relief. Here you go, Aurora. He returned the earring to my hand. His earlobe already bore a small piercing. Oh, when did you get your ears pierced? I asked. I had my father help me. A blush crept across the boy's face. So, Lucius was aware of today's arrangements. Did my father also know that our earrings were a pair, if that were the case? Could I dare to hope for a little more? His eyes sparkled. Father said you would be willing. I carefully threaded the earring through, fastening it securely. As the spellcaster, Draco still appeared so handsome in my eyes. His gaze lingered on my earlobe, reluctant to depart. You're bleeding. He took it into his mouth again. He licked away the traces of blood from my earlobe. Aurora, your blood is quite sweet. Once he finished, I felt utterly drained, collapsing into his embrace, falling asleep fully clothed. Draco, wake up. If we don't hurry, we'll be late. The boy looked utterly sleepy, making it hard to rouse him. He jolted awake, quickly gathering himself. Draco, you never oversleep. Is it because of the change in surroundings? I observed him leisurely. It's not just because of that. You were the one sleeping like a little pig, with your clothes unchanged, and you haven't even replied to your parents' letters. It asked me who has been cleaning up the mess. I really forgot. I rushed to lend a hand. I grabbed his silver green tie, manipulating it skillfully until a beautiful trinity knot emerged in my hands. Perfect. I admired my handiwork, exclaiming in praise. From now on, you'll help me with this, all right? He focused on adjusting the cufflinks, suggesting, Mother used to help Father in the same way. Draco's eyes sparkled with amusement, seemingly sharing the same thought as I. The first lesson was the Godfather's potions class, and we absolutely mustn't be late. He took my hand, leading me swiftly to the great hall. Draco, Aurora. Harry waved at us. He had been waiting in the common room. Beside him, Goyle and Crabbe slumped, resembling two mounds of flesh, looking utterly drowsy, evidently very hungry. Describing them as mere bags of bones would not be an exaggeration. Per Draco, what sort of lackeys did the original story depict? Let us go. Draco nodded at Harry, and the two lackeys scrambled to follow. Harry's gaze swept over me and Draco. You're both wearing matching earrings. Is this a Malfoy tradition? Sort of. Draco gently stroked my earlobe, which was still a bit swollen. Today, I'll help you apply some medicine. I wondered who had caused my earlobe to swell. Instinctively, I covered my ear, which made Draco chuckle. He cleared his throat and changed the subject. Harry, the Godfather likes to check on the new students' preparations in the first lesson. However, he generally doesn't target Slytherin. He glanced around before lowering his voice. Aurora and I have served as his teaching assistants. If Gryffindor is in attendance, there's usually some entertainment to be had. Potions require precise execution and a meticulous attitude. Even the slightest deviation is intolerable. This is precisely why the Godfather likes to instill a sense of caution in new students during the first lesson. I continued. In short, don't be startled. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Aurora, you seem particularly worried that I might misunderstand Professor Snape. His penetrating green eyes were filled with inquiry. He is my godfather. The term godfather can also simply refer to father. I do not wish for misunderstandings to arise among family due to poor communication. All right, he replied with a smile. In the original story, Harry faced Snape's antagonism throughout his 7 years at Hogwarts. When referring to Snape, he didn't even include the title of professor. He raised his potion textbook, filled with notes. You won't be disappointed. What could have caused such a dramatic change in him? Snape always maintained a distance from Harry. He seldom visited the Malfoy manor to see this son of an old acquaintance. Perhaps he believed that the Malfoys would not mistreat Harry. As a result, Draco and I have grown somewhat closer to Snape. The Slytherin table. Both newcomers and upperclassmen ate quietly, creating a stark contrast to the raucous Gryffindor table. The Weasley twins seemed to have added something to the pumpkin soup, causing those who drank it to retch up worms. Some who ate the bread they had offered, possibly laced with fever-reducing medicine, turned bright red, their ears emitting steam. The surrounding diners hurriedly vacated the area. How could one find amusement in such neglect? Their eyes shifted towards Harry. Fred, it seems we haven't yet held a welcome ceremony for the newcomers. Indeed, George, we must represent Gryffindor and forge a friendship with Slytherin. They approached and patted Harry on the shoulder. Swiftly, they stuffed a bag of powder into Harry's collar. Hey, stop it. I had been keeping a close watch on them and seized one of their wrists. Oh, the young lady of the Malfoy family, come to serve justice. The bag of powder had already been stuffed back into his sleeve. Unfortunately, your status is not suitable for this. He shook his head dismissively, as if it were common knowledge that the wicked Slytherins might engage in anything. Taking advantage of his distraction, I swiftly struck his wrist, causing a bag of powder to fall to the ground. Draco wrapped it in a handkerchief and picked it up. It's itching powder. After verifying it, he provided the answer. You want to embarrass Harry in public. With a glance from Draco, Crabbe and Goyle stepped forward. They loomed like a wall of flesh, their large hands pushing the Weasley twins aside. Despite their height, the twins appeared fragile next to Crabbe and Goyle. No roughhousing during mealtime. Professor McGonagall arrived to restore order. Professor, Weasley was just about to shove itching powder into Harry's neck, and now he is turning it back on me. McGonagall, who prides herself on being fair, swiftly addressed the captured suspect. Mr. Weasley, you will lose 10 points for Gryffindor. Professor, may I ask, is this Gryffindor's way of extending a hand of friendship to Slytherin? As the innocent victim, Harry's question was entirely reasonable. This had escalated into a conflict between two houses, especially since the target of the bullying was none other than Harry Potter, the one nurtured by Dumbledore. McGonagall's expression was quite awkward, and her anger towards the incompetent Weasley was palpable. Mr. and Mr. Weasley, 1 week of detention, plus 10 inches of lines. The detention could be arranged in my office. I have some potion materials that need attending to. A deep, magnetic voice echoed. Professor, Snape, Draco, and I immediately corrected ourselves. The man nodded at us. He turned to leave, but did not spare Harry a glance. His black robes billowed as he exited, as if he were gliding through the air. You will report to the dungeons today. Professor McGonagall, having lost ground, could only vent her anger on the twins. The Godfather is standing up for you. Truly, the most protective Slytherin. Everything was understood without words. As fellow Slytherins, we were on the same page. Let us go. We'll be late if we don't hurry. Draco urged from the side. I knew it. This fellow must be feeling jealous. A wave of sweetness washed over me, and beneath the robes, I secretly intertwined my fingers with his. Even at Hogwarts, we could, moreover, Being openly affectionate in public filled me with a clandestine joy. He curled his pinky in response to mine. I was unaware that our little secret had been discovered by a third party. Upon arriving at Hogwarts for my inaugural potions class, I found myself seated next to Draco, alongside the first-year students of Gryffindor and Sly T. Heron. It was only natural for me to be beside him. Many Slytherin girls displayed expressions of disappointment. Most were scions of pureblood families. Pansy Parkinson, who in the original narrative was always at Draco's side, was currently seated with Daphne Greengrass, once Hermione Granger's fiercest rival. She now engaged amiably with a Muggle girl, perhaps aware of the unfolding plot. The Parkinson family, though lacking any Death Eaters among its members, staunchly adhered to pureblood ideologies. Pansy's behavior was akin to that of a traitor to her lineage. Draco cast a disdainful glance. How far the Parkinson family had fallen. Each person has their own aspirations, I thought, as I gently placed my hand on his arm. Who would be foolish enough to exacerbate the situation at such a moment? According to Rowling's narrative, Hermione would eventually emerge as the most suitable candidate for the Minister of Magic. Perhaps that Muggle girl possesses qualities we are yet unaware of. Slytherin has always been driven by self-interest. Only through emotional appeal and pragmatic reasoning could Draco be persuaded. It seemed rather unremarkable. Draco scoffed. Hermione, merely for capturing Draco's attention a few times, found herself besieged by the support group of the Platinum Prince. I had long known of Draco's popularity, yet I was unprepared for its magnitude. As soon as Snape entered the classroom, the Slytherins, who had been murmuring to one another, instantly ceased their conversations, fixated on their house's headmaster. Their admiration barely concealed. Snape, a prodigious talent, was the youngest Slytherin headmaster in history, a master of potions and occlumency, not to mention his astonishing creative abilities. Spells such as the Bat Bogey Hex and the Disarming Charm were his inventions. Though not particularly tall and somewhat gaunt, he exuded an aura of remarkable presence. He began with the familiar preamble. Potions can determine life and death, and can confer fame and status. Only those with innate talent may glimpse the path. His gaze swept over Draco and me. The boy beside me puffed out his chest. To gain the recognition of a master potion maker was indeed a source of great pride. In the original story, through Harry's perspective, Draco was portrayed as a sycophant to Snape. Their relationship resembled that of a godfather and his protege. In Draco's eyes, Snape was almost a father figure. After the war, Lucius busied himself among various interest groups to distance himself from the Death Eaters. Snape, as a pivotal male figure, held considerable influence in Draco's upbringing. Is it not entirely normal to display happiness at being acknowledged by someone of such significance? The biases and filters of the original narrative cannot be underestimated. Now, let us assess your preparation. Here we go. I was fully alert, pondering whom Snape would call upon to answer questions. In the original text, Snape posed 3 questions to Harry, the answers of which combined to form, Lily, I regret your death. Someone had inquired of Rowling regarding this matter, and the outcome was surprising. She had not designed it while writing that passage. It belonged to the reader's interpretations. Yet, the coincidence is beautifully profound. Perhaps, in some cosmic sense, Snape was using Rowling's voice to express his remorse for his past actions. Snape's gaze traversed the room, ultimately settling on Mr. Weasley. He held the roster, scanning the surroundings as if searching for the student-esque likeness. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge about the magical world would recognize the Weasley family's trademark red hair. In the class, there was only one with such hair, Ron Weasley, the twin brother of the Weasley twins, hailing from Gryffindor, whose brothers had just attempted to bully Harry Potter. Perfect. I mentally applauded Snape, attempting to suppress the upturn of my lips. Ron stood up, trembling, resembling a condemned prisoner about to face public execution. He wished to offer his last words, yet his nerves rendered his voice quavering. Snape asked 3 questions in succession, and aside from responding with I don't know, he offered nothing of substance. His face turned crimson, emphasizing his freckles, nearly merging with his mane of red hair. His awkward demeanor was utterly comical. The majority of Slytherins buried their faces in their textbooks, stifling the urge to laugh aloud. Draco elbowed Harry beside him, a playful smile gracing his lips. Indeed, from Snape's perspective, merely placing the Weasley twins in detention was insufficient. Thus, Ron found himself in a predicament. 10 points were deducted from Gryffindor. With a flick of Snape's wrist, his robes billowed behind him, reminiscent of a great bat. The Gryffindors glared at Ron with indignation. To atone for Ron's blunder, Hermione raised her hand high, fearful that Snape might overlook her. Her body hovered above her seat. Snape remained oblivious. Mr. Malfoy, answer the previous question. Draco, having mastered the content, effortlessly recited the correct response. Snape barely lifted the corners of his mouth, gesturing for Draco to sit down. Have you not yet taken note of what was just discussed? Once again, Draco shone brightly. His position within Slytherin remained unassailable if Harry Potter's enrollment in Slytherin posed any threat to him. With Snape's encouragement, that would no longer be an issue today as we transitioned into the practical application of potions. Snape appointed both Draco and me as teaching assistants. Such blatant favoritism. Was it reserved solely for Dumbledore? Finally, I relished the fruits of being a beneficiary. This sensation was rather delightful. No wonder Draco in the original narrative became lost amidst the flowers and applause. The favoritism from both Malfoy and Snape ensnared him in a gilded cage, depriving him of opportunities for growth. Yet, if one does not encounter exceptionally rare circumstances, is it not the aspiration of many to dwell in an ivory tower? Who would voluntarily seek out suffering? Draco and I proceeded with our tasks, endeavoring to steer clear of the cauldrons set up by Gryffindor, especially Neville Longbottom, whose concoction began to emit a noxious odor. Threatening imminent explosion, I called out, "Professor Snape." Snape muttered under his breath, waved his wand, and Neville's cauldron was restored to pristine condition. Thank Merlin. Had the swelling solution exploded, the consequences would have been dire. I could only imagine how many students would end up in the hospital wing. Alas, many onlookers remained blissfully unaware of the truth. Hermione was seated at a distance from Neville, thus unable to monitor the state of his liquid. With Neville's work nullified, her previously overlooked anger erupted. She shot up from her chair. "Professor Snape, do you not lack fairness towards Gryffindor students?" Snape slowly turned, and it was unlikely any student would dare to challenge his authority in his classroom. "Who are you?" he inquired, picking up the roster. "Miss Granger. No one wishes to hear your opinions. Now, focus on your classwork, unless you desire to find your own efforts similarly eradicated." Some Slytherins snickered quietly. They had learned the names of pureblood families by heart during their formative education. Granger could only be of Muggle descent or half-blood. Her background, prior to receiving her acceptance letter from Hogwarts, had left her with nearly zero knowledge of magic. Thus, she was unlikely to comprehend Snape's current standing in the British magical community. Professor Snape was likely the most socially prominent individual she would ever encounter to openly confront a professor in class. Such bravery, courtesy of Gryffindor. Moreover, even the simplest potion, if mishandled, could lead to unpredictable results. Hermione's swelling solution was incomplete, and at a critical juncture, she abandoned her own work to defend Neville, displaying a gross irresponsibility towards her own safety and that of her classmates, after being rebuffed by Snape. She found herself unable to concentrate on her potion. Her distracted expression betrayed everything. "Miss Granger, your cauldron." I approached her, whispering a reminder. "You, Miss Malfoy, you were the one." In her mind, I was the cause of Neville's nullified progress. The quintessential Gryffindor presumption, utterly speechless. Before she could vent her frustration, she realized her potion had begun to emit a potent stench. Several classmates seated beside her pinched their noses, yet dared not stray far from their cauldrons. I glanced towards Snape, awaiting his decision. "Aurora, when did you become so indecisive?" Draco approached, directly emptying Hermione's cauldron. "Miss Granger, your classwork is beyond salvage. I hope you can understand." I quickly added, for she was the sole female of the original trio and the future Minister of Magic. I truly did not wish to offend her lightly. She scrutinized our similarly colored hair. "Malfoy." Her expression indicated she had already categorized us as Snape's hounds. "Miss Granger, for your contempt of class. 5 points from Gryffindor. You and Mr. Longbottom will serve detention. You are not permitted to leave until you complete the swelling solution." That he nodded at me, indicating that I was to oversee the two of them. "Caught in a dilemma. It is only the first day of school," Neville murmured. "I apologize for taking up your time, Miss Malfoy. He is still quite perceptive. He intends to rework the potion ingredients." Wait a moment. The primary reason Neville consistently explodes cauldrons is that his hands alter the properties of the potion materials, causing them to become animated. This could be considered one of his gifts, as he later becomes the herbology professor at Hogwarts. However, from Severus Snape's perspective at that time, Neville was akin to a walking time bomb in the classroom. Not only was he prone to accidents, but he was also rather clumsy, making him far from an amiable student. Teachers are human, after all, and they have their preferences. Who doesn't favor a bright, clever student who excels academically and possesses a sweet tongue? "Mr. Longbottom, I have observed your method of handling potions," I remarked, picking up the herbs he had processed and placing them alongside the unprocessed ones. To my surprise, the herbs he had touched had sprouted. Such keen observation. 10 points to Slytherin. Snape, unbeknownst to me, had approached from behind, causing me to jump and quickly turn around. Mr. Longbottom, go fetch a pair of insulated gloves. I do not wish to experience the surprises you bring every lesson. Neville's face turned crimson. I am sorry, Professor Snape. I offered him a reassuring smile, recalling how he had shared sweets with me when I first arrived at Hogwarts. Feeling seasick. In Slytherin, the notion of seeking revenge is not regarded as a pejorative. Hermione, with her exceptional intellect, swiftly completed the swelling solution. Her expression was somewhat awkward. Miss Malfoy, you assisted Neville. At the end of the class. She blocked my path. I am a teaching assistant. It is my duty. I nodded at her. In the original story, Hermione is a character I greatly admire. She is intelligent and wise, playing a pivotal role during crucial moments. She hesitated. I'm sorry, it's nothing. You were merely anxious. Draco was already peering out the door, and I did not wish to keep him waiting. I apologize. I am in a bit of a hurry. May I call you Aurora? I see that everyone else does. She referred to my Slytherin classmates. Certainly, Hermione. I also adjusted my address to her. Goodbye. What did that mudblood say to you that took so long? Draco muttered quietly. It resolved some misunderstandings. I replied succinctly. Aurora, do not lower your worth like Parkinson. He cautioned. I have heard that Professor McGonagall is quite fond of her and intends to nurture her. Humph. Even the head of Gryffindor can misjudge a character, Draco retorted indignantly. Who knows? I have heard she was the first to discover Professor McGonagall's disguise. McGonagall's enigmatic form is a silver tabby cat. And during the first transformation class for new students each year, she transforms into her enigmatic shape. Every Malfoy is a natural-born enigmatic, though none have ever registered with the Ministry of Magic. If outsiders were to learn of our enigmatic forms, it would be exceedingly dangerous. Thus, I am not unfamiliar with animagi. I once saw my mother's enigmatic form, a rare nine-tailed fox, its snow-white fur, wine-red eyes, and a mysterious symbol painted on its forehead, with 9 fluffy tails swirling behind it. She was pinned down by a fierce snow leopard. Terrified, I wanted to rescue her, but Draco covered my mouth and led me away from the scene. My parents could transform into their enigmatic forms. Goodness, is it that intense? I recalled my parents saying their enigmatic forms manifested after the 4th year ball. Draco pondered. So, will we also experience that at that time? I silently vowed to return to Malfoy Manor after the ball. I had no idea what animal I would become. Being caught at Hogwarts would spell disaster. I do not know, but I will be by your side. Draco's expression softened. He is not adept at sweet talk. His feelings are expressed through his actions. To see through Professor McGonagall's enigmatic form is indeed remarkable. When Draco's emotions are not stirred, his rationality returns, and he becomes more serene. In the original story, Hermione, through her observations, also discovered another unregistered enigmatic, Rita Skeeter, a senior reporter for the Daily Prophet. She could transform into a beetle, eavesdropping on confidential information and monitoring the movements of interviewees. My grandfather had once maintained a close relationship with the first Muggle-born Minister of Magic, Nobert Ritchie. However, there are rumors that Nobert Ritchie was forced to resign due to poisoning by Abraxas. As long as there are profits to be made, one's background does not matter. This is a philosophy that Lucius and the portraits of past Malfoy heads have continuously instilled in us. Some contradictions, are they not? The Malfoy family has always looked down upon the lower class of Muggles, yet they maintain very close ties with the upper echelons of Muggle society. They even manipulate presidential transitions and dynastic changes. They are everywhere. Aurora, are you worried I will speak disrespectfully in front of Granger? Am I that uncouth? Draco shot me an annoyed glance. Of course not. I hastily amended as he raised an eyebrow. In the original story, you were quite disrespectful. Thankfully, Hermione is magnanimous. Otherwise, the future Minister of Magic would easily crush a Malfoy with a tarnished reputation. Aurora, I am not a fool like Crabbe or Goyle. He sighed softly. You and Parkinson both have a soft spot for Granger. It is just that Parkinson's affections are more overt. He has noticed. I thought I had been discreet enough. Though I do not know what information you have received, rest assured, I will not cause trouble. His brow furrowed slightly, clearly hurt by my distrust. Brother, I closed my eyes. The Ministry has had enough of being restrained by pureblood families. They are preparing to commence the next wave of deification. A Muggle born without any magical background, placed in the spotlight, would undoubtedly be easier to manipulate. He understood immediately. Sybil Trelawney has made similar predictions. Perhaps the Parkinson family has also heard. Everyone is scrambling to place their bets. To cultivate such a spokesperson. If that is the case, Harry is the most suitable candidate. He looked incredulous. Harry's current demeanor does not seem like that of someone easily manipulated. This is why the mediocre fudge has maintained his position as Minister of Magic for over a decade. Whether it is the Order of the Phoenix, represented by Dumbledore, or the remnants of the Death Eaters, represented by Lucius, both have behaved themselves during his tenure. Cunning little deceiver. He ceased to press the issue. And the heavy stone in my heart finally lifted. Aurora, just remember, I will unconditionally believe in you. He placed his hand on my shoulder and whispered in my ear. My heart tightened. What should I do? I felt even guiltier. Thank you. Draco. My head rested against his shoulder. You too. How long will you linger? Came Zabini's teasing voice from behind, that I had completely forgotten where I was, cuddling with Draco at the classroom door. My body, accustomed to Draco's reliance, felt as it always did. Oh dear. I sighed, reluctantly pulling away from Draco. Aurora, this is just fine. Draco's hand remained on my shoulder. Others would assume I like to cling to you. I leaned against his chest, glancing at the bustling crowd. Everyone seemed hurried. Their attention evidently not on us. I finally let out a long breath. It was too long before I saw a fan-made article featuring us as the main couple in a clandestine publication circulating at Hogwarts. The plot made my heart race with embarrassment as the involved party. Indeed, the public's perception is remarkably astute. At that time, I still believed I was concealing my feelings well. At the dining table. We received a letter from our parents. I had not even washed up before collapsing into bed, and naturally, Draco relayed my glorious tale word for word to our parents. I was subtly hinted at by Narcissa to pay attention to my personal hygiene. I wished I could just sink into the ground. Draco, too, informed them of the explosive news regarding Harry entering Slytherin at the first opportunity. The Daily Prophet even ran a special report. The issue stirred up quite a tempest. Although Lucius tried to control the narrative, some maintained a pessimistic outlook. They claimed Harry had been corrupted by the Malfoy family. Once the minions of Voldemort. He was no longer the golden boy, the savior, but a coward who had forgotten the blood feud with his parents and had thrown himself into the enemy's arms. The Gryffindors wholeheartedly agreed with this conclusion. Every breakfast, flocks of owls, bearing howling letters, would swoop in on Harry. Draco and I were also affected, having to instruct the house elves at Hogwarts to deliver breakfast to our dormitory. Draco, Aurora, I am sorry for the trouble I caused you. Harry's apologetic gaze made me feel immensely guilty. Had he chosen Gryffindor, he would not have had to endure any of this. It was I who inadvertently altered the trajectory of his life. I finally understood the power of online harassment. No matter how one refutes it, the indifferent onlookers can always exploit the flaws in language. Had Harry been sorted into Gryffindor, public opinion might have swayed towards notions of ingratitude. Aurora, fret not for me. Harry appears to be untouched by any of this. His emerald eyes, gentle as the waters, resemble the exquisite jade lake in Qinghai, China. I also shared delightful news with him upon hearing this. Lucius utilized the Malfoy family's communication network to intercept all howler letters directed towards us. There are also some relatively discreet messages. If Harry permits, the Malfoy family can filter them beforehand. The boy's eyes glimmered. I certainly trust Uncle Lucius. This is the best course of action. I worried he might misunderstand, and hastily clarified. It is merely a precaution during these extraordinary times. Once the storm passes, it will be. I understand. Harry took my hand. Everything the Malfoys do is to protect me. Am I truly such an ungrateful person? His expression was one of restraint, tinged with sadness. Aurora, is this how you perceive me? Merlin? I was merely concerned he might overthink. How could this fellow turn the tables on me? In exasperation, I lightly punched him. It's simply that caring often leads to turmoil. Indeed. So I am exceedingly grateful. He pulled me closer, embracing me. His black hair, always a challenge to tame, fluffed up at the back as if tousled by the wind. Yet, it felt remarkably soft. Stray strands brushed against my cheek, tickling me. T11. He had a well-proportioned figure, much like Draco, beginning to grow taller. The dim lighting of the Dursley's cupboard had not inflicted irreversible harm on his vision. Today's Harry, no longer needing glasses, showcased striking emerald eyes that left a lasting impression. Professor Snape's favorite green eyes indeed. How Harry has grown. This was my first intimate interaction with him. I was unaccustomed to being touched by anyone other than Draco. Noticing he lingered in his embrace, I gently tapped his shoulder. Harry, many are watching. Aurora, you wouldn't refuse Draco. His voice sounded exceedingly aggrieved. How could it be the same? Draco is my brother. So, you regard me as the opposite gender, hence the distance. He asked tentatively. Of course I consider you the opposite gender. Otherwise, would I treat you like a girl? I replied without a moment's hesitation. Understood. His voice brightened considerably as he released my arms. Hurry, Our next class is flying. Draco is already waiting at the Quidditch pitch. He leisurely followed behind me, with his long limbs. He effortlessly matched my pace with a relaxed jog. Why are all my friends taller than I? Narcissa and Lucius are both statuesque beauties. I hope their height advantage is passed down to me. Aurora, over here. Draco waved at me. The tall youth, illuminated by sunlight, had a halo shimmering around his striking platinum hair. He resembled an angel from a Muggle religion. He squinted slightly. The paler the skin, the more one fears the sun. We are prone to sunburns and must apply generous amounts of sunscreen. This morning, we had assisted each other in this task. Aurora, why is your face so red? Are you sunburned? Did I not help you apply it evenly? Draco questioned in a flurry of guilt. No, I'm perfectly fine. The thoughts I had just now were entirely unspeakable. However, I had misjudged the proximity. Our twin wands had already conveyed my feelings to him. He said nothing, merely smiled, and left a kiss upon my forehead, as if to say, I understand. Oh my goodness, this is truly enchanting. Such deep, lingering affection is utterly irresistible. Hand me the hair tie. Draco extended his hand. Huh? I was puzzled. You wouldn't want to transform into a golden lion now, would you? Draco grinned mischievously. All right. Thank you. I turned away, feeling his long fingers weave through the ends of my hair. Quite the skilled hand. That house elf of the Malfoys. Zabini had also changed into casual attire. Upon seeing Draco styling my hair, he couldn't resist teasing. Blaze, as an only child, you wouldn't understand this experience if you had a sister. You would cherish her dearly. Draco did not engage. His movements were deft and gentle, devoid of any tugging sensation, and soon a fluffy braid had formed at the back. Leaving my hair down would indeed appear more demure. Zabini shook his head, offering unsolicited critique. If your opinion matters, this is far more practical. I have always lacked patience for those who enjoy provocation. It resembles the hairstyle of Elsa, the Snow Queen from Frozen. The hair on either side was divided into two sections, neatly braided without any stray strands, ensuring I need not worry about the wind scattering it. Draco's skills had indeed improved. Aurora, it suits you perfectly. Harry remarked candidly. Yes, I believe so as well. You three truly are not of the same family, yet you share a home. Zabini jested, turning his attention elsewhere. Aurora, Blaze is simply being glib. He actually. Draco hesitated. He realized my indifference towards Zabini's remarks, and thus refrained from elaborating. The flying class, akin to physical education in China, had every freshman, regardless of their prior experience with broomsticks, eager to participate. Draco and Harry were particularly outstanding. Their talents remarkable. Lucius was exceedingly generous in his son's education. In the original text, he had previously sponsored the Slytherin Quidditch team, with 7 Nimbus 2000s, that he refused to let his children's talents go to waste, lavishing funds to invite internationally renowned Quidditch players for guidance. This particular player, of comparable age to us, was Victor Crumb, who chose to work part-time during every holiday. In the original text, he represented Durmstrang in the Triwizard Tournament, and was Hermione's publicly acknowledged ex-boyfriend. I once inquired of Crumb why he chose to travel to England for part-time work. He replied in a thick Bulgarian accent, Mr. Malfoy has offered so much, daily pampered by the Malfoy family in various delightful ways. Draco and I have not gone astray. This is a gift in itself. Naturally, Draco and Harry's skills were unparalleled, and even I, a novice, picked up enough to get by. Thus, the flying class was an opportunity for us three to relax and bask in the sunlight. Living beneath the Black Lake, I sorely missed the warm sensation of sunlight upon my skin. We confidently raised our arms, shouting, Up! The broomsticks obediently soared into our palms. Harry, Aurora, shall we have a match? Draco proposed. The other students were still shouting at their broomsticks. Neville's broom was rolling on the ground, utterly disobedient. Draco turned away, struggling to stifle laughter. Ron, beside him, exerted all his might to coax his broom into movement. But to no avail. Draco's suppressed laughter led Ron to believe he was being mocked. Years of pent-up frustration finally erupted at that moment. His sensitive heart felt provoked. Everything stemmed from Malfoy. He had been rejected by Harry, and his father was ostracized at the Ministry of Magic. Living in poverty, everything around him was old and worn. In stark contrast, the glamorous Malfoys attracted all attention. At this moment, he finally snapped. What's so funny? Ron muttered, unwilling to confront Draco directly. The outcome of provoking the Malfoys had long been learned by the Weasley family. Yet, he could not suppress his resentment. Merlin, why were all the benefits bestowed upon the despicable Malfoys? Draco was acutely aware of the malice surrounding him. He turned, fixing his hawk-like gaze on the disgruntled RON.DO. You have an issue, Weasley. In a flash, Draco glanced at the disobedient broom on the ground. Realizing Ron had misunderstood, Ron's face flushed crimson. He had not anticipated that his verbal bravado would be so swiftly countered. Brother, what's going on? The two stood in a tense standoff, reminiscent of the original text. And I hurried over. Humph, the Weasleys may be poor, but their arrogance is unmatched. They think everyone is focused on them. I was entirely unaware of the unfolding events, glancing toward Neville for an explanation. The clumsy boy waved his hand, equally perplexed. Brother, let us go. You were just about to propose a match. Don't get entangled with irrelevant people. Draco's disdain had already ignited Ron's fury. The phrase irrelevant people struck a nerve with Ron. You are the irrelevant one. Malfoy could never produce a daughter. You're just a wild child brought back from outside. How could this involve me? This misplaced anger is quite absurd. What did you say? Draco seized the boy by the collar, preparing to drag him to the broomstick. His eyes burned red with fury. Brother, I supported giving Ron a lesson. But Professor Hawk, our flying instructor, was still present. Draco dragged Ron, gliding slightly above the ground. Ron's lower half scraped against the ground. Apologize to Aurora, Draco commanded sternly. Absolutely not. The boy defiantly held his head high. Even in a disadvantageous position, his Gryffindor bravery prevailed. He firmly believed he spoke the truth. Ron's insult, calling me a wild child, quickly spread throughout the crowd. The Malfoy family, with a lineage spanning millennia, has indeed followed a singular path, with each generation producing only male heirs. At that moment, Harry soared towards us on his broomstick. Weasley, this is slander and defamation. Apologize to Aurora at once. Otherwise, you shall face a summons from the Malfoy family. His emerald green eyes burned like flames. The Weasleys cannot afford even the legal fees from selling off their possessions. Learn to bow to reality. You redhead. Our acquaintance from Slytherin also rallied to our side, though it sounded as if tensions were escalating. Savior, a mere lapdog of the Malfoys, are you barking for your master? Ron had already received a punch from Draco, blood gushing from his nose. That a scornful expression spread across his battered face. The motion of curling his lip inadvertently activated other facial muscles, producing a hissing gasp. Now he was attacking indiscriminately, and Harry was caught in the crossfire. You, Draco, exasperated, yanked him into the air, preparing to throw him down. Professor Hawk was unlikely to be oblivious to the commotion. Ron's insults and shouts could be heard by anyone with normal hearing, provided it didn't escalate too far. Brother, let it go. If this blows up, Harry and I will be fodder for the media. I stepped forward to restrain his arm. Ron, emboldened, retorted, the Malfoys are cowards. Brother, Weasley is merely trying to extort us for medical fees, provoking you to strike. To procure him a new wand. Don't be fooled. Aurora made a valid point. The Malfoy family is wealthy, but this is not how they operate. Harry chimed in support. I quickly leaned towards Draco's ear and whispered, Professor Hawk is coming over. Fighting during flying class could lead to disqualification from the Quidditch team selection. Remembering his father, he wouldn't let the Ministry of Magic gain any advantage. I grasped his fist, feeling his tension gradually dissipate. What was happening? It seemed Professor Hawk had finally arrived. Whether it was a mere illusion, I sensed a hint of disappointment in her demeanor. Did she wish to witness the conflict between the houses? Perhaps as a test of Harry's true capabilities, was this all orchestrated by Dumbledore? With an air of righteousness, Professor Hawk chastised both Ron and Draco, each receiving a stern lecture. You two will be responsible for cleaning this batch of flying brooms after class. Draco, visibly displeased, suppressed his anger, aware that Quidditch training and selection depended on Professor Hawk's guidance, and accepted the punishment. Brother, I'll accompany you. I moved to his side. These wretched brooms are hardly worth cleaning. They should have been discarded long ago. He disdainfully squeezed the handle of a broom. They're neither smooth nor aerodynamic. Just cheap goods. I echoed his sentiment. Aurora, I truly wish to strike him. Draco glared venomously at Ron, who was not far off. His resentment palpable. I know. You are standing up for me, but there's no need to make this public. Perhaps we should simply inform Father. I coaxed gently, yet you always mock me, constantly bringing up Father. And now advising me to tell him. Draco's expression was one of grievance. That cannot be the same. My lineage is a matter only my parents have authority over. Weasley publicly insults me, while secretly slandering my father's fidelity. With Lucius's nature, he would take any accusation of cunning and deceit as praise. However, to accuse him of infidelity with a third party, aside from Narcissa, would be to tread dangerously close to the line. The platinum aristocrat, who cherished his wife above all, would never tolerate any doubts regarding his devotion to Narcissa. Very well, I understand. Draco smirked, and we both arrived at the same conclusion. The Malfoy patriarch, provoked, would unleash his influence to crush a nearly bankrupt Weasley? Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? A mere whisper would suffice, and Malfoy's partners would know precisely what to do. Ron Weasley should be grateful that Hogwarts charges no tuition for 7 years, with all expenses covered by the Ministry of Magic. Otherwise, the unemployed Weasley could hardly afford to support 7 offspring. While Draco and I were helping him tally the brooms, we stumbled upon one that had once belonged to Harry's father, James Potter. The flamboyant signature of James Potter highlighted the owner's audacious character. James Potter, the cherished youngest of the Potter family, adored by his parents, and a dashing Gryffindor seeker, certainly had the pedigree to be proud. Harry traced his father's signature, lost in thought. Look, there is another line. The latter slowly emerged. Dear friend, fate has brought us together. The secrets of Hogwarts shall be laid bare before you. Imagine the temptation, my friend. Are you prepared? The words rolled onto the broom and vanished moments later. Of course, high rewards often accompany high risks. If you dare to investigate Filch's office, open the drawer. Confiscated items, highly dangerous. I shall await you there. The phrase flickered before disappearing. After that, no matter how we manipulated the broom, no new words appeared. Could this be a conspiracy? In the original text, the Diary of the Horcrux had similarly tempted Ginny Weasley into opening the Chamber of Secrets. Draco and Harry were evidently more intrigued. Aurora, don't be so hesitant. This is a keepsake from Harry's father, Uncle James. Harry's eyes brimmed with reluctance. This broom belongs to Hogwarts, a communal possession. He didn't want to return it. This matter can be discussed with father. Draco presumed he was unaware of the sordid history between Snape and the Band of Thieves. If Snape were to learn that his rival had left behind a broomstick and was attempting to incite his son to steal it, it would be a wonder if James didn't come back to give him a thorough beating. Should we still consult father? Lucius was well aware of the events of that year. If any part of this delicate matter were mishandled, it could lead to disaster. Aurora, you still act like a child, bringing everything back to father. Seeing my frown, he quickly relented. I will. I'll write to father tonight. As for this broom, I cast a sidelong glance at Ron, who was vigorously scrubbing the broom. He appeared to be working hard, but was secretly eavesdropping on our conversation. If I were to leave the broom marked by James Potter overnight on the Quidditch pitch, it might be maliciously damaged by those with ulterior motives. Although Ron is portrayed as a positive character in the original text, I always sensed his discontent at being overshadowed by Harry's protagonist aura. He seems desperate to prove something. With this in mind, I explained the situation to Professor Hawk. Harry is the most famous orphan, his parents' sacrifice bringing a fleeting peace to the magical world. The Potter line was nearly extinguished. Any compassionate professor would not refuse a request to keep a parent's relic. She examined the broom closely, as if lost in reflection. Yes, I recognize the handwriting. It is indeed James's. Her eyes filled with compassion. Take it, child. It is yours. She gently patted the boy's shoulder. Thank you. Harry cradled the broom in his arms. You truly resemble your father. He was an exceptionally talented seeker. I have observed your and Draco's flying. You have begun your professional training, haven't you? Professor Hawk inquired. The Quidditch teams from each house have begun recruiting new members. Although first years cannot play in matches, they can serve as reserves. A knowing smile graced her lips. Do you mean? Draco's eyes sparkled. I shall speak with Severus and recommend you both for the Slytherin Quidditch team, without the need for an interview. What a delightful surprise. Meanwhile, Ron stood frozen, a picture of indignation. His expression starkly contrasted our cheerful atmosphere. As he remained isolated in the corner, I would not succumb to sympathy. He brought this upon himself. The red-haired youth would do well to accept reality sooner rather than later. This time, Harry stood not with the Weasleys. The Malfoys would offer no opportunity for redemption. I'm starving. Let's go. I hope the remnants on the Slytherin table can film me. As if by instinct, I grasped Draco's hand. After only a few steps, I noticed Harry lagging behind, his expression inscrutable. He held the broom in one hand while the other hovered in the air. Surely he wasn't waiting for me to take it. That would be awkward. Harry, we're racing. You have a broomstick in hand. The last one to the door is Pig. All right, he withdrew his hand. Leaping onto the broom, Oh, you need me to carry you? I could easily outpace him on a broom. His bangs fluttered in the breeze, revealing a full forehead. His spirited demeanor overlapped with James's photograph. Not necessarily. Draco and I exchanged amused glances and took off. Hey, we haven't started yet. Harry had already fallen behind. You didn't say when we were starting. Don't underestimate me, Harry. I shouted as I sprinted ahead. The braid swayed rhythmically behind me. The hair tie, jolted by the movement, accidentally slipped away and my platinum blonde hair cascaded down like a waterfall. The hair tie that Draco had personally tied for me vanished without a trace, leaving me in sorrow for quite some time. Woven from silver and green satin, it was a meaningful keepsake crafted by Draco himself. Much later, I learned that the hair tie had been picked up by someone and kept as a treasure. Severus Snape had received word from Professor Hooch early on, and with a swift stroke of his pen, he signed his name to the application for the use of the Quidditch pitch by the Slytherin team. Do not embarrass yourself. He cast a disdainful glance at Harry's broom before turning away. I was certain he had also noticed James Potter's name. Aurora, the Quidditch training is exhausting our extracurricular lives. After every session, Draco and Harry were nearly collapsed on the ground. The intense physical training left the two 11-year-old boys gasping for breath. Is this really training? It can't be just to mess with us, Draco muttered. With Professor Snape present, the captain would surely not dare to go too far. Harry moved his lips slightly, if one did not listen closely. His voice was entirely inaudible. Let me massage you. Here, or here. Draco casually placed his leg across my thigh. It's right here. Draco nearly cried out. The muscles are all knotted together. You must not have stretched properly before exercising. I applied pressure, alternating between gentle and firm, hearing Draco let out a long sigh beside me. Much better. Your skills have improved, Aurora. It's not just you. You always end up with a body full of bruises. The excessive pallor of his youthful skin made the bruises especially conspicuous. What can I do? He instinctively glanced at Harry. I want to be the best. You are the best. The best Draco, the best brother. The youthful glimmer in his eyes shone like stars. You too? Are you ready for a break? Marcus Flint, the then captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, shouted loudly. All right. Draco seemed to be charged with energy. Aurora, you are like a potion of vitality. What a strange metaphor. Harry struggled to rise, dragging his heavy feet in an unsteady manner that I hurried to support him. Professor Snape, Harry has a fever. Perhaps it was due to the excessive exertion that his body could not keep up. Just moments ago, Snape had appeared calm, but his expression changed immediately. He appeared before me in a flash, moving with the speed of a disillusionment charm. By the time I gathered my wits, he was already carrying Harry away. His black robes billowing behind him. It is in times of crisis that one's true character emerges. In the original story, it was also Snape who shielded Harry and the others when Lupin transformed into a werewolf. Training continues, Flint shouted, seemingly unaffected by the fallen team member. But Draco's training must go on. Aurora, I knew what he wanted to say. Harry already had his godfather watching over him. I'll stay with you. The boy revealed a radiant smile, and I understood that I had made the right choice. Once you finish, we can go see him. I promised him. Perhaps Flint truly intended to give Harry and Draco a reality check. Other official Slytherin Quidditch players also grumbled while changing. However, without relying on the Malfoy name for preferential treatment, Draco's performance seemed to earn him the respect of others. Aurora, my whole body aches. I'll help you again when we return. We both seemed to have completely forgotten about the special potion. I fetched some congee and easily digestible snacks from Hogwarts house elves. Upon arriving at the hospital wing, it was just in time for dinner. Madame Pomfrey, we are here to visit Harry. Harry Potter, come in. The woman wore a serious expression, chattering away. I've said before, such a dangerous sport as Quidditch should not be allowed for first years. Their bones haven't fully developed, and their stamina can't keep up. And you, Severus, are just as irresponsible as Rolanda. You've truly sent Harry into the lion's den. Do you even realize what he will face in the future? Poppy, Snape raised his voice. Clearly, there were some things he did not want us to hear. Madame Pomfrey, in a fit of exasperation, rustled the curtains loudly, stating that visiting time was only 10 minutes. I quickly took a seat closest to Harry. Are you all right? My hand tentatively touched his forehead, where a towel was cooling him down. His complexion was flushed, and his ears were steaming, a side effect of the rapid cooling. Much better. Draco, how was your training? It was fine. Just routine training. Nothing special. Draco's gaze flickered away from Harry, as if they both carried heavy burdens. I replaced his towel with a fresh one. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? I lifted the meal box in my hand. Godfather. Can Harry have a meal? Poppy did not refuse. He stood up and walked straight out of the hospital wing. Just now. Your godfather has been here with you, Draco said, his expression tinged with envy. Yes? He said he would go back once you arrived. Aurora, thank you for this. Harry looked at the utensils in my hands. His stomach, inappropriately loud, seemed to imply that he wanted me to feed him. Harry, how can you make Aurora do the house elf's job? Draco frowned. What about Dobby? Nowadays, Dobby was no longer under the Malfoy family's ownership. Draco called out twice without receiving a response. A flicker of malice appeared in his eyes. As the former master, he found it intolerable to be slighted. It's all right. To ease the awkwardness, I moved my chair closer. I gently stirred the congee, took a spoonful, and tested the temperature. Here we go. Harry opened his mouth and took the spoon in one go. Aurora, when I was sick, my cousin took care of me like this. Did I remind him of Narcissa? I bore a striking resemblance to Narcissa, the one who had sealed Lucius's fate. In his treasured album. There was a pair of platinum-haired boy and girl inseparable from each other. The girl, nestled beside her father, was always the mother. After entering Hogwarts, father adorned mother with a pair of confusing earrings. Mother's true appearance had changed drastically since her youth. Still beautiful, yet the shock and impact of her beauty had faded. Narcissa was the projection and embodiment of Harry's perfect maternal figure. When one falls ill, thoughts of their mother often resurface, but Harry had long lost all his family. Draco's mood began to settle as he silently sat beside me. A bowl of congee quickly disappeared into Harry's stomach. I handed him a handkerchief. This one I won't help you with. He bashfully accepted it. Thank you. Harry, do you need to stay for observation? No, Madame Pomfrey said I can go back once the fever subsides. He now looked rosy-cheeked and in excellent condition. Was the potion really that effective? Just now Professor Snape made him drink a bottle of his special potion. Harry's expression turned complicated. Haha, Snape wouldn't he care about the taste? We all know that from childhood. Haha, can we interview the great savior about what Severus's special potion tastes like? Like a pair of socks that haven't been washed for 1,000 years. We burst into laughter, the tension lifting. Mr. Potter, you seem to be doing well. The curtain was suddenly pulled back, and Madame Pomfrey began to tidy the bed. Please clear the bed for those who truly need it. She cleaned up with great efficiency, even packing away Harry's clothes. I've told Severus it's not that serious. There are those outside in worse condition still waiting, and he gets preferential treatment. I quickly pulled Harry and Draco aside, expressed my gratitude, and swiftly exited the hospital wing. Snape truly was a flustered guardian. The precious gem left behind by the goddess must be protected with utmost care, especially since this gem shared a face with a former rival. I shed a tear of sympathy for you, dear godfather, Harry Potter, the tragic male supporting character. Harry, are you all right? Though he appeared to have fully recovered, I worried that after rushing him to leave right after his fever broke, he might encounter further issues. Aurora, that was a secret formula personally crafted by my godfather. Draco clearly wished for my attention to remain focused. However, he shifted his tone. Harry, you must brush your teeth thoroughly tonight. Otherwise, tomorrow, both Aurora and I will certainly keep our distance from you. All right. Hogwarts was in the midst of deep autumn. By 7 or 8 in the evening, the sun had already set. I shivered slightly as a coat was draped over my shoulders. I had just finished exercising, so I wasn't cold. Draco's gaze wandered elsewhere, seemingly indifferent. But Harry, having just recovered, should dress warmly. Hurry inside. You wouldn't want to catch a cold, would you? I was profoundly moved, drawing my coat tighter around myself. Draco towered over me, the coat draping over me in such a manner that it resembled a dress. Upon our return to the Slytherin common room, many exchanged knowing smiles. Only the cheeky Zabini teased. Aurora, did your date just end? 2 at once? Impressive. He mockingly gave me a thumbs up. Blaze, go play. Draco chided with a laugh that I inhaled deeply, the lingering scent of Draco's earthy fragrance enveloping me. Just the thought of it made my cheeks flush. Could I have caught something from Harry? We should check our temperatures. Draco gently touched my forehead, gauging its warmth. Harry, you should rest early too. With that, he took my hand and led me to our room. As soon as we entered, he enveloped me in a warm embrace. Draco, what's wrong? Aurora, I was consumed with jealousy when you fed Harry earlier. You've never fed me anything. His voice sounded rather aggrieved. Little dragon, are you still a baby? Aren't you ashamed? I playfully poked his cheek, using a diminutive name for him. His adolescent frame was beginning to slenderize, yet his face retained a hint of baby fat. With his rosy lips and bright smile, he truly was a darling that everyone adored. No wonder, his quintessential bad boy persona attracted admirers even beyond the likes of Harry Potter. He turned away. And to my astonishment, my finger inadvertently found its way into his mouth. I was enveloped in warmth. I quickly withdrew my finger. A silvery strand lingered at his lips. Draco's ears flushed crimson, and I could only wonder what thoughts had crossed his mind. Thump, thump, thump. I lay against his chest, the sound of his heartbeat echoing loudly. My fingertips grazed his warm torso as he intertwined our fingers, For some inexplicable reason, the rhythm of my heartbeat began to synchronize with his. An unaccountable tension and excitement muddled my thoughts that a wave of heat coursed through me that I extended my unheld hand to gently caress my own cheek. So hot. It felt as though I were about to ignite. I rested my head upon his chest, adorned with a dark green Slytherin tie, the silk providing a refreshing coolness that he held me firmly, leaving no room for the slightest intention of escape, maintaining the demeanor of a composed gentleman outwardly. Yet within, he resembled a fierce dragon. Draco, with his name derived from the constellation Draco, embodies a creature of immense possessiveness, unwilling to allow anyone to covet his treasures. Had Lucius and Narcissa long understood this, hence bestowing upon him such a name. Ah, I let out a brief gasp. Why did you bite me? He had playfully nipped at my finger. Even at such a moment, you can lose focus. What were you thinking? I've been thinking of you all along. Aurora, today. Draco glanced around, circling me. What is it? I mean, the perfume. You've sprayed it several times. Normally you only use one spray. He inquired tentatively. Are you meeting someone today? We have defense against the dark arts today. Never mind. You'll find out when you go. I preferred not to elaborate further. The class taught by Professor Quirrell. He doesn't even have hair. And he stutters. It is simply absurd. His brow furrowed as he spoke without thinking. What? Who would fancy him? Draco Malfoy. Do not insult my taste. I playfully slapped him with my textbook. Really? Who knows what you think? Even you would entertain the idea of Longbottom. He grumbled, looking quite miffed. He resembled a squirrel sulking after having its beloved pine nuts taken away. Draco, you care about me. I'm so happy, I said, stepping forward to embrace the young man. But you really don't have to. You know, my heart is where it is, sweet-talking little liar. He sighed, his fingertips brushing against my earlobe, where I wore an earring enchanted to conceal my appearance. Father said, no spell can affect you. When I put this on you. You knew, right? My heart sank. I had been discovered. I'm sorry. He shook his head. The earring will lose its effect. This is not your fault. I shouldn't have concealed your appearance for my selfishness. I should adapt and become stronger, rather than hiding you away, making you into my own Aurora. I thought you were mad at me. I leaned against his shoulder. So, Aurora, can you tell me the reason for your unusual behavior today? Oh, you were waiting right here for me. Do you swear we'll sit separately in defense against the dark arts, all right? I proposed. Draco and Harry settled in the front row, while I had long concealed myself in the far corner of the classroom. Wearing a mask in front of Professor Quirrell would be exceedingly rude. I had to protect myself in my own way. My nose was quite sensitive, capable of discerning scents that many humans could not catch. Under Narcissa's guidance, I had begun crafting my own perfume long ago. The foul stench emanating from Professor Quirrell was utterly revolting. Though he tried to mask it with garlic, the effect was a nauseating combination. It was practically a biological weapon. My tolerance was lower than most. Sure enough, as Professor Quirrell entered the classroom, Draco immediately caught on to my ruse. His indignant expression was quite amusing. He finally understood why I had used so much perfume today. I was merely arming myself with fragrance that wasn't until the break that he displayed a look of relief. Aurora, you wicked little liar. You knew all along, didn't you? Intentionally withholding information from Harry and me. Harry pulled a pair of nasal plugs from his nose and raised an eyebrow at Draco. You two knew ahead of time. Draco was practically hopping with anger. Brother, I don't know how Harry found out. We truly didn't discuss it privately. I quickly shot Harry a glance. However, the rascal was utterly uncooperative. I'd jump into the Yellow River and still wouldn't be able to clear my name. My reputation as a little liar is solidified. I'll deal with you when we get back. Draco threatened in my ear. I shrank my neck, pretending to be scared. In truth, his blustering demeanor was utterly adorable. I should suggest to Father at the board meeting that professors undergo a 360-degree evaluation, with personal hygiene as a scoring criterion. If Severus Snape from the original story were here, I imagine he would also score poorly on that front. I support you. It would be best if students could also anonymously rate professors. Heaven knows how difficult it is to stay awake in Professor Bin's class. I couldn't help but admire Hermione, who could focus on taking notes in such a hypnotic subject as history of magic. Dumbledore's hiring standards were quite unconventional. If Sybil Trelawney had some genuine talent, then the showy Gilderoy Lockhart and the danger-loving Hagrid. The safety of Hogwarts' young witches and wizards seemed to matter little to him as the headmaster. Was the sole purpose of Hogwarts merely to serve as a training ground for the Savior? His carefully laid traps for Harry, with his wisdom, how could he not see the problems with Professor Lockhart? Wasn't it akin to fostering a poisonous environment, after all the trials Harry faced. He became the ultimate weapon against Voldemort. If Harry hadn't inadvertently destroyed the Horcruxes, Dumbledore's true intention was likely to send Harry to his death. Harry, in my heart, had become akin to family. In this lifetime, I would grant him happiness. But above all, it was the Malfoy family and Draco who mattered most. He was such a wonderful person, hidden beneath layers of pretense. Aurora, I thought you were like Hermione from Gryffindor. Wanting to be a know-it-all, constantly following professors around. Mother is still asking me if I'm putting too much pressure on you. Draco spoke earnestly. The Malfoy family is sufficient for us to graduate without doing anything and still live comfortably. Aurora, I don't understand why you're working so hard. Of course, to be prepared for any eventuality that I want to absorb knowledge like a sponge. Just relying on my understanding of the original story would sustain my hopes of altering the fate of the Malfoy family. Yet, this burden was mine alone to bear. Without anyone to confide in, I looked into Draco's eyes. I want to grow stronger, brother. I wish that when others mention me, I am no longer just the girl of uncertain origins from the Malfoy family. But Aurora, those who spread rumors have already faced consequences from father. I want to prove my worth, not just as my parents' daughter, but as myself. I don't want to discover years later that apart from the Malfoy surname, I am nothing. Every second-generation heir grapples with such feelings, standing upon the shoulders of giants, enjoying the protection of predecessors, yet yearning to prove one's own value, wanting it all, greedily attempting to swallow an elephant. Thus, there is a saying, it's not the second-generation heirs who play with their lives that are feared, but those with lofty ambitions. It seems I have become the very type Lucius fears the most. How many second-generation heirs have ventured to start a business with their family's wealth, only to face utter ruin? I vaguely sensed the reason behind Lucius's indulgence towards us. To be a caretaker is surely better than engaging in reckless endeavors. Yet, as someone well-versed in the subsequent narrative, I cannot lead a life of passive victory. Oh no. What am I thinking? Still desiring to coast along. Even that is out of the question. Draco's complexion turned pale. Aurora, do you believe I am utterly worthless apart from the Malfoy surname? Certainly not. I vehemently countered, but Draco, consumed by rage, refused to hear me. I merely seized the opportunity of my knowledge of future events, wishing to prepare for what lies ahead. Like you, I too am left with nothing but the Malfoy name to leave an impression on others. No, Aurora. What saddens me is your desire to distance yourself from me. His gray eyes brimmed with anguish. Why can't you rely wholeheartedly on your father like your mother did? Am I incapable of providing you with a sense of security? I opened my mouth, but no sound emerged. I cannot defy the laws of the world, nor can I reveal any plot details to anyone. In the original text, Narcissa single-handedly upheld the Malfoy family during Lucius's imprisonment. The hardships she endured are beyond imagining. The demise of the last male heir of the Black family heralded the end of the Black surname's legacy. The task Voldemort assigned to Draco was no different from leading a 16-year-old boy to his own demise. This is precisely what the Malfoy family will face in the not-so-distant future. My time is scarce, and the tasks ahead are numerous. Aurora, let us take a moment of silence, even in his sorrow. Draco still refrained from uttering harsh words towards me. His forlorn gaze spoke volumes. I stared at his silhouette, my eyes stinging with pain. He has never turned his back on me. I yearned for him to turn around and embrace me tenderly. Yet, he did not. I wandered aimlessly through the corridors of Hogwarts. Little Aurora, what troubles you? A familiar voice called out. It was Armand, the first-generation Malfoy. His portrait had long vanished from Malfoy Manor. How could he appear in Hogwarts? I too am one of the founders of Hogwarts. His handsome face shone with pride. We are the silent investors. Salazar is my dear brother, and no wonder. Members of the Malfoy family are sorted into Slytherin simply by whispering it in their hearts. I trust you have already experienced the luxurious accommodations. His chin lifted in a modest manner. Armand, it has been a while that I sincerely expressed my gratitude. Have you had a quarrel with Draco? He inquired curiously. How do you know? He clings to you like a shadow. Armand jested. Why don't you want to go back after being away for so long? Are you still angry with Draco? How could I be angry with my... He swallowed the latter half of his sentence. Hogwarts is also half my home, and I can go wherever I please. His temperament is peculiar. Even Lucius must acquiesce to him. I am no exception. He treats Draco differently from anyone else. His departure from home might be a deliberate act of defiance. Only at Hogwarts can I see my brother every day. Armand, did you once live here? I keenly caught this information. He did not confirm or deny, merely gazing intently at me. Yet, I felt as if he were peering through me, reminiscing about another person. Aurora, would you like to see a treasure? This is my significant discovery, he said mysteriously. I had stumbled a few times at Armin's hands, always harboring caution towards him. Yet, for reasons beyond my comprehension, a voice within me endlessly tolerated his caprices. After all, he is the first-generation Malfoy, and no matter how one might argue, as his junior, he should be the one accommodating me. What treasure? According to the original plot, a troll would appear at Hogwarts. I only remember that Hermione held out until Harry and Ron arrived. The specifics of where it occurred have long faded from clarity. Surely, he wouldn't intend to push me into a perilous situation. My wary expression instantly extinguished his interest. Draco is already waiting there. If you wish to come, then come. He turned his back to me, sulking. Draco, I still do not know how to face him. Yet my body moved ahead, following the portrait's pace. He navigated through countless adjacent portraits, greeting them with familiarity. Hi, Armand. Come to see your little treasure again. His aged face flushed, pretending not to hear, yet releasing his frustration upon me. What are you still dawdling for, if you don't see Draco? Don't blame me. I took a deep breath, forcing my pent-up emotions down. Oh, not deceive me. If you lead me into danger again, I will return home and burn your portrait. How dare you speak to me that way? He laughed in fury. Go back and copy Platinum Glory 100 times. It is you who are being unreasonable. You have been clinging to me all along. I would rather you ignore me as you do with Father. Now, not only have I failed to resolve my issues with Draco, but I have also offended the first-generation Malfoy. It is said that he is the most petty and vengeful one. You both truly give me a headache. Just watch me stop caring about you from now on. With that, he vanished from the frame. Madman, I muttered under my breath. Just as I turned to leave, I heard Armin's voice behind me. Aren't you coming? He isn't teasing me. He genuinely intends to lead me somewhere. I gripped my wand, utilizing the twin wand's properties to sense Draco's location. Surprisingly, it aligned perfectly with the direction Armand indicated. The mischievous first-generation Malfoy did not deceive me. My steps quickened. Draco, wait for me. Draco stood before a vintage, ornate mirror. He gazed at it intently, seemingly unaware of my arrival. It was only when I wrapped my arms around him that he finally turned around. Startled. Aurora, am I dreaming? I thought. You stepped out from the mirror? Yes. Just as I was about to mention Armin's name, I saw him wave his hand at me and disappear into the nearest portrait frame. Thoughts of the day linger. Dreams of the night. I gazed back into his eyes. What is this? The Mirror of Amidst, a legend that reveals one's innermost desires. Draco pointed at the inscription Amidst. Which one reverse spells desire? What did you see? Each person's desires are unique. One can only perceive their own. Draco turned my shoulders to face the mirror together. Within it was a vision of us as adults, embracing tenderly beneath the luxurious fountain of Malfoy Manor on a tranquil afternoon. A golden-haired, gray-eyed child played in the garden. Aurora, do you remember? The users of twin wands share a connection. What I see is the same as what you envision. He saw my thoughts. Suddenly overwhelmed with embarrassment, my face felt as if it were aflame. His hands were firmly clasped around my waist. The scene in the mirror had shifted to the master bedroom of Malfoy Manor. We truly made one blush. Grown-up us, just like Lucius and Narcissa, were equally wild in our intimate moments. Don't look. I covered Draco's eyes with my hand. Why? Why is that all you think about? A smile played at the corners of his lips as I faced the ever-escalating scene in the mirror, stumbling over my words, unable to form a complete sentence. That is also you, Aurora? Pondering the same matter, he removed my hand from his eyes, his lips brushing against my palm. A wave of warmth surged through my heart. In the mirror, we seemed to have discovered our existence. They approached us. The adult Draco appeared even more striking, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, his hair styled short on top while cascading down his back. He towered over me, exuding an air that kept strangers at bay, yet when he looked at the mirrored me, his gaze softened and became profound. The mirrored version of me nestled beside Draco, a breathtaking beauty akin to Narcissa herself. A loose men's shirt draped over her form, revealing one shoulder and her long, slender legs. Her lips were swollen, her eyes dreamy and slightly weary, clearly having been through quite the ordeal. An air of languor enveloped her, aptly described as a feast for the eyes. The woman noticed us first, extending her hand to intertwine with mine. Draco, you seem to have just quarreled with me back then. She appeared to be reprimanding me, yet wore a charmingly innocent expression. The man allowed her to fuss at that time. My mind was filled with straw. He pushed aside the woman's voluminous platinum curls, exposing her swan-like neck adorned with scattered red blossoms. How could we let these two little ones see this? Draco, You have truly gone astray. They wish to see even more scandalous acts, Draco mumbled. Suddenly, a blanket completely covered the mirror's image. Sounds of rustling came from within. Why is it covered? He has been staring at you. Draco, why are you even jealous of yourself? The voices within grew quieter. Is that the future version of ourselves? Or perhaps the genuine desires buried deep within our hearts? My hands still rest upon the mirror. A pair of arms encircles my waist. Aurora, before your arrival, I beheld some peculiar images in the Malfoy family portrait. My mother's eyes were, astonishingly, red. Beside my grandfather stood a man with dark hair, bearing a striking resemblance to my mother. Who could that person be? The dark-haired man associated with Abraxas, aside from Tom Riddle, is unthinkable. I had never closely observed the similarities between Narcissa and Riddle. Yet, after Draco's reminder, I realized that, apart from their eye and hair color, their features seemed almost as if molded from the same form. What, then, is the connection between Narcissa and Voldemort? No wonder in the original text, Voldemort tasked him with verifying whether Harry Potter was alive. Such a mission would undoubtedly be entrusted to the most trusted individual. The atmosphere gradually grew eerie. I feel as though I have unearthed the omitted truth from the original text. Unlike me, Draco can see the young Voldemort hidden within the notebook. Naturally, he cannot identify with that. As for me, I had only glimpsed the young Voldemort as an infant, and after being scolded by Abraxas, he never reappeared. What a temper he had. Every day, my grandfather would hold that tattered notebook, its pages long since yellowed, exuding the musty scent distinctive of old books. Abraxas, known for his cleanliness, showed no aversion to keeping it tucked beneath his pillow. As if by doing so, his Tom would visit him in dreams. Lucius is deeply concerned about Abraxas' mental state. He cannot bear to see his father so engrossed and has suggested more than once that Abraxas dispose of the notebook. Such conversations have transpired countless times, each ending in discord. In Lucius's resolute gaze, I sense he will take action. Perhaps we could inquire of father about the identity of that dark-haired man? And what of mother's red eyes? Red eyes. It suddenly dawns on me. Mother was once quite worried that my eyes might turn red. This implies that Narcissa was aware from the very beginning. It is just that I do not know what means she employed to conceal her true eye color. Mother is not truly a black, but rather the daughter of Voldemort. The answer is clear. Indeed, only Voldemort could compel the Black family to bow before him, forcing them to acknowledge their progeny. Yet, for one who seeks immortality, descendants are dispensable, especially when those descendants pose a threat. One would wish to eradicate them post-haste. Hence, she chose to hide her identity. If this is the case, Draco and I also share Voldemort's bloodline. We are heirs of Slytherin. Aurora, what are you pondering? Draco inquired tentatively. The enigma of our lineage, Draco. However, I am not entirely certain. Perhaps when we return to Malfoy Manor, we can directly ask Mother. Under the influence of the laws of the world, I cannot voluntarily disclose the potential events that may unfold. Yet, through guidance, I can assist the characters from the original text in finding their answers. This is the most feasible approach for now. Aurora, I apologize. I am uncertain why I am feeling so anxious. I worry. We may drift apart. However, the vision I just witnessed in the mirror of Amidst has alleviated my apprehensions. He mimics the image in the mirror, brushing my long hair aside. I know. It will leave marks. Just as we have begun to connect, to refuse him at this moment, before I could contemplate further, the sensation against my neck ignited a wave of warmth within me. It was tingling, accompanied by a slight sting. My body instinctively leaned back. Aurora, he softly uttered my name. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed down the corridor. Draco, I whispered urgently. He reluctantly released me, helping to arrange my hair that had fallen over my shoulder. This is our secret, he whispered as he gathered my hair, urging me to ensure no third party discovers it. What if we are discovered? I stood before the mirror, scrutinizing my reflection, fearful that a moment's lapse could lead to our exposure. Then we must be prepared to face the consequences. His eyes sparkled, and I couldn't shake the feeling that he was more eager for the punishment he intended to bestow upon me. I shall not allow you to succeed. I resisted his advance, anxious that he might leave some trace, outwardly. Aurora, how did you find your way here? The mirror of Amidst is hidden in quite a secluded location. I concealed Armin's guidance. When the first generation of Malfoys departed, he merely gestured with his mouth and made a locking motion. His existence must remain a secret from Draco. Thus, I only mentioned the dual wand's abilities. Draco drew his wand, and the two wands resonated with one another. I stared at the two wands frolicking together, lost in contemplation. If Draco and I have inherited Voldemort's blood, then we both have the potential to unlock the Chamber of Secrets. We could avert the crisis before Ginny Weasley is possessed. Indeed, we might even prevent it altogether. The young Voldemort is not as deplorable as one might imagine. Accompanying Abraxas, he has not drained my grandfather's life force. In the original text, Dumbledore concealed the Philosopher's Stone within the Mirror of Amidst. The prerequisite for obtaining the stone is to possess no desire for it. This is a feat of immense difficulty. In Huaguo, many seek deities and immortals with the hope of living to a ripe old age. What Voldemort desires, immortality, is not fundamentally different from seeking out immortality. It is merely that in the process, he has fragmented his soul too many times, resulting in a loss of reason, rendering him increasingly irritable and volatile. Should his rationality return, he would undoubtedly make an exceptional leader, remaining in the library. Teaching half a book on soul fragmentation. Could it be that Dumbledore is deliberately guiding him to undermine a potential rival, steering him onto a misguided path? A shiver ran down my spine. His exterior appears so amiable, making it all too easy for people to lower their guard around him. Mr. Malfoy, Miss Malfoy, what are you doing here? Oh no, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Dumbledore smiled warmly at us. Professor Dumbledore. I apologize. We seem to have stumbled into this room by mistake. Draco stammered, clearly flustered at encountering the Hogwarts headmaster alone for the first time. Professor Dumbledore, we were captivated by the images and lost track of time. I hurried to explain. Dumbledore responded with an intrigued, seemingly surprised. May I inquire what you saw, Miss Malfoy? Draco and I were intertwined, his palm growing clammy. The visions of our adulthood must remain undisclosed to outsiders. Comparatively, Dumbledore exuded a powerful presence, leisurely surveying his surroundings. It is not easy to reach this place. Did you perhaps glean some insight from a certain portrait? He is aware of Armand's existence. Truly, he is worthy of being the headmaster of Hogwarts. Professor, the vision I witnessed depicted the Malfoy family's legacy, which will flourish even more in our hands. Dumbledore anticipated this response, did he not? Excellent. Thank you for your honesty, Miss Malfoy. Here, Dumbledore gestured towards the Mirror of Amidst, saying, I hope this remains a secret between us, shall it not? He winked at Draco. Certainly, Professor. Draco exhaled a sigh of relief. However, I hesitated, unsure if I should speak freely. Miss Malfoy. Dumbledore crouched down to meet my gaze. His bright blue eyes were unexpectedly vivid. Beneath his aged visage lay the remnants of youthful vigor that my friend Harry. Harry Potter, I wish to bring him here to see. I revealed my true intention. Dumbledore's face broke into a genuine smile. Testing the savior, strengthening him, is his true aim. The eldest daughter of the Malfoy family. Having a friend she genuinely cares for was indeed unexpected for him. This mirror can reveal the innermost desires of a person. Harry can only reminisce about his parents through faded photographs. I hope he can converse with them through the mirror. Aurora, that is a splendid idea. His smile broadened. Yet I must remind you, countless wizards have once become entrapped in the Mirror of Amidst. Are you suggesting we could bring Mr. Potter here once, as a reward for your discovery of this place? Yes, he mischievously winked at me that moment. His wrinkled face appeared far less aged. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. I noted that he addressed me as Aurora, no longer as Miss Malfoy. Could this signify a form of acknowledgement? Faced with a century-old, cunning leader of the White Wizards, I dared not make wild assumptions. He waved his hand, bidding us farewell. His gaze sharpened once more. The amiable old man is merely a facade. Every political leader possesses a ruthless side. This applies equally to others and oneself. Aurora, you truly are respectful of your elders. Draco ruffled my hair. Don't mess it up. That would be troublesome. I quickly swatted his hand away. I had forgotten. He realized, belatedly. The instigator turned out to be an absent-minded fool. Shouldn't you ask your father to send you a memory orb? In the original text, Lucius and Draco seem to have quite a connection with memory orbs. Draco snatched Neville's memory orb, causing Harry's flying talent to be exposed. Lucius seized the memory orb containing the prophecy, only to shatter it and fail his mission, resulting in the Malfoy family incurring Voldemort's wrath. Both father and son fell victim to Harry. Truly a testament to the protagonist's aura. You mentioned bringing Harry over, which is precisely what Old B would relish. His hand rested on my shoulder, pulling me into his embrace. What a little trickster. What mischief is he plotting now? Perhaps we should play along and see what he's scheming. The invisibility cloak has been out for quite some time. And with no bites, who knows what Dumbledore might concoct next? We recounted the earlier scene to Harry, whose typically emerald eyes glimmered with a ghostly light. Aurora, have you already predicted my reaction? The intense pressure rendered me breathless. Truly, he is the protagonist, exuding a formidable presence. Harry, do not blame Aurora. At that moment, had she not spoken, Dumbledore would undoubtedly have devised some clever ruse to ensnare you in peril. Harry's gaze fixed on me. For a fleeting moment, I felt as if I had become his captive, emitting a final lament over my misfortune. He suddenly laughed. How could I possibly blame you? Look at how frightened you are. His hand reached for my head, as usual, preparing to ruffle my hair. His wrist was seized, halting his advance. Not like that. Aurora does not appreciate it. Are you saying you dislike having your hair tousled? Or that you dislike the person who does it? Harry casually remarked. His expression appeared relaxed, yet his hawk-like gaze remained fixed on me, missing not a single micro-expression. For some reason, I felt a chill run down my spine. I resembled a struggling prey, seeking the hunter's mercy. Of course, it's the former, I replied without hesitation. You all have straight hair. You have no idea of the woes of curly hair. It takes much longer to manage. And with a moment's negligence, it turns into an explosion, resembling a great lion. I seized the opportunity to elaborate. His expression softened. Aurora, even if like a little lion, you are still quite adorable. Please, stop belittling me. Harry, I took the chance to attack his armpit. Harry laughed so hard he nearly collapsed, squatting on the ground. His armpits and waist were particularly sensitive. He often surrendered in such a manner when playing with Draco. All right, Draco interjected, blocking my impending assault. Harry, back to the point. When are you planning to go? There's no time like the present. How about tonight during curfew? Harry replied. However, his gaze remained fixed on my waist. Indeed, I was in Draco's embrace. Very well. From behind me came Draco's languid voice. Do remember to bring the invisibility cloaked. He tucked my hair to one side. From his perspective, I could see the marks he left on me. I couldn't help but question his motives. The competitive spirit of boys. That night, Draco insisted I wear a sweater. Were we two mere companions really going to fall ill over this? He tightened my coat. Sometimes I feel you care too much about Harry. Brother, are you jealous? I teased him deliberately. He fell silent for a long while. I cautiously lifted my gaze. Suddenly, he burst into laughter and pinched my cheek. Am I a petty man? Harry Potter? Not at all. My Draco should be this confident. I stood on my tiptoes and gently pecked his cheek. That SA reward, I whispered in his ear. Ahem. He covered his mouth, feigning a cough, while secretly trying to suppress the upward curve of his lips. The proud little dragon is truly adorable. Ahem. Draco, Harry is coming. I whispered. Where? I don't see him. Draco was glancing around. Suddenly, Harry removed the hood of the invisibility cloak, his head floating in midair. Draco nearly screamed, gripping my hand tightly, causing me pain. Thankfully, at the crucial moment, he managed to restrain himself. What a proud fellow. He sighed. Harry, you could have given us a heads up. Why can Aurora be seen under the invisibility cloak? Harry did not respond, but instead pointed out the core issue directly. This is a Malfoy secret, my lifeline, and thus cannot be divulged to outsiders. No magic can affect me, including magical items. It is simply my extraordinarily keen sense of smell. This is also why I excel in potions class. Nowadays, Snape has entrusted me with the discerning of potion ingredients. I can identify subtle differences in quality purely through scent. Would Harry believe my claim? Aurora, with such a sensitive nose, your animagus form must be canine. How dare you liken me to a dog? I lifted his invisibility cloak and dove inside, stepping hard on his foot. He nearly cried out, but Draco's quick reflexes covered his mouth. It turned out that Madame Pants, the cat of Hogwarts caretaker Filch, had seemingly detected our unusual commotion. It slinked forward, cautiously approaching us. I opened the prepared can of tuna and then signaled to Harry and Draco. Run. Although Filch dotes on his cat, the caretaker's salary pales in comparison to that of a formal Hogwarts staff member. How could it possibly compare to the exclusive recipes of the Malfoy family? Narcissa has a pet fox named after Lucius' nickname, Luke, who is a picky eater. Every batch of pet food must pass its scrutiny. Once on the market, sales are exceptionally strong. Luke's status is unparalleled, much to Lucius' chagrin. However, he takes every opportunity to retaliate each night. Long before, Madame Pants had been lured by the scent of the canned food, abandoning her duties. By the time Filch arrived, only an empty can remained, alongside a thoroughly satisfied cat. It proudly showcased its significant discovery to its owner. Filch was furious, lifting the can to inspect the label. Deep in thought, he carefully collected the tools of the crime, the can, and returned home with Madame Pants. All of this was revealed to me by the little snakes residing in Hogwarts. Indeed, ever since I discovered Narcissa's connection to Voldemort. I attempted to converse with snakes. It turned out I, too, am a parcel mouth. I am even more convinced that Narcissa possesses the bloodline of Slytherin. The serpents residing in Hogwarts pipes witness all occurrences within the castle daily. When they report matters to me, I too become pensive. Filch is a squib, born into a wizarding family but unable to use magic, and, driven by jealousy, will not overlook any young wizard violating school rules. Thus, he claims that the era of Umbridge, known for her student abuse, being Hogwarts headmaster, was the best. Such high-handedness is far from his style. There is only one possibility. Everything is orchestrated under Dumbledore's instruction. Filch is merely putting on a show. Ultimately, it is about guiding us to the 4th floor, where the mirror of Amidst is hidden, whether it is a case of catching a turtle in a jar or just flowing with the current. Like Amanda's stalking cicadas with the yellow finch behind, until the last moment, no one can be deemed the ultimate victor. The three of us sprinted down the corridor, hardly caring whether the invisibility cloak fully enveloped us. Phew, we finally made it. The other two seemed utterly unfazed. Aurora, your stamina is quite poor. You can't handle such a short run. Draco gently patted my back, helping me catch my breath. I wanted to retort, but was out of breath, choking on my words and starting to sneeze uncontrollably. Suddenly, the previously silent darkness was pierced by the sound of shoes creaking against the wooden floor. Draco quickly covered my mouth and pulled me beneath Harry. The rancid stench. No need to think. I already knew. In the dark, Draco freed one hand to cover his nose. Later, I would discover that Draco's sense of smell was equally keen, likely directly related to our bloodline heritage. Harry seemed to have a much greater tolerance in this regard than us. We dared not breathe a word, fearful of being discovered by Quirrell. Quirrell was evidently much more cautious than we were. He surveyed the surroundings, not missing a single corner of the room under the flickering light. How many times had we been mere centimeters apart? He abruptly lifted the velvet cloth covering the mirror of Amidst. Feeling around the mirror's edges, he found nothing. Soon, his gaze was captivated by the reflection in the mirror. It was only then that I realized, apart from Draco, who shared my sentiments, I could see the images reflected in the mirror of Amidst. There stood a youthful Quirrell, his face handsome, intelligent, and eager to learn, a distinguished Ravenclaw. He was well-versed in theory, yearning to showcase his talents and practice, until he encountered his lifelong nightmare, the Voldemort residing in a rodent. Deep within his heart lay a fervent desire to resist the insidious temptations of Voldemort. Alas, it was all too late. Suddenly, his entire being began to tremble uncontrollably. With a resounding thud, his knees crashed heavily to the ground. He babbled pitifully, pleading for forgiveness. Master, it is my fortune to serve you. How could I possibly harbor ulterior motives? Please, believe me. The image in the mirror shifted, revealing the familiar dark hair and crimson eyes of a youthful Voldemort. Standing at the zenith of power, surveying all beneath him. He was not alone. Upon claiming dominion over the magical realm, he yearned for companionship to share in the endless expanse of life. That companion bore flowing platinum locks. Though only their silhouette was visible, I wished to capture further details. Yet a sudden interruption thwarted my intentions. Quirrell, what are you doing here? It was Professor Snape. His silent arrival had gone entirely unnoticed by us. Our focus had been solely on Voldemort's desires. A wave of dread washed over me at my own inattentiveness. I had been far too complacent, assuming I was well-versed in the narrative, believing I possessed a buffer to act recklessly. The true fool was myself. Quirrell hastily scrambled to his feet, brushing off non-existent dust while rubbing his hands together. I just discovered some students out at night, so I chased them here. Snape raised an eyebrow, clearly disbelieving his words. I advise you not to indulge. Snape's gaze was penetrating, equally fixed upon the mirror of Amidst. Inside, a vibrant Lily Evans rushed toward him. No, she ought to be referred to as Lily Snape. With child in tow, she grasped the hand of the man beside her, resting it against her prominent belly. They had formed a family long ago, dreaming together of a bright future. Snape closed his eyes briefly, giving a subtle wave of his wand, causing the velvet drapery to envelop the mirror of Amidst once more. Tonight was originally my watch, Quirrell. Were you planning to switch shifts with me? Of course not. I'll head back immediately, Quirrell stammered, apologizing profusely. While the nocturnal students remained oblivious, a few small rodents had caught Snape's keen eye. We ought to summon Filch to clear this up shortly, he muttered to himself. I was certain he had seen us. He tugged at his robes and turned to leave. It was only when his footsteps faded from my ears that I exhaled a sigh of relief. My heart threatened to leap from my throat. My back pressed tightly against Draco's chest, so close that I could hear the rhythm of his heartbeat. His hand remained firmly over my mouth. I signaled him to remove it. Instead, he tightened his grip. I feigned a bite, but he nimbly dodged away. Snape had not ventured far. A voice from behind called out, "Harry." Good heavens, I had been far too careless. The endless twists and turns had left me utterly exhausted. "Don't tease Aurora," she asked, nearly terrified. Draco abruptly pulled the invisibility cloak away, taking a deep breath. Moments ago, I had dared not exhale. Fearing I might inhale the foul stench, Draco retrieved a handkerchief, gently dabbing at my forehead to wipe away the sweat pooling in my palms. Harry approached the mirror of Amidst in silence. Lifting a corner of the velvet cloth, bathed in the soft glow from his wand, he gazed at his reflection. "Aurora, what do you see in the mirror?" he softly inquired. "The prosperous Malfoy family," was the most conventional response. "And you, Draco?" I see the same as Aurora." Draco's eyes, in the dimly lit room, shone with an unusual brightness. His earlobes turned a delicate shade of pink. "For the glory of the Malfoy family," Harry echoed. The Potter family had dwindled to but one eye in the mirror of Amidst. The entire Potter lineage appeared, with James and Lily, along with Fleamont and Euphemia, Harry's grandparents, encircling him. They joyfully recognized that their descendant was well cared for. The scene shifted to Harry using the key to Potter Manor, inheriting the family estate. Under his stewardship, the Potter family's assets flourished. Without the mirror of Amidst, I would never have known that Harry shared a similar penchant for wealth with Lucius. Was it the awakening of the Potter family's financial acumen, or the influence of Lucius's relentless tutelage? His ancestor, Linfred, was said to be the inventor of the bone regrowth potion, selling potions to fellow wizards, leaving behind a substantial inheritance for his 7 children. His grandfather, Fleamont, quadrupled the family fortune through a hair potion. It turned out the Potter family and the Malfoy family shared such commonalities. The scene transitioned once more, revealing Harry now appearing as a full-grown adult, tall and slender, with a tousled mane of black hair. He resembled James Potter, as if carved from the same mold. He knelt on one knee, presenting an opulent diamond ring. He took a delicate hand, placing the ring upon her finger. The girl's entire face was concealed beneath a lace veil. He lifted the veil, gently adjusting her chin. Aurora, Draco, who had been silent, suddenly called my name. Harry's thoughts were abruptly disrupted, and the image within the mirror of Amidst vanished. Why were his ears also flushed? "What is it, Draco?" I whispered in response. "I believe I smell something peculiar." Quirrell had not retreated, but, after confirming Snape's departure, prepared to investigate once more. "We are out of time." We were once again cloaked beneath the invisibility cloak. Quirrell's scent grew increasingly pungent as he gasped for air. It seemed there was poison lurking here, a bitter remedy. At last, he crawled toward us, using both hands and feet. What was wrong with him? We held our breaths in terror. Could it be he had contracted some dreadful ailment? Before we could ponder further, Quirrell ripped open his garments. In moments, he had stripped himself bare. Surely, he could not possess any peculiar proclivities. I caught a glimpse of his pale skin, but before I could discern more, my eyes were covered by a pair of hands, leaving no sliver of light. My 2 companions had simultaneously blocked my vision and hearing. Before long, the sounds I could scarcely articulate infiltrated my ears. He. What on earth was he doing? Suddenly, Harry leaned close to my ear and whispered, "Aurora, run." They seized me, and we fled in a frenzy, not daring to look back. I only recalled the wind howling through the corridor, Quirrell's glistening, battered form appearing frightfully grotesque. "Sicko masochist," Draco cursed as we ran. How could Dumbledore employ such a person? Doesn't he consider the safety of young wizards? This time, even Harry's face paled in fear. It was said that the greatest white wizard once lay beneath a man. Draco spoke with malice. "We share the blood of Gellert Grindelwald. What kind of charm does this bearded old man possess that could lead the once formidable leader of the pure blood movement to willingly imprison himself in Ermengarde? My father has mentioned that with Grindelwald's strength and the Elder Wand's enhancement, he would not have been so easily defeated. The only reason must be that he surrendered willingly. Truly, a love-struck warrior." His son-in-law, my grandfather Abraxas, was no different. The Malfoy family, with a wealth that could rival nations, supported the impoverished Tom Riddle. My father's situation was even more absurd. His intended bride was to be none other than the eldest daughter of the Black family, Bellatrix Black. Being the eldest, she could inherit more of the Black family's fortune. Yet somehow he managed to switch her out for the younger daughter, Narcissa. A whole family of love-struck fools. Dumbledore is... Harry's mouth fell agape. I exchanged a glance with Draco, confirming his suspicions. His dazed expression stirred an inexplicable concern within me. He smiled gently. Aurora, I'm fine. Just a bit tired. Thank you for bringing me here tonight, that I saw my mom and dad. He gazed at me, as if hoping to see another person through me and the life I yearned for. The final image in the mirror of Amidst crystallized at Potter Manor, where, amidst the witness of friends and family, Harry wedded his bride in a grand, once-in-a-lifetime ceremony. The bride tossed her bouquet into the my life will not be dictated by anyone. He murmured. Upon returning to the room, sleep evaded me for a long while. The interdependent relationship between Quirrell and Voldemort was utterly astonishing. Under Voldemort's torment, he found a sense of importance, deriving psychological pleasure from the abuse. This explained why he would be beguiled by the feeble, fragmented shards of a soul, forsaking his promising future to become the servant of another. Voldemort was a born mind reader, adept at unearthing human weaknesses, coercing and enticing to achieve his ends, while reading the original text. I had never contemplated this aspect. Aurora, unable to sleep, Draco's hand rested on my waist. I turned to face him, surrendering to his embrace. I must write to Dad about today's events. This saying again. Of course. However, for Dumbledore, he would merely define it as a harmless little pastime of Quirrell's. Unless a serious teaching incident were to occur, we chorused in unison. What scheme are you concocting, little deceiver? He lightly brushed my nose. Yes. Yet, how easy could that be? Quirrell is a theoretically experienced Ravenclaw. Although his past adventurous experiences have rendered him somewhat tongue-tied and even fearful of his own students, his timid and overly cautious nature makes him less prone to making mistakes. Moreover, the absurdly grandiose Lockhart and the indiscreet Hagrid have committed far more grievous teaching blunders, yet I have not seen Dumbledore take any action. This matter will have to be deliberated over the long term. As a result, the next day, Draco, Harry, and I were summoned by Snape. His expression was grave as he produced an open can of cat food from his robe. The label bore the emblem of the Malfoy family in the most conspicuous position. Godfather, what is it? Do you wish to adopt a pet cat too? I widened my eyes. Feigning innocence, he waved his wand, and beneath the Malfoy family crest appeared a line of text, prohibited from circulation. For internal use only. My heavens, what I brought from home was actually an unreleased sample. I'm doomed. Caught red-handed. My mind raced, desperately formulating a response. Godfather. We obtained Professor Dumbledore's permission beforehand to take Harry to see the Mirror of Amidst. Draco interjected in my defense. Snape's expression hardened. Aurora, Draco, use your heads filled with flammable straw to think. Did Dumbledore's instructions include nocturnal strolls during curfew? Indeed, experience prevails. They are leading us to err. I was far too naive. Noticing my pallor, Snape spoke. Since Mrs. Norris consumed this can, she has refused to eat the cat food provided by Filch. Thus, he is determined to uncover the truth. What to do? The evidence was irrefutable, leaving us with no room for rebuttal. Godfather, Harry is innocent. If Filch seeks results, let him turn me in. One must take responsibility for their actions. What can a mere Filch do to me? Aurora, wandering during curfew at Hogwarts is exceedingly perilous. Surely, Lucius and Narcissa have warned you both about this. If you are considering wading into these murky waters, I suggest you write to your father first. Snape hinted that it turned out he had already received Dumbledore's disciplinary measures against us. What he could manipulate was the extent of the punishment. He had provided me a way out within the maximum limits of his authority. Godfather, thank you. I clung to his leg as I did in my childhood. Aurora, this is rather inappropriate. You are quite heavy now. He gritted his teeth, yet effortlessly lifted me up. There are no outsiders here. I murmured softly. Thank you for considering me. However, one cannot escape the consequences of their own mistakes forever. His expression bore a strangely melancholic sorrow that I knew he must have been reminded of Harry's mother. Therefore, Godfather, I will not shy away. I gazed directly into his eyes that I truly suspect that the Sorting Hat made an error. I was uncertain of what he was up to now. Reckless, impulsive, like a Gryffindor. He pursed his lips. I truly do not understand how you were sorted in. How vexing. Headmaster, unfortunately, I am already here. To my knowledge, there is no precedent for transferring houses at Hogwarts. Thus, please be accommodating. Once I am in Slytherin, there is no rationale for a return. The flicker of amusement in Snape's eyes vanished in an instant. Now, you shall face the consequences of your disregard for school regulations. You are not fond of late-night escapades, are you? Assemble at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest during curfew tonight. What? Could it be that we are to follow the original plot? The Forbidden Forest, such a perilous place. A location strictly forbidden to students. Yet, for the sake of testing the chosen one, it is deliberately opened. Dumbledore truly does not regard Harry as a person, this time. I would be the one accompanying him, rather than Ron. Godfather, the Forbidden Forest is far too dangerous. Draco looked at me, hesitating. Aurora, stay in the dormitory and wait for my return, Dionot. You have no idea what the Forbidden Forest entails. Centaurs, acromantulas, and even Quirrell possessed by Voldemort. If the secret is discovered, it could very well lead to murder. Let me protect you, Draco. Have you forgotten my unique constitution? I whispered in his ear. Yet, that does not permit you to take risks. Otherwise, how would I explain myself to your parents? He firmly refused, his gaze toward Snape filled with hope. Draco, the operations of Hogwarts are also safeguarded by magic. Once a professor issues disciplinary measures, there is no room for alteration. So that is why you repeatedly inquired about Aurora's opinion. Draco displayed a look of regret. Draco, you should respect Aurora's choice. Harry, who had remained silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. How easy it is to say. For you are not the one closest to Aurora. Draco's anger found an outlet. Harry was interrupted, revealing a look of confusion. Draco, I apologize for worrying you. It is my fault, but I wish to be by your side and face this together. I quickly took his hand. Moreover, it was my idea to use the Malfoy family's cat food to draw Mrs. Norris's attention. It is not solely because. Draco softened his tone yet remained indignant. Casting a glare at Harry, it is also your fault, with your excessive compassion. Father always said that members of the Malfoy family should never be soft-hearted. My goodness, my brother, when he gets angry. He speaks without thinking. How embarrassed Harry must be. Brother, do not fall for someone's scheme to sow discord. Dumbledore instructed Snape to punish us. Regardless of whether I am punished alongside them, he has reason to divide us. Draco would believe that the Malfoys are implicated due to meddling. Simultaneously, this further amplifies Harry's guilt and remorse. To avoid dragging us down, he would choose to maintain his distance. Indeed, a clever plan that achieves two goals with one arrow. If just moments ago I believed myself to be underestimating the nobility of others, then the appearance of Ron Weasley at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest is quite intriguing. That is this the companion Dumbledore has chosen for Harry? A staunch Gryffindor, inherently opposed to the Malfoy family. What trouble have you gotten into this time? Weasley, Draco, naturally, also perceived Dumbledore's intentions and remarked with disdain. Little Ron is also out for a nighttime stroll. Though he seems to suffer from somnambulism, which is quite different from your nature, Hagrid interjected from the side. He patted the red-haired boy on the shoulder. Ron could barely withstand such force and nearly fell down. Draco and I exchanged a glance. Are they so lazy they can't even come up with excuses? One Malfoy team, one Harry and Ron team. Hagrid busily assigned the groups, truly sparing no effort to separate us from Harry. Well done, sir. Would you not consider our opinions? Harry tilted his head, flashing an innocent smile. Harry, Hagrid was not adept at lying. He stammered apologetically. This grouping was decided long ago. Attempting to forge bonds of friendship in times of peril? What a calculated scheme. Well then, Harry, we shall meet later. I rushed forward to hang a protective alchemical product around his neck. Aurora, what about the words you gave me? His brow furrowed, firmly grasping my wrist to prevent my departure. I have more. Do not worry. This was made by my mother. Except for being unable to withstand the 3 unforgivable curses, it can counter other dark magic attacks. Narcissa is exceptionally skilled in dark magic and alchemy. Her proficiency even surpassing Lucius's. Perhaps it relates to her extraordinary lineage. The talismans she designs are worth their weight in gold. Harry caressed the pendant with the letter PP for Potter. Yes, my mother heard about the Forbidden Forest incident and hurriedly made this. I must ensure you wear it. Thank you. I noticed that whenever Harry experienced intense emotional fluctuations, his emerald green eyes became more vibrant. At this moment, it was indeed so. Ron craned his neck, eager to see. He pouted. Yet his curiosity got the better of him. He displayed a look of envy. The Weasley family, even if they sold everything they owned, could never afford a low-end version of a talisman. Harry treasured the talisman, tucking it close to his skin. Ron, standing nearby, rolled his eyes dramatically. Sensitive as he was, he assumed Harry's gesture was deliberate. Draco and I exchanged a knowing glance. Ron may not have truly grasped Dumbledore's intentions, but perhaps it is for the best. Only through comparison does Harry realize who truly cares for him. Children, let us set off, Hagrid exclaimed cheerfully. Silly giant. Draco muttered under his breath. Hagrid, as the keeper of the Forbidden Forest, lived alone there while also caring for his mentally impaired brother, Grop. which certainly left much to be desired in personal hygiene. His unkempt beard was speckled with crumbs from rock cakes, and as he walked, he left a trail of debris behind. "You have a girl who will share her candy with you," he shouted at us loudly. "Thank you, Mr. Hagrid." I quickly extended my hand to accept it. Yaya, a Neapolitan Mastiff, appeared quite ferocious in appearance. "Let me lead," I suggested, yet Draco stood firmly in front of me. This proud boy always found his own way to protect me. Large dogs tend to have more stable emotions. Yaya merely looked fierce but was, in fact, very gentle. It approached and licked Draco's fingers affectionately. The boy suppressed the urge to shake it off, though he muttered about it being filthy. A smile already tugging at the corners of his mouth, Lucius kept 2 dogs at Malfoy Manor, both purebred Scottish deerhounds. The 2 deerhounds grew up alongside Draco and me, forming a close bond. How could a dog lover resist the urge to interact warmly with their canine companions? Soon enough, Draco relinquished his struggle. We parted ways with Harry and Ron, our twin ones illuminating the path ahead. The ground was strewn with thorns, and Draco and I supported each other as we progressed slowly. Thank goodness for Yaya. I patted its large head. It chose a relatively easier route for us. I could only wonder how Harry was faring. Undoubtedly a nightmare, especially with the Weasleys in tow. Suddenly, Yaya stood alert, its fur bristling as if sensing impending danger. Could it be? A foreboding feeling welled up within me. In the original text, Harry and Draco had encountered Quirrell, who was drinking the blood of unicorns. Draco wished to investigate, but I restrained him. "Let us wait and see." I observed that Yaya was not entirely in a defensive stance. Nor did it bare its teeth in threat. Perhaps the approaching figure belonged to someone familiar. Sure enough, its tail began to wag vigorously, eager to introduce Draco to its old friend. Strange footsteps grew louder. They sounded like centaurs. Malfoy Manor had imported several prized Accle-Tech horses, each worth a fortune. Equestrian lessons were also one of our compulsory courses in our bedroom. There were numerous photos of Draco galloping on horseback, clad in a pristine white riding outfit, looking exceptionally dashing. "Brother, centaurs do not appreciate being ridden like horses," I whispered. "Aurora, I do possess some common sense." Draco's hand awkwardly hovered in the air, unconsciously mimicking the action of holding reins. Yaya took this opportunity to break free from its lead and dashed forward. Soon, it returned, bringing along a tall centaur. Its coat was a pale shade of gold, reminiscent of the iconic Malfoy hair color. With a handsome visage and jewel-like blue eyes, the centaur's bare upper body exuded strength that a Malfoy offspring. He appeared gentle, his voice clear and melodious. "Indeed, I am a Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. This is my sister, Aurora. May I inquire your name?" Centaurs possess a strong sense of pride. One must be cautious in their dealings with them. They equally despise being exploited by wizards. This mentality stems from a deep-seated insecurity regarding their identity. Should they feel even the slightest hint of disdain, centaurs can become irritable and aggressive, striving to assert their existence. "I am Firenze." He stepped closer, scrutinizing us intently. His gaze was soft, as if he held an affinity for humans. "It is you," he said, halting before me. The one who would break the impasse. I gazed into his azure eyes, rendered speechless. His eyes resembled black holes of the universe, capable of absorbing everything. "Aurora?" Draco positioned himself protectively in front of me. "What have you done to her?" Firenze shook his head. "Your uniqueness is both your armor and your vulnerability. Remember, it must not be revealed to anyone." I nodded. "Thank you. There is no need for such formality." We share a profound connection. He seemed to drift into another memory, his gaze penetrating us as he looked into the distance. His brow furrowed. "This place is perilous. I shall escort you back." "But Professor Dumbledore instructed us to," I protested, "to venture into the forbidden forest." I could not comprehend why Albus would act so recklessly. Perhaps he could no longer contain his impatience. He raised his head to the star-studded night sky. "Is it beautiful?" He appeared to hear my thoughts. "Yet, it concealed hidden dangers." My heart sank. Humanity often fixates on trivial details, while the stars hold far richer narratives. His forelegs knelt down, allowing us to mount his back. "Is that permissible?" I inquired once more. He did not provide a direct answer. "Isn't this what you desire?" His gaze was fixed on Draco. The boy's face flushed crimson in an instant. "Thank you." Draco stammered. "You have become so bashful after a millennium," Firenze remarked with a hint of amusement. What riddle was he implying? Sigh. The twin ones nearly siphoned all my magical energy. I stumbled, utterly drained. Firenze swiftly stepped forward, steadying me. "Well done," he spoke softly. The unicorn foal's wounds had ceased bleeding. After a moment, it seemed to muster the strength to rise. The herd of horses began to stir once more, but this time, Their sounds were those of encouragement and celebration. Aurora, Draco rushed over, enveloping me in his embrace. I was acutely aware that he too was on the brink of magical exhaustion. The unicorn hair that adorned the twin wands came from the foal's ancestors. Its offspring was on the brink of death, and we had to intervene. The relationship between wizards and wands has been a topic of much debate since the dawn of wizardry. The wand is the wizard's closest companion. They choose one another, enhancing each other's abilities. If we were to turn a blind eye to the dying unicorn foal, the twin wands would no longer remain loyal to us in critical moments. They could even turn against us. In the original text, the Elder Wand once held by Grindelwald and Dumbledore was loyal only to the strongest. Me. Loyalty is a crucial factor in selecting a wand. Even if it were immensely powerful, I would not choose it. The foremost unicorn approached. Its stature was the most imposing of its kind. It affectionately licked the foal's coat, assisting it in standing, though still somewhat unsteady. The foal had escaped the clutches of death, its condition no longer dire. Suddenly, a voice echoed in my mind. Thank you, descendants of the elves, the Malfoy offspring. Aurora? Draco glanced back at me anxiously, realizing that he too had heard the voice. In return, he paused. Please accept. It lowered its head, inviting me and Draco to grasp its horn. Its eyes, like glass beads, seemed to possess the ability to see into one's soul. It is said that unicorns are drawn only to those with pure hearts. Could Draco and I be among them? Its horn was neither wood nor metal. This material was indistinguishable from that of my wand. My wand was crafted from the horn of a unicorn. A unicorn will only willingly offer its horn when it desires to do so. Pain surged through me. It felt as if my forehead might split open. Not let go. The voice became stern. Or all shall be in vain. A millennium of longing shall dissolve into nothingness. What could these cryptic words possibly mean? Aurora. Just before losing consciousness, I heard Draco's anguished cry. What had happened to me? Upon reopening my eyes, I discovered that the surroundings had transformed completely. My vision was remarkably clear, and the colors were vividly alive. Aurora, you have finally awakened. Mr. Ferenz, Mom and Dad. Draco exclaimed excitedly. My situation had evidently stirred my parents all the way back at Malfoy Manor. Aurora, do not move, Draco urged as I struggled to rise. His eyes were shadowed with dark circles, disheveled and unkempt, an unprecedented sight that I felt deeply touched, suppressing the impulse to tease him. Your condition is rather unique. His expression was one of struggle, seemingly at a loss for words. Lucius and Narcissa rushed in, their faces etched with concern. Aurora, do not fear. Narcissa enveloped me in her arms. Your enigmatic form is quite special. What had I transformed into? Narcissa conjured a mirror. My enigmatic form is a unicorn, with platinum-colored fur, gray eyes, and a long horn protruding from my forehead. Father, the leader of the unicorns is trying to breach the barrier. Is it not enough that it has harmed Aurora? That ungrateful beast, Draco exclaimed without thought. Draco, watch your words, Lucius interjected. Your mother and I awakened our enigmatic forms in our 4th year. Aurora has merely done so a bit earlier. Do not disrespect the leader of the unicorns. They possess mysterious powers, many of which are enigmas that the wizarding world struggles to unravel. The blood of a unicorn, according to legend, can extend one's life and even revive the deceased. This is also why Voldemort commanded Quirrell to harm the unicorns. Draco was filled with concern, gripping my hand. No, more accurately, it was a hoof. Aurora, do not fear. Do you have any questions? Draco softened his tone. In my current state, can I communicate with you smoothly? What I mean to convey is I am now but a mere creature. Indeed, both you and your father are born animagi, and the relationship between Draco and you as well. Quite extraordinary, allowing for seamless communication. Narcissa gently caresses my mane. How delightful. I cannot help but flick my ears, which stand upright on either side. So charming. Draco, too, cannot restrain himself from fondling my ears. You all, I paw at my forehoofs. Utterly unable to resist. All right, I shall cease the teasing. Draco plants a kiss upon my horn. One must not kiss the horn of a unicorn. It feels so strange. Why? Draco inquires, his expression one of curiosity. It is uncomfortable. I struggle to articulate the feelings coursing through me at this moment. Lucius, with a perceptive understanding, pats Draco's shoulder, softly reminding him. A kiss upon a unicorn's horn signifies courtship. I beg your pardon, Aurora. You appear so diminutive now, even smaller than the young one we rescued. I should not have acted thus. He seems deeply remorseful, yet the flickering glint in his eyes leads me to suspect it is intentional. For a while, I find no evidence to substantiate my theory. How vexing. Suddenly, a resounding neigh echoes from outside the door. Oh no, I completely forgot about that unicorn. Draco slaps his forehead. Yet, no matter how I perceive it, I cannot shake the feeling that he is doing this on purpose. Father dispels the barrier and approaches. I cannot discern what he is communicating. Draco remains ever vigilant. My apologies. My intention was merely to restore the magical essence to the two of you. However, it inadvertently awakened Miss Malfoy's bloodline. How long will Aurora's enigmatic form endure? Draco asks. Draco, this matter no one can provide a definitive answer. Lucius replies on behalf. The enigmatic transformation is a high-level branch of transfiguration. A single misstep may result in one remaining in animal form for a lifetime. The majority of animagi are non-magical creatures. Transforming into magical beings, like phoenixes or fire dragons, can yield unpredictable consequences. Historically, no wizard has ever transformed into a unicorn. This remains the gravest concern for our family. Aurora, do not fear, I shall remain by your side until you revert to your former self. His gray eyes brim with the most genuine affection. How could I ever doubt his sincerity? The news of Aurora's transformation into a unicorn must be kept confidential. Lucius gazes sternly at Draco. This includes your godfather and even your grandfather Abraxas. They must remain in the dark. Can you manage that? I comprehend Lucius's trepidation. Abraxas's entanglement with Voldemort is certainly known to Lucius. The very architect of the Malfoy family's descent into darkness is none other than his own father. No matter how he strives to turn the tide, he cannot steer this Titanic. Abraxas has carefully safeguarded the Horcrux notebook. In his quest to resurrect Voldemort, he may resort to any means necessary. Aurora, I am sorry, but I cannot place you in Malfoy Manor. Everything Lucius does is for my protection. How could I ever blame him? His long fingers lightly tap the temple of his head. His narrow eyes droop in contemplation, a posture that typically signifies an urgent dilemma. However, Father, Hogwarts Castle is Dumbledore's domain and equally perilous. The long silent unicorn suddenly speaks. Miss Malfoy may recuperate within our territory. Thank you for temporarily sheltering my daughter. Lucius's eyes glisten with emotion. I have a humble request, Mr. Malfoy. Please proceed. May we stay by Aurora's side? Although Lucius strives to maintain a facade of composure, his eyes betray a hint of unease. What secrets lie hidden within the unicorn's domain? Why is it of such significance to the Malfoy family? The unicorn ponders for a moment, then unexpectedly opens his consciousness to Lucius. I cannot ascertain the nature of their dialogue. When it concludes, Lucius appears elated, undoubtedly having received good news. He effortlessly lifts me into his arms. Father, I must be quite heavy now, though still a unicorn full. The differences between me and a human are considerable. Not at all, he replies gently. Aurora, you are truly the lucky star of the Malfoy family. He whispers in my ear. He gestures to Narcissa and Draco, who promptly gather around. For millennia, there has existed a legend about the Forbidden Forest. The sacred ground of the fairies has been guarded by unicorns through generations. And the Malfoy family, he lowers his voice, it is said possesses the blood of fairies. However, as intermarriage with human wizards has occurred, the fairy bloodline has gradually thinned. For nearly a century, no Malfoy has awakened to their fairy heritage. Attempting to awaken in the fairies' sacred ground significantly enhances the likelihood of such an awakening. Fairies, blessed with near-immortal lifespans, unblemished beauty, nurtured by the essence of the cosmos, every aspect of fairies is chronicled in platinum glory. I had always believed this to be a fabrication, a tale spun by the Malfoy family to enhance their reputation. I never imagined it to be grounded in reality. Farallon had also referred to Draco and me as descendants of Legolas upon our first meeting. Legolas, a name that resonates with familiarity, yet I cannot recall where I have heard it. All of this is illuminated by Aurora's brilliance. Narcissa's gentle palm caresses my cheek. Mother, you are so beautiful. If you were to transform into a fairy, your beauty would be beyond imagination. Such flattery. She playfully taps my head. Only Draco lingers at a distance, silent. Brother, what troubles you? Father, if Aurora has transformed into a unicorn, does that mean she cannot awaken to her fairy heritage? That is not the case. Narcissa's gaze is as gentle as a flowing stream. An enigmatic is merely a different form of a wizard. While a fairy is an entirely different species, she is explaining this specifically for my understanding. Therefore, my Aurora, do not worry. Embracing your unicorn form wholeheartedly is an integral part of you. She takes me from Father's arms. It is surprising to find that, despite her seemingly frail demeanor, she possesses such strength. Mother, seeing Father hold me, are you feeling a touch of jealousy? I whisper teasingly in her ear. I suspect that is indeed the case. Your keen observation earns Slytherin 5 points, Miss Malfoy. Lucius has overheard. The result is that Narcissa's face turns as red as an apple, ensconced between us. Mother. I wish to attempt walking just as Narcissa stated. I must embrace my identity as a unicorn to transition freely between my animagus and human forms. The greatest obstacle in moving from an upright human gait to the quadrupedal stance of a unicorn lies within the psyche. Suddenly, a snow-white nine-tailed fox materializes in the spot she had just occupied, with wine-red, upturned eyes that blend allure and innocence. 9 fluffy tails dance behind her, and a blood-red, enigmatic totem graces her brow, all heralding her rare and precious nature. Mother the nine-tailed fox also walks on 4 legs. She demonstrates to me how to walk through her actions. Lucius transforms as well. He becomes a snow leopard. Pristine and unblemished, his imposing stature exudes an air of dominance. The small mammals that catch wind of him flee in terror, overwhelmed by his formidable presence. Yet, I sense that he wishes for no creature other than his mother to take notice of him. Draco lifts me by the waist. I tentatively move my limbs. Though mastering this new balance proves challenging, the patient companionship and gentle watchfulness of my family bolster my confidence. I feel something warm trickling through my fur. Draco, I turn to look, only to find the young man averting his gaze, hastily wiping away tears with his sleeve. The gust of wind must have blown something into my eyes, he explains softly. Would you like me to help blow it away? Draco consistently finds himself resorting to the same excuse. His worry is palpable. He fears I may not revert to my former self, remaining in this state indefinitely. The nine-tailed fox is also a magical creature, and Mother can transform freely as well. I offer words of comfort. I know his eyes glisten with unshed tears. I only resent my own lack of strength. Unable to resolve crises at the first sign of trouble, always having to rely on Father for assistance at such a tender age, he burdens himself with such immense pressure. Lucius's excellence instills in Draco both pride and self-doubt. He is so conflicted, imitating his father's tone and fashion sense, yet yearning for the attention of others. He is Draco Malfoy, an independent being that I only remember that when I opened my eyes, you were right there beside me. Moreover, every generation of Malfoys is born an animagus. My bloodline has awakened, allowing me to transform early. Perhaps it is a gift from Merlin. Draco breaks into a smile. You have always known how to comfort yourself. With his assistance, I can now walk slowly and independently. He slows his pace, matching my steps as he remains by my side. I in the distance. The nine-tailed fox reclined upon the snow leopard, silently observing us, my brother, Aurora, and Draco, reminiscent of our former selves. Indeed. However, the future of the 2 children is not something we need to intervene in. It is best to remain mere spectators. Lucius responded with thoughtful consideration to his wife. You were not so innocent back then. You set countless traps for me, waiting for me to leap into them. The nine-tailed fox flicked her tail lightly, expressing her ire, yet her countenance bore a playful pout. Only those willing shall be ensnared. Cece. The nine-tailed fox leapt gracefully from his back, while the snow leopard adeptly groomed his mate's fur. The potent pheromones of the snow leopard, left upon the exquisite coat of the nine-tailed fox through his licks, served as a clear signal to the surrounding males. Do not covet my female. Lucius's possessiveness is truly. Draco remains the sole Malfoy yet to awaken his animagus form. Thus, he is temporarily oblivious to the sense of animals and the meanings they convey. In the original narrative, he was transformed into a white weasel by young Barty Crouch. One wonders if the weasel is indeed his animagus form. I once purchased a plush toy shaped like a weasel. It was utterly adorable. The leader of the unicorns trod ahead of us. Along the way, numerous magical creatures residing in the Forbidden Forest greeted him with reverence. It appears he holds a significant stature within the forest. Due to my father's aura of keep your distance, my mother, in her rare nine-tailed fox form, dared not gaze too long, intimidated by the snow leopard's presence. As for me, I attracted the overwhelming majority of attention. Look, a newly born unicorn. Eric is taking her to the sacred grove of the fairies. Could she be his child bride? Don't be absurd. That little one is far too young. Unicorns have long lifespans. Eric is hardly one to be impatient. It turns out that the leader of the unicorns is named Eric, an English name denoting a monarch or a dictator. Fortunately, Draco has yet to awaken and can only converse with me, remaining ignorant of the languages of other animals. Otherwise, he might well engage in a skirmish with Eric. We have arrived. Deep within the Forbidden Forest stands a towering ancient tree. Without the unicorn's guidance, none could behold the truth. The young one we once rescued has now fully recovered. It bounded out of the barrier, circling around us. It seemed to recognize me, affectionately nuzzling at my neck. Hey, Draco interposed himself, creating a barrier between the young unicorn and me. The little creature appeared timid, hastily retreating to Eric's side after Draco's stern demeanor. It did not comprehend why the one who saved its life had undergone such a drastic change in attitude. Apologies, it must have thought that Miss Malfoy was one of its kind. Draco's vigilant stance appeared utterly charming. I nudged my head against his arm. He instinctively stroked my mane and tail, whispering in my ear. The spot just touched by that creature needs thorough disinfection. Aurora, your ears have turned pink. The fur on my ears was but a thin layer, revealing the skin beneath, where delicate blue veins could be faintly seen. Are you feeling shy? His mouth curled into a slight smile, as if pondering something. Perhaps, when in animagus form, emotional expressions are more direct, he mused. Indeed, Lucius is once again helping Narcissa groom herself. Aurora, in your heart, am I the most important person to you? He gazed deeply into my eyes. I turned my head away, my ears flushing crimson, while my tail involuntarily flicked. Aurora, little deceiver, it is only at this moment that you are most honest. Perhaps to avoid suspicion, Eric departed once he had settled us. The young unicorn frequently came over to frolic with us. With its cognitive development somewhat delayed, Draco seemed to sense that it harbored no ulterior motives and thus lowered his guard. Our wands are crafted from the hair of the same unicorn. This natural bond made him quite fond of such magical beings. I wonder how Lucius managed to communicate at the board meeting, allowing Draco and me to temporarily take a leave of absence from Hogwarts. Harry's Hedwig had also sent a letter inquiring about our well-being. He and Ron had encountered Aragog, the giant acromantula that Hagrid once saved. Ron is notoriously afraid of spiders. Harry caught a whiff of a foul odor, only to discover that Ron had been so frightened he had wet himself. The red-haired boy was so weak-kneed that he plopped down onto the ground. He stammered, but all that escaped his lips was the chattering of his teeth. Harry observed Aragog's eyes closely, noting the white film covering them, concluding that this aged acromantula could no longer see anything. Fortunately, Aragog held a deep bond with Hagrid and did not attack them. He vowed not to eat humans and held his descendants to the same standard. Harry furrowed his brow, gazing at the swarming acromantulas, gaining a deeper understanding of Hagrid's approach. Harmless, adorable fluffballs, a sardonic smile tugged at his lips. There was no way Dumbledore could be ignorant of the significant risks posed to Hogwarts. Just as he had a notorious bias toward Gryffindor, his handling of matters would only escalate if a major casualty occurred, only to be gently dismissed thereafter. The so-called Board of Governors, apart from Lucius, was essentially Dumbledore's one-man show. Actual issues were never resolved, and the funds from the Malfoy family's sponsorship of Snape's potion research were significantly diminished after passing through multiple hands. As for where they ended up, need one even ask? Naturally, they were funneled into the ragtag assembly known as the Order of the Phoenix. Aragog sent his offspring to escort Harry and the others to Hagrid's hut. As Aragog aged day by day, his influence and dominance over the clan continued to wane. In prides and packs, there is but one king, a mature male. The king ages and succumbs to illness. He is often replaced with a fate that is quite tragic. Will Aragog, now blind, face a day of being superseded? At that time, will the acromantulas still adhere to their vows? All remains uncertain. After concluding our journey in the Forbidden Forest, we received a message early the next morning from Dumbledore's pet, Fawkes, inviting him to the headmaster's office to share desserts. Hidden beneath a facade of childlike attire and a gentle, harmless exterior lies a shrewd political leader. Professor Dumbledore, you summon me? Upon Harry uttering the password, he beheld Dumbledore hastily rearranging the desserts on the table, ensuring they appeared untouched, as if no one had snuck a taste. Was this childish behavior intended to mislead others into underestimating him? After a period of mutual probing, Dumbledore finally broached the subject. Harry, have you heard about Miss Malfoy's situation? Lucius has requested an extended leave for her and Draco. Apologies, Professor Dumbledore, but I am unaware of the details. Harry gazed into Dumbledore's azure eyes, which, although marred by wrinkles, still hinted at the former handsomeness of his youth. His remarkable features were largely obscured by a thick beard. Grindelwald frequently visited Malfoy Manor, bringing along fresh novelties for the younger generations. In most instances, this once mighty figure would burst into hearty laughter. Harry discovered a damaged pocket watch within the folds of his robes, attached to a yellowed, old photograph. Two strikingly handsome young men stood side by side. Noticing Harry's curiosity, Grindelwald gestured toward the slightly shorter one, saying, "This is the headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore." The man's somewhat weathered visage appeared remarkably tranquil. Perhaps, in the future, you may need to engage with him frequently. Mr. Grindelwald, Is he your good friend? I would consider it so. The man ruffled his unruly hair, though it remained uncertain how the other party felt. His expression was nuanced, and young Harry failed to perceive the regret and melancholy lurking beneath. The elderly figure before him, frail and fading, was difficult to reconcile with the vibrant youth in the photograph. Dumbledore displayed a hint of regret, apologizing. I assumed that you had lived together before enrolling, and you must be quite familiar with one another. Suddenly, Harry felt a slight sting in the lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead. This scar, regarded as his mark of merit by the outside world, had shielded him from Voldemort's killing curse. It was a remarkable scar. The Malfoys had exhausted numerous methods to eliminate it, from potions personally brewed by Snape to Lucius's powerful healing spells. Yet none proved effective. Aurora even suggested using a Muggle scar patch, which earned her a stern reprimand from Lucius. Ultimately, it was demonstrated to have minimal effect. He vaguely sensed that the pain of the scar was somehow linked to Dumbledore's gaze. Before attending Hogwarts, he, along with Aurora and Draco, had undergone home education that he learned that exceptionally skilled wizards could release magic with precision, without the need for wands or incantations, such as the commonly employed legilimency during interrogations to extract memories and valuable information. The method to resist legilimency is through the practice of mental occlumency, a profound discipline in which Professor Snape excels. Regrettably, he was far too young, and their tutor had not introduced such concepts to them. Thus, he stood before Dumbledore, utterly exposed, as transparent as a blank sheet of paper. Professor Dumbledore, the Malfoy family regards me with the same concern as one would for family. He spoke with a double entendre. Who in the magical realm is unaware that I was fostered at Aunt Petunia's house, enduring 5 years of inhumane mistreatment, the architect of which is none other than the white-bearded elder. Both distant and yet ever-present, families harbor secrets among themselves, as long as the affection shared is genuine. Such matters pose no issue. He gazed once more into those cerulean eyes. This time, he felt that the spirited youth captured in the photograph had long perished within Grindelwald's memories. Imprisoned within an aging shell, clinging to his ideals, sacrificing those around him, he fancied himself the very embodiment of justice. Harry tentatively broached, "Professor, I have discovered. The acromantula in the Forbidden Forest possesses remarkable reproductive capabilities." A clever individual, of course, would grasp the implications immediately. Aragog and his progeny reside there. The Forbidden Forest has become their habitat. Is there no consideration for the safety of the young wizards? Harry wished to persuade further, yet was interrupted by a sudden knocking. The Phoenix, Fox, burst in, a letter tied to its leg. Upon glancing at the note on the envelope, the elder's eyes sharpened. "Harry, my dear, I apologize. Our conversation must come to an early conclusion." "Very well, Professor. I apologize for the interruption." "Understandably so. How could the headmaster of Hogwarts, the chief wizard of Wizengamot, heed the counsel of a mere young wizard?" Harry's impenetrable resolve left Dumbledore with no avenue to pursue. The contents of the letter were surely beyond his knowledge. The Slytherin table. The seats of the Platinum siblings lay vacant. Zabini, Nott, Parkinson, and Greengrass all eyed that position with eagerness. It seemed the Malfoy family had collectively vanished. The head of the Malfoy family had not made a public appearance, only communicating through letters. Yet, Abraxas remains, having hosted our family just last week. However, he does not seem overly concerned for his children. Perhaps the Malfoy patriarch has taken the entire family on holiday. "Harry, why were you not included?" Suddenly, the focus of conversation shifted to him. It was Zabini. His words were sharp and incisive, showing no restraint even in the presence of the Malfoys. "One must leave someone to study diligently." Harry raised the book in his hand. "I will take notes. Indeed, Aurora is quite the academic, and she will surely pester you all day." Zabini jested. Harry remained noncommittal, merely unconsciously curling the corners of his lips. For some reason, defense against the dark arts had also paused for 2 weeks. The given reason was that Professor Quirrell's mother had fallen ill, necessitating his departure from Hogwarts for a time. Yet, every night, when Harry donned the invisibility cloak and wandered before the mirror of Amidst, Quirrell's figure would invariably appear. He continued to undress before the mirror. However, in addition to the scars accumulated over the years, his body bore some bizarre markings. Initially but a few, they later spread across his entire form. He cried out in anguish, kneeling before the mirror, pleading for his master's forgiveness and mercy. He knelt before the air. "Master, I am in such pain. I beg you, please help me." He clawed at himself until his skin was raw, his screams echoing incessantly. Harry could endure no longer and dashed toward the dungeon. Before Snape's office stood a portrait of Medusa. This time, Medusa unusually refrained from mocking him. "Little Harry, what troubles you?" Is Professor Snape in? I need to see him. It's urgent. The master is brewing potions. You had better have a legitimate matter." Medusa, tough in words yet soft at heart, much like her master, let Harry in without even uttering the password. Snape peered through the mist rising from the cauldron at the newcomer, barely swallowing the curse that almost escaped his lips. Harry was not the reckless Gryffindor. Rather, he was quite measured and would never intrude upon his office without dire necessity. The panic etched on his face was unprecedented. His striking green eyes were filled with confusion and turmoil. Snape's fingertips rapped on the table, and a cup of hot cocoa materialized before him. He crossed his arms, his gaze diverted elsewhere. Seeing this, Harry quickly took the cup in his hands. The chill of the dungeon tempered the scalding heat of the cocoa. "Professor Snape, Professor Quirrell has not left Hogwarts. I saw him kneeling naked before the mirror of Amidst, his body appearing infected by some virus." Harry inhaled deeply, recounting his observations truthfully. Snape's brow furrowed. "Be more specific." Snape succinctly requested. Harry recalled as he described, "There are cyan lines, resembling the traces of blood vessels. You have been wandering about at night again, cloaked in invisibility." Snape seemed indifferent to Quirrell's plight, his dark eyes fixed intently on Harry. "Do not become absorbed in the visions of the mirror of Amidst. They represent dreams you shall never realize in your lifetime." Snape's voice was calm, his expression impassive, as though merely stating the simplest of facts. Yet, it pierced through the faade Harry had maintained for so long. He opened his mouth, intending to retort, but soon abandoned the thought, for he knew Snape was right, whether it be the warm family portrait of the Potters or the image of his future bride. Both were unattainable illusions. Like a thirst quenched with poison, he dreamt daily of the reflections in the mirror. Each morning upon waking, emptiness enveloped him. "I understand. I am sorry, Professor Snape." Harry swiftly acknowledged his fault. Akin to being struck upon soft cotton, Snape himself was unsure why he harbored a faint hope of provoking the composed youth before him, but a desire to witness him lose control. Perhaps it was the face that bore an uncanny resemblance to James Potter. Though they were entirely different individuals, he was still Lily's son, and he would occasionally misplace his ire. He collected his emotions and returned to the matter at hand. Quirrell must have ingested some forbidden potion. Or, Snape pondered for a moment. He has been cursed, right? Professor Quirrell has been rambling on, beseeching his master for forgiveness. Master, Snape keenly seized upon this key term, but he sprang to his feet, leaving behind a command, "Stay here," and dashed out of the office, only to return abruptly to retrieve a small brown vial. Harry understood that he must be reporting this matter to Dumbledore. Snape prioritized his safety above all else, leaving no stone unturned. Unlike that old bee, who had nearly allowed him to become a meal for the acromantula, remaining indifferent, the warmth of the cocoa in his hands not only warmed his palms, but also thawed his frozen heart. The potion office was sparsely furnished, mirroring the impression Snape imparted, methodical and precise. Countless ancient texts on potions were meticulously categorized. Various qualities of potion ingredients were also carefully preserved in sealed vials, each adorned with Snape's handwritten labels, noting weight and acquisition date. Potions resembled a rigorous science. On the other side lay the graded student assignments. Snape had just finished grading Harry's. The page was densely filled with small script. The man's feedback on Harry's work. He casually flipped through others' assignments, noting they were not graded with such meticulousness. Unlike Draco and Aurora, who frequently visited the Slytherin head's office, Harry always sensed a subtle distance between himself and Snape. It was an indescribable feeling. Clearly, the other was deeply concerned for him, yet refrained from revealing that facet. One drawer of Snape's desk bore a handle significantly more worn than the others, indicative of frequent opening and closing by its master. This was Snape's privacy. Harry understood he should not be overly curious. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself unable to restrain his hand from reaching out. Suddenly, Harry caught the sound of footsteps approaching. Already feeling guilty, he was acutely aware of his surroundings. The slightest hint of danger, he hurriedly returned to his previous position. Snape entered, and what he saw was Harry dutifully sipping the hot cocoa. Hot cocoa was Lily's favorite drink during her youth, a daily indulgence. They had arranged to study together in the Hogwarts library, and the red-haired, blue-eyed girl had similarly sipped delicately, her lips curling into a satisfied smile. Harry had never met his mother, yet these subtle habits and preferences had been passed down to him. Harry, Snape closed his eyes, suppressing the anger within. From this day forth, maintain distance from Quirrell. What do you mean? Quirrell will still teach at the school. Harry could hardly believe this was Dumbledore's decision. Albus promised to investigate the matter discreetly. Snape rubbed his temples. A man afflicted by a curse or some unknown virus. Stuttering in speech, whose teaching abilities were questionable, and who displayed bizarre tendencies, Dumbledore seemingly intended to take no action. Harry was almost incredulous with anger. What was Dumbledore's intention, by the way? Here is a letter addressed to you. Harry looked perplexed as Snape explained. Hedwig is not safe. Using your own owl could very well place you under Dumbledore's surveillance. Thus, the reply this time was inscribed on the exclusive Golden Eagle stationery of the Malfoy family. No wonder Hedwig returned empty-handed, her feathers ruffled. Harry expressed his gratitude to Snape. The parchment was densely filled with coded language, leaving Harry utterly perplexed. He merely noted Snape pointing to the first-year potions textbook, indicating that the answers lay within. Suddenly enlightened, Harry returned home and tirelessly transcribed the peculiar characters into coherent sentences throughout the night. Upon learning that Aurora and the Malfoy family were safe, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had not seen each other since the Forbidden Forest incident, and he feared something dreadful had befallen Aurora and Draco, perhaps even alarming Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy. Coupled with the suspicious markings that had suddenly appeared on Professor Quirrell, it was evident that a causal relationship existed between the two. He maintained an outward calmness while inwardly wrestling with anxiety. It was an impossible task to remain indifferent amidst the cacophony of voices surrounding an 11-year-old boy. Fortunately, he eventually received a response. According to the notes on the letter, Draco was the one who had written it. The boy's handwriting was markedly different from Aurora's. Could it be that something had happened to Aurora? A foreboding sensation took root in Harry's heart, intensifying with each passing moment. They had grown up together. Aurora was robust and had rarely fallen ill. There was a saying among Muggles, a little ailment often prevents a great one. That could it be that her normally dormant immune system had succumbed to a viral invasion, resulting in an overwhelming illness? In Hogwarts, apart from Professor Snape, there was no mentor he deemed trustworthy. All he could do was wait for developments in this matter, nothing more. Crabbe and Goyle, who often trailed Draco, appeared equally despondent. Clearly, they too had received troubling correspondence from home, subtly inquiring if their associates had any updates. They understood deeply the saying, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Other pureblood families were similarly restless. The countless possibilities, this could alter the landscape of Slytherin House, and, indeed, the entire British wizarding community. After several days of effort and countless failures, I still had not grasped the intricacies of becoming an enigmagus. Meanwhile, the other three had settled in the sacred grounds of the fairies to accompany me. A wondrous scene unfolded. "Cece, can you feel it?" Lucius murmured. "Yes, there is a strange energy that transcends the magical cycle." Narcissa closed her eyes, sensing the subtle changes within her. Having arrived here was already a significant advancement. Lucius joyfully patted the tree trunk as if triggered by some mechanism. An entrance appeared, towering over us. Inside was shrouded in darkness, as though a multidimensional space had been unveiled. Everything brimmed with uncertainty. "Father," I witnessed the entire process, my excitement overwhelming. According to Platinum Glory, this towering tree is the mother tree of the fairies. Considered the progenitor of innate fairies. Fairies are classified into innate and acquired categories. Those born through the mother tree are innate fairies, while those who awaken to become fairies through bloodline are known as acquired fairies. We had truly received this opportunity. Lucius cautiously stepped forward, his other hand intertwined with Narcissa's. "Mr. Malfoy, the entrance will soon vanish. Please seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Eric's voice resonated from behind us. It turned out he was also one of the witnesses. Aurora, Draco, Lucius beckoned us to follow. Yet, for some reason, an invisible barrier kept me outside. A human in enigmagus form cannot enter a fairy's barrier, Eric explained. Moreover, any human who enters the barrier cannot exit until they awaken as a fairy. Narcissa frantically pounded on the barrier, calling my name. She covered her mouth, weeping uncontrollably. Lucius held her close, softly comforting her. The entrance was shrinking rapidly. And Draco still stood behind me. I could not let him lose this chance. "Aurora, I want to be with you," he declared resolutely. "You will surely regret this, and I will not allow it." As the entrance was on the verge of vanishing, I kicked him inside with all my might. Until the black void completely disappeared, my heart finally found peace. "Miss Malfoy," Eric's azure eyes brimmed with concern, "are you all right?" "I am splendid. Better than ever. The Malfoy family finally has the chance to realize the dream of bloodline awakening." I could not comprehend why I emphasized this so loudly. as if I were persuading myself to accept it. He bore a look of compassionate sorrow, but said nothing that I sensed he understood that any words of comfort would be futile. The unicorn foal informed me that Eric had lived for a millennium, witnessing the rise and fall of countless races and the glory and shame of the fairy clan. His eyes, though the color of the ocean, appeared dull and lifeless. I felt a twinge of regret for not being able to synchronize with them. For the first time, I laid bare the inner monologue of my heart. Yet, providing them this opportunity, I was already content that I hoped that years from now, you will still think this way. Eric, what do you mean? As time passes, they, as fairies, will retain their youthful appearances, while you will appear withered. He approached me step by step, coaxing, why not transform into a true unicorn, possessing an almost eternal life? I can help you, Aurora. For the first time, he addressed me as a teacher. What would you do? Seeing the reluctance on my face, Eric transformed into human form. He was exceedingly tall, with silver hair cascading like a waterfall, and his azure eyes were crystal clear. He donned a long robe of the same hue, and a pair of pristine wings sprouted from his back, reminiscent of angels from Muggle mythology. The unicorn foal danced around him, winking at me. Eric, did you succeed in transformation because of Miss Malfoy? Noticing my gaze on his wings, Eric explained, adult unicorns grow wings, allowing us to soar through the skies. You can see, even as a unicorn, we can take human form. We can exist in the human world as humans. But why do you wish to help me? The Malfoys and Draco were trapped within the barrier of the mother tree. In the days to come, I would live alongside Eric and his kin. What was his true intention? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I did not believe he would invest so much without expecting anything in return. The pure-blooded unicorns were on the brink of extinction, and as their leader, it was crucial for me to ensure the continuation of the purest bloodline. Sensing my doubts, he clarified, for the first time in 1,000 years, an enigmatic has emerged among human wizards who takes the form of a unicorn, which signifies that you once shared an intricate connection with unicorns. Are you implying? My mind was overwhelmed with information. Each party benefits, Aurora. Stay by my side and share an endless life. What nonsense. I'm still just a child. I took 2 steps back, distancing myself. Here, deep in the unfamiliar forbidden forest. I called out to the heavens, but received no response. I can wait for you to grow up. I have already waited for 1,000 years. I do not mind waiting a little longer. You brought our family here for this purpose. I involuntarily retreated a couple of steps. He noticed my reluctance and instinctively kept his distance. You resemble her, he murmured, with platinum hair, gray eyes, even the color of the horn. The unicorn foal nudged Eric's hand with its head. Your wand is made from her horn. The familiar resonance resonated. I recognized it at first glance. Was that unicorn your beloved? I felt as though I were the executioner who had torn them apart. Eric shook his head, only under conditions of mutual willingness. Otherwise, using any part of a unicorn would result in a curse. He stroked the foal's forehead. This little one was almost drained by a human wizard. Was it a foul-smelling human wizard? It must have been Quirrell. Indeed, he wore a cloak, making it impossible to discern his face. He certainly reeked. I thought all humans exuded such a decayed odor, until I met your family, who all smelled delightful. The foal scampered to my side, animatedly describing. I could not help but smile. Aside from Narcissa, who naturally exuded the fragrance of a Chinese narcissus, the other family members were accustomed to wearing perfume. However, I preferred the scent that lingered on you. The foal approached closer. It was halted by Eric. Apologies, unicorns can easily be lured by pure maidens. Good heavens, how embarrassing. Among the 2 human females, Narcissa was already married and had borne 2 children. So it was obviously not her. No wonder a herd of unicorns would gaze at me with such attention. Rest assured, they will not harm you. Eric seemed to sense my discomfort and gently reassured. You do not need to decide immediately. You already know where we reside, and we have ample time ahead. No, you do not. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared atop the towering tree. He leaped down. It was Draco. He has already become an elf. His ethereal features are a miracle wrought by the Creator. His breathtaking beauty transcends human imagination. His platinum short hair flows infinitely, cascading down to his waist. The iconic pointed ears distinguish him from humanity at a mere glance. A pair of brown wings have sprouted behind him. In his presence, a pang of inadequacy rises within me. Aurora, is I. He crouches down and embraces my neck. You have interrupted the inheritance. Eric furrows his brow. Isn't it you who has been pressuring her all along? Draco shields me behind him, astonished that the so-called pure-hearted unicorn would take advantage of the situation. Eric, will interrupting the inheritance have any consequences? I hastily inquire. The man shakes his head. I am not an elf, so I cannot say for certain. Draco disregards the man, turning to me. Aurora, I will help you revert to human form. I have already become an elf. Elves govern all things, and the human enigmatic is also. His hand rests atop my head. Aurora, close your eyes. I trust him completely. Suddenly, a wave of heat surges through my chest. And in a moment of disorientation, it feels as though my consciousness is about to leave my body. Why isn't it working? Draco gazes at me anxiously, murmuring to himself. Did it not succeed? I lower my gaze and see my 4 hooves, letting out a silent sigh. Indeed, your impatience has interrupted the elven inheritance. Furthermore, Aurora's enigmatic is a magical creature, making the transformation more arduous. Eric shakes his head in disappointment. Aurora, you must rely on your own strength. If you fail again, there is a possibility you will remain in your unicorn form forever. Although, I would not mind. Eric's lips curl into a smirk. You. Draco clenches his fists. Enough, Draco, do not disrespect your benefactor. It is Lucius and Narcissa. They have also succeeded. I gaze at my mother, lost in admiration, until Lucius clears his throat, drawing my attention back. Cece, the confusion charm on your earrings has worn off. He complains softly. Clearly, he does not wish for anyone to see his wife's true appearance. Narcissa, possessing stunning beauty even as a human witch, seems out of place as an elf, as though living in an alternate dimension. My heart and eyes are filled with her image, as if she were the only one in my sight. Her wine-red eyes possess a captivating allure, and her seaweed-like wavy hair glimmers like satin. Mother, the wine-red suits you even more. Unbeknownst to myself, I have already thrown myself into her embrace. As she gazes at me, tears spill uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Her weeping stirs the heavens and the earth. Do not be sad. Mother, my poor Aurora. Draco and I are ushered out of the tent, exchanging bewildered glances, until Narcissa's delicate moans emerge from within. I hurriedly pull Draco away from this place of turmoil. Truly, Lucius, how can you? However, Narcissa, awakened to her elven lineage, is so breathtaking that it leaves one speechless. If I were a man, I would hardly be able to wait even for a moment. We will be like this in the future. Won't we? Draco holds my hand. He focuses intently on the grass beneath our feet, as if it were some rare potion ingredient. His ears flush red, and his palms grow slightly sweaty. A fine layer of fuzz on his face glimmers golden in the sunlight. But the lifespan of humans, compared to that of elves, is but a fleeting moment. After a century, I will no longer be able to accompany you, Aurora. Moreover, the beauty of elves remains in its prime, so many years from now. While I may appear as an old crone, you will still look as youthful as ever. Others may think you are my descendant. Have you considered these matters? Draco, the stark reality strikes us like a blow, leaving us momentarily stunned. Yet, evasion will not resolve any issues. We can face whatever the future holds together. Listen to me, Aurora. None of this is a problem. Draco holds me tightly in his embrace. I have awakened the elven bloodline. And although the inheritance has been interrupted, remnants of the ancestral memories still hold other methods to transform humans with elven blood into elves. Aurora, we have a long time ahead to explore together. I can take aging potions, and my mother is also crafting products to conceal elven beauty, ensuring you will not face the slow passage of time alone. The resonance of Draco's voice and the slight heaviness of his breath echo in my ears. His heartfelt confession alleviates some of the uncertainty regarding the future. When did I begin to feel so anxious and greedy for more? Indeed, I have been spoiled by the Malfoys and the Mother Tree. We can observe every movement outside. Draco gently massages my nape. When I see him with intentions toward you, I can no longer contain myself, thus interrupting the inheritance. Draco, what have you all experienced inside? I ask curiously. Much. The awakening of elves is primarily about establishing the circulation of spiritual power within. He takes my hand, placing our palms together. Feel it closely, Aurora. He closes his eyes first, above his magical circulation. Another force prevails. Aurora, you also have spiritual power circulation within you. Draco exclaims with uncontainable joy, but I am not. Could it be he is mistaken? Our powers are of the same origin. Try to feel it again. Indeed, it is true, but if I am not an elf, how can I possess spiritual power? It may be related to your enigmatic. Do you not remember? The unicorns have long guarded the elf clan. We were meant to be together. He cradles my hand and kisses the back of it. Though the touch is as light as a dragonfly's wing, it sends ripples through my heart. You were always meant to be my little unicorn. I find myself cornered by him. The unicorn's habitat is adorned with numerous vine plants that I nearly trip, only to suddenly feel a tightening at my waist. Draco is still beside me, What has ensnared me? Aurora, do not be afraid. It is one of my abilities to manipulate plants. The vines around my waist grip gently, akin to Draco's arm. The thorns retract, and the strength is deftly controlled. Draco seems to recall something and hurriedly withdraws the vines. Yet, they appear reluctant, extending tender shoots to gently entwine my pinky. How adorable. I discover for the first time that vines can be so soft and endearing. I gently touch them, and they shyly retreat like a sensitive plant. Aren't you afraid? Do you not think I am a monster? How could that be? They are a part of you. This is love for the whole. Upon hearing the word love, Draco's face turns even redder. In his youthful eyes, it seems as if a multitude of tiny stars resides. His gray eyes brim with countless emotions. We have both undergone significant changes, physically and mentally. At this moment, the cherished Draco, who has received so much affection, also feels the pangs of uncertainty, akin to a boy in love, constantly seeking my affirmation. The sensation of being held in someone's palm, how delightful. We stroll outside, lingering from one day to the next. Eventually, unable to endure any longer, we resort to a transformation spell to conjure a new tint. Father, how long will this go on? I wonder if Mother can withstand it. I quietly complained to Draco. Father has told me, the Malfoy men are rather insatiable in this regard. His face is flushed, as if it might bleed. Goodness, what barbaric words. Is this how Lucius raises his son? Moreover, they are all quite gifted. It takes considerable effort for women to endure. The Western education truly surpasses expectations. Do not worry. I will control myself in the future, unlike my father. He mistakenly thinks I am frightened and quickly reassures me in a gentle tone. Yes, I feel as though my CPU is about to overheat, dizzily agreeing without noticing the fleeting cunning in the boy's eyes. The next day, Eric returns to his unicorn form and escorts us to the entrance of the Forbidden Forest. Aurora, you will return. He gazes at me silently, his expression resolute. His voice is soft yet loud enough for Draco and me to hear. You. Before the boy can react, Eric's figure disappears deep within the Forbidden Forest. Truly, the King of Unicorns moves like lightning. That a satisfied Lucius returns us to Hogwarts Castle. How is Mother? I ask with concern, having not seen Narcissa. Cece is well. The man seems to still be savoring the delightful moments of yesterday as he slips a ring onto Draco's finger. Under the influence of magic, the ring adjusts to the perfect size. Father, this is a ring to conceal elven beauty. Narcissa has prepared it. Inside the ring, the initials D.M. are inscribed. It is a ring uniquely belonging to Draco. Father, Mother is working so hard, taking care of you while crafting alchemical jewelry. Is it not too much? You still make her unable to get out of bed. Aurora, do not speak so freely. Lucius's composure is thicker than a city wall, and it is rare for him to exhibit any embarrassment. What on earth has transpired? Ahem, should I perhaps withdraw for a moment, allowing you to savor the bittersweet farewell? It is Snape. Goodness, yet again I have suffered social demise. Null Aurora, Draco exclaimed sternly. He could not comprehend why I, typically so cautious, would divulge the secrets of the Malfoy family to a Potter. The twin ones cradled in my arms trembled violently, seemingly condemning my reckless actions. I discreetly pinched his fingertips, signifying my awareness. Harry gazed at me in disbelief, as if he had already concluded that we would obfuscate the truth with other words. He willingly accepted the unbreakable vow, while I concealed the fact that the Malfoys had awakened their elven bloodline, merely disclosing my enigmatic form. A unicorn. Professor Quirrell was drinking your blood, his fists clenched, veins bulging in his arms. I shook my head. It was another cub. He finally exhaled, relieved that it was not you. Shouldn't we exercise extra caution? Aurora, I will not betray your trust. Rest assured, your secret is my lifeblood. His emerald eyes sparkled astonishingly. He had always been shy and reserved, as if nothing could provoke significant emotional upheaval within him. Well, I believe in you. More importantly, I trust in the power of the unbreakable vow. Exchanging a secret that cannot be spoken for Harry Potter's unwavering loyalty seems quite worthwhile. Does it not? Draco menacingly threatened. Harry, if you reveal this, I shall kill you. I need not your assistance. I would rather end my own life first, the boy with raven hair and azure eyes vowed. Goodness, you too. Could you refrain from such morbid talk? It is rather ominous. Very well, do not be angry. I merely made a statement, and you took it as such. The two boys echoed in unison. Indeed, the tension that had once crackled in the air dissipated instantly. The blood of a unicorn can extend human life, but only if the unicorn consents, Harry reiterated. I nodded in affirmation. Then you must be exceedingly cautious henceforth, lest you fall victim to deception, he advised. Deceived? She wouldn't deceive anyone if it were not for her own sake. Draco ruffled my hair, seemingly punishing me for my earlier presumption. Yet, I have kept his secret under wraps, only bartering my own in exchange. What a despicable fellow. Does he believe my sacrifice is insufficient? Aurora, what do you look like as a unicorn? Harry's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Well, in truth, I resemble a foal quite closely, save for the horn upon my brow. That sounds delightful. Draco concurred. An enigmatic in the form of a magical creature is exceedingly rare. Thus, one must not transform lightly. That I know he does not wish for Harry to witness my enigmatic form. In his words, that unicorn must solely belong to him. Harry expressed understanding yet continued to inquire in detail about my physical features. Days later, within his notes, I discovered a drawing tucked between the pages that it depicted a lifelike unicorn, indistinguishable from my own description. Flowing mane, lively eyes, each stroke meticulously rendered by the boy's hand. Upon realizing this, I silently tucked it away once more. That I feigned ignorance, unwilling to disappoint his heartfelt gesture. Without a beginning, there can be no end. Even in the absence of Ginny Weasley, there could still be Cho Chang. The power of the original work is formidable. For reasons unknown, I found myself doubting the narrative's influence concerning all matters related to Draco. Truly, such double standards are remarkable. To alter fate, I arrived here merely hoping to provide you with an alternative conclusion. I had previously inquired of Harry why, when others avoided quarrel like the plague, he chose to approach him. Whenever he fixed his gaze upon me, I would feel a splitting headache, compounded by his willingness to risk a curse to harm unicorns and drink their blood. Professor Dumbledore, knowing all of this, chose to turn a blind eye. I have reason to suspect he is laying a trap, and I am but the bait. Harry's expression darkened. So, you are luring him out. Indeed, if I do not seek him, he will come seeking me. Harry's demeanor remained calm, as though discussing the weather. He is a madman. I must ensure my mother crafts you several protective charms. Harry is our prized asset. We cannot afford to lose our greatest trump card in the first year. Thank you, Aurora. Have you seen? No, never mind. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. That I pretended to know nothing, fervently scribbling to catch up on missed lessons. Although we had all received preparatory education prior to entering Hogwarts, I still aspired to achieve outstanding results through my own merits. Hermione, a Muggle-born, had never encountered the magical world before yet attained the title of top student. Why should I, having every advantage, not be able to do the same? Perhaps influenced by my determination, Draco and Harry devoted more time to their books than the heirs of surrounding pureblood families. Until Christmas Eve, when Lucius brought the three of us back to Malfoy Manor. Aurora, but do not overindulge. Come now, enjoy the Christmas dinner that Sissy prepared with her own hands. Reluctantly, I closed my textbook. Father, that admonition should be directed at yourself. During our days at home, Narcissa would not rise until the afternoon, yet she had the audacity to advise me against excess. How sharp-tongued. Sissy would never behave thus. Lucius's demeanor softened. The cunning platinum nobleman's heart and eyes filled entirely with thoughts of Lady Malfoy. I shall check if Sissy requires assistance. Truly, there are house elves for that. His imposing presence is entirely unnecessary. Alas, they are akin to conjoined twins. Upon returning home for the holidays, Narcissa's distraction in caring for us meant less time with her husband. Lucius likely did not wish for our return at all. Sure enough, I uncovered the truth. The following day, he left a note stating he had taken Narcissa abroad for a vacation. Ha ha. Lucius has finally reached the point where he can relish time alone with Sissy now that you have all grown. Abraxas chimed in, taking pleasure in his father's predicament. Grandfather, do you truly allow father to shirk his responsibilities? I playfully pouted at him. The knowledge of my enigmatic form being a unicorn is a secret only withheld from him within the Malfoy household. For reasons unknown, I felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, his ambiguous stance regarding young Tom, the Horcrux notebook, made us hesitant to take risks. Abraxas winked, presenting me with a gift he mysteriously retrieved from his pocket. This is the secret weapon that allowed Lucius to dominate the top of his class for 7 consecutive years at Hogwarts. It is a time turner. Indeed, it was mentioned in an official Harry Potter fanfiction that the time turner was Lucius's invention. Its uses are manifold. Lucius often used it to bully Sissy. She had stolen it and entrusted it to me for safekeeping. Theoretically, one's past self cannot encounter one's present self to prevent self-inflicted harm. As the inventor of the time turner, Lucius is well versed in the construction of magical artifacts and thus not bound by this rule. 2 Luciuses simultaneously. No wonder Mother could not withstand it. One was already. My hand trembled. nearly dropping the time turner to the ground. "Noel, how could you have discovered it?" Draco and I exchanged amused glances. This took considerable effort on our part. Draco patted his chest, claiming credit. "Thank you. You haven't even opened it. What if it does not meet your expectations?" I urged. Harry cautiously unwrapped the package. I held my breath, observing his reaction. "This is a blank parchment." Accompanying it was a note. "To open, please loudly declare. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. To close. Please loudly declare." Mischief managed. Harry followed suit. Immediately, the Hogwarts map sprang to life upon the page. Not only that, but it also revealed the locations of secret passages and the whereabouts of everyone within Hogwarts. "Harry, this is what we discovered based on the clues left on your father's Nimbus broom found in Filch's drawer. I believe this is the treasure he left for you, the Marauder's map. You all did so much for me without my knowledge." His voice trembled, sounding somewhat choked. He turned away, discreetly wiping his eyes. We pretended not to notice. Slytherins expressed their emotions with excessive subtlety. We gathered together to observe the movements of everyone displayed on the Marauder's map. "Look, it's Quirrell. He is still wandering around Hogwarts this Christmas." On the map, his name appeared in a corridor on the 4th floor. In the following days, he lingered there for extended periods. That was the very spot Professor Dumbledore had emphasized during the opening ceremony, advising us to steer clear, lest we meet a grim fate, a classic case of drawing attention while concealing the truth, leading the curious students to explore further. To Dumbledore's astonishment, Harry was far more protective of his own life than he had anticipated. Dumbledore must be concealing some treasure there, Draco speculated. The truth was drawing perilously close. "Well done, Draco. Let us search online." Draco powered on the computer. Thanks to Lucius's foresight and investments, wizards now had their own exclusive network, operated wholly by the Malfoy family. "Just think, what immense wealth the future holds." He typed in the full name of Albus Dumbledore in the search box. There was an abundance of information about him. His life story could scarcely be contained on a single web page. "Look, the Gringotts heist. It occurred before our enrollment. The owner of vault number 713, which was robbed, was none other than Dumbledore. Furthermore, the goblins discovered that aside from the vault being opened, no other items were missing. It is highly probable that the contents were relocated. The hiding place is precisely the 4th floor corridor of Hogwarts. How reckless. Is the trial of the Savior less important than the lives of young wizards? Treasures that countless individuals covet, brazenly proclaim to the world. In this realm, the desire for immortality is not limited to Voldemort alone. Any deranged marauder might devise ways to breach Hogwarts' defenses. In truth, Dumbledore need not distance himself from Grindelwald. They are fundamentally of the same ilk. Both are madmen willing to sacrifice for the envisioned world of tomorrow, merely differing in their allegiances. What on earth could be the treasure that possesses effects akin to unicorn blood? Harry mused aloud. My heart is in my throat. Aurora, you should understand more. Bound by an unbreakable vow, Harry could only express himself obliquely. Unicorn blood, if offered willingly, could extend human life and possesses formidable healing properties. For some reason, I suddenly felt a pang in my chest. The wand in my hand trembled slightly in sympathy. How did this willingly offered horn come to be in my possession, circling back to me? It seems, as Eric implied, this unicorn bears a striking resemblance to me. We are intertwined by a myriad of connections. Aurora, I shall never allow anyone the chance to harm you, including myself. Draco stepped forward, sensing my tumultuous emotions, and enveloped me in his embrace. I feel the same. Harry approached and took my hand in his. Leaning against Draco's chest, I relished this moment of warmth and tranquility. Abraxas entered, and the sight before him was as such. Aurora, like Cece, you are a favored girl. I felt a flush of embarrassment, my face burning as I hastily distanced myself from the two. Do not leave. Draco caught me as I attempted to escape, mumbling softly. Lucius is just as clingy. You'll get used to it. Abraxas interjected to defend Draco. I need to take a shower. This is utterly mortifying. The moment Draco released me, I made my escape. So many gifts. Aurora hasn't even unwrapped them. Harry murmured, we can open them later. It's not that important. Draco replied nonchalantly. He did not notice the fleeting shadow of gloom that crossed Harry's face. Indeed, we have yet to unwrap the gifts from Harry. What is this? A package from the Weasleys. Draco peered curiously. It is a hand-knit sweater, emblazoned with a large letter P in the center. You and the Weasleys have become close enough to exchange Christmas gifts? Draco grimaced in disgust. During the Forbidden Forest incident, he nearly fainted from fear of the acromantula, and I had to carry him back. Inside was a letter. Ron not only extended Christmas wishes, but also emphasized that the sweater was hand-knitted by his mother. Such shoddy craftsmanship is everywhere. Draco, I no longer have my mother to knit sweaters for me, Harry said, his gaze vacant, stating matter-of-factly. Harry, I'm sorry. Draco appeared anxious, unsure how things had turned this way. Christmas should be a time for families to revel in joy. The Weasleys are truly a harbinger of doom. What's wrong? I took a combat shower to calm down, only to find Draco awkwardly standing nearby. Upon seeing me return, he let out a sigh of relief, as if my presence had saved him. Aurora, I need to wash up too. He, like me, fled the scene. I scanned the room and noticed that Harry now held another sweater, piecing together the events from the original narrative. I understood the situation. Harry, the sweater can shield us from the cold, but it cannot warm the heart. I tightened my bathrobe and sat beside him. Thank you, Harry. What? Thank you for your gift. You've opened it? He looked surprised at YES.IT is a two-sided mirror. The other side should be in Harry's possession, and I will take good care of it. Aurora, I apologize. I couldn't find a suitable gift for you. As you lack nothing, he scratched his head. Your gift is exceedingly precious. Moreover, the most important aspect is the sentiment, is it not? We merely gave you a blank piece of parchment. I winked mischievously at him. He opened his mouth to retort, but ultimately broke into a smile that in his eyes. A glimmer shone, reminiscent of emeralds. It was not until the last day before our return to school that Lucius and Narcissa finally arrived back at Malfoy Manor, laden with packages. Children, did you enjoy your holiday? Narcissa kissed each child's forehead. Upon reaching Harry, she instinctively avoided the lightning-shaped scar. Mother, I missed you so much. I longed for Narcissa's fragrant and soft embrace. However, the time spent alone with my mother was far too scant. What gives? The ever-busy Malfoy patriarch had the luxury to play the third wheel every day. What happened? Did Draco and Harry bully you? Of course not. I wrapped my arms around her slender waist. Aurora, you've grown. Mother can no longer carry you. Narcissa remarked wistfully. She gently stroked my long hair. You resemble me when I was young. Mother, you still look very young. Not to mention, with her awakened elven bloodline, Narcissa will forever remain in her prime. Aurora, come with me for a moment. She took my hand and opened the master bedroom door. Look, do not come in. We are about to have a girl-s talk. Narcissa placed her hand on Lucius's shoulder, pushing him out. Cece. Haha. Lucius has experienced being denied entry for the first time. Aurora, take off your clothes. Let me see you. Huh? Narcissa, without further ado, began to unbutton my clothing. Mother, what are you doing? I quickly covered my neckline that we are both women. What is there to fear? Narcissa looked puzzled. Right. I was left in only a vest and underwear. Her hand slipped inside, and she actually touched my chest. Aurora, I have not been attentive enough to you. She appeared quite remorseful. What happened? It cannot be. Fibrocystic breast disease. I heard from Abracaxes that Narcissa had once interned at St. Mungo's. Wizards are truly remarkable. They can diagnose with just a gentle touch. Narcissa produced a brand new piece of lingerie, presenting it to me. Mother, this is. Aurora, you have developed. I glanced down. My chest was only slightly pronounced. Surely not in need of a bra yet. Seeing my face of resistance, she took it upon herself to guide me directly. Aurora, it is my fault. I lacked the guidance of female elders when I was your age, nearly causing you to. She turned behind me, shielding her sorrowful expression from my view. Narcissa indeed seemed to have little interaction with her mother, Joella Rosier. Their meetings appeared quite awkward. She carefully adjusted my straps. Aurora, lingerie needs to be changed frequently. I will teach you how to measure. This one fits for now. I will ask the shop to make a few more for you to alternate wearing. Her incessant chatter warmed my heart. Mother, will I grow as large as you in the future? From infancy, I vividly remembered Narcissa's ample bosom. Well, that should be inherited from the mother, but not necessarily. The one who had just stripped me bare now appeared shy. Mischievously, I said, Mother, you've seen all of me. May I see you? Not today, perhaps another time? Aurora, she tightened her neckline further. No, there is no time like the present. With that, I lunged toward her bosom. Upon her heavy alabaster bust bloomed countless red blossoms. The battle was rather intense. I had yet to take my potion today. Thus, the marks had not vanished. Narcissa stammered, attempting to explain. Mother, does it hurt? She smiled gently and shook her head. Aurora, you will come to understand, as you grow older, that this joy is solely reserved for two individuals. A gentle yet firm knock resounded from the door. Sissy, Aurora has excelled in her health education class. She shouldn't need any remedial lessons. Narcissa, both amused and exasperated, tidied my hair. Your father, he is just like that. You'll get used to it. I dared not monopolize your time for too long. I am delighted to be your daughter. Mother, I planted a kiss on her delicate cheek. That I feel the same. Aurora, that I tucked my set of undergarments deep within the drawer. Suddenly possessing a few personal items left me uncertain in the presence of the boy I saw every day. Draco was the first to notice my change. Rarely did he refrain from teasing me. His cheeks flushed, lost in thought. He cleared a space in a cabinet and gestured. No need to hide. You can leave them here from now on. He quickly added, I want to peek. It sounded suspiciously like a case of there's nothing to see here. Given his earnestness, I softly requested, then turn around. All right. The boy was surprisingly obedient. Draco, at that age of sprouting, had grown more slender and upright, like a sapling. Despite his frequent exercise, his streamlined muscles did not appear imposing. You can turn back now. I securely locked the cabinet. Feeling suddenly bashful, it was odd to feel a sense of privacy with someone so familiar and close. He seemed to notice everything. My waist tightened as he gently inhaled the scent of my hair. Aurora, we are both growing up. After a holiday, he seemed to have gained a few centimeters in height. I found myself enveloped in the shadow of his elongated figure, his slender fingers enveloping my entire hand. Aurora is so small. Everything about you is petite. Just moments ago, I had been awed by Narcissa's ample bosom. And now I glanced down at my own. Indeed, so small. Small is just temporary. I retorted, flustered. In my homeland, I am not small at all. With Narcissa's excellent genes, this body has ample room for growth. It must be so. Sorry, that's not what I meant. Draco stammered. His face even redder. I know. I was teasing you. Draco did not possess a particularly warm appearance, similar to Narcissa, exuding a cool distance. Thus, he had a certain charm of contrast. Yet this time, he did not fulfill my wish. He suddenly lunged for my underarms, fully aware of my extreme ticklishness. Haha. I was wrong. Draco. No. In my frantic attempt to evade his dual assault, I twisted my body, arms tightening around myself. Instead, I found myself cornered. My sensitive waist succumbed to the boy's nimble fingers, rendering me weak. I nearly fell to the ground. But he swiftly caught me in his arms. I clung to his shoulders. My legs clasped around his waist for stability. He paused for a moment before tossing me onto the bed. I was enveloped in layers of bedding, as if sinking into a cloud. The mattress in Malfoy Manor was remarkably springy. I felt no pain. What are you doing? Do you not understand the principle of gentle handling? I discovered, for the first time, that my sulky voice could sound so enticing. It was almost as if it had a hook. Immediately after, my mouth was silenced. With a heavy weight upon me, I sank deeper into the covers. Ugh, Draco, you're so heavy, I murmured softly. His eyes were inscrutable, fixated on my lips as they parted and closed. Leaning in closer. Ugh, little liar. I'm controlling the pressure. The boy above me was quite pleased with himself. He looked down at me, his hands pressing on my shoulders. Aurora, you were the one who tempted me first. Humph, what a scoundrel, so skilled at shifting blame. I pouted, attempting to push him off, but instead found myself touching something I ought not to have. This time, it was he who let out a small sound of surprise. Draco, are you all right? I asked with concern. He remained silent, still lying atop me. His hair brushed against my neck. Prickly. I felt a strange pressure in my abdomen, growing warmer. Oh my, Aurora, let me hold you a little longer. Draco's voice whispered in my ear, deeper and more resonant than usual. After what felt like an eternity, he gradually calmed. I was too shy to meet his gaze. Sorry, I need to use the restroom. He wore a pained expression, quickly getting off me. Phew, I sighed in relief. Westerners indeed develop earlier than Easterners. He lingered in the bathroom for quite some time, changing into a fresh set of clothes. Come here, I'll help you dry your hair. All right, he sat before me. His platinum hair, dampened, appeared darker than usual. Aurora, don't move, I said, imitating Narcissa as I gently massaged his scalp with my fingertips. That feels nice, he smiled, lightly poking my cheek. Don't disrupt the work of the #1 technician. What if I tip you generously? He quickly played along. That sounds much better. How infuriating. Aurora, where did you learn all this? He seized my wrist. From my mom and dad. I replied innocently. Looking at him. There's something wrong. Good heavens, don't learn anything bad. If they ever, I will surely pull you away. I understood the dangers of excess. Nodding fervently, internally, I was bursting with suppressed laughter. All right, enough fooling around. We're not done yet. I applied some hair oil to the ends of his hair and turned on the hairdryer. Aurora. How wonderful it would be if we could stay like this forever. The sound of the hairdryer was too loud for me to catch what he said next, that I merely responded absent-mindedly. Of course, it would be perfect if we could remain like this, living forever in Malfoy Manor, surrounded by family. The thought of that day, not too far off, when Lucius would bring Bellatrix Lestrange, the infamous Bellatrix from Harry Potter, who split her soul into 7 pieces and became Voldemort, into Malfoy Manor, made my head spin. According to the original text, the key to Voldemort's resurrection was the ritual in Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, the bones of his father, Tom Riddle's remains, the flesh of a servant, Peter Pettigrew's hand, the blood of an enemy, Harry Potter's blood. Among those who assisted him in gathering these essential components were Peter Pettigrew and Barty Crouch Jr. Without them, to protect this hard-won happiness, I wouldn't mind my hands being stained with blood. The unicorn, while symbolizing purity and appearing noble and elegant, possesses a fierce temperament, willing to pay any price for freedom. Ron Weasley's pet rat, Scabbers, was none other than Peter Pettigrew in his animagus form. His nemesis, the half-blood cat, Crookshanks, could identify any animagus. I think I know what needs to be done. Although Crookshanks is a cat, its size is enormous, larger than even the Maine Coon, the giant among cats. Ron screamed in fright, unable to dodge in time as Crookshanks pounced on him. Aurora, can we still keep this cat? Draco shook his head disdainfully. Such poor taste, targeting the impoverished. Brother, don't say that. Crookshanks understands. I watched intently as Crookshanks moved like lightning. It seemed we were in sync. It returned with the rat missing a finger. How disgusting. Aurora, make it spit out what's in its mouth. Draco, having a slight case of OCD, despised anything of dubious origin. In my homeland, many cats express gratitude to their owners by bringing their catches to the bed. There was once a cat that dropped a toad into its owner's hand at midnight. Just recalling that slimy sensation made me empathize with Draco's aversion. Crookshanks, now is not the right time to expose Peter Pettigrew. After all, he was still seen as a war hero bravely dueling against Sirius, who had betrayed Harry's parents. If I were to vindicate him, he might even be protected by the Order of the Phoenix, making it more difficult to gather evidence later. I gently stroked Crookshanks' head and whispered, "Well done, but this time is not right. We must proceed with caution." Silently, I placed a tracking charm on the rat. Crookshanks noticed. It nodded almost imperceptibly and went forward, presenting the rat to the Weasley family. Aurora, this cat is amazing, but we need to disinfect it when we get back. Draco's arm draped over my shoulder. Ron let out a sigh of relief and shouted across the street, "Miss Malfoy, keep your cat in check." Dante let me see it at Hogwarts. Before I could utter a word, I heard Harry speak. "I apologize. Aurora's pet is merely following its nature, but that cannot be." Ron interjected impatiently. I in the immediate aftermath of the incident, Aurora had also intervened to prevent the situation from deteriorating further, returning your pet. Harry maintained a calm demeanor, yet argued his case with considerable firmness, asserting, "We shall control our pet's behavior, but demanding that Crookshanks be banished from Hogwarts is rather unreasonable." Ron, feeling unjustly reprimanded, was seething inside. "Despite being on the side of righteousness, we could always compensate you with another. After all, that old rat looks rather ancient," Draco remarked dismissively, casting a glance at Crookshanks' sparse fur. "Crookshanks is 11 years old. Not everything can be bought with gold," Ron snapped, his frustration boiling over. "Go back to your manor. You Malfoys have nothing but galleons." Finally, unable to restrain himself, Ron vented his anger. Draco, unfazed by Ron's retort, grew serious. "Are you implying that an 11-year-old rat?" Harry, recognizing the implications, chimed in unison. "Animagus." The boys turned their solemn expressions towards Molly and Arthur, perhaps realizing that only Harry's words would resonate with them. "Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, this rat is problematic," Ron instinctively denied. "Crookshanks just lives a long life. The typical lifespan of a rat is 1 to 3 years, Draco pondered before responding with conviction. It is highly likely that it is someone's animagus. That cannot be. There are no registered animagi that are rats, Arthur asserted confidently, as he worked at the Ministry of Magic. What if it is an unregistered illegal animagus? Harry, suppressing his irritation, continued to reason. This prompted Arthur and Molly to exchange glances, contemplating the possibility, "But I suggest we have it examined by the relevant authorities," Harry offered sagely. Suddenly, Crookshanks wriggled free from Ron's grasp and scurried into the drain. "Damn it! Crookshanks is in distress. It must have been your words that frightened it away," Ron exclaimed, his suspicions only deepening. Draco and Harry exchanged knowing glances, arriving at the same conclusion. Arthur chuckled awkwardly. If it truly is an illegal animagus, it should be enjoying life at Malfoy Manor, not crammed in our humble abode. Indeed, your hypothesis is flawed. Now we have lost a beloved pet that we've cared for years. What a misfortune. Molly lamented, casting a pained look at Ron. I apologize, Mrs. Weasley. On the surface, we are indeed at fault. Aurora, no need to apologize. It is clear that they are deliberately covering for it. Who knows if they are aware of this illegal animagus? Draco could hardly bear to see me wronged. Suddenly, a light bulb lit up in my mind. Draco, as expected, was astute. The Weasley couple exemplified the traditional roles of husband and wife. Although Arthur Weasley held a modest position, he reported daily to the Ministry of Magic. Meanwhile, Molly was a full-time homemaker, caring for the family. If she were privy to Crookshank's identity as an animagus, then utilizing the time after Arthur left for work. Could Peter Pettigrew possibly revert to human form and engage in a grand romance with Molly? This pairing was rather sinister. Arthur seemed to grasp this layer of thought as his face fluctuated between shades of blue and white. It appeared that the Malfoy family had a precedent in this regard. George, one of the Weasley twins, retorted, I hear that Malfoy Manor harbors many rare creatures. Perhaps they are all the Lady Malfoy's forbidden pleasures. Be quiet. We three brandished our wands simultaneously. The Weasley family had finally managed to regain some ground, while Arthur and Molly merely observed, allowing George to tarnish Narcissa's reputation. All right, George is just joking, Molly said, seemingly with force, but her raised arm was controlled as she struck George's head lightly. Apologize to Mrs. Malfoy. Harry glared at Molly, disappointment evident in his eyes. He had finally begun to shift his perception of the Weasley family, only to see them allowing their children to speak ill and maliciously defame others. The so-called pranks at Hogwarts were not devoid of bullying. Angered now, are we? Who knows if we struck a nerve? Fred continued to stoke the flames that I could no longer contain myself, unafraid to utilize my innate abilities to blind the twins. Beside me, Draco had already launched an attack. Fred and George found themselves suspended, as if gripped by an unseen force, their legs flailing helplessly. It required careful proximity to discern the thin line of blood forming around their necks. Their throats emitted choking sounds, another inch deeper, and their windpipes would be severed. At that point, calling for Merlin would only render them as ghosts. This was my first encounter with the potency of vines. The delicate tendrils that had supported my waist earlier had transformed into such a terrifying weapon. Help, help, Molly cried out, desperate to save her children, yet Draco remained silent, leaving her unaware of the spell he had cast. She aimed her wand at Draco, threatening loudly, release them at once, or I shall not hesitate to send you to meet Merlin. Molly truly could act. In the original story, she had slain one of Voldemort's most loyal followers, Bellatrix Lestrange. To protect Ginny, I positioned myself in front of Draco, fearful that she might lash out, suddenly casting an Avada Kedavra. Your son attacked our mother first. Moreover, what evidence do you have that we cast any spells? Is the last incident not enough embarrassment? You little Malfoy, this is not your place to dictate. Again, that phrase. What did the Weasleys know? Why did they persist in referencing my bloodline? Suddenly, Arthur was knocked to the ground. He clutched his face in disarray, shouting into the air. Who? Have the courage to come out and duel openly. Don't lurk like a rat in the sewers. You were simply too slow. Lucius elegantly wiped his hands with a handkerchief, as if he had just touched something filthy. That I had always thought that his and Narcissa's hands resembled perfect works of art. With slender, beautiful fingers that he discarded his dragonhide gloves onto the ground, his expression devoid of emotion. They are dirty, clad in a tailored black coat. The breeze caught his flowing platinum hair, enhancing his striking appearance. He wielded a snake-headed cane, exerting no spells, merely standing there. His overwhelming presence caused Arthur to falter, sinking back to the ground. Molly attempted to lift her husband, only to find herself utterly powerless. Draco, well done. Lucius praised, patting his son's shoulder. I am pleased to see you so protective of Sissy. He wore a look of satisfaction and affection. He then grew serious. Aurora is my daughter, and the Malfoy family's blood curse has been broken. The Malfoy lineage is no longer solely male. He looked down upon Arthur, adding, let me hear any further slanders against the Malfoy name, and I shall not hesitate to send your entire family to meet Merlin. Father, the house there is surely more spacious than this hovel. We must not let them off easily. Draco gazed at Lucius with admiration. Draco, allow me to teach you a trick. with a mere flick of his wrist. The Weasley twins crashed to the ground. They coughed violently, gasping for breath, looking as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. I finally understood that their abilities were not derived from any martial arts. They were unique to elves, and Lucius' powers surpassed even Draco's. Draco, physical pain is ultimately fleeting. It is the psychological torment that lasts. Lucius' voice was soft, but I knew what that meant. The Weasley family was finished. This was the true face of the old rascal with the gray beard. His piercing gaze swept over me. Aurora, your new pet? He reigned in his imposing demeanor, as if the earlier threats had never occurred. Transforming once again into that amiable old man. Yes, Professor Dumbledore. His name is Crookshanks. Good boy. He affectionately stroked the cat's fur. Crookshanks purred in response. Professor Dumbledore, this matter involves multiple interests. My brother-in-law, Sirius Black, was hastily imprisoned back in the day, and I hope this can be thoroughly investigated. Sirius Black was Narcissa Black's cousin. Strictly speaking, Draco and I should refer to him as uncle. Although we were not particularly close, we shared the same surname. It was said that he also lived with the Black family in their ancestral home, 12 Grimmauld Place. Dumbledore's expression turned grave. That will certainly be addressed. He cast a gentle, compassionate look at Harry, who stood by, bewildered, unaware that this wretched illegal animagus was the very culprit behind the betrayal of his parents. An inconspicuous individual, yet he determined the course of the entire event. Lucius, please escort the children home first. May everything proceed smoothly. Professor Dumbledore, as he spoke, he lifted me up, and, in an instant, we vanished from sight with a disapparition. Harry and Draco resignedly produced their portkeys. Lucius is exceedingly strict in his education of the boys, always imposing his own standards upon Draco. In contrast, he exhibits a much gentler demeanor towards me. He has often stated that a girl should be cherished and delicately nurtured, lest she be easily deceived by impoverished suitors, ending up penniless and heartbroken. I must admit, I find his educational philosophy remarkably aligned with my own. In our homeland, there are countless tales of fated unions resulting in domestic discord post-marriage. The economic foundation indeed shapes the superstructure. Today's events must remain confidential from Scorpius, understood? Lucius admonished the three of us earnestly. Could it be that you intend to surprise Mother? Draco's expression reflected comprehension. Not a surprise, but a shock. Lucius shot a disapproving glance at him. Your uncle, although criticized as a traitor of the pure-blood families, would never betray his closest friend. He cast a sidelong glance at Harry, continuing, he and Harry's father were inseparable in their youth, sharing an extraordinary bond. We, being slightly older, have watched them grow. Lucius consoled Harry by ruffling his tousled hair. Though Dumbledore may seem unreliable, he will surely uncover the truth in matters of great significance. Harry nodded vigorously. I believe in you. Father, what brings you to Diagon Alley? Without Lucius, the situation could not have unfolded so smoothly. It was Scorpius who, concerned for the three of you, insisted on my stealthy accompaniment, forbidding you from discovering my presence. He wore an expression that spoke volumes. Clearly, the clandestine following was far from typical of a Malfoy. Yet, within his eyes, there was a profound affection for his wife, nearly overwhelming, so it was, Narcissa's heartfelt intentions for her children. Father, what is the tale behind the Malfoy blood curse? At last, I seized the opportunity to inquire. Has Armand never informed you? Lucius observed my bewilderment and elucidated. The Malfoy lineage of elven blood has been passed down from Armand. It is said that Armand's father, Legolas, was an elf of high esteem among his kin. For reasons unknown, he chose to depart from their midst. He had only Armand as his descendant, and even our surname, Malfoy, is intertwined with elven heritage. It is said that Legolas's father cast him out from the elven community, bestowing upon him a name filled with scorn. Malfoy implies cunning and disloyalty. He did so for the sake of a woman. Her bloodline bore a curse, ensuring that the Malfoy family would continue solely through males. The emergence of Scorpius was an anomaly, which shattered the long-standing tradition of male-only heirs in our family. What does that mean? This enigma had long plagued my thoughts. Scorpius is a creation of magic, Lucius hinted. She too possesses the Malfoy blood, which is why she can awaken as an elf. It was my grandfather who brought my mother into existence. This explains why she was able to break the Malfoy curse and bear Draco and me. Clever girl. He gently caressed my hair. However, Armand has harbored animosity towards you since your birth. I do not quite understand. He is rather peculiar, so it is best to keep your distance from him. Can you manage that, Aurora? I nodded solemnly. aware that he preferred obedient and demure daughters. Aurora, you bear a striking resemblance to your mother. Father, a day without seeing you feels like 3 seasons apart that you've been away for only a few hours. Yet it feels as though an eternity has passed. I knew he wished to hasten the conclusion of our conversation. The Malfoy patriarch, devoted to his beloved wife. I received a playful thump on the forehead from him, reprimanding me for jesting about him and my mother. In any case, there is no doubt about your lineage. You are my daughter. I witnessed the births of both you and Draco with my own eyes. He produced a photograph in which Narcissa appeared weary yet radiant. Having just given birth, the 2 infants swaddled beside her were peacefully sleeping. The young Lucius, with tears in his eyes, reverently kissed his wife's forehead. His face glowing with the joy of survival, he spared not a glance at his offspring. The Malfoys had never experienced the birth of twins. I was at a loss on how to protect her. I feared losing her immensely. His voice trembled with emotion. In the original tale, Lucius was cast as a villainous henchman, yet he was the finest husband to Narcissa. Suddenly, a silver stag burst into the Malfoy manor. It bore Severus's voice. Lucius, there is news. Take Narcissa and Harry to Azkaban. Before departing, he glanced in my direction, specifically instructing, do not bring Draco and Aurora. Father, why? I initiated this matter. Why? Once there is a resolution. Am I forbidden from participating? Your and Draco's wands are crafted from unicorn hair, which renders your natures far purer than most. Azkaban is guarded by Dementors, and you are more susceptible to their influence than others. Pure of heart, does that mean we are simply more naive? Upon hearing my father's unexpected praise, I nearly choked on my own indignation. Noting my defiant expression, Lucius smirked. You and Draco have been raised in an environment of privilege. Without having faced significant adversity, being pure of heart is not a flaw, so do not overthink it. I rather hope you both remain as you are. An advantageous upbringing is yet another gift bestowed upon us by the Malfoy patriarch. He faces the turmoil of the outside world alone, shielding us beneath his protective wing. He donned a coat as he spoke. You and Draco be good stewards of the house. Do not wait up for us. And do not stay up late. Well then, you do tend to be rather nagging, father. Thus, at the Grand Malfoy dining table, we sat side by side, shrouded in mystery, unaware of what awaited us. Draco murmured softly. The round-headed Crookshanks, adorned with an elegant napkin, contentedly dined beside us. Next to him was Narcissa's pet fox, Luke. Initially, I worried that Luke might guard his food, bullying Crookshanks as the newcomer, but those concerns proved entirely unfounded. The cat and fox coexisted splendidly. Perhaps it had something to do with Sirius. In the original narrative, Sirius had mistakenly trusted Peter Pettigrew, temporarily substituting him as the Potter's secret keeper, resulting in their location being revealed to Voldemort. Ever since, Sirius has lived with regret, in his quest for redemption for his best friend and his wife. He sacrificed his own future, such an extreme, yet fervent love. The members of the Black family often possessed a hint of obsession. We had only seen him in photographs. Shortly after Draco and I were born, Sirius was imprisoned in Azkaban, leaving us without any memories of him. If he were proven innocent, then it would not be Mother inheriting the Black family estate. Draco's tone carried a hint of disappointment. Indeed, it represented a considerable fortune. The former Black family was as illustrious as the Malfoys. Draco, we already possess more than enough. One ought not to be excessively avaricious. I wonder which miser would begrudge a single canute. Draco teased that it is said that Uncle Sirius is quite generous. Treat him well, and perhaps he will loosen his purse strings. In the original narrative, Sirius displayed extravagant generosity, gifting Harry the firebolt, the latest and fastest broom in the magical world. Aurora, have I not been generous enough to you? Must you rely on others? A voice suddenly chimed from behind. Oh dear, I am mortified. A silver nine-tailed fox, its eyes narrowed dangerously, emitted Lucius's voice. It was Lucius's Patronus. Father, I was merely joking with Draco. How could you overhear our conversation? This is truly embarrassing. Scorpius asked me to check if you two were eating well. And look what I have stumbled upon. Father, you have said that girls should be nurtured well, the more the merrier. I flashed a charming smile. Very well, we shall return shortly. Have the house elves prepare an extra guest room. The nine-tailed fox haughtily turned away, disregarding my defense. Don't know. Father is angry. Seeing my tearful expression, Draco quickly reassured me. Just cry poor in front of Mother, and you'll be fine. What is there to fear? Indeed, within the Malfoy family, Narcissa reigns supreme. Near midnight, Lucius and his party finally appeared in the hall. Aurora, did I not instruct you to rest early? Draco, you ought to look after your sister better. Lucius, observing my yawning visage, spoke sternly, yet his eyes were filled with deep concern. Father, every night we must have your and mother's goodnight kiss to fall asleep. I cuddled up to Narcissa, seeking affection. Aurora, ahem. Narcissa signaled me with her eyes. A massive black dog anxiously followed behind Harry that it appeared to be exceedingly joyful, wagging its tail with a light-hearted rhythm. Its emaciated form, with matted fur, presented a rather pitiful sight. He is Sirius. Come with me. Lucius led into another room. He is our cousin. As soon as the door closed, Draco eagerly inquired. Yes, Sirius spent 11 years in Azkaban. Narcissa looked at Harry. He was wrongfully accused. Harry's eyelids drooped. His beautiful green eyes obscured by thick black lashes, rendering his expression unreadable. Soon after, a tall man appeared at the doorway. Undoubtedly handsome, he had hurriedly bathed, steam still lingering in his hair. Sirius was more than 5 years younger than Lucius. Especially when standing next to the well-groomed Lucius, the hardships of Azkaban seemed to have left their mark on him. Although he was of similar height to Lucius, his frame appeared gaunt, and his clothes hung loosely on him. It was evident that his emotions were tumultuous. His gaze remained fixed on Harry. Sissy, may I have a private word with Harry? He inquired. Lucius's brow furrowed slightly. Clearly, he was perturbed by their intimate address. Very well. Narcissa signaled to us, linking her arm with her husband's, creating a space for the two. Lucius, James, and Sirius are like brothers to me. Narcissa's cheek rested against Lucius's chest. It was merely childhood acquaintanceship. And only you, so nostalgic, even aiding him with pocket money after he was cast out from the Black family. Lucius affectionately tucked Narcissa's hair behind her ear. After all, the Black family played a legitimate role in our union. Caring for their sole male heir was also a way to repay that favor. Thank you for all you've done for me, Lucius. Lucius gently adjusted Narcissa's chin, her luscious red lips mere inches away, appearing as if they were ripe for the picking. Draco and I had long grown accustomed to our parents' intimate gestures. Draco covered my eyes, not suitable for children, Aurora. Yet, the Malfoy couple, with their golden hair and gray eyes, sharing such a passionate kiss, was truly beautiful. Before I could fully visualize the scene in my mind, I heard Sirius's voice from outside. Sissy, Lucius, we're done chatting. Narcissa's lips were slightly swollen, her demeanor radiant. Well then, Sirius, consider this place your home. Sleep well tonight. Narcissa stepped forward to embrace him. You are Aurora? I've heard it was your pet that discovered Peter Pettigrew's enigmatic. Sirius approached me. He was so tall that I had to strain my neck to meet his gaze. He graciously crouched down to my level. Yes, I've heard you are our cousin. This is my brother. Draco, I introduced simply. Thank you. I heard from Harry that you were the best of friends, just like James and me. His eyes filled with sadness and nostalgia. Harry is wonderful and deserves the care and love of family. I hinted. Sirius, as Harry's godfather, was absent throughout his entire childhood in the original story, consumed by the grief of losing his friend, neglecting the son of his friend. He knew all too well how miserable an orphan without parents could be. Yet, he seemed indifferent to it. His hopes for tomorrow had been buried alongside James's departure. A deep sense of guilt shone in Sirius's eyes as he nearly fled the scene. Is this the bravery of Gryffindor? Though Lucius's primary aim was to overshadow Sirius, I still stood by him. Given the substantial increase in pocket money. In the original story, when Sirius emerged from prison, the male compatriots felt considerable pressure. Remus Lupin had even misconstrued Tonks's affections towards him, sourly remarking, Sirius is popular with the ladies wherever he goes. Little did I expect Lucius would also feel insecure. It seems Sirius was indeed the undisputed heartthrob of Hogwarts back in the day. Narcissa arrived fashionably late. She descended the stairs gracefully, her fitted silk nightgown accentuating her exquisite curves. Her expression was languid, sporting an endearing look. Lucius, why are you and Aurora the only ones here? Why not rest a little longer? Lucius adjusted the chair to a comfortable position. There are guests present. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, her unintentional allure exuding an irresistible charm. It is somewhat inconvenient. Shall we send Sirius back to Black Manor early? Lucius pondered for a moment before proposing a solution. Not so fast. Black Manor now belongs to the Ministry of Magic. Narcissa, seeing there were no outsiders, sat on Lucius's lap, her long arms wrapped around his shoulders, her cherry lips parted slightly, awaiting her husband's attentive feeding. Lucius embraced Narcissa's slender waist, drawing them closer. Aurora. Once you've finished eating, you can go find Draco. Noticing my unwavering gaze on their intimate interaction, Lucius discreetly urged me to leave. How stingy. Mother is so captivating, and what harm is there in me watching a little longer? I mumbled under my breath, kindly shutting the door behind them. Muffled laughter and teasing remarks drifted from within, tantalizingly alluring. Narcissa was right. A public trial of Peter Pettigrew was necessary to exonerate Sirius. The members of the Wisengamot were all leaders in their respective fields. Gathering them in one place would take considerable time. Ironically, the former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Barty Crouch, had imprisoned Sirius in Azkaban without undergoing any trial process. This time, to prevent Peter Pettigrew from escaping again, Lucius had sealed his enigmatic abilities. One can only hope that delayed justice 1T keeps Sirius waiting too long. A rare smile of happiness graced his face once more. Sirius soon bonded with the two boys, gradually reclaiming his exceptional athletic talent, and his dulled magical abilities began to rejuvenate, until his name was cleared. Sirius could not legally possess a wand. That's all right. I currently have no need for one. That he declined Lucius's offer, opting to choose a wand passed down from the Malfoy ancestors. He was unwilling to separate from Harry and did not wish to be a third wheel at Malfoy Manor. You wish to infiltrate Hogwarts as a pet? Harry asked in astonishment. Was-t that precisely what Peter Pettigrew had done? Sirius wore a sardonic expression. However, wouldn't that be too much of a compromise for you? Sirius skillfully masked the disappointment in his eyes. It was evident he yearned for Harry to call him godfather, seeking acknowledgement of their familial bond. Yet, the boy was no longer the mistreated child from the Muggle world. Now he was thoroughly fulfilled both mentally and materially. I have already missed your childhood. I do not wish to miss the subsequent moments. Sirius's expression was profoundly sincere. Upon seeing Harry's Slytherin robes, his smile froze on his face. You are clearly Sissy's daughter. How can you be so violent? The previously sorrowful Sirius shielded Harry behind him. Your mother is an exceptionally gentle and beautiful woman. You resemble her in youth, yet your temperament is entirely different. His eyes were filled with reminiscence. Something amiss. I had always assumed he shared Dumbledore's preferences. However, the original text did mention that Sirius had decorated his room in Black Manor with numerous posters affixed with permanent sticking charms. All of his beloved things, the latest model motorcycles and stunning blonde women. Perhaps it was a guise to conceal his true inclinations. After all, there is a 5-year age gap between Mother and Sirius. Noticing my curious expression, he explained, when I was sorted into Gryffindor, my parents cut off my financial support, so I spent my summer and winter holidays at James's house, while my Uncle Alfred and Sissy provided for me. Sirius continued, other pureblood heirs shun me. Although Sissy is an adopted daughter, her adoptive father, Abraxas, doted on her, and her allowance was even greater than Lucius's. Mother was an adopted daughter of the Malfoy family? You didn't know? Her maiden name was Malfoy. Later, to provide her with a more suitable identity, it was recorded under the Black name, but she did not participate in the inheritance distribution of the Black family. Sirius realized belatedly, I must have said something I shouldn't have. Lucius and Sissy never informed you of this, he added, looking as if he had committed a grave error. I had an inkling. I glanced at Draco, sensing a tinge of guilt in his expression. That's it. Draco was in the know. Only I remained in the dark. Why? Lucius and Narcissa could not possibly be unaware. Could it be that they disapprove of us? After all, I have no connection whatsoever with Malfoy. That I dare not dwell on it. Draco seemed to sense my unease. Aurora, Mother and Father did not deliberately conceal the truth to thwart us. They wish for this matter to be left to your own discretion. They do not wish to impose any pressure upon you. At last, I comprehended the meaning behind Abraxas's words when I was born. That the Malfoy family was accustomed to internal resolution, even if your ultimate destination is not with me. His gaze dimmed. Draco, you have stated that this decision rests with me. Your hypothesis is unfounded. Aurora, he joyfully enveloped me in his embrace. That I have made no promises. I know, you wretched little deceiver. I shall wait for you, for the day you are willing to commit. His gray eyes brimmed with deep affection. Godfather, is this the tradition of pure blood families? Harry acknowledged Sirius's identity for the first time. The man wished to burst into laughter, but restrained himself somewhat under Harry's serious demeanor. There is indeed such a tradition. My mother was a Black before her marriage, and she and my father, Orin, were cousins. The family most insistent on bloodline marriages is the Slytherin-descended Gunner family. However, it is precisely for this reason that they have become extinct. To my knowledge, although the Malfoy family adheres to pure blood beliefs, They have always taken special measures to avoid following in the footsteps of the Gunner family, such as, Harry eagerly pressed for more details. To prevent the weakening and instability of their bloodline. If you observe closely, you will find that the Malfoy family tree also contains many half-blood wizards. Half-blood, Harry repeated, a strange excitement flickering in his eyes. Are you doing well in Slytherin? It is said that they discriminate against wizards of pure half-blood descent. Sirius asked with concern. Our godfather, the current head of Slytherin, is himself a half-blood. Who dares to discriminate against Harry? Not to mention, he is under our protection, Draco declared with pride. True. A mix of comfort and sorrow flickered in Sirius's eyes. Please refrain from referring to Professor Snape as a snotty creature, shall we? Harry directed a rare show of assertiveness and determination towards his godfather. Without Professor Snape rescuing me from despair, I might still be hiding in Aunt Petunia's cupboard, struggling to survive under my cousin's fists and kicks. How could those despicable muggles treat you so? I added fuel to the fire. When Harry first came to my home, he was even thinner than you, uncle, and a head shorter than both Draco and me. Draco concurred. He had not a single good piece of flesh on him. It was only through my mother's and godfather's meticulous care, along with consultations from experts at St. Mungo's, that he was able to rid himself of those long-standing ailments. I was lost in my own world. Completely oblivious. Is it a prince or a refugee? Rita Skeeter's article was widely circulated, and Azkaban, aside from the Dementors, was under the supervision of the Ministry of Magic. It could only be said that there were those with the intent to seal information. Who, besides Dumbledore, would undertake such an endeavor, to isolate anyone who might care for Harry, transforming him into an island? The result was the taming of Harry, turning him into the most obedient dog of the Order of the Phoenix. A morsel of food, and he would wag his tail fervently to risk life and limb for Dumbledore's cause, sacrificing oneself for the so-called peace of the wizarding world that in the original text, Voldemort had become a mere shadow of his former self. Who was it? Time and again, who sought to eradicate him completely, who lured the magical genius into corruption, placing books on creating Horcruxes in the library's open shelves, extolling the dangers of such practices? The wolf in sheep's clothing is the most perilous. Sirius is not foolish. His extreme nature merely blinds him to the truth. If he could calm himself, he would be grateful to see you safe and sound. You three, make good use of it. He pointed to the Marauders map. We use it to evade Filch and Mrs. Norris. The idea of the Marauders map was inspired by Seamus. Sirius's expression softened. The study at Malfoy Manor overlooks all the rooms, allowing one to know everyone's movements. Goodness, does that mean? When Draco and I explored the secret chambers of Malfoy Manor, our parents were aware. No wonder they always caught us red-handed. Haha, it seems Seamus and Lucius have kept quite a few secrets from you all. Sirius's laughter was hearty, and in that moment, I felt he was rejuvenated. Once again the flamboyant, talented young man captured in the photograph. Cousin, Hogwarts has undergone a complete transformation since your time of enrollment. The current faculty is declining by the day. Indeed, they can hire a nose. I mean, Snape is quite absurd. Sirius's voice dwindled under Harry's glare. Well done, Sirius. You have finally learned to hold Snape in some measure of respect. In the original text, it seems that the four highwaymen belonged to the type that never forgot a favor. Remus Lupin was invited to Hogwarts, and on every full moon, he relied on the Wolfsbane potion, which was improved and brewed by Snape. Yet, there was no sign of Lupin expressing any gratitude towards Snape. In the practical lessons of defense against the dark arts, one must confront their greatest fears. A boggart would perceive your innermost thoughts, transforming into the shape you most dread. When Lupin learned that Neville's greatest fear was Snape, he intentionally guided him to envision Snape in a comical guise. A Snape dressed as Neville's grandmother appeared in class. This was an outright mockery of the head of Slytherin house. It trampled upon the pride that Slytherin held dear. Was this Lupin's notion of repayment? No, thank you. Sirius dared not criticize Snape further in front of Harry and resumed the earlier topic. So, when you mention Hogwarts' faculty standards, what do you mean? Of course, the defense against the dark arts professor. Quirrell. It is said that this class has been cursed by Voldemort. Sirius frowned. Since his application was rejected, no one has been able to teach for more than a year. Quirrell. I shall keep a watchful eye on him. Sirius stated solemnly, I have developed a completely new understanding of him. Our communication with him is entirely equaled. He listens intently to our perspectives without merely lecturing us that I must step out for a moment. Remember to save me some food. He carelessly tousled Draco's meticulously arranged hairstyle. How infuriating. He truly knows how to provoke a Malfoy. The next day, Harry's aunt, Petunia, made headlines. To maintain the efficacy of the blood protection magic. Harry must spend several weeks each year at number 4 Privet Drive. This is also the most arduous and humiliating time of year for Harry, Lucius, and Narcissa, adhering to the principle of paying for peace, would every year pay a substantial sum for Harry's lodging. The Dursleys profited handsomely from this arrangement, displaying noticeably more cordiality. However, repaying malice with kindness is far too uncharacteristic of a Malfoy. The former tormentors still reaped benefits annually. Taking full advantage of the situation, it is truly infuriating. Sirius took action. He transformed into his enigmatic form and relentlessly chased Dudley for days, snapping at his heels. He even summoned his canine friends to wreak havoc in the Dursleys' backyard. Each day, they would be pursued by a pack of dogs, and upon returning home, they would find their house filled with dog excrement, the stench unbearable. The neighbors, who had previously turned a blind eye to Harry's plight, were now deeply concerned when their own interests were at stake, protesting en masse and demanding the Dursleys relocate. Dudley, unable to attend school regularly due to constant relocations, found himself unable to establish any dominance. The former bully had become considerably more subdued. Thus, misfortune turned into fortune. Indeed, high-stakes business warfare often employs the simplest of methods. Evil begets evil, eventually. The Dursleys realized the root of their troubles lay in not seeing Harry, and sought to contact Dumbledore. The self-proclaimed righteous white wizard, for once, did not side with the Muggles. That he glanced at Petunia's letter and promptly set it ablaze. Had he known, why act otherwise? It turns out, the candies had been switched. With no other options left, the three of them finally set aside their pride and arranged to meet Dumbledore, hoping to mend their relationship with Harry, once proud and arrogant. Petunia and Vernon now appeared timid and shrinkingly in the Malfoy Manor's reception room. The opulent decor left them feeling embarrassed, fearful of soiling the magnificent antique carpet. Petio accompanied Harry, Draco, and I also requested a day off from Snape. The expressionless potions master made a swift adjustment to the schedule to join us. Lucius and Narcissa did not make an appearance, instead assigning a house elf to attend to the Dursleys. They were unworthy of the Malfoy family's hospitality. Monsters, Dolly, with his corpulent form, cowered behind Penny, yet his excessive bulk inevitably revealed his ample backside. The greatest contributor, Sirius, was naturally present for this historic moment. Transforming into his enigmatic form, his ebony fur gleamed with a lustrous sheen, and his mouth was filled with menacing fangs, causing Vernon to stutter in fear. Mr. Dumbledore, could you possibly confine your pet? My family is quite afraid of dogs. Vernon's tiny eyes squeezed out a sycophantic smile. I apologize, but this dog is not mine. This time, Dumbledore intended to remain an unflappable observer. As Sirius traversed the corridor, he had already resumed his human form upon entering. That I had not seen him for several months. The sheer visual impact made it clear why he was the unequivocal heartthrob of Hogwarts. Standing at nearly 6'3", he possessed a physique rivaling any Hollywood star, complemented by a meticulously chiseled face, tousled hair that slightly obscured his eyes, and a manner that exuded aristocratic grace. His attire was both stylish and appropriate. The Penny family had long forgotten their fears, their gaze fixed upon him in rapt attention. Sirius's eyes brimmed with disdain for Penny's family. I hear you have come to reconcile. Yes, indeed. They hurriedly brought forth numerous packages. These are gifts for little Harry. Vernon anxiously rubbed his hands together, forcing a sycophantic grin. Though his muscles merely twitched, the gifts consisted of the latest model toy cars, which Harry had only glimpsed in Dudley's room during his childhood. He recalled how Dudley had falsely accused him of breaking one, only to be met with Vernon's thunderous hand. The car was red, the color of blood. As you can see, the family that has adopted me is quite affluent. I want for nothing. The Penny family grew tense once more, glancing around, understanding that Harry spoke the truth. What must we do to end this all? Penny said, her face etched with despair. Is this truly a fate worse than death? This is merely the beginning. You have endured for a month, while I have suffered for 5 long years. He advanced towards the three huddled together. Although merely an 11-year-old boy, he carried an astonishing presence. If apologies were effective, why would we need the police? His voice, though soft, resonated with the force of thunder, striking deep into the hearts of all present. You truly possess remarkable audacity to venture into unfamiliar territory alone. Moreover, you are indeed of great utility to me. Harry whispered to Penny. He turned to Dumbledore, flashing a brilliant smile. Headmaster Dumbledore, My aunt's family intends to reside at Malfoy Manor for the foreseeable future. He continued in a tone only Penny could hear. Did you know? Malfoy Manor is quite vast, and the hidden chambers beneath once served as a prison. Yes, Madame Longbottom. I stepped forward to greet her. Miss Malfoy is truly beautiful. She removed a brooch and pinned it onto me. Its design reflecting the Longbottom family crest. Everyone knows what it signifies when pureblood families exchange crests. This is far too valuable. I cast a pleading glance towards Narcissa, while Neville was kind-hearted and resolute. I was indeed averse to his physical appearance. It simply did not align with my ideals of attraction. Madame Longbottom, my sister is rather careless, so I, as her elder brother, shall keep it safe for her. Draco carefully accepted the brooch, wrapping it in soft cloth. Indeed, Aurora tends to be a bit scatterbrained. Draco usually looks after her. Narcissa hinted meaningfully. Aurora is certainly not scatterbrained. She aced every subject in her midterms. Neville's tone brimmed with admiration. Though Aurora is a Slytherin. You even inquired about her grades, Madame Longbottom teased. Well, I heard it from Hermione. Neville's cherubic face turned crimson, but I had no idea my daughter was so exceptional. Narcissa expressed her surprise, as she never mentioned such matters in her letters. How utterly pretentious. When elders gather, their favorite pastime is to boast about their children in many subjects. Draco and I are tied for first place. I quickly clarified. Fool, would I ever envy you? I am merely happy for you. Draco whispered, a smirk playing on his lips. His hand found its way behind me, intertwining our fingers. Lucius lifted his chin, akin to a peacock preparing to display its plumage, radiating pride from head to toe. Aurora and Draco, having undergone familial trials from a young age, naturally achieved such results. Pray, the most proud person here is undoubtedly you, is it not? Draco and I exchanged knowing nods. Aurora, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were a wise and kind young lady, Neville remarked. Madame Longbottom's resolute gaze briefly flickered with sorrow. In her youth, I cast a forgetting charm upon her, causing permanent damage to her memory. She is perpetually a beat behind in everything. If you do not disdain him, if you do not bully him, I will be thoroughly satisfied. In the original narrative, did not Draco often bully Neville? Aurora is splendid. She has never bullied me, Neville asserted, looking steadfastly at Madame Longbottom. Was he defending me? I realized Madame Longbottom's expression softened with affection. Might I request that you look out for him during your time at Hogwarts? Although you are not in the same house, Neville informed me that Gryffindor and Slytherin share most classes. Madame Longbottom, girls are to be protected. How can you expect Aurora to guard a healthy boy? The usually reticent Harry interjected. Girls are like flowers. They require tender care to bloom beautifully. Lucius concurred, glancing at his cherished Narcissa, brimming with pride that I must have misinterpreted. Madame Longbottom concluded, no wonder the women of the Malfoy family exude such happiness. The root cause lies here. I was startled by the sound of the door slamming shut. Draco drew his wand, shielding me behind him. What do you mean by this? Do not worry. I knew that as long as Miss Malfoy is present, the three of you would come. He settled into a comfortable position on the sofa. Before us stood the mirror of Amidst. There were no three-headed dogs to guard it, no devil's snare, no flurry of keys or wizard's chess. Had Dumbledore not yet had time to set up defenses? This truly caught me off guard. I discovered this treasure in the fourth-floor corridor. Miss Malfoy, it seems you are not at all curious? He observed me with a leisurely gaze. You resemble a dear old friend of mine. Except for our hair and eye color, we were nearly identical. He felt an inexplicable familiarity upon first seeing you. What do you mean? It appeared that my ignorance was exactly what he expected. A fleeting hint of loneliness crossed his face before he resumed his impassive demeanor. The reason I summoned you today is that I hope you can assist me. Contact your father and bring him to Hogwarts. Contacting parents, Professor Quirrell, may I ask what Aurora has done wrong? Our fathers are quite busy. Draco was perplexed. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in the man's eyes. He suppressed his impatience, explaining, I have important matters to discuss with him. Draco, too, noticed Quirrell's odd behavior. Professor Snape is both Aurora's and my godfather. He can also represent our father. You little Malfoy brat. I mean now, tell your father to come here. He suddenly erupted in fury, veins bulging on his forehead, his whole demeanor shifting into a frenzied state. Harry suddenly groaned, clutching his forehead in pain. You are not Professor Quirrell. Who exactly are you? I realized my hand gripping the wand trembled. Confronting the ultimate villain of the Harry Potter saga for the first time, remaining calm was a facade. I apologize. I may have overreacted. His demeanor changed as quickly as turning a page. "Open the door, let us out." At that moment, we could no longer trust a word he said. He had summoned Lucius here, likely to reveal his identity to our father. Using the dark mark to threaten Lucius into submission was something I could never allow. "Very brave, to dare point a wand at a professor," he remarked slyly. "The master has always been quite interested in you." He approached me, scrutinizing my face. "You resemble him as a child, almost identically. I look like Voldemort." Yes, I bore a striking resemblance to Narcissa. Narcissa is a creation of magic, her veins coursing with Voldemort's blood. This is precisely why Lucius adorned her with double confounding charm earrings, to conceal her true appearance. Her visage bore an uncanny resemblance to Voldemort, in her era. Voldemort was in his prime, and everyone would notice that the Malfoys had secretly left behind his progeny. My birth occurred after Voldemort's reign had ended. Do not touch Aurora. Draco swatted his hand away. "Hero rescuing beauty, is it?" He wore a sardonic smile. "Hasn't Abu enlightened you on the wisdom of planning before taking action?" He refers to Abraxas as Abu. Voldemort has completely seized control of Quirrell's body. You bear a closer resemblance to Lucius. The man's eyes were filled with nostalgia. Draco watched him warily, remaining silent. He always kept me protected behind him. "We had informed Professor Snape before our departure. If we do not emerge within half an hour, he will knock on Quirrell's office door. Our task now is to delay as much as possible while awaiting rescue." "Well, my objective today does not involve either of you." He mockingly patted Draco's face, to which Draco responded with a look of humiliation. "Harry Potter." Quirrell slowly pronounced Harry's name. "The savior who vanquished Voldemort is grown." He disarmed Harry's wand, idly toying with it in his hands. "Nothing remarkable. Dumbledore must be losing his touch." He abruptly pulled away the velvet covering from the mirror of Ares. Harry's pupils dilated in an instant. Everyone was irresistibly drawn to the image reflected in the mirror. First, Harry's parents gathered joyously. He successfully campaigned for the position of Minister of Magic. Finally, he embraced his beloved, sharing a passionate kiss with his bride. Until the moment of exchanging rings, the girl's eyes sparkled with dreams and joy for the future. Her gray eyes brimmed with profound affection as she whispered, "I do." Harry's fingertips trembled slightly, his emerald green eyes filled with disbelief. Fearing that a gentle touch might shatter the vision before him into fragments, suddenly, his hand grew heavy. The ring transformed into a red stone. The stone was scorching, pulsating as if alive, quivering in his grasp. He tightened his grip, but it was too late. Quirrell had noticed the anomaly. "Potter, give it to me." He spread his fingers, his words dripping with desire. "It belongs to Hogwarts. I will deliver it directly to Professor Dumbledore." Harry shook his head. You dare defy my command." They were very close now, and Quirrell retaliated with a harsh slap to Harry's face. "What are you doing?" I positioned myself protectively in front of Harry. Before my words could finish, Quirrell let out a scream. The moment he touched Harry's fingertips, they disintegrated into dust, followed swiftly by the disintegration of his own body. At that moment, the door burst open, and Snape rushed in. Panting, he too bore witness to this bizarre spectacle. He gathered Harry in his arms, covering his eyes. "Aurora, don't look." Draco, himself terrified, felt his legs weaken and collapsed against me. He forcibly turned my face away. "Don't look. You'll have nightmares." My hands trembled uncontrollably, nearly dropping my wand. My vision blurred, and tears streamed down my face without my realization. "It's all right now. Don't rush to the front again. You nearly scared me to death." "Do you understand?" Draco's angry voice echoed in my ears, yet it felt so real. Being a savior is no easy task. Witnessing the battle against Voldemort firsthand, I finally understood that it was all a trial of life and death. Relying on the buffer that rendered magic ineffective against me, banking on my understanding of Voldemort's vulnerability regarding Harry. In the following days, I awoke in terror multiple times during the night. But poor Draco, who stood vigil beside me. "I'm sorry, it won't happen again." I felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for causing Draco unnecessary worry. "You only want me to worry for a lifetime, don't you?" At platform 9. Lucius and Narcissa's platinum blonde hair was particularly eye-catching. "Father, mother." Upon arriving at the station, I left my luggage with the two gentlemen and dashed off the train, much like a fledgling returning to its nest. Leaping into Narcissa's embrace. "Mother, I missed you so much." I was unaware that my voice carried a thick nasal tone. "Aurora, my darling." She cupped my face, showering me with kisses until Lucius could no longer bear it. "Aurora, stop clinging to your mother like a koala. Get down. Her waist can't take it." Lucius tore me from Narcissa's grasp and set me down. "Father, Mother back isn't well. Isn't that your fault? Lucius shot me a warning glance. You and Draco are responsible for this. We'll settle it when we get home. I recoiled, casting a pleading look at Narcissa. This time, however, she did not side with me. She knelt down and embraced me. Aurora, Lucius and I have lost sleep for several nights listening to Severus recount your ordeals. Your father is very worried about you, which is why he is so angry. Father, I'm sorry. The image of them fretting for us at Malfoy Manor filled me with deep remorse. Lucius instructed a house elf to take Draco's luggage and inquired kindly about Harry's situation at Hogwarts. As if nothing had transpired moments ago. Aurora, what's wrong? Draco, noticing my red-rimmed eyes, hurriedly asked. Draco, you take Aurora to the carriage first. Narcissa directed. It seemed a session of familial discipline was unavoidable. I buried my head against the boy. Was even my attempt to be coddled by mother in vain this time? Don't worry, I'm here with you. He gently reassured, pulling me closer. You two should exercise a bit more restraint. It was Sirius's voice. The Malfoy family had a designated driver who would automatically activate the privacy shield in the back seat once the master boarded. Uncle, too surprised to see me, Sirius grinned widely. Revealing his bright white teeth, exuding joy, he seemed to have fully regained his usual vigor. Noticing my unwavering gaze, a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. Cece can't stand to see me looking disheveled. So she doses me with various potions every day and has filled the place with all sorts of bottles and jars. His eyes sparkled with affection. At your back. Finally, I can divert her attention. No wonder Lucius was in a foul mood. It turned out the main issue lay here. The number of light bulbs in the house was increasing rather than diminishing, and Sirius's appearance was indeed quite striking. Lucius was quite proactive. The trial at the Wisingamot would commence soon. Sirius shared his good news with us. The key to Black Manor was now in my possession. Draco and I exchanged a knowing glance. Immediately understanding Lucius's eager anticipation. Uncle, Black Manor has been closed for a long time. Will it be covered in dust? And is it still habitable? There should still be a house elf named Creature left behind by Mother to look after it. Sirius replied nonchalantly. Life at Malfoy Manor is quite pleasant. Cece said that as a former Black, we should look out for one another. I can stay for as long as I like. His expression appeared exceptionally content. Father, allow me to shed a tear of sympathy for you. Someone actually took polite remarks seriously. However, once grandfather finds out. At this moment, Lucius stood with his back to us, his white shirt accentuating his broad, sturdy back. He bore the weight of the family's legacy, safeguarding the Malfoy name amidst a tumultuous and ever-changing landscape. We cannot afford to falter again. Lucius turned to face us, the emotions in his eyes resembling turbulent waves. Complex and inscrutable. This matter must be kept from your mother. Narcissa carries the bloodline of Voldemort. Even Draco and I. In times of necessity, for the sake of the family's honor, we must make sacrifices. Father, may I take care of this notebook? What do you intend to do? Lucius's narrow eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Take it into Hogwarts. This was also a choice Lucius made in the original story. He lowered himself and deliberately instigated a conflict with Arthur Weasley at Flourish and Blots, subsequently tossing the notebook into Weasley's cauldron after their scuffle. He would rather shoulder the burden himself than allow Draco to encounter such matters prematurely. He truly is a good father. Aurora, that's far too risky, Draco objected. Remember to keep your hands clean. Don't let anyone catch you. Lucius was quite pleased with this advice. Draco, these matters should have been handled by you. Do you remember what you promised me? To protect Aurora well? Draco's pale complexion flushed with a hint of color. It was I who had not done enough. Supporting each other like this is wonderful. Lucius's eyes twinkled with a smile. It is I who cannot overcome my own barriers. Father, you love Mother so much that you wish to shield her beneath your wings. As long as you understand. What happened today must not be known to Cece. He reiterated. Yes, understood. Father. He appeared eager to conclude the conversation. I returned to our room with the notebook, and just as I closed the door, Draco pinned me onto the bed. What are you doing? So, he was jealous of my praise for Lucius. Didn't he, Father, say so? We are perfectly fine this way. I thought you appreciated the expression of love your father shows your mother. Draco's eyes were filled with uncertainty. It is not like that. I caressed his face, acknowledging that I was not his mother and could not answer for her. I am simply myself, and I cherish the way we relate to each other. Facing challenges together, shouldering our problems side by side. That's good. He removed his ring, and his platinum-colored short hair grew rapidly, cascading over me like a waterfall. His features bore a resemblance to those of humans. I was completely entranced by the elf's beauty, unable to extricate myself. Color fiend. The elf displayed a bashful expression, averting his gaze. Draco, who taught you that? It was my father. He said that Malfoy women are all obsessed with looks. I recalled how Narcissa had once gazed, transfixed, at Lucius after his bloodline awakened. It was confirmed. The fixation on beauty is indeed hereditary. Suddenly, he unfurled his magnificent wings, enveloping me within them. His wings blocked out all light, casting me into a realm where I could not see my own hands. Draco, what are you doing? He offered no response. I felt a twinge of fear. Elves use this method to be close to their destined partners. Could I truly be Draco's destined companion? I am not even an elf. Aurora, you are the only one in this world who resonates with my heart. Our twin wands can attest to that. Do not doubt it. I would be heartbroken. The voice of the youth brimmed with grievance that I in the darkness. I could not discern his expression that I hurriedly leaned in to soothe his wounded spirit. Aurora, he softly called my name. No, I cautioned gently. I will be careful. He tucked my long hair behind my ear, revealing my delicate neck. I truly wonder if you awakened the bloodline of the vampire. Perhaps. Clearly, we did nothing at all. Master Malfoy, Miss Malfoy, dinner is served. A house elf's voice echoed from outside. Ever since we replaced Dobby, no house elf has dared to enter our room without permission. Draco retracted his authority. He sighed softly. What? Still not satiated? He slowly folded his immense wings, and I finally saw the light again. He handed me the ring that concealed his elven visage. Help me put it on. My cheeks flushed as I witnessed him gradually revert to his human form. It felt like a scene that would occur when exchanging rings. He gazed at me, missing not a single micro-expression. I felt a shiver under his scrutiny and gently nudged him. What is it? Now that I've returned to my human form, will you be disappointed? He scrutinized my expression. My hair stood on end. What was he thinking? The elven version of you and the human version of you are indistinguishable in my heart. Draco's human appearance bore a closer resemblance to Lucius, already a rare beauty in the world. However, his elven form transcended the limits of human aesthetics. Little liar, I've never seen you so proactive in your human form. Draco chuckled indulgently. I felt a pang of guilt and quickly changed the subject. Where are Mom and Dad? Draco, seemingly unfazed, replied. They should be bringing dinner to our room. We didn't wait for you. We just started, Sirius said, raising the utensils in his hand. Cousin, what are your plans after clearing your name? For now, it's a secret. Sirius wore a mysterious smile. What? How stingy? He smiled without responding, suddenly shifting the topic. Who wants to accompany me to the Black Manor tomorrow? X3 The Black Manor, rivaling the Malfoy family in prestige, had been closed for ages, accumulating not just wealth over the millennia, but it housed artifacts rich in history, fairy products, lost recipes, and manuscripts. The lot. Aurora, your eyes are sparkling with excitement. Harry pointed out with a laugh. I'm simply too curious. Sirius had become the rightful heir, so the things we could witness would be the most abundant. Just then, the Malfoy couple finally arrived, albeit belatedly. What has everyone so excited? Lucius inquired. By the way, I plan to take them to the Black Manor for a visit tomorrow. Sirius surprisingly hadn't informed Lucius in advance. The head of the Malfoy family furrowed his brow. Then you must keep a close eye on those three. He turned to us and cautioned, do not touch anything that belongs to others. How about we invite Sissy to join us? It would be like returning home for her, a nostalgic visit. Sirius asked expectantly. Lucius replied with a thinly veiled smile, since Sissy wishes to return home, as her husband, I have no reason not to accompany her. Narcissa struggled to maintain her poised and elegant demeanor, turning her back as her shoulders trembled, clearly suppressing laughter. Of course, you may come. Your presence will help distract the old witch Sirius referred to as his mother, while Black. Sirius, mind your words. Lucius warned. According to the will, it was Lady Black who insisted on leaving the Black Manor to you as a final refuge. Narcissa turned her head, and you, immersed in your atonement, couldn't even attend your mother's funeral. Even in her final moments, Lady Black was trying to mend relationships, hoping to see you one last time. Sirius's gaze was filled with disbelief. No one informed me. Lucius had inquired. All information had been sealed by the Ministry of Magic. They did not wish for Lady Black to notarize her estate, allowing the Ministry to seamlessly take possession of the Black Manor. Narcissa shot a quick glance at Harry. What is there to misunderstand? The same scheme applied to Potter Manor. It was all to seize the inheritance. The family heirloom was nationalized by the Ministry, and then officials brazenly embezzled it. The largest shop in Nocturne Alley, Borgin and Burke's, is a significant money laundering hub. But Sissy, how do you know so much? It was Sissy who accompanied Walburga in her final moments, As the youngest daughter of the Black family, Walburga was Narcissa's nominal aunt. My mother would often take me and Aurora to visit Lady Black. Draco added, when she passed, she was alone, accompanied only by Creature, the family house elf. Sissy and I owe a debt of gratitude to the Black family, and naturally, we must repay it. But what about you, Sirius? That was your mother who raised you. You at least had the chance to be with her. Lucius's mother had left this world the moment he was born, and Narcissa shared a similar fate. As a magical creation, she was taken back to Malfoy Manor right after birth. Growing up alongside Lucius, the rare vulnerability displayed by Lucius pained Narcissa deeply. She swiftly released her hand from Sirius's shoulder and embraced the tall, sturdy head of the Malfoy family. I did not miss the victorious glimmer in Lucius's eyes. Mother, father truly has you under his thumb. My fingers were tightly held by Draco. On the other side, Harry gazed at Narcissa and Lucius's interaction with admiration. It was not just the head of the Malfoy family who lacked a mother. Sirius, feeling out of sorts, removed his napkin, preparing to leave hastily. In the original story, he had kept Buckbeak, the hippogriff, in Lady Black's bedroom, which was utterly excessive. With so many rooms in the Black Manor, he had to choose his mother's bedroom. Walburga had given birth to Sirius at 35, and being the eldest son, he had received all the love and attention, which had fostered his rebellious and free-spirited nature. He constantly opposed his family. Narcissa could not hide her regret. Sirius, do you know, the funds I provided you have always been silently repaid by Walburga through other means. She forbade me from telling you. She cared for you deeply. Upon hearing this, Sirius fled in a panic, nearly tripping over a table leg. I had never seen him so flustered. His beautiful gray eyes were filled with disbelief and confusion. Sissy, do not tell him that Walburga wanted you to be her daughter-in-law. Lucius warned. Mother, were you almost married to my uncle? Draco blurted out, only to be shot a glare by Lucius. But there is quite an age gap. After the awakening of their bloodlines, Lucius and Narcissa appeared to be in their 20s. Yet they were 5 years older than Sirius. During their school years, Narcissa was already a graceful young lady, while Sirius was still a little boy. What of it? Lucius's earliest betrothal was to Sirius's cousin Bellatrix, who was also over 5 years older than him. Narcissa pursed her lips, looking on with interest. I firmly rejected the head of the Black family. I had always been blunt with Bellatrix, even facilitating her union with Lestrange. Unlike someone who continued to fund her little fiancé, Lucius continued to accuse his wife. I did not. It was Walburga who approached me several times in private, and father agreed, so I complied. Cece, how do you intend to compensate me? Lucius lowered his voice, his arms encircling his wife's slender waist. Please, let's not discuss this here. Narcissa gently pressed down on Lucius's hand, which was poised to cause mischief, appearing shy like a young girl. Then promise me first, tonight. Anything will do, just don't say any more. Look, father has once again gotten his way. Perhaps tomorrow when we visit the Black Manor, mother will be unable to attend due to health reasons. Truly devious. Draco beside me wore a look of understanding, while my own heart raced anxiously. Could it be that these tricks were being passed down from Lucius to the next generation of the Malfoy family head? It appears that I should be the one to seek refuge. My cousin and her husband share such a deep bond. Harry exclaimed in genuine admiration. It's all your fault, making the children the subject of ridicule. Narcissa lightly tapped Lucius's chest. All right then, let us return and rest early. After a long day, you must be weary, Lucius said with consideration. Observing their retreating figures, I called out, Father, ensure that mother truly rests, from a distance. I could hear Narcissa's soft complaints and Lucius's gentle coaxing. I rested my chin on my hand, unable to suppress my smile. The daily life of the platinum couple. The next day, Sirius appeared promptly at the dining table. His once vibrant eyes bore a hint of fatigue, and even his spirits seemed somewhat subdued. Godfather, did you not sleep well last night? Harry inquired with concern. Sirius ruffled Harry's hair, forcing a smile. Yesterday's revelations were overwhelming. I need some time to process them. Cece is feeling unwell today. Allow me to accompany you. Lucius instructed the house elf to deliver breakfast to the master bedroom. Draco and I exchanged knowing glances. Indeed, father always achieved his aims through tormenting mother. Sirius's disappointment was evident. It was only much later that I learned of the Black family tradition of marrying cousins. That Walburga, born in 1925, had a husband, Orion, born in 1929, who was her cousin, younger by more than 4 years. Here, Sirius caught a shimmering alchemical trinket. Cece told you to wear it. You don't have a wand. Sirius fiddled with the pendant. shifting from worry to delight. Gryffindor, your mood changes as swiftly as turning a page. Well, stop relying on my woman to worry about you. Become independent sooner. Lucius nearly uttered the words to chase him away. My woman is filled with Malfoy-esque possessiveness. All right, cousin-in-law, Sirius replied defiantly. Aurora, your popularity rivals that of my cousin, Harry remarked to me. Popular? How come I'm unaware of it? Seeing my bewildered expression, Lucius chimed in. It seems dullness runs in the family. Cece is completely oblivious to her own charm. Being a bit dull is a good thing, Draco proudly declared, his eyes gleaming with pride. Really, what a riddle this is. I only know that Harry harbors some ambiguous feelings towards me. Everyone else seems to share merely a superficial gentlemanly acquaintance. Before I could indulge in further thoughts, Narcissa slowly entered the dining room. She gently bit her lip, each step appearing laborious. Cece, was it not instructed that you should rest at home today? Lucius approached her. Isn't it because of you? She left her sentence hanging. Her eyes shimmered, her face flushed, clinging to Lucius's arm. She seemed to be enduring something with great effort, refusing to return to her seat. Inside, she whispered, her voice betraying a hint of a soft moan. I'm sorry, my dear. I forgot. Lucius said with sincere regret. Do you need me to assist you back? No, you stay with Sirius. She noticed our rapt attention and was instantly embarrassed. Just a few steps later, she stumbled again. How careless. Lucius was quick to catch her. His speed was akin to apparition. Surely, mother has been tricked once more. Lucius effortlessly lifted his wife into his arms. Be good. When I am not by your side, let this accompany you. You are deliberately making me unable to move. Cece, how can you say such a thing? Who promised me yesterday that anything would do? Sirius's animagus form is a dog, so his senses of smell and hearing are exceptional. With his slightly curled bangs obscuring his tightly shut eyes, he seemed to be suppressing something. By the time Lucius returned, he had composed himself. Let us depart. Cough, cough. I have never experienced such a dilapidated fireplace. Lucius cast a cleansing charm over us, relieved that Cece had not accompanied us. She is particularly fond of cleanliness. Creature, Sirius called out loudly. Embarrassed, summoning the house elf of Black Manor, an elderly, frail elf slowly emerged, his eyes bloodshot and his nose pudgy. He bowed first. Master Sirius, Mr. Malfoy, young Master Malfoy, Miss Malfoy, and a filthy half-blood. Silence, creature, I will not allow you to insult Harry. Sirius roared in anger, as if the oppressive atmosphere of Black Manor had stirred his nerves. Yes, Master Sirius, the mistress's wayward son has returned, and creature must still heed his commands. How unfortunate, the aged house elf muttered incessantly. Creature, this is the hospitality of the Black family. I, as a Walburga, feel pained. Lucius raised an eyebrow. The cobweb-covered chandelier and dust-laden curtains bore no trace of the former glory and splendor of the Black family. Mr. Malfoy, did Mrs. Malfoy not accompany you? The elf inquired eagerly. The mistress misses her dearly, often mentioning Cece. Cece, creature hoped earnestly. Cece is unwell. I came to represent her to see how things are. If she knew of this sight, she would be sorely disappointed, Lucius replied. Creature felt utterly humiliated, his head nearly touching the ground. With a snap of his fingers, Black Manor underwent a remarkable transformation. Cobwebs and dust vanished. The coverings on the furniture were gradually removed, and the crystal chandelier reflected a brilliant light that a gramophone began to play classical melodies. Now this is more like it. Lucius nodded. This was clearly a tactic to provoke. Creature was naturally unwilling to let his beloved mistress appear embarrassed in front of the head of the Malfoy family. When we arrived, we had already awakened Walburga Black. However, she did not cause a scene as in the original narrative. Perhaps she recognized the identities of her visitors, the Malfoy couple, who had come to see her off. Along with their offspring, were, after all, benefactors of the Black family, not to mention, they had rescued her only surviving son from Azkaban and cleared his name. In the portrait, she wore a black hat adorned with black lace, obscuring part of her features, yet her high nose and perfect chin still hinted at the beauty of her youth. Sirius's stunning looks were clearly inherited from her. Walburga raised her head, politely greeting Lucius. Narcissa's absence caused her a moment of bewilderment. However, upon Lucius's explanation of Narcissa's condition, she expressed understanding. Mother, Sirius murmured. Tears streamed down Walburga's face as she bit her lip, struggling to suppress her sobs. Wayward son, why have you returned? Every Black is so proud. Their pride is like a sword, wounding both themselves and their dearest kin. You have kept many things from me. The depths of Walburga's disappointment in Sirius stemmed entirely from her excessive expectations of him. Lucius signaled us to quietly retreat. This mother and son had many emotional knots to untangle. The final scene revealed Sirius kneeling on the ground in anguish, while the portrait of his mother could only watch her eldest son, who had once fled from her. She no longer had arms to lift him up, nor a warm embrace to welcome him back. Separated by realms, it was all too late. Beside them, Creature wept to the point of near unconsciousness, repeatedly yearning to rush inside, only to be restrained by Lucius. Creature, do not disrupt this final moment of tenderness. Sirius, my portrait is permanently affixed here. I have always awaited your return. Now, its mission had been fulfilled. As soon as Walburga's words fell, the portrait fell from the wall. A corner of the frame shattered into fragments. No. Sirius raised the portrait, attempting to rehang it. Yet, the painting was so large that he could not lift it alone. Sirius, do not waste your strength. You are finally free of me. Silence, mother. Do not make me resent you. Lucius, come help. Sirius shouted. When will the blacks learn to abandon their duplicitous nature? We cautiously held the frame. While Creature meticulously worked on the repairs, he keenly noticed that the mistress's attitude towards her wayward son was markedly different than before. Thus he became much more courteous in his words towards Sirius. Harry stood nearby, fearful of disturbing the proud, pure-blooded Mrs. Black. Are you from the Potter family? Harry's visage bore an uncanny resemblance to James, evoking a flood of memories within her. Indeed, Madam, I am Harry Potter. Walburga appeared to recall something. A blend of solace and sorrow washing over her. During his time at school, your father took great care of my wayward son. The words wayward son twisted and turned in her mouth, laden with profound melancholy. Her wayward son and the only scion of the Potter line were the sole survivors of this calamity that had befallen their families. Tragically, her younger son had also become a casualty of the family's legacy. Utterly lost to time, how I longed to inform her of her younger son, Regulus Black, and his remarkable prowess. With but a meager strength, he had deftly manipulated Voldemort, even at the cost of his own life. The Blacks, so prideful, would not deign to defend themselves against the world's misconceptions, even when nailed to the pillar of shame. As long as they remained true to their hearts, their unwavering purity would propel them forward. Steadfast in pursuit of their ideals, together, they meticulously reaffixed the portrait of Mrs. Black to the wall. Mother, this home still needs your watchful eye, to see me establish my own family. Would you? Wayward son, I am but a dust in the wind. And yet you wish for me to witness your destiny unfold. Walburga's words were harsh, yet the mirth in her eyes was impossible to conceal. Lucius's children are all attending Hogwarts. Lucius had practically grown up under Walburga's watchful gaze. In her day, Mrs. Black often spoke of Lucius, exerting considerable pressure on Sirius and Regulus. Upon hearing Walburga's comment, Sirius initially ready to scoff, but upon recalling the fragile bond he had just restored with his mother, he quickly suppressed it. That was merely Lucius's good fortune. Ah, you? Walburga's expression reflected her disappointment. In the presence of Narcissa's husband, Lucius, she could not reveal her past intentions. Narcissa seemed to be the daughter-in-law Walburga most approved of, a girl of stunning beauty and pure blood, exuding grace in every gesture. Although Abraxas publicly claimed her as his adopted daughter, the unmistakable platinum hair and gray eyes of the Malfoy lineage spoke volumes. She was a true Malfoy, firmly rooted in heritage. Walburga had orchestrated much behind the scenes, subtly guiding events. During Sirius's rebellious phase, his room was plastered with posters of Muggle girls, all curvaceous blondes. A mother knows her child best. What could Walburga possibly be unaware of? Regrettably, her eldest son had awakened too late, losing the opportunity to be by the time he realized. Narcissa Malfoy had already ascended to the role of the new Mrs. Malfoy. They would have no further chances. Now, the Black family owed the Malfoys a significant favor. How could they dare to undermine their benefactor? Lucius seemed to grasp Walburga's previous intentions and showed no inclination to intervene. He relinquished the power of choice entirely, for he understood that his somewhat oblivious wife had devoted her heart and eyes solely to him since birth. Upon the awakening of bloodlines, he became further convinced that their fates had been intertwined for millennia. Their lives would eternally be enmeshed, and both were content with this fate. Walburga's gaze shifted to me, and I noticed a spark of recognition in her eyes. Miss Malfoy, I recall that Sissy brought you here before. I had already gathered 2 Horcruxes, the diary and the Slytherin locket box. However, I was utterly at a loss regarding how to proceed. Strictly speaking, both Draco and I shared Voldemort's bloodline. We too were heirs of Slytherin, but Narcissa's marriage as the youngest daughter of the Black family was inextricably linked to Voldemort's pressure on the then head of the Black family, Orion. Yet, Voldemort's honeymoon with the Malfoy family was fleeting. After he chose to fragment his soul, stripping away his benevolent inclinations, he was left with a remnant that was irritable, avaricious, insane, and paranoid. A man devoid of reason could no longer be deemed a capable leader. I even harbored suspicions regarding whether Abraxas' demise in 1996 from dragonpox had Voldemort's fingerprints upon it. That night, as I lay entwined with Draco, an unsettling sensation gripped me, disrupting my peace. A hazy figure sat at the edge of my bed, and I felt someone toying with my hair, their touch so familiar. How indulgently I had lived, to the point of drowsiness. You are. I rubbed my eyes, striving to sit upright, yet Draco's arm around my waist rendered me immobile. You are Tom. I nearly gasped that it felt as though ages had passed since our last encounter when I was but an infant in swaddling. He possessed wine-red eyes and hair as dark as onyx. The 16-year-old Dark Lord stood at the threshold between boyhood and manhood, his finely chiseled features a masterpiece of Merlin. Yet, within that beauty lay a sense of fragmentation. Adding to his allure, young Voldemort began to exhibit masculine contours, yet his beauty remained androgynous. Narcissa's true form bore the closest resemblance to him at this age, and a wonder Lucius had gone to great lengths to conceal it. The boy's eyes sparkled with mirth. Aurora, you've grown so much. I once held you as a child, do you remember? Though I was acutely aware that Voldemort was a master of manipulation, the similarity in his features stirred a flicker of fondness within me. What should I do? How foolish of me to be swayed by appearances. Was I truly so naive that only someone as steely-hearted as Dumbledore could remain unaffected by such captivating and focused gazes? You can emerge from there now. The boy's gaze darkened. Yes, this may be my last experience of this world. The reason cautioned me that he was likely feigning vulnerability. My heart still tightened at his words. He suddenly donned a peculiar smile. As Ab's descendant becomes so easily deceived. What do you mean? You would let me go, a stranger who could potentially harm the Malfoy family, based on just a few words? He leaned closer, sending a jolt of fear through me, paralyzing me in place lest I awaken Draco, who lay beside me. That Lucius's cunning has certainly not been inherited by you. He scrutinized me intently, a sardonic smile curling at his lips that I perceived his intentions to provoke me. Are you not concerned that I might destroy that diary? I challenged him, eager to see what he might resort to. He merely smirked, watching me with an air of nonchalance. How could I possibly divulge my plans? I covered my head, choosing to ignore him. Aurora, he called out twice, and upon hearing my breathing steady, he mistook it for slumber. I heard him muttering to himself, fools are those who fall asleep at the drop of a hat, resembling Ab far too much, infuriating. I am not foolish. That Ab fellow remains unaware of my impending departure. Perhaps I should pay him a visit. I wonder if he will sleep poorly in my absence. Had the boy truly resigned himself to death, this was not at all how I had imagined it. He could easily follow the original narrative, ensnaring Ginny Weasley to siphon my life force, liberating himself from the confines of the diary, fulfilling his dream of immortality if he were to do so. Abraxas could not possibly appear so youthful and vigorous at his advanced age. The appearance of a wizard is intrinsically linked to their magical prowess. The stronger the magic, the more it preserves youth. Enough of this. I am so tired. I wish to think no more. Draco's chest pressed against my back, his calm breaths caressing my neck. The room was comfortably cool, the air conditioning running throughout the night. My turned back concealed the fact that his thick platinum lashes were gently fluttering. The following day, it was only natural that I overslept. Draco's arm remained draped around my waist. Turning to face him, I was greeted by his angelic countenance. Draco bore a closer resemblance to Lucius, while Lucius himself reminded me of a younger Grindelwald. The Malfoy family was indeed cunning, monopolizing the most exquisite genes within the wizarding world. My movements had roused him from slumber. Aurora, I'm so sleepy. Stay with me a little longer. Once a person succumbs to sleep, their body temperature rises. Yet, the area pressed so closely against me felt as scorching as an iron. I shut my eyes tightly, daring not to move, feigning ignorance. Damn it, Draco muttered under his breath, extricating himself from me. Draco, he was suddenly halted, his brow furrowing. Do you need my help? Aurora, what nonsense are you spouting? He shoved me away, dashing toward the washroom. Humph, what a miser. Suddenly, he spun around and pinned me to the bed, lifting my nightgown. What are you doing? My wrists were firmly grasped in his hands. The fabric of my dress was lifted, exposing my flat abdomen and cotton underwear. Fear compelled me to keep my legs tightly pressed together. His knee forcibly parted my legs that I wished to scream, but he covered my mouth, muffling my cries to mere whimpers. My hair was disheveled, and my vision blurred. "Are you frightened now?" He abruptly halted, tenderly wiping away the tears from the corners of my eyes. Men and women, by nature, possess an inherent disparity in strength. Men, too, are susceptible to provocation. At present, I find myself capable of pausing. However, I cannot guarantee that I will maintain such control in the future. Fear not. He gently gathered my hair and lowered my garment. Enveloping me tenderly in his embrace, I have vowed never to impose upon you. Gradually, I regained my senses, the previous drowsiness dissipating entirely. How vexing! I seized a cushion and struck him with all my might. "You nearly terrified me. Do you not realize? I thought you were going to devour me. How could you? Do you possess not a shred of confidence in me, Aurora? Yet, you were rather frightening just now. I promised my father I would never, before marriage, with you." He noticed the bruise on my wrist. "Forgive me, I shall fetch some ointment for you." In that fleeting moment, I found myself secretly hoping he would indeed do so. Draco cautiously dipped a cotton swab into the potion, gently applying it to my wrist, as if tending to a fragile porcelain artifact. Regret and sorrow mingled in his eyes. "I apologize. I was excessively forceful just now. I did not foresee that a slight exertion would leave such marks." Our door swung open, and Lucius's hawk-like gaze fixated intently on Draco's actions. "Draco, effective immediately. You and Aurora shall occupy separate quarters." With that pronouncement, he did not cast a glance in our direction, but turned and departed. Draco's hand faltered, his head drooping in resignation as he offered a bitter smile. "Aurora, perhaps this is for the best. I shall not harm you again. No, today I was the one who instigated. I will speak to father." He grasped my wrist, inadvertently tugging at the bruise, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from me. "Look at me. Always inflicting harm upon you." He persisted in his ministrations, ensuring that the ointment was thoroughly applied. Witnessing my swelling subside before he felt at ease, that I wrapped my arms around his waist from behind. "Draco, I merely wish to remain by your side. Alone, I would be frightened. Do you not know? Last night, I encountered a ghost. In the twilight between sleep and wakefulness, I seemed to hear you speaking. I thought it was mere dream mutterings. What is happening? In the notebook entrusted to us by father, there is a ghost attached. I whispered. He appears in my dreams each night. I need you to accompany me. I am quite terrified." Draco's gaze became inscrutable. Ultimately, he acquiesced. Together, we knocked upon the door of the Malfoy study. Lucius did not summon us to enter for some time. The study was well soundproofed. No matter how loud the commotion inside, it remained inaudible. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded from within. "Father," I knocked anxiously. "Draco, hurry and find mother." Lucius had granted only Narcissa the liberty to enter and exit the Malfoy study at will. Narcissa, draped carelessly in a man's shirt, dashed barefoot across the carpet of Malfoy Manor, her urgency palpable. Her hand lightly touched the doorknob, which swung open in response. "Sissy, why did you come out dressed like that?" Lucius's concerned inquiry emerged from within. "Father, how could you?" Narcissa exclaimed loudly. Through the crack of the door, I glimpsed half of Lucius's face obscured by flowing blood, while the serpent-headed cane typically held in his right hand was now grasped by Abraxas. Narcissa shielded Lucius behind her. "Luke is of age. You ought not to strike him anymore. I never knew that the head of the Malfoy family had become a thief. Demand that he return my belongings. And I shall let bygones be bygones." "How could Luke take your things?" Narcissa questioned, perplexed. "He knows." Abraxas struck the table fiercely with the serpent-headed cane, leaving 2 deep impressions. In the film, Lucius's portrayal by Jason Isaacs had once struck Draco's actor, Tom Felton, under similar circumstances, resulting in a profuse flow of blood. One can well imagine the lethal power behind that cane. It has been exposed. Draco and I exchanged panicked glances at Lucius. The man barely shook his head in response. "Father, you cannot suspect that I have replaced it simply because Voldemort's soul has ceased to manifest." "What?" Lucius can also see Tom. Abraxas, with his back to us, remained oblivious to the silent exchange of glances between Lucius and me. "You." Abraxas was rendered speechless, utterly shocked, forgetting to counter Lucius's words. Narcissa closed her eyes, murmuring something, and in an instant, Lucius's grievous wound healed. It was the powerful healing magic of the elves. Truly, concern begets chaos. They had not intended to reveal this before Abraxas. Yet, at this moment, the grandfather was consumed with thoughts of his Tom. "Father, the power of the soul is finite. Without nourishment, it will gradually dissipate. In accordance with the law of conservation of energy. In truth, magic operates similarly. Wizards merely harness their innate gifts to transform the energies of the natural world through their own mediums. He sank into despair, unconsciously stroking the yellowed, fragile pages of the notebook. Draco and I exchanged glances, a pang of sympathy welling within us. That was our grandfather, yet the family sought to conspire against him. For the sake of the Malfoy family's interests, are not the Malfoys supposed to prioritize family above all else? Why must they inflict harm upon one another, simply because of the greatest calamity, Voldemort, whom Abraxas had brought into their midst? How could an orphan from a children's home ascend to the pinnacle of power in such a short time, inheriting the wealth of Slytherin, without the Malfoy family securing his entry into the realm of fame and fortune? How many years of exploration would young Tom require? Father, Lucius knelt, grasping Abraxas' hand. You may keep it, but there is no need to cling to it. I am sorry. Abraxas appeared to age a decade, his hand gently caressing Lucius' flawless face. That I have not been a good father. I have only presented my selfish and cowardly self before you. I am not a good role model. He paused for a moment. Yet you have done remarkably well. Father, their identical gray eyes met. Narcissa sobbed softly, yet a relieved smile graced her lips. The long-standing rift had finally been mended, as a daughter caught between them. It had been no small feat. Do not cry. Lucius embraced Narcissa, soothing her gently. Yet Abraxas wore a face of guilt. Tom has been stripped of his humanity, nearly losing all signs of life. To retain him, Sissy was born. That I have, however, inverted priorities, fearing the exposure of Sissy's identity, allowing her to consider herself as an adopted daughter. It is all in the past. Sissy and I are happy. I am grateful to have participated in each other's growth. Lucius and Narcissa pressed their foreheads together. Thus, the Malfoy couple did not interfere with Draco and my. A wave of relief washed over me, and my wrist felt lighter. I apologize. I had forgotten that I could also use healing magic. Draco blushed. It seemed he had not yet fully embraced the shift in his identity. I am sorry. The notebook? I still wish to keep it. As a memento. Abraxas ultimately could not bring himself to demand we destroy it. Of course, Father, you take care of it. Lucius, with unflinching composure, lied effortlessly, leaving me in awe. Lucius' wound had healed, yet his beautiful platinum locks remained stained with blood. Abraxas' guilt deepened. I intend to take a trip to Germany to clear my mind. Lucius, entrusting the Malfoy family to you was the wisest decision, the grandfather remarked with a look of contentment. Abraxas patted Lucius' broad shoulder. His son, aside from his appearance, appeared exceptionally reliable in every other aspect. Compared to the Malfoys' beauty, their strength stood out even more, preventing them from becoming mere pawns and wallets for the powerful. Father, I will assist Luke with his affairs. Narcissa, heartbroken, realized that a handkerchief could not adequately cleanse the dried blood from Lucius' face. Abraxas waved his hand dismissively. I sensed that life had lost its meaning for him. Tom Riddle truly that significant. He indeed possesses a beguiling charm. In number 12 Grimmauld Place, the room of Regulus Black was adorned with posters of Voldemort. In the photographs, he appeared as a man, even more breathtakingly handsome, captivating the heart. Coupled with deliberate seduction, he resembled the poisoned apple in Snow White's hand. Aware of the danger, one still could not resist taking a bite. In his eyes resided a desire to consume all. The Malfoy family was merely his stepping stone. Achieving immortality, he aimed to dominate the world, with all of humanity bowing before him, kissing the hem of his robe. As Lucius passed by me, he cast a suggestive glance that I understood that he was signaling me to proceed with our plan as scheduled. Father, Draco called out to him. Come with me. The master bedroom of the Malfoy estate was particularly opulent. What is the matter with you two? Narcissa inquired with curiosity. I hesitated before speaking. Father, Mother, I still wish to share a room with Draco. Alone at night, I will be frightened. Harry has always slept alone since childhood. And nothing has come of it. Lucius rejected. There are distinctions between genders. You have grown. Aurora, be obedient, and you will gradually adapt. Narcissa turned her back, unwilling for me to witness her suppressed laughter. Lucius's rationale was undeniably a glaring double standard. However, I recalled my grandfather mentioning that you had always shared a room with your mother since childhood. He lowered himself, scrutinizing me closely. Draco is also maturing, as a boy in his adolescence. His desires are becoming increasingly potent, and I fear for your well-being. But you have gone through that phase yourself. I quietly retorted. It is precisely because I have experienced it that I understand the immense self-control required to suppress such impulses. Lucius's gaze lingered for a long while on Narcissa. The woman's visage was radiant as a rosy dawn. Draco, do you feel confident? Lucius inquired. I can assure you that everything will be consensual when we come of age." Draco replied earnestly, his gray eyes clear and sincere. "I will leave the choice to Aurora." "Draco, I trust you," I hastily affirmed. "You are just like me. At such a young age, you are already selling yourself." Narcissa embraced me, gently smoothing my bangs with her fingertips. "Mother, can Draco and I truly be together? Will the Malfoy family suffer the same pitfalls as the Gunter family? Draco has awakened his elven lineage. Strictly speaking, you are no longer siblings by blood. Your union could even be viewed as a cross-species amalgamation. Not to mention, the secret potions passed down through the Malfoy lineage artificially assist us in selecting the traits we wish to inherit. Platinum hair, gray eyes. So that is how it is. I thought you wanted to spend more time alone with Draco during this period." Harry gazed at me, his beautiful green eyes reminiscent of rare emeralds. "Or perhaps the finest pure, oil-free specimen. Please, the potions materials office is bustling with upperclassmen. It is not just Draco and me. And by the way, the largest group is Gryffindor," I exclaimed animatedly, while Harry listened intently. "Can I assume you wish for my presence?" "Of course. Harry's potions are so remarkable, they can assist us immensely. Unlike Goyle and Crabbe, whose minds seem filled with nothing but weeds when it comes to academia." I couldn't help but question whether Goyle and Crabbe's families have consistently intermarried with other pure blood families, leaving no room for improvement in their intelligence genes. "All right." His lips curved slightly, and his gaze was tender. The heavily annotated advanced potion making lay casually across his lap. One hand propped up his body as he looked down at me from a height, his form casting a shadow that enveloped me entirely. Wrapped in a blanket, only my eyes were visible that he leaned down, lightly touching my brow. He was so close that I could even feel his breath. "Harry, what are you doing? This is too ambiguous." I instinctively pushed him away. The book fell with a thud to the floor. His fingertip was a fallen eyelash of mine. "Oh, I'm sorry. I seem to have used a bit too much force. Aurora, there's no need to apologize. It was my fault for not informing you beforehand." "All right, the misunderstanding has been cleared up. It's almost mealtime. Don't forget to eat." I picked up the book and placed it in his hands. "Perhaps you will surpass others in time. You may achieve great success in potions. Interact more with your godfather. He will surely appreciate you even more." The previous flirtation dissipated into thin air. Harry's expression was inscrutable. After a moment's hesitation, he finally resolved. "Aurora, would you accompany me for a moment of conversation?" "Of course that if a friend of yours had a benefactor whose actions indirectly led to the death of his parents, how would you confront this benefactor?" The phrase "a friend of mine" typically refers to oneself. What a classic trope. At that moment, he resembled a fragile porcelain figure. Hesitation and a sense of shattering loomed, as if a mere whisper could scatter him. Human joys and sorrows do not resonate with one another. "Harry, to be honest, any consolation offered to this friend would be starkly inadequate. I can only say that his parents would wish for him not to live in anguish. Initially, he may struggle to accept this, perhaps even avoiding encounters to sidestep awkwardness." As I spoke, Harry's gaze instinctively averted contact with mine. Indeed, unless necessary, he seldom knocked on the door of the potions office. Yet, as time passes, it will ultimately be time that reveals the true heart of his benefactor towards him. There is no love without reason, nor hate without cause. I hope that for this friend and his benefactor, they can both liberate themselves from this relationship. "Aurora, do unicorns possess a special skill?" "What?" "The ability to perceive the hearts of others." He gradually leaned closer to me. I suddenly realized that I was frozen, unable to move, standing there in a daze. What has he done to me? My mind was blank. Am I not immune to certain magic? Why am I affected? "Harry, how are you different from others?" "Aurora." I came to my senses, my back already drenched in sweat. He was completely oblivious to the tumult within me, looking at me with concern, his hands waving in front of me. Amused, he asked, lost in thought. "You really?" He reached out, gently brushing my bangs. "I've remembered. You just touched my brow. It was just like when Abraxas cast a spell on me in my infancy. My brow is my Achilles heel. As long as that spot is touched, my so-called buff and impenetrability crumbled to dust." My heart raced, and I pondered whether I should disclose this information to my closest family. This is my weapon to protect them, yet it has become a vulnerability that constrains me. Harry, perceptive as ever, sensed my unease. "Aurora, do you have something on your mind?" "Harry, no. I owe you my gratitude." "For what?" Harry looked utterly bewildered. "For helping me discover something exceedingly important." I stood on my tiptoes and gently placed a kiss on his cheek. "That I must go now. See you later." I waved at him and dashed out. He gazed at my retreating figure, his fingertips delicately brushing the spot where I had kissed him. Dobby, the long-absent house elf, suddenly appeared. Master, he bowed respectfully. Is it truly possible? He whispered. Yes, Master. I once witnessed the former head of the Malfoy family utilize this method to create Miss Narcissa. Keep it safe for me. Harry's eyes glimmered with an unusual fervor. Dobby appeared concerned. But, Master, that is dark magic. He hunched over, filled with trepidation, minimizing his presence. Harry coaxed gently. Dobby, magic has never been categorized as light or dark since its inception. These are merely definitions imposed by our predecessors that a simple kitchen cleaning spell could also be employed to kill. If the target of Avada Kedavra is a villain, then it is an act of justice. Dobby suddenly understood. Yes, Dobby, you are quite clever. Harry's demeanor softened further. Master has praised Dobby. Dobby is so happy. Dobby joyfully bounced around. Shoo, do not disturb the other members of the Malfoy family. Harry placed a finger on his lips. His lips were noticeably more vibrant than Draco's. The cinematic version of young Harry was indeed a handsome youth with rosy lips and white teeth. You may leave. Do not appear unless I call for you. And also, do not mention this to anyone, especially the Malfoys. Yes, Master. He picked up the advanced potion-making book and resumed studying. Draco, I realized I could not hide anything from him. He is the most important person in my life. My weakness, I hope, remains known only to him. Are you referring to your brow? The boy furrowed his brow slightly. Shall we conduct an experiment? If that's all right. Seeing my nod, a glimmer of mischief flickered in his eyes. What should I do? I suddenly regretted it. His fingertips grazed my brow. My strength waned. He deliberately exposed my reaction. You truly are, Aurora. If I know a way to protect you. From now on, your brow will no longer be a weakness. What method? I sat up, excitement coursing through me. Ouch. That hurt. My forehead collided directly with his nose. I'm sorry. Your movements were too vigorous. Blood dripped onto the dark green sheets. Draco cast a spell to heal himself. While I scrambled to help him clean up, it's fine. I can handle it. The moment he took the handkerchief, his wound had already healed completely. The magic of the elves is astonishing. I confess with a tinge of envy. Draco nods in agreement, casting a glance at his hands. Unlike the magical circuits of wizards, the essence of elven magic derives from spiritual energy. Different elves possess varying strengths in healing and offensive magic. My mother excels in healing magic. Indeed, Narcissa's speed of healing surpasses that of Draco by a considerable margin. And what about you? Which type do you excel in? I'm adept at both. Upon witnessing my incredulous expression, Draco immediately bristles. That is merely because I am still a minor. The seal on my spiritual energy has not yet been fully lifted. I will be powerful, as formidable as my father. Admiration glimmers in Draco's eyes. I believe in you. You mentioned a method? I digress. In truth, it remains uncertain whether an elf with an unbroken seal can achieve success. Let us give it a try. Draco brushes aside the hair from my forehead and closes his eyes. It may hurt a bit. Just endure it. What exactly are we to observe? Draco, you promised your father. I wear a resolute expression, eliciting a smile from him. Fear not. I shall strive to minimize your discomfort. The more we converse, the more absurd it becomes. A wave of warmth arrives at my brow. It is Draco's soft lips. His breath is slightly hurried, and I can sense his nervous yet exhilarated spirit. One of his hands rests upon my waist, while the other supports my back. I find myself ensnared in his embrace. Unable to move, suddenly, a searing heat at my brow captivates my entire attention. Aurora, relax. It is a voice from deep within. Draco is communicating with me through his consciousness. A slight sting manifests at my brow. Yet it is not overwhelming. Simultaneously, a fervent warmth envelopes my heart. Draco's platinum consciousness envelopes me, warm and comforting. This should suffice. At present, this is all I can accomplish. He guides me to stand before a mirror, where a shape resembling a half-leaf appears at my brow. Fear not. Only elves can perceive it. It is not a complete mark. As of now, I cannot fully mark you. However, this place will no longer be your Achilles heel. Are you utilizing your power to help me mend this? The heat at my brow persists, and it seems that with this mark, my mental connection with Draco intensifies. I can clearly discern his physiological responses. Goodness, Yet it still does not possess the capacity to render all magic ineffective. However, I shall endeavor to improve. His gray eyes reflect my silhouette. The Daily Prophet devotes extensive coverage to the scenes of judgment. In the photographs, Sirius possesses an extraordinarily handsome visage. Though he shares the frame with the guards and jury, he seems to exist in an entirely different realm. His experience of wrongful imprisonment stirs a tempest of public sentiment. Lucius and Narcissa do not attend the proceedings, likely to avoid any semblance of bias. Draco conjectures in stark contrast stands the diminutive Peter Pettigrew, small and indistinct. He is entirely unremarkable in truth. Peter is an astute and courageous individual. Though a member of Gryffindor, he is not lacking in wisdom, bravery, or ambition. He deceived James and Sirius, replacing the crucial secret keeper with himself. Even when pursued by Sirius, he remained composed, severing a finger and obliterating a street while simultaneously declaring that the Black family would forever be marked with shame. Perhaps, in his heart, he finally found a moment of vindication before James and Sirius. An invisible figure, long relegated to the shadows of his small circle, proves his worth. He is indeed the ideal candidate for a double agent. Judging by appearances is a human inclination. Such an exterior serves as his greatest protection. Under the influence of the truth serum, Peter confessed his crimes before all. Deprived of his enigmatic transformations, he was placed in Azkaban adjacent to Bellatrix Lestrange. Unable to shift into a mouse to evade the Dementor's approach, his inherently weak will faltered further with the presence of a madwoman next door, and soon after, word spread that Peter had perished in prison. There are no funerals in Azkaban. The guards casually wrapped his lifeless form in his tattered robe and discarded his body into the sea to feed the fish. A wave of melancholy washes over me. An important figure who aided Voldemort's resurrection has finally met his end. There is another, one I, as a second-year student, find difficult to approach. Perhaps I can seek leverage. Draco, gazing at the spirited Sirius, mutters quietly. He must have taken the Malfoy family's beauty potion. Otherwise, how could he have recovered so splendidly? It seems even men engage in comparisons. Even though the private compartment is locked, the sound of girls' excited shrieks can still be heard from outside. The allure of Sirius. Suddenly, silence envelopes the surroundings. The door swings open once more. Draco's anger has surged to a near-explosive level. He glares at the newcomer to Mr. Black. The figure at the doorway is none other than the protagonist of the reports, Sirius Black. Leaning casually against the frame, he appears even taller. Why is the door still locked? Is this not the Slytherin Intelligence Center? Lucius welcomed everyone back in the day. How did you acquire a key to this compartment? Draco glances at the crowd peering in behind Sirius with a look of disdain. It was given to me by Sissy, so I could sit with you all. Sirius, resembling a top male model, strides over in a single step, his long legs carrying him effortlessly to our side. He sits beside Harry. Students continue to knock on the compartment door under various pretexts. Eventually, Sirius, unable to endure the disturbance, mimics Draco and hangs a do not disturb sign. It seems this generation of Malfoys has not inherited the art of social finesse from the previous one. Sirius jests. With strength, naturally, one is welcomed from all sides. I do not appreciate his disparagement of the Malfoy family and respond with poise. Sirius regards me with approval. At such a young age, you can grasp this nuance. That is quite impressive. Mr. Black, when did you become so pedagogical? Such a tone does not suit you at all. I tease. No, Aurora, the Godfather is not being didactic, rather. You are the new defense against the dark arts professor, Draco exclaims in astonishment. Correct. Sirius beams. I had originally planned to surprise you at Hogwarts, but Sissy said I should come early to look after you all. His tone is playful and light, entirely uncharacteristic of a man scarred by reality. Perhaps it is related to the fact that during most of his time in Azkaban, he was in his enigmatic form. You call her Sissy, do you? Only my father is allowed to call her that. Draco mutters. Your father? Your father? What enchantment has Lucius cast upon you? Sirius laughs as he touzles Draco's hair, which he had meticulously styled with gel. Don't act like an adult. Gel can damage your scalp. You wouldn't want to end up like me at this age, with a receding hairline, would you? How dare you curse me? Yet, it seems Draco has taken the advice to heart. He rushes into the washroom, preparing to fix his hairstyle. Mr. Black, please, do not tease him. The Malfoys place great importance on appearances, and Sirius has truly struck at Draco's weakness. The man nudges his protege with his elbow, a triumphant expression on his face. Does it feel like Harry has come to the rescue? I shake my head. How could I think such a thing of Harry? Such thoughts should not enter my mind. After all, I worked hard when James pursued Lily. Sirius winks at Harry. How did my father and mother end up together? Harry's interest is piqued. Your father was quite the figure at Hogwarts. The Potters and the Blacks, much like the Malfoys, are renowned pure-blood families. James's father, your grandfather, expanded their considerable wealth fourfold, and James, being a late-born child, was favored by old Potter. A peculiar feeling rises within me. Logically, James is akin to a prominent wealthy heir, drawing countless girls to him. Yet, he remains fixated on a girl who regards him with indifference. Clearly, her unusual behavior ignited his intense curiosity and interest. Lily's dismissive tactics bear striking similarities to those of the girl in question. Sirius elaborately recounts the romance between James and Lily, and I grow increasingly convinced of my suspicions. In the original narrative, Snape, Sirius, and Lupin all openly acknowledge Lily's intelligence. Indeed, she possesses remarkable acumen. Born to Muggle parents, she occupies the lowest strata of society within the wizarding world, devoid of social connections or resources, relying solely on her own efforts. Yet she has secured a vessel of immense capacity, a pure-blood family. Affluent and ancient, James is the quintessential catch among the eligible bachelors that Lily could encounter in the magical realm. Without exception, that he serves as her most significant ally in transcending social classes. Although it is a tale reminiscent of Cinderella and her prince, or a sparrow transforming into a phoenix, Lily adeptly maintains control over her own destiny. Were it not for Voldemort, she would undoubtedly emerge as the quintessential heroine in her own right. Harry listens attentively, savoring the genuine affection of his parents. The past is behind them, and those who have departed are no longer present. Pondering over Lily's former motivations seems futile. Harry, your mother was quite the popular figure back in her day. Sirius reflects wistfully. Godfather, did you ever? Harry inquires with a mischievous smile. Of course not. Sirius casts a quick glance in my direction, his denial unwavering. The person in my heart will never respond to me, he remarks. A self-deprecating smile tugging at his lips. Could the person Sirius refers to be my mother? I bear a striking resemblance to Narcissa, having just removed the confounding charm earrings that a towel drapes over Draco's head. His hair, recently styled, now falls freely after being dampened. The Malfoy compartment is well appointed. The lingering scent of shampoo clings to him. I'll help you. I volunteer, pulling him closer. I wipe away the moisture. I gently massage his scalp. Draco comfortably closes his eyes. I take out the hair oil I always carry and apply it to the tips of his hair, executing the entire routine seamlessly. Did your mother teach you this? Sirius asks with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Yes, I learned by watching how Mom helped Dad. I replied. Sirius's frequent mentions of Narcissa always leave me feeling somewhat uneasy. In turn, I also find myself referencing our biological fathers. The man expertly conceals his inner solitude, shifting his focus to advising Draco on his hairstyle. Without a doubt, Sirius's taste receives unanimous approval from us. Brother, he lets his bangs fall, appearing particularly handsome. Draco asks uncertainly, is this okay? Does it seem a bit unkempt? I wrap my arms around his waist. It's lovely. As long as you like it. That's enough. His earlobes begin to flush. Are the earrings you both wear a pair? Sirius suddenly inquires. Yes, just like the ones Narcissa wears, he murmurs, to conceal one's appearance. Is this a tradition of the Malfoy family? It serves that purpose, indeed, I respond vaguely. The secret of Narcissa's lineage is a closely guarded secret of the Malfoy family, not to be divulged to anyone. Back in the day, I even had a fierce argument with her over this. He gestures towards our earrings. I laughed bitterly. It is both tragic and infuriating. I really should not have meddled. Those earrings were given to her by Father, and she cannot remove them. If you must argue, it should be with Father. I'm truly exasperated. Just because Narcissa is gentle does not mean she should be bullied. His face visibly pales. She never mentioned it to me. Of course, you're an outsider. Mother naturally wouldn't share everything with you. Draco retorts tersely. Sirius takes a deep breath and leans back in his chair, as if the previous conversation has drained him of all energy. Aurora, may I see your true appearance, concealed as it is? Harry suddenly speaks up. Actually, the confounding charm would fail on me. However, explaining this would inevitably expose my secrets, so I respond ambiguously. It's not that different. Mother wore a pair. And the difference is significant. Sirius gazes intently at me, seemingly hoping to envision Narcissa's original appearance through me. The Malfoy family's twisted possessiveness. Sirius mutters under his breath that I cannot be bothered to argue with him further. Our paths diverge for a reason. Narcissa's resemblance to Voldemort means she cannot reveal herself publicly, as it would only invite unnecessary trouble, especially for families who have suffered at Voldemort's hands, like Neville's parents. Would they not seek restitution? In summary, it is a complex matter. After the Hogwarts Express arrives, Sirius parts ways with us. He seems destined to live in the limelight. Wherever he appears, he becomes the center of attention. James, in his time, stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Equally captivating that I suspect he was greatly underestimated in terms of his looks. I must tell father that uncle is still infatuated with mother, Draco whispers in my ear. Father is absolutely confident. What is there to fear? I quickly interject. Do you want mother to suffer even more? You know well that father loves to seize opportunities. Actually, I do too. His hand tightens around my waist. Not here. There are too many people around. Would it be all right if we were alone? He smirks slightly. I pinch him, and he grimaces. Aurora, are you trying to murder your husband? That was quite a pinch. Stop it. So many people are watching. For some reason, as the new year begins, an increasing number of eyes are drawn to me that I've grown taller than last year and now bear a more feminine appearance. I cannot help but marvel at how good the Malfoy genes are. Moreover, with Western individuals generally maturing faster than their Eastern counterparts, my body now exhibits noticeable curves that my chest has blossomed into a pair of full peaches. I must regularly update my measurements each month to select suitable undergarments to meet my needs. Aurora, you resemble Mrs. Malfoy in having a typical hourglass figure, requiring clothing that widens at the bust and hips while cinching at the waist. The proprietor of the bespoke clothing store exclaims enviously. The garments she recommends tend to be form-fitting, accentuating my curves even more. However, wearing such attire always makes me feel uncomfortable and shy. In contrast, Draco remains remarkably composed as he accompanies me while I try on clothes. Aurora, embracing yourself is what a Malfoy should do. The shopkeeper is still adjusting the sleeve lengths for him. I step forward to help him unfold his collar. We are quite close, and from his perspective, he can see the rise and fall of my chest. Ahem, perhaps it would be best to keep this from being too low-cut, Draco suggests to the designer, who just said I should fully embrace myself. I tease. That should not be visible to others. He blushes, fastening my neckline to its highest point, but it feels quite constricting this way. I attempt to take a deep breath. Suddenly, he pulls me into his embrace. That's because Aurora's figure is simply too exquisite. I want to show off to everyone, yet I also wish to lock you away at home, a treasure just for myself. Truthfully, I feel the same way. As the years pass, Draco inherits the striking features of Lucius and Grindelwald. His chiseled features, deep-set eyes, and alluring demeanor are captivating. His tall frame, toned muscles, and graceful posture leave me questioning whether the confounding earrings have also failed on him. I find it increasingly challenging to divert my gaze from him. Just like the other girls that turns out we all share the same sentiment. Draco thoughtfully drapes a coat over me. He exchanges a glance with Crabbe and Goyle, who quickly follow suit to shield us from prying eyes. I notice that Astoria, the youngest daughter of the Greengrass family, has her eyes fixed on me. Draco, I heard that Professor Black has been vindicated, with the Malfoy family playing a role in it. Zabini casually inquires, another one sent by their parents to gather information. The familial ties between Black and the Malfoy family are well known. Draco remains unflappable. Perhaps that he neither confirms nor denies, leaving everything open to speculation. That Lucius's methods are remarkable. He managed to extract someone from Azkaban. Why not put in the extra effort to rescue your Aunt Bella? He chuckles slyly. Aunt Bella refers to Bellatrix Lestrange, who is nominally Narcissa's older sister. She is notorious as the most deranged character in the Harry Potter series. Her imprisonment in Azkaban is well-deserved, having harmed countless innocent lives merely for the thrill of manipulating others and demonstrating her loyalty to her beloved. The Malfoy family cannot interfere with the Ministry of Magic's judicial integrity, Draco asserts with conviction. We have no recollection of Bellatrix. Moreover, the identity of Narcissa Black is a mere facade. In truth, many pureblood families have already seen through the Malfoy family's transparent attempts at deception. However, they leave room for one another and refrain from exposing the truth. Zabini's deliberate move to place this matter on the table undoubtedly seeks a stance from Draco on behalf of the Malfoy family. A very official response, I whisper to him in my heart. Playful. Draco's previous impatience transforms into a gentle sigh. As the next head of the Malfoy family, Draco must endure various inquiries and tests. This is his necessary coursework. In this position, every word and action of his must be scrutinized, leaving him unable to truly be himself. How meticulous. Zabini departs empty-handed, visibly dissatisfied. Can't we just enjoy a meal together? Inquisitively, I murmured to myself, just loud enough for Draco and Harry, seated beside me, to catch my words, both of them wearing amused expressions. Have a little more. Draco kindly offered to serve me. No. I shook my head. Yet my eyes betrayed a lingering desire. What more could he possibly misunderstand? It's fine. Eat up. I have no qualms about you, he urged, his gaze dropping. I quickly covered my stomach, which felt relatively flat to the touch. Stop teasing her, Harry interjected. You might not realize, but your careless words have greatly impacted Aurora's eating habits. He set down his utensils. What's the matter? Draco's brow furrowed slightly, noticing my hesitance to respond. He turned his attention to Harry. You're concerned she's gaining weight, Harry remarked, frowning. When did I ever? Draco, as if suddenly recalling something, quickly explained to me in a hushed tone, I was merely complimenting you. That hardly qualifies as a compliment, I retorted, incredulous. You're developing more favorably compared to other girls your age. His gaze involuntarily drifted toward my. How infuriating. My face flushed crimson. It's not even fat. It looks perfectly fine. He added, how vexatious. It's simply beyond explanation. I know. I was only trying to tease you. Draco rested his chin atop my head, his arms encircling my waist. You're already quite slender. His beautiful gray eyes glimmered with a hint of desire. Well, now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, Aurora, can't you indulge a bit more? Harry gently encouraged. These are all beneficial for your health. Draco's face mirrored my own, a deep shade of red. Please refrain from continually feeding me growth-promoting foods. I wondered how he had learned such things. Coincidentally, a significant portion of my favorite foods fell into that category. A pair of eyes remained fixed on our interaction. They belonged to a pair of sapphire blue irises, adorned with long, curled lashes, reminiscent of an innocent fawn. Draco lifted his head to glance back. Astoria, startled, quickly lowered her gaze, her knife and fork slipping from her grasp and clattering to the floor. Please don't frighten her. I placed my palm over Draco's hand. She's as irritating as the girls from the Weasley family, Draco remarked to Harry. The dark-haired boy turned his attention toward the Gryffindor table, where Ginny, equally startled, had her chestnut locks smeared with soup, oblivious to the mess. Is this how you both treat your destined partners? Are you aware of a classic trope in Chinese novels known as the chasing wife cremation ground? I shook my head, dismissing those thoughts. The opening ceremony had dragged on for quite some time, and I decided to step out for a moment to visit the restroom. Miss Malfoy, a timid voice called from behind. Miss Greengrass, it was Astoria. There's something I can assist you with. I'm sorry, I couldn't help but stare at you. I seem to have upset your brother. I questioned, is there something amiss with my face? I touched my cheek and glanced into the mirror, finding nothing unusual. My sister always told me that there's a girl at Slytherin who is exceptionally beautiful, and I bear some resemblance to her. Hence my particular attention to you. I apologize if I've caused you any discomfort. You are the jewel of the Malfoy family. It was only upon my admission that I realized my sister had been deceiving me. I bear no resemblance to you at all. You are far more beautiful than I had ever imagined. Astoria wore a sorrowful expression. Father hopes that my sister and I can marry into the Malfoy family. A resemblance to you would serve as the best bargaining chip. Pure-blooded girls seldom possess autonomy in marriage. Even the deranged Bellatrix complied with her family's and Voldemort's wishes, marrying Rodolphus Lestrange. Thus, most of them are indoctrinated by their parents about potential future unions and suitors upon entering school. My parents haven't mentioned such things to me yet. I confessed. You have much greater freedom of choice than we do. She scrutinized me with a hint of envy. Your brother truly cares for you. My brother and Daphne's brother are nothing like that. Forgive me for rambling on, for burdening you with such trivial matters. Her sweet smile revealed 2 small dimples. May I call you Aurora? She extended her hand with a smile. Aurora Malfoy. Astoria Greengrass. Although she was a year younger than I sensed her emotional intelligence was quite high. No wonder. In the original story, she could win Draco's affection. A bittersweet feeling welled within me. Yet I maintained a facade of politeness. Aurora, are you in there? It was Draco, searching for me. I'll be right out, I told Astoria hurriedly, rushing out. Why was I wallowing in self-pity, overthinking matters that hadn't even transpired? The typically reserved Draco was now anxiously waiting for me outside the girls' restroom. How awkward it must be for him to encounter girls coming and going. No sooner had I appeared than he seized my wrist. I thought you. He examined me from head to toe, visibly relieved when he confirmed I was unharmed. Harry, you too? We were concerned you might be bullied. Harry explained. He cast a glance at the blonde girl who appeared behind me. Astoria timidly stepped into view. Senior Malfoy, Senior Potter. She seemed overwhelmed by the situation, nearly on the verge of tears. I opened my mouth to offer some gentle reassurance. Harry beat me to it. Miss Greengrass, welcome to our ranks. Astoria had become a new Slytherin student. Your sister has been searching for you. Astoria's gaze flickered, hinting at underlying tensions between her and her sister. Thank you for the reminder. She resembled a frightened little rabbit as she nervously tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Nodding at us, she hurried away. Harry remained fixated on her retreating figure, his expression grave. What's wrong? I inquired with concern. Every move she makes seems to be an imitation of you. Harry asserted. Me, a picture of pure innocence. Was that the impression I left on others? Draco chimed in. She's been observing you closely. We can only wonder what the Greengrass family has in mind. She mentioned that the Greengrass family intends to present her for a union with you. I laid bare the conversation. You know, no matter how much she mimics, she can never be you. Draco whispered in a tone meant only for my ears. My heart soared with delight, though my outward demeanor remained composed. Indeed, with the genuine article present, who would opt for a counterfeit or a cheap imitation? You little trickster, you nearly fooled me. Draco had evidently tuned into my thoughts. Father had no intention of using our marriage as a bargaining chip for greater gain. Otherwise, we wouldn't even exist. Abraxas had never exploited Narcissa's marriage, which was very much a Malfoy principle, family first. With that realization, I felt even more conflicted about the notebook. Voldemort could be considered Abraxas' counterpart. The Horcrux notebook had accompanied my grandfather for many years. Aurora, you've been staring at that notebook all night. We had returned to the dormitory, changed into our pajamas, and were preparing for sleep. I rested my head on Draco's arm, and despite his attempts to rouse me, I remained unresponsive. He gently pried the notebook from my grasp, declaring, enough of this. It's time for sleep. He tucked it beneath his pillow. Hey, you're not going to be swayed by that man like Grandpa, are you? He regarded me intently. I in the dark, his gray eyes sparkled, commanding attention. Grandpa would always gaze at it, lost in thought, even stroking the cover of the notebook. You're now doing the same thing as him. Goodness, he can't possibly think I'm being seduced by Tom. Tom Riddle was already in his 60s. Surely, I was attracted to an old man. The more I pondered, the angrier I became. Flipping over and pinning Draco beneath me. I supported myself on his shoulders, straddling him. Aurora, Draco was bewildered by my sudden outburst of anger. The notebook contained a fragment of Voldemort's soul. He wouldn't register my touch. Besides, I had no interest in that madman, the one I truly cared for. Did I really need to remind him repeatedly? He worried I might fall, supporting my lower back with his hand. It was then that I realized how intimate that gesture was. Though September had arrived, the weather remained quite warm. My nightgown was a black silk slip dress. The hem was adorned with eyelash lace, contrasting sharply with my fair thighs. Sensing his discomfort, I found myself immobilized, unable to move until he withdrew his hand. I quickly scrambled off him, wrapping myself tightly in the blankets. Apologies. He swiftly expressed his regret and took a quick step into the lavatory. Shortly thereafter, the sound of running water echoed through the air. I found myself fidgeting with the hem of my skirt, at a loss. When he finally emerged, an aroma of herbal shower gel enveloped him, and droplets of moisture clung to his skin. His hair remained damp, untouched by a blow dryer. You cannot sleep with wet hair. You surely do not wish to wake up with a migraine the next day. I hurriedly leapt from the bed to fetch a hairdryer. Aurora, you were dressed far too lightly. How cold the cellar can be, you need no reminder. I can simply dry your hair with magic. As Draco spoke, he reached for his wand, but I pressed his hand down. Allow me to assist you. Draco's hair was fine and soft, making it difficult to style solely with drying magic. That he acquiesced, saying, I'm sorry for troubling you again. How many times have you apologized today? What is our relationship that you should treat me with such formality? Consequently, by the time we were fully settled in, it was already the latter half of the night. Upon awakening the next day, I found myself still nestled in Draco's embrace. The collar of his pajamas betrayed a hint of springtime allure. Even in slumber, his well-defined muscles were unmistakable. I had rested my head upon his chest more than once, well acquainted with its sensation. I heard Draco's voice beside me. Aurora, if you're awake, do rise quickly. We must have breakfast before heading to Godfather's for our supplies. He lay with his eyes closed, yet somehow sensed my movements. How mortifying. Once again, my cheeks felt aflame. Stumbling, I rushed to occupy the lavatory first. The reflection in the mirror revealed a girl with a bashful expression. My eyes sparkled, filled with longing, as my heart brimmed with desire. Unbeknownst to me, The lavatory door had swung open from the outside. I distinctly remembered locking it. Glancing at the intruder, my heart, which had just settled, began to race once more. His hand rested on my shoulder, turning my body toward him. Aurora, have I angered you again? I always struggle to express myself appropriately. I hold a great fondness for you, Aurora. Very, very fond. I found my shyness dissipating, for even Draco's ears had taken on a crimson hue. There could be no misunderstanding. You can hear my heart's voice. He smiled like a cat who had just stolen a fish, relishing the notion of an assertive Aurora. I fail to comprehend why Ron believes Harry to be the weakest link among us. Time and again, he finds himself relying on Harry to regain his footing. Is it because he lost his parents at a young age, lacking anyone to support him, or perhaps due to his comparatively composed demeanor, which contrasts sharply with Draco's flamboyant nature? The indiscreet weasel, when struck with the truth, retaliates indiscriminately. With that mouth of yours, you shall never amass wealth in this lifetime. I raised my wand, magic coursing through me, nearly spilling over. Aurora, I am fine. Harry reached out, grasping my wand-holding hand, half forcing me to lower it. The disparity in strength between genders was evident. I could not resist him. Professor Snape is watching, he whispered in my ear. We need only to provoke Weasley. Do not engage in actual combat. Is your money truly clean? Ron's fury seemed to intensify upon witnessing Harry's intimate whisper with me. Who does not know the underhanded dealings of the sweatshop you two have jointly established? Ron referred to the incubation center co-founded by Malfoy and Potter, which incorporated the latest Muggle technology and magic. Any invention with practical value stood a chance of being acquired by the incubation center. Creators of commercially viable inventions reaped considerable rewards. Who would not welcome such an opportunity? Arthur Weasley had once anonymously submitted his inventions, yet their application value proved negligible, leading to their dismissal during the initial screening. Arthur stubbornly believed this was a targeted effort by the Malfoy family. After all, many had profited handsomely from this opportunity, and as he witnessed those around him growing prosperous, his discontent only deepened. Even the once harmonious marriage faced strains. Molly's maiden name was Pruitt, and she had enjoyed a life of relative affluence prior to marriage. She and Arthur Weasley had spent many years living contentedly in their modest existence. Yet, without comparison, there is no pain that as some grew wealthy first. It did not foster collective prosperity, but rather intensified class conflict. That in truth, Lucius's original intention was not to alleviate poverty, but rather to acquire the prototypes of these inventions during their nascent stages, reinvesting them into the market following the Malfoy family's refinements, thereby seizing the earliest opportunities. The introduction of networks, emails, and social platforms has rendered those in the magical world reliant on the products of the Malfoy and Potter families. It is said that Draco also participated in the selection process, uncovering numerous hidden gems. The precise market grasp seems to be woven into the very fabric of each Malfoy's lineage, which explains their continual ascent in wealth. How could Draco tolerate Ron's disparagement of the sweatshop? His lips moved slightly as he did not raise his wand, but instead transformed Ron into a weasel. The art of transfiguration was second nature to a sprite. The transformed Ron scurried about in fright. He was not the only one startled. The girls gasped, their faces pale, and chaos ensued. I understood immediately what had transpired and, with a flustered expression, hurried to Professor Snape. What should we do? Ron is out of control. It seems he has reverted to his animagus form. Snape regarded me with his inscrutable gaze. Are you certain that is Weasley? I understood his implication, not entirely sure. It could also be an intruder. Beneath his serious exterior, Snape possessed a unique mischief. Shall we let the bullets fly for a moment? Just as Professor McGonagall was passing by, preparing for class, she peeked into the potions classroom. Severus. What is happening here? A mouse has unexpectedly entered the classroom. Snape waved his wand, and the weasel turned Ron landed in his palm. This is a student. How could you transform a student into an animal? Professor McGonagall accused that a student. Snape was unjustly accused, his expression darkening. Professor McGonagall, everyone present can attest that Professor Snape did not cast a transfiguration spell, nor did he even draw his wand. I rushed to clarify on Snape's behalf. The flicker of guilt in McGonagall's eyes vanished almost instantly. Then I shall take this rodent with me. She did not even cast a glance of apology towards Snape, merely following her instincts. She habitually accused him. Everyone, return to your seats. Snape raised his voice. The atmosphere in the classroom grew tense, and the discipline of the lesson was no longer necessary as all students busied themselves with their potion ingredients. With Ron taken away, Neville lost his partner. While supervising, I occasionally assisted him with ingredient preparation. Thank you, Aurora. He looked into my eyes, sincerely grateful. No need for thanks. It is only right. I pushed the prepared ingredients toward him. His slightly plump face retained traces of baby fat, with large round eyes and uneven teeth. After I departed, Seamus Finnegan poked Neville from behind, whispering something unknown. Since second year, some boys have exhibited bizarre and inexplicable behavior in my presence. Usually, I feigned ignorance or kept my distance. When Crabbe and Goyle were around, they would act like bodyguards, shielding us from the crowd. At such times, Draco resembled a dragon guarding its treasure, vigilantly watching over me. Aurora, is Longbottom your friend? Upon returning to my seat, I prepared to complete my classwork when Harry quietly inquired. Not particularly close. I replied while focusing on the changes in my cauldron, not giving it much thought. There are rumors about you. Harry hesitated, contemplating how to phrase it delicately. Your cousin's husband intends to arrange a marriage between you and the Longbottom family. My hand trembled slightly, nearly spilling excess potion ingredients into the cauldron. Harry, you nearly put my life at risk. I shot him a glare. Sorry, I will be more careful next time. He stepped forward, taking my wand from my hand. With a fresh technique, he effortlessly salvaged the potion in the cauldron, restoring it to its proper hue. How did you do that? His method was nowhere to be found in the textbooks. Harry smiled mysteriously. I'll demonstrate after class. Meanwhile, Snape had approached us. He had witnessed the entire process and offered an honest assessment. You have inherited your mother's potion-making talent. He then turned his attention to Harry's performance, marking a large O for outstanding. Snape, a meticulous potions master, was stringent with his grading, even for Draco and me, who had studied under him for years. He seldom awarded an O. Harry had inherited the talent of his ancestor, Linfred. Aurora, redo it. I saw that your potion is essentially a failure, Snape commanded. Darn, Harry, you have truly put me in a difficult position. In the original text, although Dumbledore had the intention of safeguarding Harry, he nonetheless prepared for the worst, which was the possibility of eliminating him as the final Horcrux. Yet, having spent so many years together, how could I bear to watch him willingly step into the embrace of death? Harry, we have never intended to conceal anything from you. This matter will be a first for Draco as well. His expression softened, and he said, I apologize. I was being obstinate. I should not have been so greedy, desiring more. Although I understood that this was Harry's strategy of retreating to advance, I could not help but feel my heart soften. Overwhelmed with guilt, Harry, do not pressure Aurora. Draco is not foolish. How could he not perceive Harry's deliberate show of weakness? With a heart full of trepidation, I followed closely behind Snape, but I was so distracted that I nearly collided with his back. Fortunately, Draco intervened just in time. Why am I so frightened? It's not the first time I've been summoned to the office, Aurora. It's time to leverage the advantages of the Malfoy name. Lucius would deceive without even drafting a plan. Tom teased. My tormented expression delighted him. I shot him a glare. In my eyes, he was not the grotesque, deranged man from the original text, stuck in a tattered notebook. Day after day, year after year, if it were me, I would have gone mad long ago. He is resilient, persistent, and capable of enduring solitude. His ambition and indomitable will allow him to withstand anything. I would like to believe that he harbors a somewhat unique sentiment towards Abraxas. The mission of the two guardians of the flower comes to an end here. Snape wore a sardonic smile. Barring Harry and Draco from entry. I must face him alone. What should I do? My anxiety intensified. Speak. What is the matter? Snape's eyes, dark as ink, scrutinized me, missing no subtle expression. Is it a unique manuscript left by the ancestors of the Malfoy family? Huh? Did he think I had obtained the secret? What a splendid assumption. Godfather, how did you guess I feigned embarrassment? Am I not aware of your current capabilities? The corners of his mouth curled into a barely perceptible smirk. You and Draco, he shifted his tone, though somewhat talented, there remains a gap to true brilliance. Godfather, there is no need to be so disheartening. I awkwardly chuckled. Aurora, you know I only speak the truth. Seeing my pouty expression, he continued, I have encountered a truly gifted potion prodigy. Only that individual would possess such skills. Godfather, are you referring to the Dark Lord? I inquired cautiously. Snape's expression was complex and inscrutable. Having been bullied at school, he longed to stand atop the pinnacle of power. Every Slytherin yearns for strength, and the unparalleled powerhouse of the wizarding world could only be Voldemort. For such a towering dark overlord to acknowledge his potion prowess and welcome his allegiance when has he, a half-blood who suffered domestic violence and bullying at school, ever received such treatment? He instinctively touched his left arm. The dark mark would accompany him for life. What he did not know was that, at this very moment, the young Voldemort stood beside him. I remember him often visiting Malfoy Manor. Tom scrutinized Snape. Was he one of the Death Eaters I later recruited? I nodded almost imperceptibly. Snape was extremely perceptive. I dared not interact too much with Tom. I understood why I wanted to recruit him later. Strong, resilient, and sharing a similar past. Tom's gaze brimmed with admiration. They were both half-bloods. Both scorned by their fathers, and equally talented. Aurora, I have a duty to look after you in Lucius's absence. He emphasized that he was our godfather, someone we could rely upon, though he said nothing. He continually expressed it through his actions. Yet, if he were to discover Tom's existence, he would undoubtedly report to Dumbledore immediately. Furthermore, I had committed a grave error by secretly bringing a Horcrux into Hogwarts, one that could lead to expulsion. I realized that, correspondingly, I would have to return the favor. The study of the Malfoy family housed many precious manuscripts. My father would surely invite you to spend Christmas with us. Snape raised an eyebrow. Well done. Your two guardians must be growing anxious. This was a subtle dismissal. Guardians, or should I say two? I suppressed my embarrassment and bid farewell to Snape. That my words made me feel like Guofu. The headstrong and spoiled daughter of Gui Jing and Huang Rong from the Return of the Condor heroes. Meanwhile, Harry and Draco resembled the two martial artists perpetually vying for her affection. I would never stoop to such trivialities, manipulating the emotions of others merely for my vanity. Aurora, what did Professor Snape tell you? Draco's hands rested on my shoulders, while Harry observed me from a distance. He believed it was because of him that I was exposed to Snape's scrutiny. The Godfather is interested in the ancient texts of the Malfoy study. Draco exclaimed in sudden understanding. No wonder you've made such rapid progress, you little deceiver, and you didn't even think to share your findings with me. He suddenly poked my side, and thankfully, he caught me just in time. I nearly fell over in laughter. Stop that tickles. His hands moved lower, and I was too frightened to move. In early September, wearing a thin shirt. I could even feel the warmth of his fingertips. I am sorry. I didn't mean to. It's fine. I shyly avoided his gaze. Seems I've gained a bit of weight, he whispered in my ear with a mischievous grin. How infuriating. He dashed away so quickly that I barely had time to grab the hem of his clothing. I lowered my head, clutching my textbook tightly against my chest. These past few days, I noticed during my bath that I seemed to have grown a bit more. The study in Malfoy Manor was a family stronghold. Lucius would handle business there and rarely allowed us inside. I'll have Tom craft a few lines and age them a bit to cover it up. Don't expect me to help. Your lies are your own demand. Tom crossed his arms, a teasing look on his face. Come on, you're grandfather's companion. By generational hierarchy, you're our grandmother. Of course, family should help family. Tom, merely a fragment of a soul, stumbled slightly at that. Who is your grandmother? Aurora Malfoy. Just wait. Tom's face seemed to come alive with anger. You're younger than my grandfather. Could it be that you're the one above? I widened my eyes in mock innocence. You. Could it be that I truly hit the nail on the head? I always thought Tom was the stronger one. It seemed I had uncovered a secret unknown to others. Aurora. What are you mumbling about by yourself? Have you lost your mind? Draco leaned down, resting his forehead against mine to gauge my temperature. Before I could answer, Tom's stern voice interrupted. Follow me. I waved to Harry and Draco. Slow down. Tom is a soul fragment, so he naturally doesn't need to avoid the crowd. Yet, he seems to dislike contact with others. His speed was astonishing, and I had to jog to keep up. We arrived on the 8th floor of Hogwarts, opposite the tapestry depicting the troll striking the hapless Neville. Concentrate hard on the space we need, Tom instructed. This is the room of requirement. After walking past that wall 3 times, a very smooth door appeared. Following Tom's lead, I pushed the door open. What greeted my eyes was the bedroom that Draco and I shared at Malfoy Manor. Are we home? Draco exclaimed in surprise. Not quite. This is Hogwarts' room of requirement, I answered, struggling to suppress my embarrassment. No wonder Harry realized. I saw names appear on the Marauders map, and then they vanished. Aurora, do you miss home? Draco's eyes sparkled with mischief. Or do you still want? I pinched him. Aurora, give me a bit of your blood, and I can let them see me for a while, Tom requested. I hesitated for a moment before biting my finger. Aurora, what are you? He watched in astonishment as Voldemort's soul materialized. Tom bent down, closed his eyes, a look of ecstasy on his face, his thick black eyelashes fluttering slightly. You are Voldemort. Draco was the first to expose his identity. Aurora, how could you help him? Harry stared at Tom, the one responsible for his parents' demise. I am the first fragment of Voldemort's soul, containing his memories and the only shred of goodness before he turned 16. Tom cast a fleeting glance at me. Why should I trust you? Harry asked calmly. just because I could easily strike you down in an instant unbeknownst to me. Harry's wand had found its way into Tom's hand. My heart leaped into my throat. I deeply regretted my past decisions. His slender fingers toyed with Harry's wand. Hollywood, 11 inches. He noticed Draco and me holding our wands, watching him warily, and a sardonic smile crept across his lips. If I were to kill you, there would be no need to wait until today. He tossed the wand back again. I care not whether you believe me. There are few things that can kill me. And by my own hand, I am utterly powerless, which is why I sought your assistance. Tom approached us, my wand nearly brushing against him. I did not wish to continue alone after Albus's passing. Thus, I accepted Lucius's decision. Lucius, indeed, is far more suited for the position of head of the Malfoy family than Albus. He wore a smile of relief. What does this mean? The prophecy of Grindelwald never errs. Recently, he visited Albus and informed him that the end was near. What? Abraxas will die. The original text does not specify the time of Albus's death, only stating he succumbed to the common ailments of old age. Dragonpox. Harry's grandparents also perished from this disease. The deaths of those afflicted with dragonpox are horrific. Scars mar their skin, and green and purple rashes blossom between their toes, sparks erupting from their nostrils when they sneeze. Then why not choose to stay by his side? I know all too well what he truly desires, to safeguard the Malfoy family. I am the unstable element, the one he finds difficult to part with. Merely the days we spent together. If I were to remain, it would ensure he dies with his eyes wide open. Why not consider changing the outcome? I am the exception. The turning point of fate always leads to the same destination. If prophecies can be altered, how can they still be called prophecies? The 16-year-old Tom is far wiser than we are. Time has left no mark upon him. However, those beautiful eyes are filled with the weight of experience. If you seek death, I can grant you that, Harry stated, each word deliberate. They are destined adversaries. Very well. Tom revealed a liberated smile. If I told you that you might have the chance to prevent your grandfather's death, would you be willing to help? Aware of the potential for self-exposure, I still yearned to take the risk. I could not allow myself to watch Abraxas depart. He is one of my most important family members. Do you possess foresight as well? Tom's expression was rife with skepticism. But do not forget, I too bear the blood of Gellert. Gellert Grindelwald is Lucius's grandfather. Thus we share a bloodline. That my grandfather will die from dragonpox. Your potion-making skills are unmatched. Is there any way you could save my grandfather? Dragonpox? Indeed, there is currently no cure. Tom murmured softly, regardless of whether your words hold truth. I will do my utmost. Aurora, are you his confidant? Draco whispered in my ear. Of course not. How could I just about my grandfather? Do you truly possess foresight? Can you see our future? Draco stammered. Just as a healer cannot heal themselves, a seer cannot glimpse their own fate. Tom clarified for me. I nodded. Draco, I cannot see yours either. You know, our destinies are intertwined. Then we will surely be together forever. The platinum-haired youth was overjoyed. Aurora, what about me? Harry, who had remained silent, finally spoke. We will all be well. He seemed to recall something, his spirit lifting. I will keep the matter of dragonpox in mind. As for my demise, once I discover the antidote for dragonpox, I will seek you out. With that, Tom departed, reverting to his spectral state. The power of my blood could sustain him for only a few minutes. If he wished to survive, much like the bloodline he belongs to, he must continuously draw energy from the living. For him, killing is as effortless as breathing. In the original text, he seduced Ginny Weasley, opening her heart to him. He possesses an innate charisma and incitement. Yet, why did he change his nature? I can never fully trust Tom as an indestructible cockroach, the final boss of the Harry Potter series, who would believe he could suddenly reform and turn a new leaf or soul. Harry, once Tom resolves the issue of dragonpox, will you handle the matter? The sorrows of humanity are not mutually comprehensible. Harry will carry the burden of his parents' hatred throughout his life. How could I possibly ask him to let go? The one who murdered my parents is he, yet not entirely. Harry spoke softly. I do not know how to express this, but Aurora, I know you understand my meaning. The 16-year-old Tom is the past of Voldemort. If he had not split away his only good thought, would he have made different choices as he grew? I do not know. Could he and Abraxas have a different ending? Tom inadvertently revealed that the day he divided his soul was the very day Abraxas was betrothed to Grindelwald's daughter. He earnestly took leave from the then head of Slytherin, Slughorn, and ventured to Malfoy Manor. Abraxas and Miss Grindelwald received blessings before all. For the first time, Tom felt the sun was blindingly bright. He came uninvited. He departed without a word. Naturally, Abraxas's father did not wish for his son to be disappointed by a little wolf cub he kept on the side. Quietly, he sent someone to escort him away. An orphan with no background or wealth, a descendant of muggles, was met with nothing but disdain from old Malfoy. The extraordinarily gifted youth was severely humiliated. His relationship with Abraxas was not one to be publicly acknowledged. The Malfoy family required a legitimate heir. His despair and suffering were silently borne by only one, in his desire to shield himself from this pain. He contemplated the notion of stripping away his good thoughts. He believed that by doing so, he would no longer feel anguish. Little did he know, after severing the first fragment of his soul, there was no turning back. Aurora, I feel this is still too risky. We cannot control him. Draco revealed a worried expression. No, he has tasted my blood. I can sense his location clearly, and he cannot stray too far. I patted the cover of that tattered diary. Do not let him drink your blood again. You know, your constitution is unique. Draco's hands rested on my shoulders as he spoke earnestly. Once he discovers your enigmatic, he will surely go to great lengths to entice you into offering your blood willingly. The blood of a unicorn has life-sustaining properties. This is why Draco is so concerned. I understand. I will not easily harm myself, I vowed. Little liar, you hold no credibility with me, Draco muttered. In any case, stay by my side. I must tell my father about today's events. Lucius will kill me. No? Please. I gently shook his arm. You still know to worry. It seems the Malfoy family still has someone who can manage you. Draco wore a mischievous grin. I believe my cousin-in-law may have foreseen all of this. Harry said slowly. He could discreetly dispose of the diary. Why didn't I think of that? I tightened my legs, shrinking my occupied space. Harry perceptibly sensed my intent, his expression darkening. He shifted slightly outward. I nodded at him apologetically. He waved his hand. Aurora, you can rest assured, and lean in closer. Just pretend I do not exist. What to do? It made me seem even more petty. The moment Sirius entered the classroom, everyone ceased their activities. Their gazes followed him like spotlights, involuntarily forgetting to breathe. Is he really that handsome? Draco murmured. Far inferior to my father. To be fair, both possess their own merits, yet Lucius's demeanor is more reserved. Moreover, to avoid upsetting Narcissa, he accompanies his wife in wearing obscuring earrings to conceal his beauty. Draco's words reflect his emotional bias towards his father. Sirius, on the other hand, harbors no such reservations. His entrance into the classroom was akin to a Hollywood star walking the red carpet. Colin Creevey from Gryffindor crouched on the floor, his flashbulbs incessantly capturing Sirius's image. He seemed entirely unaffected, as if he was born to live in the limelight. All right, time to clear the room. He clapped his hands. The classroom, once teeming with students, instantly became half empty. It is uncertain how Sirius discerned this, but with a chorus of gasps, the classroom finally opened up. Harry, and the two of you, there are seats at the front. Sirius pointed to the first row. Having been called out, it would be impolite to refuse his kind offer. Walking towards the front row amidst the envious gazes of many was the longest journey I had ever taken. Upon our seating, Sirius wore a satisfied smile. Professor Black, I heard that in the previous classes, you did not expel the auditing students. Why, when it comes to our class, do you operate differently? A bold Gryffindor questioned. Excellent question. One should speak out against unfairness. However, Harry is my godson. I have been absent from his growth for 12 years. May I exercise the professor's privilege to take greater care of him? Of course, Professor Black, exclaimed Lavender Brown, a second-year Gryffindor. She was a golden-haired girl, her personality remarkably vivacious and cheerful. In the original text, she was Ron's first love. Much to Hermione's chagrin, it appeared that Lavender had a penchant for good looks. Perhaps driven by vanity, Ron had become the Gryffindor Quidditch keeper, which was overlooked in the original narrative. Thank you, Miss Brown, Sirius replied, as a cacophony of cheers erupted from the audience. Many girls lamented why it wasn't they who had answered first. At that moment, I finally understood why Remus Lupin in the original text would sigh over Tonks, captivated by Sirius's charm. Even after enduring the torments of Azkaban, he remained a magnet for women. Sirius spoke with elegance, humor, and wit, far surpassing the previous Professor Quirrell. The students in attendance, upon hearing the bell signaling the end of class, wore expressions of unquenched enthusiasm. This is how defense against the dark arts should be. Draco remarked candidly, seemingly enchanted by Sirius's charismatic presence. As soon as class concluded, Sirius called us over. How did I perform? He asked, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Absolutely splendid, uncle, not far away. A portrait smiled down at us. It depicted a stout middle-aged man, the handsome contours of his youth faintly discernible. It was Phineas Nigellus Black. Sirius's great-grandfather and the first headmaster of Hogwarts hailing from Slytherin. He had once been heartbroken over Sirius's choice of Gryffindor. But witnessing his great-grandson return to the right path brought him solace. He cleared his throat, signaling his presence. Greetings, Headmaster Black. We had encountered his portrait at 12, Grimmauld Place, and hastily offered our salutations. Here at Hogwarts, addressing him as headmaster seemed entirely appropriate. He nodded at us with a reserved demeanor, though his gaze remained fixed on Sirius. Phineas wore an air of arrogance, much like a petulant child in a standoff with his parents, hoping Sirius would concede first. Great-grandfather. In the original narrative, the rebellious Sirius had been cast out from the family, never having offered Phineas anything but disdain. The man responded with a cold huff. I criticized Walburga for being too impulsive. Your portrait on the family tree has been restored. Walburga, Sirius's mother, had previously burned the portraits of Sirius, her niece Andromeda, who married a Muggle, and Alfred, who had supported Sirius. Sirius understood well that this was Phineas offering him a way out. He was no longer the abandoned youth spiraling into rebellion. I will find time to visit my mother. I exchanged a glance with Draco and Harry, cautiously retreating from the defense against the dark arts classroom and gently closing the door to grant the Black family a private moment. What are you two scheming? A voice from above interrupted us. It was Snape. Nothing, we just finished class, I replied awkwardly. Professor, Uncle is chatting with his great-grandfather. Draco's loose lips quickly divulged everything. Then I shall return shortly, Snape remarked, glancing toward the door before turning away. He had a good rapport with Phineas, the youngest potions master and Slytherin head. Phineas held him in high regard. In the original text, whenever Harry, Hermione, and Ron showed any disrespect toward Snape, Phineas would vanish from the portrait, refusing to offer any assistance. Thus, Snape, aware of Phineas's presence, chose to avert his gaze. Is the godfather going to seek out Uncle? How astonishing, Draco said, his expression full of intrigue. It hardly seemed voluntary. Harry chimed in. Perhaps it was Sirius's arrival that had transformed Harry, making him more cheerful and playful. Sirius, being of the same age as James and his godfather, often shared childhood anecdotes with Harry. The striking resemblance between Harry and James also stirred a sense of emotional connection for Sirius. Both had found a source of solace in one another, something the Malfoys could never provide. Days later, we finally grasped the reason behind Snape's visit to Sirius, the formation of the dueling club. In the original text, the inept Professor Gilderoy Lockhart had invited Snape to showcase his prowess, only to embarrass himself. This time, however, it was Snape who took the initiative. The formidable power of the original text. Was there truly an invisible chain at work, continually reordering the chaos? A chill ran down my spine. If that were the case, what was my purpose in existence? Sirius winked at us, sporting a mischievous grin, clearly having withheld this good news from Harry. Snape pretended not to notice. Could these two arch-nemeses, who constantly clashed, truly collaborate harmoniously? All credit must go to Headmaster Dumbledore. The silver-haired elder sat at the teacher's desk, tapping his goblet, and joyfully announced, to enhance the students' practical skills, an additional class will be added each week. Co-instructed by Professor Snape and Professor Black, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Everyone was exhilarated. Logically, we should support the headmaster, but Professor Black was simply too alluring. Moreover, he was a confirmed bachelor. Speaking of which, Snape was also single. Yet all the girls had eyes only for Sirius. Indeed, in this world, beauty equated to justice. Aurora and I were certainly inclined to support our godfather. Harry, which side are you on? Draco asked mischievously. Snape had sheltered Harry under his wing for so long. Could it be that Sirius would whisk him away the moment he appeared? As a Slytherin, it is only natural for me to support my head of house, Harry replied without hesitation. Well, that's more like it. Draco and Harry linked arms. I couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion watching their camaraderie. In the original narrative, they were bitter rivals who had secretly kept an eye on one another. Yet due to a rocky start, they had missed each other for years, and no wonder the Draco x Harry pairing was so popular. Suddenly, Draco's expression shifted, and he rapidly distanced himself from Harry, casting me a look that spoke volumes. Oh no, he heard my thoughts. He caught me shipping. I felt a wave of anxiety as I hovered near him, fearing he might reach out and ensnare me in his grasp, teasing me mercilessly. Little rascal, where do you think you're going? Just as I had predicted, I quickly raised my hands and surrendered. He scooped me up effortlessly, lifting me off the ground. Put me down, please, I protested, my hands beating against his arms. No more daydreaming. That image you had in your head, Draco shot a glance at Harry. You nearly made me look foolish. I almost spat out my drink. All right. I won't think about it anymore. I struggled to suppress the smile creeping onto my lips. My mind racing through the plethora of Harry x Draco and Draco x Harry fanfictions I had encountered. You've certainly grown bolder. He declared ominously. I'll deal with you later. Harry, save me, I exclaimed, spotting my savior. Darting away from Draco's grip and hiding behind Harry. Seeing Harry only made Draco more irate. In the dynamic of loyal dog and Sundara, he was perpetually the one being suppressed. How could his male pride endure? Harry, Aurora wants to set us up as a couple, Draco blurted out, desperately seeking an alliance. What? Harry turned to me, his eyes wide with disbelief. And no, it's just that singing in opposition is serializing your story. I quickly retrieved a magazine disguised as a textbook, hoping to distract him. Here, the author's name is A.M. Harry's slender fingers pointed to the signature. A.M. refers to Aurora Malfoy, right? Both tall, handsome boys loomed over me, pinning me in place. What to do? There was no way to clear my name now. I grasped Harry's wand tightly. There had been no prior mention of such a rule. Snape offered Sirius a forced smile and then announced, Aurora, you win. I'm sorry. I mouthed to Harry. Aurora, victory is rightfully yours. He extended his hand, and Colin Creevey emerged from the crowd, capturing this moment. Thank you, Harry. I stepped forward to embrace him. Aurora, could you return my wand now? Harry whispered in my ear. Oh, sorry. My face flushed as I quickly shoved the wand into his hand. The platform was quite elevated, and with my school uniform short skirt, I felt a bit out of place. Just as I was at a loss, Draco reached out, saying, Aurora, come down. I settled onto the ground, and he enveloped me in his arms. Put me down. I clung to his neck, fearing a fall. I couldn't articulate the tumult of emotions swirling within me as I watched the match unfold. I had to suppress the urge to assist. I knew full well that with professors present, Harry would never truly harm me, yet I remained in a state of anxious tension. Teams may now form freely. With Sirius's declaration, the atmosphere grew lively once more. Harry and Aurora had just finished their match. Let them rest for a while. We shall go first, Draco said to Zabini. The boy with dark skin glanced at me. Aurora has just emerged victorious, and a person in high spirits is inclined to continue. How about another match? Enough of that. You, Draco interjected, promptly declining for me. Come, let us find a corner away from the professors. Harry naturally took my hand. I turned to Draco, seeking his approval. He nodded. And Harry, be sure to protect Aurora. Don't let the other teams cause any harm. Draco's gaze fixed on the hands clasped between Harry and me. I will. The boy shifted to lightly support my lower back. What to do? It seemed Draco was growing more irritated. I deliberately quickened my pace to maintain some distance from him. Then, I conjured a barrier capable of repelling most spells. Harry's eyes lit up. What magic is this? It's the shield charm. Quite practical. Can you teach me? Harry's emerald eyes sparkled with a fervent desire for knowledge. Certainly. However, this is material for fourth-year students. I took his hand, guiding him through the wand movements and wrist motions required for the spell. He towered above me, and I had to lean against his shoulder to execute the gesture. His breath caught for a moment. Have you got it? I may still need your help to practice a few more times, he replied, full of apologies. It's no trouble at all. For some reason, Harry's wrist appeared somewhat stiff. He looked utterly perplexed. After all, this was knowledge beyond our actual years. Draco and I had been exposed to such lessons early on during the Malfoy family trials. Therefore, practicing in front of Draco among others could very well reveal our true capabilities. The Malfoy family has always been adept at concealing their strengths, preferring to seek a puppet to push others onto the historical stage, all the while reaping the rewards from the shadows. Could Tom Riddle be the puppet Abracadabra is seeking? An orphan, exceptionally gifted, without powerful connections, and quite handsome. He fits the Malfoy family's aesthetic perfectly. Alas, it backfired. It was not until I felt a slight sweat forming on my palm that Harry finally grasped the spell. He gently dabbed my forehead with a handkerchief. I'm sorry. You must be exhausted. It's my own clumsiness. No, it's my teaching that fell short. I recall the tutor always praising your remarkable talent and quick mastery of spells. I hastily waved my hands, interrupting his humility. No, Aurora teaches splendidly. He demonstrated the shield charm with fluidity, devoid of any awkwardness. Clearly, he had mastered it long ago. That insufferable fellow, pretending to be a fool while deceiving me all this time. Aurora, I am merely the product of your teachings. His gaze was earnest, and I was almost convinced. Had it not been for the fleeting glint of cunning in his eyes, I would have been entirely deceived. However, exposing him would yield no benefit for me. Once a teacher, forever a... What was it? I teased him deliberately. He smiled and, emulating Draco, tousled my hair. Little trickster. Has becoming Professor Malfoy no longer satisfied you? My status as a professor is not recognized by others. Isn't that too unfair? I pressed on. Isn't it enough for me to be your sole teacher? He suddenly grew serious. My abilities are not sufficient to teach you. How is that possible? There are many things I wish to learn from you. He hinted that I dared not contemplate the deeper implications. I hastily sought to change the subject. What have you two been whispering about? I see you haven't truly rested. Draco approached. Did you win? I noticed Zabini nearby, casting a fierce glare at Draco's back, as if that needed stating. Dealing with him is but a trivial task. Draco wore an air of haughtiness. With his back turned to Zabini, he failed to notice that the latter was preparing to strike again. Zabini's one was aimed at Draco's back. Petrificus totalis, shield charm. Harry and I simultaneously cast our spells at Zabini. Due to the urgency of the situation, I could hardly control my magical energy. Bolstered by both spells, we knocked Zabini unconscious. Blood gushed from his nose, rendering him a pitiful sight. That despicable rogue, attempting a sneak attack. Yet the damage was done. We still needed to escort the assailant to the infirmary. What bad luck. Draco muttered quietly, calling for Crabbe and Goyle. Though lacking in intellect, both were brimming with strength, making them ideal laborers. After reporting to Snape, we prepared to carry the unconscious Zabini out of the classroom. Suddenly, a cacophony of screams erupted nearby. The panicked crowd, pushing and shoving, drew closer to us. Draco and Harry quickly shielded me, scanning the surroundings. A massive python, as thick as a bowl, slithered at astonishing speed. Its body was pitch black, glinting with a cold sheen. Its forked tongue flickering. The snake moved with incredible swiftness, reaching us in an instant. Astoria, in a frenzy, exclaimed, I don't know how I summoned it. You, Ginny, beside her, looked utterly pale with fright. The scene was chaotic. Any further escalation could lead to a stampede. We need to leave quickly. This is not a place for you. Harry hissed. I'll escort you back. Draco can speak Parseltongue too. That's not surprising. Narcissa has Tom's bloodline, so Draco naturally possesses the ability to speak with snakes. Not to mention, he awakened his elven heritage, enabling him to communicate with all creatures. According to the original text, Harry's ability to speak Parseltongue stemmed from the fragment of soul remaining in his scar. However, at that time, this perspective had not yet been revealed. Hence, everyone was so astonished. Two heirs of Slytherin have emerged. Voldemort once boasted of his noble lineage as Slytherin's heir. Could they be descendants of that individual? How is that possible? That individual had no offspring. How do you know there were none? One can only say that there are none on the surface. Do you mean to say that Mrs. Malfoy is carrying that individual's child? How would Potter explain that? That would mean Mrs. Potter has been unfaithful to old Potter. The surrounding chatter grew increasingly absurd. The keen hearing of elves far surpasses that of humans. And Draco's brow furrowed deeper. In the environment of pureblood families, how could Draco not understand these dynamics? He simply underestimated those he deemed inferior. Rowling once mentioned that she deleted the scene of Theodore not visiting Malfoy Manor, intending to highlight Draco's treatment of Slytherin of equal status. Little did she know, he had made the same mistake as Sirius, betrayed by Crabbe. Madame Pomfrey, is Blaise all right? Draco inquired anxiously. If anything happens to Blaise, Mrs. Zabini will surely cause us trouble. Mrs. Zabini's 7 husbands all met untimely ends, leaving their fortunes to her, and her only son. It would be hard to believe that there were no ulterior motives behind that. It was merely done discreetly. It is said that Mrs. Zabini's family, prior to her marriage, was remarkably adept at the use of poison, colorless, odorless, and capable of delivering death imperceptibly. Thus, even though Zabini often relished in provocation, we would exercise restraint out of respect for his mother. Zabini's amnesia may be transient, or it could be permanent. Engaging him with familiar surroundings might aid in the restoration of his memory. After a meticulous examination, Madame Pomfrey recounted the situation to us. He does not even remember himself. How could he possibly conceal his amnesia from his astute mother? Harry paced restlessly within the room. Zabini, having escaped the clutches of Crabbe and Goyle, exclaimed, I am not ill. Why have you brought me to the hospital wing? The hospital wing. You are aware that this is the hospital wing. Draco keenly seized upon the pivotal details. Of course, I know. I am a second-year Slytherin. I am. Suddenly, he clutched his head in agony, his expression contorted in pain. What is wrong? My beauty, let me rest my head upon your thigh, and the pain will cease. He almost sang the words. Ruffian, with a sharp crack, Zabini's left cheek swelled high, and I had not held back my strength. Aurora, well struck. Draco's hand rested on my shoulder, striving to soothe my emotions. Zabini, do not feign madness. Harry drew forth his wand. Madame Pomfrey was nearby, yet she made no move to intervene. It is said that she too was a graduate of Slytherin, of the same year as Mrs. Zabini. Hey, I was the one who received a slap. And yet you all accuse me. No, I must write to my mother. Zabini covered his face, retrieving paper and pen he always carried. Madame Pomfrey, the patient is agitated. Do you think it prudent to prescribe some calming potion? I suggested to Madame Pomfrey, casting a glance at the fervently writing Zabini. Miss Malfoy, your consideration is most thorough. I apologize. Was my earlier action too frivolous? Did I hurt you? I seated myself beside Zabini's bed. Aurora, Draco's expression was one of disapproval. I subtly shook my head at him. I truly adore you. Such a flexible beauty. Zabini's grin tugged at the wounds on his face. Contorting it painfully, I accepted the calming potion from Madame Pomfrey. Shall I feed you? Is that permissible? Will it impede your next class? Zabini's expression softened slightly. How could it? We are classmates. I smiled and shook my head. My beauty, you are so kind. My mother never fed me medicine. The only men who come and go in our home are strangers. He revealed a look of self-loathing. When you grow up, you will undoubtedly be an unparalleled beauty. I have a keen eye for such things. He drank the calming potion and began to yawn incessantly. My beauty, could you please stay with me? He pleaded, grasping my wrist. Zabini, do not take advantage. Draco struggled to pry the boy's fingers away. Unexpectedly, he left purple bruises on my wrist. Will you let go? Draco was becoming frantic. The young Voldemort scrutinized me. You resemble your mother almost exactly as she did in her youth. Therefore, I wish that one day, my mother could live in the sunlight, free from hiding, obscured by enchantments that conceal her visage. Grandfather, can you assist me? Tom paused momentarily, then ultimately nodded in agreement. Moreover, the matter of Draco and Harry being discovered as parcel mouths. How could you be so careless? The young Voldemort frowned. Since Voldemort's downfall, Slytherin's once proud Parseltongue has seemingly become a taboo. Although the majority of the fragments of his soul within the notebook lay dormant, as a future politician, he remained acutely aware of the ever-shifting global landscape. Suddenly, a great serpent lunged at Aurora. And in my moment of panic, I revealed myself. Draco's face bore guilt. I too. Harry's gaze was fixed on me as he confessed. As you mentioned, this is a trial from the Greengrass family. They must have learned some information. The young Voldemort contemplated. Inform Lucius and Narcissa. They will know how to handle it. Tom approached Zabini and roused him from slumber. But I just used the calming potion to help him sleep. I hesitated to speak to him. Why time is limited. The young Voldemort gazed at his nearly translucent hands that I bit my fingertip and extended it toward him. He no longer hesitated and took my finger into his mouth. His eyelashes fluttered, his expression fragile and delicate, evoking sympathy. No wonder countless men and women would fall at his feet. His half-lidded eyes resembled Burmese pigeon blood rubies, like a burning fire, flowing blood. This will make things much more convenient. The young Voldemort solidified once more. Meeting Draco's concerned gaze, he assured, this is the last time. I cannot fathom that he has truly relinquished the desire for immortality. I hope you will keep your promise. Harry added. The young Voldemort paid no heed to his disrespect. Blaise awakened. I reached out, attempting to shake him awake. Blaise, your mother has come to see you. Draco's eyes glinted mischievously as a sly smile graced his lips. Brother, you are truly clever. I never hesitated to express my admiration for him. Of course. Draco was equally unreserved. The young Voldemort shook his head. Aurora, you have spoiled him. Indeed, upon hearing the news of Mrs. Zabini's impending visit. Zabini jolted. Mother is coming to Hogwarts to see me. That's impossible. He laughed self-deprecatingly. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the young Voldemort's ruby-like eyes transformed into a vivid crimson. Soul extraction. Zabini suddenly clutched his forehead. It hurts. My head feels as if it is being pierced by needles. I apologize. I may have been a bit too forceful. Lacking a physical form has diminished my control over magic. The young Voldemort expressed disappointment in himself. At 16, he was already a tall young man, looking down upon the writhing Zabini without a shred of compassion. He seemed to possess a natural deficiency in empathy and the ability to relate. I searched through all of his memories. The young Voldemort paused momentarily, and I could not help but hold my breath. I can confirm that he is experiencing temporary amnesia. However, I also uncovered some intriguing information. What do you mean? His childhood experiences. The young Voldemort interrupted the soul extraction. He waved his hand. casting a spell to seal his eyes and ears. One of his mother's husbands had once attempted to violate him. Heavens! Draco and I were utterly unable to comprehend such matters. Lucius and Narcissa were deeply affectionate, and we had never felt the heartache that a broken family bequeaths to the next generation. If Harry's parents were alive, with Lily's exceptional intelligence, they too would have managed a harmonious family life. Even so, he still yearned for his mother to be present in his life. Regrettably, Mrs. Zabini seemed to have ceased her search for a new partner. His needs had always been relegated to the background. The young Voldemort shook his head. I do not understand. If my mother once subjected me to such indignities, she need not continue to exist. It is understandable that Voldemort would think this way. His birth mother, Merope Gaunt, had lost the will to survive the moment she bore him. She had not even taken the time to name him properly. Simply passing on his muggle father's name. Perhaps we should assist him in achieving his dream, Harry proposed. What do you mean? I inquired, curiosity evident on my face. Tio turned the tables. He bore a confident expression. The young Voldemort cast an inscrutable glance at Harry, a look that instilled a sense of wariness within me. Tom, except when confronting Dumbledore, always held himself as the superior, however, in the presence of Harry. He evidently regarded the boy as an equal adversary. I wondered if this had anything to do with the fragment of his soul embedded in the boy's forehead. We will disseminate the news of Zabini's amnesia. The following morning at breakfast, I observed a woman, still possessing her charm, seated beside Zabini. Though she was approaching middle age, she was well preserved and exuded a certain feminine allure. Look, Mom and Dad have also come. Lucius, in his capacity as a board member, and Narcissa were both seated at the teacher's table. I suppressed the impulse to rush over, merely nodding in their direction. Narcissa returned my smile, while Lucius's face remained stern, revealing no hint of emotion. What should we do? Father appears angry. I nudged Draco and Harry, my expression laden with concern. Cousin must act this way. After all, the victim's family is nearby, Harry reassured. He handed me a bowl of my favorite pumpkin soup. At that moment, Astoria approached us nervously. I am truly sorry. I could not control the summoned serpent. Since you are aware of the danger, why would you proceed in such a manner? Has Mr. Greengrass not taught you to bear the corresponding risks? Draco replied coldly. He and Harry were greatly troubled by the exposure of their parcel-tongue abilities. Hogwarts had received numerous suggestions and complaints from parents. The heir of Slytherin sounds glorious, yet which parent would willingly place their child in harm's way? Moreover, Zabini, having fallen into a temporary state of amnesia due to the combined assault from Harry and me, was in no position to contest the undeniable outcome of our actions. As I observed the girl on the verge of tears, Zabini interjected, "Spare us your hypocritical cries of foul play. It is truly unfortunate that Greengrass has produced such a duplicitous flower like you." Zabini, say that again if you dare. Astoria's sister, Daphne, positioned herself protectively behind her sibling, brandishing her wand in a standoff against Zabini. What? Am I not allowed to voice my thoughts on your actions? Zabini lounged back nonchalantly, a demeanor that only heightened Daphne's ire. She refrained from acting rashly, mindful of Mrs. Zabini's presence, for it was common knowledge that one should never provoke the formidable matriarch of the Zabini family. Beneath her seemingly gentle facade lay a heart as ruthless as a viper's. I struggled to suppress a grin, hastily turning away, unaware that Mrs. Zabini's gaze was fixed upon me throughout. Narcissa spoke to Lucius in hushed tones, seemingly exchanging thoughts regarding our predicament. She approached the center of the discussion with a measured grace. Despite the absence of her once breathtaking beauty, she remained a figure of undeniable allure. Mrs. Zabini, already a rare beauty in her own right, found herself overshadowed by Narcissa's presence. Sissy, you remain as lovely as ever. In pure-blood families, connections often ran deep, and Zabini frequently accompanied Mrs. Zabini on her visits to the Malfoy estate, resulting in a cordial rapport between the two. My dear, Aurora and Harry have landed themselves in quite the predicament, Narcissa said with genuine concern. Lucius has brought the chief healer from St. Mungo's, who awaits in the medical wing. Mrs. Zabini offered a polite smile. The apology should be mine. She produced a photograph captured by Colin Creevey of Gryffindor, revealing a scene where Zabini led the charge while Harry and I defended. To my astonishment, she had not destroyed the photograph beforehand, but rather accepted it as a matter of course. This revelation shifted my perception entirely. Draco took the photograph, gesturing for me to observe the bottom. It turned out that this was not the original, but rather a reproduction from the Malfoy family archives. Lucius had prepared thoroughly. Should Mrs. Zabini attempt to twist the narrative, he would unveil the truth. It was highly probable that this photograph had been sent by Lucius himself, all while the facade of camaraderie remained intact. Mrs. Zabini, lacking leverage over the Malfoys, could only swallow her losses in silence. Narcissa, upon seeing Zabini in the photograph, pointed her wand at Draco's back, her eyes clouded with uncertainty. Aurora, Harry, apologized to Blaise and Mrs. Zabini at once. We complied readily, preparing to perform our superficial gestures of contrition, when Zabini interrupted, "Mother, I do not require their apologies. The fault lies with me." Blaise. Mrs. Zabini appeared flustered, torn between pride and sorrow. "You need not demean yourself. The Zabini family would not allow you to lose face before others." She masked a fleeting flicker of resentment in her gaze. "None of this concerns him." She continued, shifting gears. "What I desire is not an apology, but her." He pointed in my direction. "Blaise, have you lost your mind?" Mrs. Zabini quickly pressed his arm down. "That is Miss Malfoy. Such levity is unacceptable." Her smile faltered, especially upon realizing Narcissa's expression had turned. "I see why. It was merely a child's thoughtless remark." "A child's thoughtless remark." Mrs. Zabini, "My daughter is not an object. Please rein in your son's behavior." Lucius, having approached Narcissa, interjected. "There is a limit to feigned madness," Draco declared coldly. "The fact that I am experiencing temporary amnesia is indisputable." "Miss Malfoy, am I correct?" All eyes converged upon me. "Father, perhaps it was a matter of opposing temperaments." But Lucius often sought to undermine Draco. I, however, had never felt the need to do so with Narcissa. Was this what they termed male rivalry? Lucius sighed, patting his son's shoulder. "I harbor no resentment towards you, I understand." "Father, but your expectations of me are exceedingly high," the boy stammered. Before Lucius, Draco forever occupied the weaker position, unable to manifest genuine confidence. At times, he would cast me a heart-wrenching, pleading glance, which tugged painfully at my heartstrings. In this world, I was not the sole individual capable of understanding Parseltongue. Lucius remarked cryptically. "In due time, my old friend, you shall see. The Malfoy family is poised for a resurgence of greatness." "Apologies, I have a class to attend. Narcissa is already awaiting you." Severus lost interest at once. Just as he was closing the door, he added, "Do not let me discover that the theft of potion materials is connected to your schemes for profit." "Of course not." Before the sentence had fully escaped my lips, the door to the potions office slammed shut, leaving Lucius nearly taken aback. I had to concede that Severus possessed remarkable perceptiveness, as Lucius murmured to himself. He gently stroked my hair. "Aurora, well done. The formula for dragon pox has undergone rigorous testing and proved remarkably effective. We have even developed a preventative potion. Rest assured, your grandfather has already employed it." His tone grew serious. "Voldemort is cunning and capricious. Earning his trust is no simple feat, father. I believe Tom is distinct from that ruthless Voldemort." I stated my perspective while scrutinizing Lucius's expression. "Aurora, Voldemort is a master of disguise. Do not be misled by his superficial charm. Once, I, too, held him in the highest regard until he sought to sacrifice the Malfoy family for his own ambitions. I understood the necessity of maintaining control over my own fate." My hand gently caressed the serpent's head on my wand, its fangs razor-sharp, its emerald eyes glimmering with a beauty that rendered it untouchable. Even the fiercest of serpents can be subdued if one can grasp its vulnerable spot. Lucius hinted at something profound. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Fulling. "Father, I know what to do now. My Aurora is the most astute girl." Lucius beamed with satisfaction. After a brief farewell to the Malfoy couple, the three of us agreed to meet in the library. "What? Voldemort revealed to you the method to open the chamber?" Draco nearly lost control of his emotions. "Lower your voice. Do you wish for everyone to overhear?" I pinched him sharply. "Apologies, I was too excited. You must understand, that is the founder of our house, Salazar Slytherin, one of the legendary 4 founders." Draco was beside himself with enthusiasm. "However, I have heard that there are terrifying creatures within the chamber. Students have perished there." Harry interjected. "Hagrid, the keeper of the Forbidden Forest, was expelled from Hogwarts for secretly opening the chamber." "Hagrid told you this?" "I have a bad feeling about it. Dumbledore has never given up on reforming Harry, steering him back to the right path. Hagrid embodies the so-called justice Dumbledore espouses. Yes, I have an inkling he wishes to convey something to me." Harry's brow furrowed slightly. "Perhaps it is at the behest of Professor Dumbledore." Harry nodded, guiding me to investigate the truth behind his expulsion. "Why not? Let us play along. The creatures within the chamber can only be controlled by Slytherin's heir." "Then, I shall lead the charge," Draco exclaimed with delight. "What nonsense! We should enter together." I grasped his hand tightly. "Aurora, are you worried about me?" Draco's eyes sparkled. Does it need saying? I averted my gaze. Rest assured, the basilisk will not harm me. I seem to have a profound connection with this creature. Why do you say that? In the original tale, the basilisk was a pet raised by Salazar Slytherin to protect Hogwarts' young witches and wizards from muggle persecution and attack. I cannot articulate it. Draco pinched the bridge of his nose. If I think too hard, my head feels like it will split. Lie down. I shall massage your temples. In a moment of urgency, I pressed him against my thigh. I glanced at Madame Pants, the librarian, and noticed she was oblivious to our presence, which eased my mind. Aurora, Draco said, somewhat bashfully, struggling to rise. Stay still. Do you want to be the center of attention? I gave him a light smack. And Draco finally settled down. My fingertips found his temples and brow. Is the pressure all right? Draco closed his eyes in comfort. His magical energy seemed to be involuntarily seeping out. Unicorns and elves have coexisted for ages. I was particularly sensitive to his magical aura. Perhaps the seal is loosening. I whispered in his ear. Are you implying that as I recall the past, the mysteries within me will gradually unravel? And the legacy of the elves will continue? Perhaps unlocking the remaining seals does not necessitate a journey to the elves' sanctuary. The leaf-shaped mark on my forehead resonated faintly. For some reason, a twinge of panic surged within me. I feared that a fully awakened Draco would become an entirely different person. Cough, cough. Harry gestured to me with his eyes and voiced I was unaware of when Madame Pants had silently approached from behind. The library is not a place for romance. Please leave. She brandished a feather duster, her vulture-like visage looming near us. Her large, hooked nose nearly brushed against my face. In certain angles, she bore a striking resemblance to Snape. There have been speculations that Madame Pants, Irma Pants, might be Snape's mother, Eileen Prince. Irma Pants, I am Pants. I'm a prince. I'm a prince. Just different arrangements. J.K. Rowling was quite fond of such wordplay. Reminiscent of Tom Riddle's name variant. I am Voldemort. However, it has never been officially confirmed by the author. I quickly pulled Draco and Harry, tidied the table in haste, and bowed to Madame Pants before making a swift exit. Her hawk-eyed gaze remained fixed on us until we vanished from her sight. Aurora, that is the girls' restroom. Draco and Harry halted in their tracks. It's fine. There's no one inside. I had scouted ahead. The two gentlemen remained unconvinced. They took considerable time to muster their courage before reluctantly following me. How can you bring boys in here? A sharp, piercing voice nearly pierced my eardrums. It was Moaning Myrtle. In the original tale, the girl who lost her life after gazing into the basilisk's eyes had long since transformed into a ghost. Boys, hurry up and leave. She swooped down, drawing closer to the two boys. She seemed to relish the thrill of scaring them away. I noted the smirk at the corner of her mouth. Myrtle was seeking attention from the boys in this manner. Miss Warren, we are here for something important, I interjected, positioning myself in front of Harry and Draco. Moaning Myrtle's full name is Myrtle Elizabeth Warren. For years, she has been addressed by her nickname, nearly forgetting her true identity as a Muggle-born Ravenclaw student. Your affairs have nothing to do with me. She raised her head haughtily, her expression one of disdain. Miss Warren, we hope to seek your assistance. Harry spoke up. You are the chosen one. Harry Potter. Her translucent cheeks seemed to flush with a suspicious hue. What a flirt. It is true. In the original tale, Moaning Myrtle had a particular fondness for dark-haired boys. Cedric Diggory and Harry Potter had both been spied on by her while bathing. Harry furrowed his brow, instinctively distancing himself from her. Meanwhile, Draco found amusement in the situation. The typical boyish teasing ensued. Harry, Moaning Myrtle has a crush on you. I hurriedly interrupted him. Miss Warren, do you recall how you died? Clearly, this topic piqued her interest, seemingly transcending her prejudice against me. I was bullied by other students, crying in the stall, and then, just like today, I heard boys whispering. I screamed for him to leave, and then I saw something yellow, and then I died. She was somewhat frantic, her speech disjointed. Through her unusual phrasing, we pieced together the complete truth. One cannot look directly into the basilisk's eyes, except for Voldemort, Slytherin's heir, who can command the creature. When you two descend, it would be wisest to shield your eyes. Draco removed his tie, tying it around my eyes. Brother, the state of being unable to see rendered me quite insecure. I am here. Draco took my hand, intertwining our fingers. Draco, why don't you shield your eyes? I asked, gripping Harry with my other hand. At this moment, he posed a soul-searching inquiry. The fact that Draco is not only of Slytherin lineage but also an elf is a closely guarded secret of the Malfoy family. Much like your ability to speak parcel tongue, it remains a mystery of the world. Draco reacted swiftly, Deflecting his question, I subtly squeezed his fingers. As I held both their hands, I could distinctly sense their differences. Draco's fingers were longer and more delicate, exquisite like a work of art. In contrast, Harry's palm was warmer and sturdier, with more rugged knuckles. Suddenly, I heard Draco hissing at the faucet. Draco was saying open. Harry explained from the side. For some reason, although I did not appear on the Malfoy family tree, I bore a striking resemblance to young Narcissa and could even understand Parseltongue. Alchemy is truly wondrous. A sudden commotion erupted, and everything around us seemed to shift. At that moment, I was blind and so tense that my palms grew sweaty. Do not fear. Follow me. Draco took my hand, moving slowly. Suddenly, I felt my body lift off the ground, prompting a startled cry. I had just seen that inside was a slide-like structure. I will carry you both up. Harry promptly declined. I'll pass. Just tell me the general direction. It seemed that the fan art of Harry and Draco, where they were paired romantically, had left quite an impression on him. Apparently, there was even a piece depicting Draco cradling Harry. Moreover, it was a gender-bent version of Harry. Harry, you go down first. I will follow closely behind with Aurora. Draco, watching Harry's retreating figure, leaned in closer to me. This is utterly audacious. I could see nothing and dared not make a sound. My face flushed crimson as I clung to Draco's arm, growing rigid. Are you two having an affair? How thrilling. Oh right. There's also the ever-intrusive moaning Myrtle. I thought you and Harry were an item. She was positively gleeful. Do not spout nonsense. Draco's grip tightened, and he pinched my waist fiercely, evidently venting his frustration upon me. A soft sound escaped my lips, and I quickly covered my mouth. How infuriating. Knowing full well how sensitive my waist is, even the lightest touch would sap my strength. With my vision obscured, the sensations in my body intensified. I struck Draco's back with force, hoping he would ease my torment. A mere ghost can misconstrue your relationship with Harry. It seems I have not done enough to clarify things. He whispered a menacing threat in my ear. Enough already, I pleaded. What are you two dawdling for? I'm heading down first. Harry's cold voice rang out, whether it was due to moaning Myrtle's words or the impending demise of young Voldemort. His demeanor was far from the usual gentleness. With a resounding thud, Harry entered the tunnel without waiting for us. This fellow is as impulsive as a Gryffindor, Draco teased, reveling in the chaos. Poor little Harry. He is nearly driven mad with jealousy. Myrtle chimed in gleefully. The other girls are always gossiping about you. I think they might be right. She tantalizingly trailed off. I am not inclined to listen. Draco, let us also make our way forward. I rested my head on Draco's shoulder. Very well. I knew that Myrtle's words were unlikely to be complimentary. As I matured, I increasingly resembled a young lady, drawing various gazes. Whether walking through the corridors of Hogwarts or waiting for Draco and Harry to finish their Quidditch practice, there were always those who deliberately chose to sit beside me. Compared to the subtlety of Easterners, Westerners express their affections far more directly. Some girls see me as a thorn in their side, a bane to their existence. They seem to suffer from a persecution complex, convinced that I am luring their beloved boys, particularly the fans of Cedric Diggory, who are especially fanatical. They cannot bear to see their Cedric harmed. Any girl addressed by Cedric is doomed. Diggory belongs to a pure-blood family, holding significant status in the British magical community. Eldridge Diggory, Cedric's ancestor, once served as Minister of Magic, having established the Auror recruitment program. As a prominent family, the Diggorys have members in key positions within the Ministry of Magic. Thus, it is only natural for the Malfoy family to maintain relations. Draco and I have known the only son of the Diggory family since childhood. He is 3 years our senior, graceful, tall, handsome, and courteous. His near-perfect persona is often criticized by Draco. It was only when he was sorted into Hufflepuff that Draco seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Father once said that only fools are sorted into Hufflepuff, a Slytherin's pride. While I cannot claim to be entirely impartial towards the four houses, I do not automatically deem someone less intelligent simply because they hail from Hufflepuff. In the original text, Cedric displays noble character and heroism. My feelings for him are devoid of romantic inclination. I merely lament his untimely death. I in this life, devoid of Peter Pettigrew. I hope he can remain by the side of Mr. Diggory, who takes pride in him. Aurora, keep your distance from Diggory. It would greatly enhance your reputation among your peers, Draco quietly advised. You know I have never spoken to him first. We glided slowly through the tunnel. Draco seemed capable of controlling our descent. Harry was already waiting for us below. All right, next time I'll shield you, Draco said cheerfully. Why does it feel like I've fallen into his trap? I felt a gentle touch on my cheek, a damp sensation. Turning my head to respond, I inadvertently brushed against his soft lips. So forward. He teased. I could hardly contain my embarrassment, clinging to his neck in silence. Little liar, he sighed, and I felt the resonance of his chest. Even in the perilous depths of the Slytherin chamber, my heart brimmed with sweetness. Upon reaching the bottom, Draco set me down. Harry, I called softly. I'm here. A voice came from behind me, after a rustling sound. Draco placed Harry's hand into mine. Sorry, I need one hand to hold my wand. He can only hold one person, and Draco chose me. That seems fair enough, Harry acknowledged. You lot, why are you in such disarray? Suddenly, the voice of young Tom echoed. You've regained your strength. The potions for healing and preventing dragonpox have gone into production and are now available for sale. We have also identified some early symptoms in Abraxas. Thankfully, timely treatment has controlled the illness. After a few days, his health returned to normal. However, Grandfather has grown increasingly taciturn as he scrutinizes the potion's formula. Abraxas and Tom have been companions for half a century. How could they fail to discern the source of the recipe? Abraxas's relinquishment is due to the Malfoy family. Tom, in turn, is acting for Abraxas's sake. Remove your tie. The basilisk will not harm you. Young Voldemort stated. His form was becoming increasingly translucent. The notebook lies in my embrace. A massive serpent coiled at his feet, seemingly entering hibernation. It was far larger than the snake Astoria transformed from a Urolix. Towering several stories high, the place was dark and damp, as if it were a cavern designed for the basilisk. Aurora, place the notebook here. He motioned for me to set the notebook at the basilisk's mouth. No. What is it? I've changed my mind. I resolved inwardly. If I say, though you cannot achieve immortality, would you wish to accompany your grandfather for a lifetime? What price must I pay? Young Voldemort pondered for a moment before asking. You must not act in a manner detrimental to the Malfoy family's interests. Should any harm come to grandfather's heart, this piece of soul shall be reduced to ashes. During my time in the Elven Sanctuary, living among the unicorns, Eric shared numerous secrets regarding the properties and mysteries of unicorn blood. With the unicorn's voluntary consent, its blood can extend a person's lifespan and heal chronic ailments. The conditions proposed by the unicorn generate the most potent magical contracts. Once the contract is formed, it is irreversible, endowed with divine favor. Unicorns are enchanted by beautiful things, often falling prey to naive maidens, leading to absurd contracts. I shall not commit such a grave error. I silently recited the enigmatic incantation, transforming into a unicorn under the gaze of many. Aurora, brother, lend me a hand. At that moment, on all fours, I could not harm myself. I nudged his arm with my nose. Draco gently stroked my mane, sighing. Is this truly necessary? Yes. Though Abraxas has committed many wrongs, he remains my family. Contributing a bit of blood to ensure his life is fulfilled is also a form of filial piety on my part. I learned for the first time that an enigmatic could be a magical creature. Young Voldemort marveled. Aurora, bear with it. Draco sliced open my skin, and silvery blood flowed forth. Is this truly possible? Young Voldemort confirmed. Hurry, the wound will heal quickly. You wouldn't want Aurora to be harmed again, would you? Indeed, the freshly cut skin had already faded to a mere line. Young Voldemort hesitated no longer. He knelt, taking my wand into his mouth. I finally understood why Voldemort relished seeing others prostrate before him. The blood of a unicorn possesses astonishing magical properties. His bones and bloodline reconstructed at an extraordinary pace. Our contract, akin to a chain, bound him tightly. It then transformed into golden dust, merging with his very essence. His corporeal form was shaped by my blood. Strictly speaking, I could be considered the master of this body. Once this body perishes, so too shall you cease to exist. I locked eyes with him. I know. He picked up the robe Draco had thrown. You know how to find me. Young Voldemort hissed to the basilisk. He was instructing the creature not to harm us. Draco translated. The basilisk opened its eyes, its large orange orbs causing no real harm to us. Upon seeing Draco, it suddenly froze. Master. Although massive in size, it moved with remarkable speed. In an instant, it was by Draco's side, rubbing its immense head against his arm. You've grown so much, little boy. Draco's expression was somewhat dazed. Look how big you've gotten. Master, you remember me. I am deeply moved. The basilisk, old enough to be our ancestor, suddenly began to fawn over Draco, appearing quite comical. The serpent, affectionately called Little Boy, coiled around me. After all these years, you haven't changed a bit. Seeing my bewildered expression, it looked quite sorrowful. You ungrateful creature. But has your horn regrown? That's wonderful. I remember you told me that once a unicorn's horn is severed, it will not live long. No, Wait, your horn is here. It fixated on Draco's pocket, where my wand was concealed. It has been fashioned into a wand. Who could be so cruel? Upon my first encounter, I was astonished to witness such an array of expressions on the face of a serpent. Little White, is your master not Salazar Slytherin? Why do you refer to Draco as master? I inquired with curiosity. Draco, master? Your name in this life is indeed Draco. No wonder the motto of Slytherin is Draco Dormiens Nunquam Titilandus. Draco means dragon. You are indeed harboring secrets. He then turned to me. My master has never been Salazar, but rather the son of the elf king, Legolas. That would be Armand Malfoy, the father of the first generation of Malfoys. He is also the source of the Malfoy family's elven bloodline, with whom did Legolas father Armand. If Draco's elven lineage remained unbroken, he would possess all of Legolas's memories. At that moment, would the one standing beside him still be me? Draco keenly sensed the shift in my emotions. I shall not be anyone else. I am merely your Draco. Nothing more. Our twin wands serve as evidence. Just as your wand has made its way back to your hand, so too has mine. He gently touched my forehead, that I regained my human form. Draco draped a robe around me, while the gentleman present discreetly turned away. You can finally transform into a human, Little White exclaimed in delight. Had I truly remained in the form of a unicorn for such a prolonged period? I tentatively asked. Indeed, you were the only unicorn in the clan who could not transform. After your metamorphosis, you and your master bear a striking resemblance. My cheeks flushed a deep crimson as I lowered my gaze. I must take my leave, the young Voldemort suddenly interjected. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore must have already learned that the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. In the original text, Dumbledore sent the Phoenix Fox to the rescue. Everything is a trial for the chosen one. Must we truly drive a boy into desperation to test his potential? I do not comprehend. As for how to conceal the truth, Aurora, I believe there is no need for me to instruct you. The young Voldemort hinted. This opportunistic fellow. Little White, do you wish to leave this place? Draco inquired. Of course. I have followed Salazar's orders to guard Hogwarts for many years. It is time for me to venture forth. I was born in the Forbidden Forest and yearn to return there, where I can help you protect the sanctuary of the elves. Very well. I shall escort you out. Shrink down quickly. The once massive serpent transformed into a palm-sized creature, nestled in Draco's hand. Little White, during the winter and summer breaks, I shall take you back to Malfoy Manor. Draco affectionately patted Little White's head. When you first hatched, you were but this size. Back then, it was you who cared for me. Little White remarked. It seems you have no recollection of it at all. What are you doing? The young Voldemort, taking advantage of my distraction, tugged at one of my strands of hair. He placed the hair into a vial of potion and gently swirled it. The liquid bubbled and ultimately transformed into a lovely platinum hue. Polyjuice potion? He nodded. Although a strand of hair could also be taken from your clothing. Given that you keep a pet, it is quite unreliable. In the original text, Hermione sought to drink the polyjuice potion to assume the form of Pansy Parkinson and extract information from Draco. Instead, she ended up with cat hair from the Parkinson family's feline, resulting in her face being covered in fur for an extended period. The young Voldemort's concerns were indeed valid. Crookshanks accompanies me to sleep each night, making it inevitable for me to be covered in cat hair. He consumed it before our eyes. I was clad in oversized male school robes, nearly exposing one shoulder. Draco and Harry stared at me, their faces flushed with an unusual hue. What a despicable fellow. What have you done? How could I allow him to appear before others in such a guise? Voldemort swiftly shrank the clothing to fit. Yet, a new dilemma arose. Naturally, beneath a boy's uniform, there are no women's undergarments. My development is evidently superior to that of girls my age, making my lack of undergarments especially conspicuous. Oh no, you must not look. I took off my outer robe and draped it over him. Follow me. Voldemort walked leisurely down the corridor, seemingly unbothered by others seeing him in his current state. Turns out he had cast a disillusionment charm on himself. Because any magic is ineffective against me, I had not even considered this. Instead, I blamed him for my embarrassment. Fool, they do not see your face. I had never known I could smile so slyly. Truly, he is a walking love potion. Though our faces were identical at this moment, I was dressed as a boy. He did not consciously mimic the feminine gait, appearing rather gallant. Along the way, countless gazes of curiosity were cast upon him. Finally returning to the dormitory, I nearly threw a piece of lingerie at his face. Hurry and change. Is this the reason you hastily dragged me here? He realized suddenly. Change quickly, I reiterated, pushing open the bathroom door and locking him inside. Call me once you are dressed, really. I heard rustling sounds from within. I cannot dress. Aurora, come in and help me. For goodness sake. I opened the door to find him standing before the mirror, brazenly bare-chested, seemingly admiring himself. Goodness, do not look. How foolish of me to leave him alone in the bathroom. If I am not mistaken, you are only 12 years old this year. Voldemort remarked critically. Children nowadays, indeed, are better nourished. Be quiet. I swiftly adjusted the straps on his shoulders, feeling him tense up at my touch. How strange. He muttered to himself. I hurriedly helped him into his clothing. Why not use Draco's hair? You are both boys. Would it not be more convenient? Severus, being such a straightforward man, would find a girl's pouting more effective. I intend to pass through the potions office and leave Hogwarts. The polyjuice potion lasts only an hour. During this hour, you must remain in the dormitory. Voldemort donned my entire outfit, and under the effects of the polyjuice potion, we resembled each other as if gazing into a mirror. However, Draco recognized me immediately. No matter how the polyjuice potion imitates, it cannot replicate the bond and resonance of souls. Your grandfather awaits you at home. Draco's words had scarcely left his lips when my figure vanished from sight. Aurora, is what we are doing truly right? During this hour, Draco remained with me in the dormitory. We lay in the center of a king-size bed, our fingers interlaced. I do not know, but with you by my side. Even if we stray, I still have faith in finding the right path again. Little White emerged from Draco's pocket. It surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, this is Salazar's style. Master, when we returned just now, I believe I saw the mistress. The mention of the mistress struck like a thunderclap. Who could she be? Who are you? And why do you look exactly like me? I am also you, another version of you from a parallel universe. By a twist of fate, we share the same body, Draco replied calmly. Why should I trust you? The elf across from me had already noticed the long sword in Draco's hand and became cautious. Our powers are intertwined. You shall know upon inquiry. Draco offered me a reassuring glance, stepping forward to extend his unarmed hand to the other. They both closed their eyes in unison. I was so tense I could hardly breathe. We truly are one and the same. The other man seemed to exhale in relief, his expression softening. He looked at me with a sense of guilt. You are Aurora, are you not? Congratulations, you have finally attained the ability to transform. When we first met, you were still a unicorn. Draco abruptly interjected. I will instruct her. Be sure to discern carefully. Stay far away from her. There is no need to entangle yourself with her fate. How can you say such a thing? Without Alexia, there would be no Malfoy family, and you would never have been born into this world. The man retorted angrily. I do not care. I would rather she never met you. I would prefer Aurora to live freely, rather than sacrifice herself for the benefit of others. I have long instilled in her the importance of letting go of the need to help others. To be a true Slytherin, you are utterly mad, forcing a unicorn to go against its nature. The two were embroiled in a fierce argument that I felt as though I were caught in a tempest of thoughts. Who was Alexia? Why, upon hearing that name, do I feel such sorrow? Yet without a trace of animosity in my heart. I do not possess a savior's heart, nor do I bear the burden of saving the world. This does not align with my established principles. Their dialogue was exceedingly peculiar. Aurora, remember our resonance, the marks we bestowed upon each other. This time, do not mistake me for another. Immediately, a wave of detachment washed over me, and I seemed to return to the corporeal form of a human. The warmth at my brow served as a reminder of all I had just experienced. The mark was complete. Draco revealed a relieved smile. It did not hurt at all. I gently caressed my brow, joyfully gesturing, eager to behold the complete shape of the mark. It resembled an exquisite leaf. That is my true essence. Draco appeared somewhat bashful, as if he stood bare before others, utterly exposed. My previous life's name, Legolas, also signifies green leaf. My father's choice of name felt rather dismissive. Draco wore a face of resentment. His name was bestowed by his grandfather. Sarander, symbolizing the tree of spring. Hence, the pattern at my mother's brow, and even, when she transformed into a nine-tailed fox, the vivid red totem at her brow was also a tree. Finally, the connections crystallized. Draco and Lucius, in their past lives, were also a pair of elven father and son. Legolas and Sir. It seemed that encountering the little white one had awakened some long-buried memories within me. The effects of the interrupted legacy were gradually diminishing. I voiced my deepest concern. After breaking the seal, will you transform into another person? A stranger who harbors only guilt towards me, devoid of any other feelings. No, my current self can make no guarantees. Give me a lifetime to slowly prove my worth to you. Will you? Draco spoke softly. Very well, at that moment, his emotions surged, and my brow felt a sudden heat. Within me, magical energy began to slowly gather. Draco, noticing my surprise, explained, "This is another ability of the Elven Mark, allowing the marked individual to share their inner magical energy and vitality." He looked at me. "Yes. Even if you cannot awaken as an elf, you will still maintain a vigorous state, sharing my life force. An elf can only mark one partner throughout their life. Lucius naturally marked Narcissa, as they were already legally wed. And Draco chose me. We are still so young. Will he regret relinquishing half of his life force so readily in the future? I believe he will not, and I shall not allow him to harbor such thoughts of regret. We will always be well." Shortly thereafter, I received a letter from Abraxas, sent from Germany. He first sternly reprimanded me for resurrecting Tom, stating that placing the interests of the Malfoy family above personal feelings was quite uncharacteristic of a Malfoy. He was further incensed that we had concealed this from him, presenting him with a unique surprise. Yet, at the end of the letter, he awkwardly invited us to a gathering in Germany. The closing of the letter bore 2 names. The strong, youthful handwriting of young Voldemort lay beside Abraxas' signature. Accompanying it was a photo of the two. Abraxas' smile appeared slightly shy, while young Voldemort, possibly having consumed a youth potion, looked nearly the same age as Abraxas. He was an incredibly considerate lover, more concerned about his partner being embroiled in rumors of being a kept boy, preferring to appear older than he actually was, having shed the naivety of youth. He exuded the allure of a mature man. He did not gaze at the camera, but instead looked affectionately at his platinum-haired companion. Their journey of ups and downs, overcoming numerous obstacles to finally be together, was no small feat, hence they treasured their bond greatly. Their spirits were high, reminiscent of spirited youth. Abraxas, seemingly revitalized by Tom's presence, radiated youthful energy once more. The appearance of wizards is truly remarkable. Though Abraxas had surpassed 60 years, he looked no older than 30, largely due to his youthful mindset. Grindelwald was similar. Only Dumbledore, with his long beard, appeared weathered like a man nearing the end of his days. Perhaps, in mourning the love lost, he found the lovers he encountered in his youth too extraordinary. Years have passed, and in searching for him among the crowd, one finds only the remnants of what once was. Observing me lost in thought over a photograph, Draco snatched it from my hands. "Speak. Do you share the same taste as grandfather?" "What do you mean?" "Tom, my mother, and you all seem to be cut from the same cloth. No wonder you always cling to mother. What a joke. Tom is essentially mother's father, making him another grandfather of ours." I retorted. "You cannot like him. He already belongs to grandfather." Draco warned solemnly. "How is that possible? Tom is not straight. Even if he were, it is forbidden. Moreover, I heard that he had a lingering flirtation with Bellatrix from the Black family. Tom is the fragmented soul of Voldemort at 16. At that time, he was still preserving his purity for grandfather. You always defend him." Draco was upset. I understood his concern that I had recklessly exposed my unicorn identity to resurrect him without prior consultation. Truly acting like an impetuous Gryffindor, that heartless individual even killed his own father. Tom Riddle had never known a father's love. He only inherited the beautiful visage of old Tom. I knew that no matter how I argued at this moment, it would only serve to further infuriate the one who cared for me most. I leaned gently against him. "You just know how to act cute." His tone softened. "Did you realize your mistake?" It's precisely because I know you will always have my back." My voice quivered with nasality. "Why are you crying?" He fumbled for a handkerchief, carefully wiping away the tears that had trickled down my cheek. "Do not cry. I merely spoke harshly. I am not angry with you." Draco's tone immediately softened. Just don't let it happen again. Aurora, your identity is so unique. I am deeply fearful that someone might emotionally manipulate you. Even if it is family requesting your aid, do not easily employ the gifts of a unicorn. Why? This does not align with Malfoy tradition. We have always prioritized family." Draco opened his mouth but could not utter a sound. As though something were choking his throat, with a resigned smile, he said, "Some secrets must remain undisclosed. In any case, remember my words." His expression was exceedingly grave. At that moment, he seemed less like a 12-year-old boy and more like a mature, composed young man. His clear eyes brimmed with pain and sorrow. It appeared that some part of his long-buried memories was gradually awakening. He bore the weight of an unknown past, a scourge upon him. The sorrows of humanity do not resonate, bound by fate. I could not even share in his anguish. I will comply. I was at a loss for how to comfort him, resting in his embrace, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. "Little liar," he sighed, seemingly having anticipated that I would merely pay lip service to him. Draco, who do you think will take the position of Seeker in the end? You or Harry? I quickly changed the subject. This did not escape Draco's keen perception. Too forced. Aurora, how annoying. You still have not answered my question. Who do you wish it to be? He tossed the question back to me. Of course, it is you. How infuriating. Must I spell it out? We had a match, witnessed by all the team members. He deliberately left a cliffhanger. Who won? I instinctively tightened my grip on his fingers. I did not employ elven abilities. Draco wore a dejected expression. Being a seeker is also wonderful. One need not bear such great responsibility. Draco squinted. Do you have so little faith in me? Could it be? Of course I won. He finally revealed a proud smile. That's wonderful. I leaped joyfully into his embrace. You are that happy. I am happy for you. In the original text, Draco was overshadowed by Harry. This time, however, Draco would finally get his wish. Becoming the center of attention. There's also some bad news. Do you wish to hear it? What bad news? A chill ran down my spine. From now on, each year, we will alternate as seekers, which means next year. You will no longer see me holding the golden snitch. Draco deliberately ruffled my hair. How awful. I thought it was something serious. Ha, little liar. Just teasing you this once. He seized my wrist, pulling me into his embrace. The fresh scent of grass and trees enveloped me. I finally understood that it was not any perfume, but rather the fragrance emanating from Draco himself. Harry does not intend to use the Nimbus 2001 sponsored by his father. Draco frowned. He wants to use the broom left by Uncle James. James Potter was once a seeker for Gryffindor, and Harry, inheriting his legacy, became a seeker, serving as a psychological comfort. Draco, can you truly bear to step down from the position of seeker next year? I tentatively inquired. Of course, I will be reluctant, but I must admit, Harry's talent is quite impressive. His physique is incredibly agile and coordinated. Good heavens. The two mortal enemies from the original text were actually showering each other with praise. Harry once praised Draco's flying skills to me. Those two. If I weren't aware that they are straight, I might even find myself thinking otherwise. However, Uncle James's broom should be outmoded for today's matches. I surmised. Indeed, that is the case, hence the need for more skillful flying. Harry has been diligently practicing. Draco glanced out the window. It was midday, the weather sweltering, and the sunlight blinding. The Quidditch pitch was devoid of anyone else but Harry, who was training. His face was flushed from the sun, and his once voluminous hair now lay flat against his scalp. Dressed in heavy protective gear, the oppressive heat clung to his clothes, accentuating the taut lines of his muscles. Below in the stands, a number of Harry's female admirers had gathered, chattering and laughing animatedly. Western girls have taken to tanning their skin and dyeing their hair blonde, embodying the trend of sun-kissed skin paired with golden locks. Among them were members of Harry's fan club, most of whom hailed from Slytherin. Some upperclassmen donned tight-fitting t-shirts and ultra-short shorts, flaunting their alluring figures. Harry practiced alone, seemingly indifferent to their presence. The girls were utterly relentless, collectively cheering for Harry. Not far away, a striking girl with flowing red hair, first-year Ginny Weasley, kept her distance from the fan club in a corner of the stands. Hey, Gryffindor, are you here to spy on the enemy? Slytherin is particularly sensitive to Gryffindor's classic colors. The head of the fan club scrutinized Ginny, positioning herself in front of the girl. Weasley, I have already denied your application. You are not welcome here. As long as I like Harry, why can't I join? Besides, it's not even Slytherin's training time. Anyone can come here. You have no right to expel me. Ginny exclaimed in one breath, nearly breathless. She feared that if she paused, she would lose her courage to continue. The fan club captain's expression darkened. Don't push your luck. Do you want me to reveal the truth? What do you mean? I couldn't bear to look into his eyes. Following Draco, calling me a little liar, our interactions had not escaped his eavesdropping. Not far off, Ginny shot me a venomous glare as she fixated on the hands Harry and I held together. I cast her a glance, signaling to Harry how much trouble he had caused me. Some people, unfortunately, must feign ignorance to mitigate unnecessary complications, only to be falsely accused of being a little liar. It is truly a heart-wrenching sight. I pretended to wipe away non-existent tears. Aurora, do you love to perform so much? Do your cousins know? He playfully pinched my nose, adding, perhaps Hollywood suits you better than Hogwarts. How infuriating. You have so many fervent fans. Who would dare provoke you? It seems to be trending beyond Cedric Naum, the heartthrob of Hogwarts. My fans seemingly have no aversion to our coupling, Harry casually mentioned. I do not possess a strong protagonist aura. What matters most is my own happiness. Harry, the cost of pursuing you is too great. I cannot bear it. I surveyed the surroundings, noticing many eaves dropping on our conversation. Harry wore a helpless smile. It was all an excuse, little liar. How could I not understand your feelings? All of this is my delusion. His hand moved to my brow. I quickly turned my head away. The spot on my forehead had been marked by Draco, and it was my sole vulnerability. Anyone touching it would be subjected to a relentless assault by elven magic. Do you truly despise me? Even avoiding my touch, he wore a wounded expression. Not at all. The forehead is off limits. It's very sensitive. I hurriedly explained. Then what about other places? He shifted to toy with a strand of my hair. No, there are so many girls wanting to get close to you. I do not wish to become a target. I truly did not want to engage with campus celebrities. A slight misstep could lead to being labeled promiscuous. Staying by Draco's side is the safest option. He is my nominal brother, and our closeness would not invite scrutiny. Indeed, it is not yet the time. I will give you peace of mind. He vowed earnestly. Did he misunderstand my meaning? Never mind. It doesn't matter. Harry, you're here. Hurry up, or Flint will throw another tantrum. Draco called out that I want to go too. Without a moment's hesitation, Draco denied me. The sunlight is too intense. You will get sunburned. Both Draco and I had exceptionally fair skin that reddened with the slightest exposure, and no amount of sunscreen would suffice. Furthermore, our lighter eye colors made us squint in bright sunlight. I will stay under the parasol. I assured him that I can't help you. He removed his hat and placed it atop my head, nearly obscuring my entire view. He then took my hand and walked ahead of Harry. Come with me to change. Quidditch is a high-risk sport, and players often require extensive protective gear. Even so, every year, numerous Quidditch players frequent the infirmary. Protective equipment is personal property and must undergo thorough inspection each time. Much like the pointe shoes essential for a ballet dancer's performance, neither Draco nor Harry would assist each other, leaving all the burdens on me. Aurora, I'm all set. Lend me a hand. Harry handed me his protective gear, while Draco had just removed his jacket, revealing his muscular upper body. The Malfoy family's skin is exceptionally fair. No matter how much they sunbathe, they will only redden, never tan. This greatly vexes Draco. The Western upper class has a tradition of tanning. I continually had to instill my aesthetic values to curb his potential madness. Tom Felton, the actor portraying Draco, signed an agreement with the producers while playing Draco, prohibiting him from sun exposure. After filming the 7 Harry Potter movies, he retaliated by tanning, resulting in severe sunburn that made him appear years older. The allure of fair skin is deadly for individuals from my culture. I found myself staring dreamily at Draco's exposed upper body. There, it was a shade of pink. You little rascal. He threw his jacket over me, laughing heartily. My view was obstructed, much to my discontent. By the time I removed the jacket from my head, he had already dressed. Aurora, help me first, Draco insisted possessively. I'm just one person. I can't be split in two. They each grasped one of my arms, the tension palpable. Can I assume that you two are not preparing to take the field? Flint stormed over. He was the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team and had a rather boorish demeanor. He shoved Draco and Harry aside, snatching the protective gear from Harry's hands and hastily strapping it onto the boy. He pounded on it forcefully, checking if it was sufficiently sturdy. The dark-haired boy seemed like a little chick being lifted by Flint, nearly falling apart. Harry wore a tragic expression that made me want to laugh. Draco made a face at him. Draco, do you need my help? Flint set Harry aside. I hastened my movements. As Flint passed by, I heard Draco quietly say, thanks. Flint patted Draco on the shoulder. It must be the effect of the 7 flying brooms sponsored by Lucius. Harry insisted on using James's old broom, which had once infuriated Flint. Had it not been for Harry's exceptional Quidditch skills, he might have been expelled from the team or relegated to the bench indefinitely. After all, a match is a team effort. Flint, nearing graduation, could not comprehend nor intend to understand the personal heroism and nostalgia for his father that undermined the collective honor. Ultimately, Harry's outstanding flying talent won over everyone. After Flint departed, I approached to help Harry check his gear once more. Here, I crouched down. Flint still needed to attend to others, and the straps on Harry's legs were not tightened. This is troublesome, Harry muttered. I could feel him looking down at me. His gaze pricked me like thorns. He allowed me to direct him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. If we lose points, I won't let you off the hook, Flint growled at Harry, his warning ringing loud. While his dissatisfaction was understandable, considering he was about to relinquish the title of Slytherin Quidditch captain, I still could not tolerate him threatening Harry. I stomped my foot and made a face behind Flint's back. Harry chuckled indulgently nearby. Is your protective charm set? I whispered. Draco and Harry pulled out a small pendant from their collars, and in unison, they assured, Don't worry. Go for it. I stepped forward to embrace the two boys. Clad in their protective gear, they felt rigid in my embrace. Draco buried his head in my hair, taking a deep breath. Harry wrapped his arms around me from behind. I was nearly engulfed in the embrace of the two boys. Don't squish Aurora. Draco softly reminded her. It's clearly you holding on tighter. She is almost suffocating. Harry retorted. All right, I must take my leave, or Flint will lodge a complaint about my undermining the morale. I stepped forward and kissed the cheeks of the two boys. From a distance, I heard the other team members jeering. Miss Malfoy. I too desire a victory kiss. I feigned ignorance and dashed away. To facilitate my observations, one might say, in Muggle terms, I serve as the team manager, assisting with various internal matters and field applications. Thus, I have long been integrated with the players and am the only non-team member permitted in the locker room. Slytherin's Quidditch team has no female players. I became a rare blossom amidst a sea of green. Garnering numerous envious glances, it is said that Astoria and Pansy had also submitted requests, which Flint politely declined, and I wonder if it was Draco's influence. Upon returning to the stands, I was astonished to find the Malfoy couple in the best seats. Father, Mother, what brings you here? Just as I was about to leap into Narcissa's embrace, Lucius intercepted me. Be careful. Aurora, your manners. He signaled towards my mother. It was then I noticed that Narcissa had donned a rarely seen loose-fitting long dress. She possessed an exquisite, enchanting silhouette. Such a figure is best complemented by fitted designs that accentuate one's assets. Yet, this loose attire seemed to conceal. Is mother expecting a baby? I exclaimed in delight. Sure, it's not yet 3 months. We must spread the word. Narcissa placed my hand on her flat abdomen, devoid of any protrusion. Wonderful. We are to have a brother or sister, I exclaimed. Father, why would you take mother out when she has a baby? In my eyes, Hogwarts is far more perilous than Malfoy Manor. After all, today marks Draco and Harry's inaugural Quidditch match. Cece simply had to come. Indeed, father cannot refuse mother. Lucius conjured several dark green cushions, placing one behind Narcissa's seat and leaving one for her to cradle. Father, why do I have none? I deliberately reminded him. Enough of this nonsense. Are you pregnant? Lucius didn't even glance my way, assisting his wife to sit as if he were handling a delicate porcelain set. Narcissa cast a playful look at her husband and beckoned me. Come here, dear mother, congratulations. I wouldn't hold it against Lucius. Narcissa appeared to be in her early 20s, yet her actual age surpassed 35, qualifying her as a high-risk mother by Muggle standards, necessitating extra caution. However, awakened by her elven lineage, 35 is still quite youthful among elves. I felt a twinge of concern as I grasped her slender fingers. Mother, is there a record of elven life nurturing in the study at the manor? In the original narrative, Harry became the Seeker in his first year, sanctioned by Professor McGonagall. Now, it was Ginny Weasley's turn. Among the 7 Quidditch players, nearly half were Weasleys. In the original story, would graduated from Hogwarts, succeeded by Ron Weasley. The Gryffindor Quidditch team has essentially become a Weasley showcase. Indeed, the benefits remain within the family. Dumbledore's green light for the Order of the Phoenix almost dazzled the eyes. There is nothing inherently wrong with this. Only Dumbledore's actions would prompt those in limbo to unreservedly attach themselves to him. For the rewards are substantial. A similar case is Rubeus Hagrid, a half-giant expelled without a diploma, who nevertheless became the professor for care of magical creatures, akin to an unqualified student teaching at a prestigious institution. The wizarding world is indeed topsy-turvy, yet Severus Snape, known for his protective nature towards Draco, did not grant him and Harry an early admission to the Slytherin Quidditch team. The two were relegated to the bench as substitutes for an entire year. In Potions class, 3 Slytherin students, myself, Draco, and Harry, were appointed as teaching assistants solely due to our exceptional potion grades. Being from the same house, and having watched these 3 grow up, it was naturally easier for us to assist than for Gryffindor. Merely for this reason, Snape's nepotism has been exaggerated by Gryffindor's embellishments, becoming an established fact. Why emphasize that it was Gryffindor who spread this? Because Slytherin's classes are typically scheduled alongside Gryffindor's. Whether in potions or defense against the dark arts, it is the same. The only classes where we served as Snape's assistants were those in potions alongside Gryffindor. Snape, being averse to self-defense, hardly cared for others' opinions. Often living in his world, burning the latter half of his life protecting Lily Potter's son, Jordan Lee's explanations did not yield a positive response. Instead, they incited jeers. He hastily changed the subject. Next up, the Slytherin Quidditch team. Unlike Gryffindor, the Slytherin Quidditch team received an unprecedentedly warm welcome. Even the previously neutral Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw felt a twinge of injustice due to Gryffindor's exception, not to mention the two heartthrobs making their entrance, Draco and Harry. Harry needs no introduction. Draco's popularity astonished me. In the original narrative, aside from Crabbe and Goyle, there were Pansy and Zabini, suggesting Draco did not enjoy a favorable reputation, even being labeled a bully. Yet, he undeniably appeared as a strikingly handsome youth, with his beautiful golden hair, the most favored color in Western society. Emma Watson, who portrayed Hermione, publicly praised Tom Felton's youthful beauty. The Seeker is always a focal point. Pivotal to the match. When Draco appeared, the crowd erupted. Lucius nearly had "This is my son" emblazoned on his face, proudly lifting his chin like a white peacock strolling in the Malfoy gardens. Narcissa's emotions were even more pronounced. She abruptly stood, waving her arms toward the field. "Cece, be careful. You are not alone now. Standing up suddenly may lead to insufficient blood flow." Lucius instinctively placed a hand protectively on Narcissa's slender waist. From behind, Narcissa's figure resembled that of an untouched maiden, enhanced by a graceful allure. Her delicate waist connected to the curvaceous line of her hips. The flowing fabric obscured her long, enchanting legs, considering the baby within. Narcissa rarely wore flat shoes. Standing alongside the tall Lucius, she exuded a sense of fragile elegance. Draco's entrance drew the attention of those around us, who offered warm smiles. Seated in front were Aurora, Draco's sister, and their parents, the Malfoy couple. The awkwardness of encountering in-laws unprepared was palpable. "Draco doesn't even know you, yet you dare impersonate his wife. Look at you." The murmurs around me were distinctly audible. The elven hearing is indeed keen. No wonder the Malfoy couple wore amused expressions. Narcissa followed suit, teasing, "Aurora, you have quite a few rivals. Draco has even more." I unabashedly declared. "Never lose ground." Lucius summarized. "Who has lost?" "Mother, why are you and father ganging up on me?" I clung to her arm, gently shaking it. In such proximity, I could inhale the refreshing scent of Chinese narcissus. She tenderly brushed aside my stray hair, revealing my flawless face. Meeting her gaze made me momentarily shy. The narcissus flower, in English, also connotes narcissism. With my looks, I could hardly resist admiring my beauty daily. Truly, Draco is fortunate to have such a little imp. Aurora, so lovely and charming. Narcissa scrutinized my face inch by inch, almost identical to how I looked as a child. "Let us not forget that little imp is also your son," Lucius kindly reminded from the side. If I had known he would commit such a brazen act, I would never have allowed him a moment's thought of coveting Aurora. Narcissa's eyes visibly reddened. "Cece, do not be agitated. The hormonal changes of pregnancy can cause emotional fluctuations. What had Draco done to cause his mother such distress? Does this concern me as well?" Inarticulately, I began to piece together the truth of the matter. It seemed Draco had committed an offense against me. Fully awakened, Lucius and Narcissa were aware of the situation, yet they could not alter its course. "Mother, do not worry. I will protect myself." I tightened my grip on her hand. Her fingertips were icy, noticeably below human temperature. As if no warmth could envelop them, Lucius placed his hand upon his wife's shoulder and spoke. "Cicely, the scene you behold is but a reflection of events that have transpired. The present Aurora and Draco are akin to blank slates. Perhaps Merlin has granted them the opportunity for a fresh choice. Thus, we ought not to intervene excessively." Narcissa's countenance could hardly conceal her anguish. She opened her arms and enveloped me in an embrace. Her form was fragrant and soft, and in that moment, I comprehended the essence of the phrase "gentle refuge." It was truly a place one would never wish to leave. "Or, the match has commenced." Lucius's voice was icy. Clearly, I had monopolized Narcissa's time far beyond his expectations. My attention was swiftly drawn to the match. The Quidditch players scattered like arrows released from ABOWAS, the reigning champions. Slytherin took to the skies first. George and Fred, being 2 years senior to Draco and Harry, appeared almost as full-grown men, their adolescent forms having matured significantly. Their physical prowess was undoubtedly superior, fortunately, under the rigorous training of the formidable Captain Flint. Draco and Harry had also been significantly enhanced. Fred brushed past Draco, uttering something I could not hear. Judging by his mocking expression, it was surely not a compliment. It seemed he intended to provoke his opponent, seeking to rattle him. Draco appeared unfazed, his focus solely on the elusive golden snitch. Yet I, who shared a profound connection with him, knew that the words exchanged were far from kind. He deliberately chose to ignore the taunts, harboring an impulse to vanquish his adversary. In the original text, Fred was portrayed as the more extroverted and acerbic of the twins. What exactly had Fred said? George and Fred, the seasoned veterans of Gryffindor, orchestrated the bludgers, relentlessly targeting Slytherin players, with Draco becoming the principal target. Perhaps at Ginny's behest, George and Fred refrained from attacking Harry. In the original narrative, first-year Ginny was hopelessly infatuated. It was only in the upper years, when she ceased to center her life around Harry, that she began to blossom. Gryffindor unleashed their full arsenal against Draco, inciting a wave of indignation throughout the crowd. How utterly unfair. This must be a scheme devised by the Weasleys. They had long harbored animosity towards the Malfoy family. It was said they had attempted to extort money under the auspices of the Ministry of Magic, to no avail. This time, it was a blatant act of retribution. In two giants bullying one small figure, when the replay of the scene flashed on the screen, I noticed Fred's lips seemed to form the words, "The Malfoy family should donate another wing to the hospital, so that the heir of the Malfoy patriarch can reside there for a lifetime." How despicable. No wonder Jordan Lee promptly switched the feed. I was so enraged I could scarcely breathe. While provoking an opponent's ire to create confusion is a common tactic, cursing Draco to languish in the hospital wing for eternity, the afternoon sun blazed down mercilessly. I absent-mindedly toyed with my wand. Neither gold nor wood. It once was a part of me. Lucius was the first to perceive my intentions. He cast a glance my way, but did not deter my thoughts. After all, we are the Malfoys, who place family above all. Opportunities are fleeting. Suddenly, Fred seemed momentarily dazed. He instinctively rubbed his eyes. The very moment he steadied himself on his broom, the bludger struck his arm with a resounding thud. He lost his balance and plummeted from his broom. A wail of agony echoed across the field as Gryffindor dispatched medical personnel to his aid. He lay on the stretcher, curled up in pain. His twin brother George, entirely absorbed in concern for his sibling, had lost all focus on the match. In an instant, the referee was compelled to halt the game. What transpired? Just moments ago, for reasons unknown, I felt as if I had suddenly lost my sight, a sharp pain blurring my vision until all was obscured. And now? George inquired anxiously. Now it's fine. Fred blinked, his eyes reddened as if he had experienced some form of distress. He recalled. It felt eerily similar to the confrontation with Malfoy. Draco soared above on his Firebolt 2001, surveying the twins from a superior vantage. Get lost. George could no longer maintain his composure and shouted in dismissal. Flint brandished his fist, only to be intercepted by Draco and Harry. They had taken down a key player. Now the advantage lay with us. Flint patted Draco's arm. Catch the snitch quickly. He then bellowed to the other Slytherin players. Everyone, protect this lad. Do not maintain gentlemanly decorum merely because their seeker is a girl. They do not deserve it. Ginny's complexion turned ashen. Flint, a towering figure, resembled a massive brown bear from a distance. His voice was thunderous. The other Slytherin players echoed his sentiments, their fearsome demeanor exuding an oppressive aura. How brazen of Slytherin, to bully a first-year. George shielded Ginny, asserting, first years should not be on the field without our explicit approval. Let us not forget that Quidditch is a competition. There is no need for chivalry. Harry spoke calmly. Ginny was on the verge of tears. Harry, however, seemed unperturbed, directing his gaze toward the referee. When may we resume the match? My father has already arranged a celebratory feast in the dining hall. The Weasleys, who so readily relinquish victory, cordially invite you to attend. Draco's expression twisted into a malicious grin. Bought with money, and still daring to flaunt it. Just wait to be knocked out by a bludger. George retorted. Draco exchanged a knowing glance with his teammates. Good luck, Weasley. Soon you will be accompanying your brother to the hospital wing. Perhaps your parents should get you some insurance. Oh, wait. You are too poor to afford even a meal. In a moment of uncanny connection, Draco turned in our direction. He silently conveyed his intention to deliver the golden snitch directly to me. It was a romantic tradition for seekers to present the snitch as a declaration of affection. I struggled to conceal my exhilaration. Yet, I remained ostensibly his sister. How would outsiders perceive the Malfoy family? Would we be branded the second coming of the Gaunt family, sealing our own fate? I had no time for contemplation before the referee announced once more. The match is resuming. Slytherin surged forward with renewed vigor. Harry Potter, I could not deny his remarkable agility as he scored yet again for Slytherin. Harry had propelled Slytherin to a lead of 50 points. The gap between the two teams gradually widened. Discontented murmurs arose from the audience. If the commentary is going to be so biased, they should change the announcer. What do you mean? I must admit, the technical superiority is glaringly obvious. Slytherin's scoring is simply overwhelming. While Gryffindor continues to prattle on, the spectators around me voice their discontent. When did Hogwarts become a domain where Gryffindor held the reins of power? The governor, Lucius, furrowed his brow. Father, if this continues. I did not finish my sentence. The man's eyes narrowed. This performance requires more participants. Dumbledore treated Hogwarts as his personal possession, deliberately guiding and selecting members of the Order of the Phoenix. How is this any different from Voldemort's past ambitions? Lucius no longer hesitated to discuss the matter at hand in my presence. He seemed to sense my thoughts. You and Draco have both matured. Indeed, we were no longer naive youths sheltered in an ivory tower. One day, the Malfoy legacy would be in our hands, to be perpetuated and exalted. Justice is written by the victors. The history of our nation reflects this truth. Emperor Yang of Sui, his grand feat of the Grand Canal, is labeled tyrannical. Even Qin Shi Huang is criticized for the so-called burning of books and burying of scholars. The books that were burned were but the deceptions of charlatans. The Qin dynasty, having endured only 2 generations, failed to propagate its achievements, leaving it open to slander. In contrast, the Han and Tang dynasties, having lasted longer, had ample time to embellish their legacies, even transforming the Xuanwu Gate incident of Tang Taizong into a righteous tale. Tracing back to its origins, it was merely a struggle for power. Indeed, Lucius remarked, his eyes glimmering with approval. No one is invincible. Therefore, we need not charge into the fray. The Malfoys have always operated from the shadows. Strategizing with precision, Lucius advised. Whether it was Abraxas or Lucius, they had always acted as the brains behind the leaders. Should the winds shift unfavorably, they would be the first to sever ties. I reflected on the timeline. Father, there have been some disturbances in Albania. I pointed to a corner of the Daily Prophet. The truly significant information is often overlooked for prolonged periods. People prefer to focus on international sports stars and tabloid gossip rather than uncover the truth. Albania, horror. I shall send someone to investigate. Lucius's expression hardened, and I understood what he was contemplating. The forests of Albania seemed to hold great significance for Voldemort. He had once resided there for an extended period. Quirrell had succumbed to Voldemort's temptations in Albania. In the original text, the diminutive star Peter fled to Albania, exerting great effort to trace Voldemort's whereabouts. Father, Tom is trustworthy, I hinted. Nowadays, the boy Voldemort, who has consumed unicorn blood, is bound by a contract, ensuring he can never act against the Malfoy family. Narcissa's situation is unique. Lucius will undoubtedly remain by her side and cannot venture to Albania himself. The only one we can rely upon is Tom, who currently accompanies Abraxas. The man pondered for a moment, then ultimately nodded in agreement. The fragments of Voldemort's soul resonate with one another, making reconnaissance much easier. Who knows if Lucius's envoy might be swayed by Voldemort's influence? Becoming another Quirrell, Tom must surely regret taking on this hot potato. Lucius smirked, his expression one of schadenfreude. I believe he might actually relish it. Ever since Tom was split, he has been trapped within a notebook. Now that he has finally regained his own body and traveled with Abraxas, it must be to his delight. In the original tale, Lucius, groveling before Voldemort, pleaded for his son's life. Yet now, he jokes about Tom alongside me. Life is truly marvelous. The golden snitch was subsequently retrieved by Professor Hawk. Draco's desire to purchase it as a keepsake was gently declined. This snitch, once passed from me to Cece, elicited a wistful gaze from Lucius. Father, your visage is ill-suited for such expressions. Lucius appeared to be in his 20s. In a few years, he might resemble Draco even more as brothers. Cece and I must return. You two, behave yourselves. He did not categorize Tom's situation as troublesome. And a weight lifted slightly from my heart. Fortunately, Draco had gifted the snitch to his sister. Otherwise, I would have had to cast a hex on that girl. The Malfoy family has a tradition of gifting snitches to family members. Another voice explained. Thankfully, there were no strong negative repercussions. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. That night, our emotions surged. Refusing to settle, we're going to have a brother or sister. Draco was equally delighted upon hearing the news. No wonder his father quickly took his mother home, skipping even the celebration feast. I had thought he was less than approving of my performance. Draco always aspired to be the son his father could boast about. Despite having done well, he never felt it was sufficient. Next time, I must find an opportunity to tell Lucius that his strict, nurturing style of parenting places too much pressure on Draco. You are remarkable. Truly splendid. You are the hero of Slytherin, the finest seeker. I employed every term I could think of to describe him. In the darkness, he believed I could not see him, yet his lips curled into a triumphant smile. You accepted my snitch, he proclaimed with pride. Indeed, accepting the snitch means you belong to me. He gently caressed my cheek. I have always been yours. The mark on my forehead, having slept together since childhood, spoke volumes of our intimacy. Not enough, far from enough. He held me tightly. I wish to rightfully possess you, just as father possesses mother. However, our bond runs deep. I laid bare my concerns that we have no blood relation. Father will find another way. Draco discovered a solution from Lucius and Narcissa. Aurora, I hope you can be like mother, carefree and free to indulge in whatever pleases you. The standard luxurious life of a Malfoy matriarch. Once upon a time. I envied the remarkable rise of the villainous Wei Yanwan from the Chinese drama Rui's royal love in the palace. Yet when it comes to my own life, I realize that enjoying the fruits of my parents' labor is the greatest blessing. To achieve one's desires, both luck and strength are essential. Why must one forsake everything their predecessors have created to prove oneself, choosing a treacherous path? Why not utilize their ancestors' resources and stand on a higher starting point? Proving oneself for the sake of proving oneself only leads to a dead end. It is said that my uncle once wished to gift a snitch to my mother. Draco wore a look of schadenfreude. My intuition is sharp. Although they are 5 years apart, whenever Sirius faces Narcissa, he becomes somewhat reserved, unlike his usual self. Hence, father, even in his 7th year, remained a seeker for Slytherin, all to suppress the rising star of Gryffindor, Sirius, preventing him from presenting the snitch. To sever any potential between the two, he truly went to great lengths. To this day, father continues to stand guard. It's rather amusing, isn't it? You and Tom have been in the room together for so long. Draco charged over, scrutinizing me from head to toe. Am I supposed to eat her? Tom crossed his arms, grinning mischievously. Of course. Harry mumbled quietly. He seized my wrist, inspecting it closely. I don't need to bleed anymore. Don't worry. I quickly clarified. Your 2 chivalrous guardians have done their duty. Tom remarked. If I truly meant you harm, I wouldn't do it at Malfoy Manor. Did you really consider that? Draco interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of me. Draco, Tom is merely joking. I clung to his arm. When he realized he couldn't resist me, he allowed me to wrap my arms around his waist from behind. The youth's figure was somewhat slender, resembling lush green bamboo, suddenly shooting up, with muscles yet to fully catch up. His exceptionally fair skin contrasted with the shirt that hung slightly loose. He had started to adopt Lucius's style, letting his platinum hair grow longer. However, in terms of mental maturity, he was worlds apart from Lucius. Draco became flustered with concern. With a slight provocation from Tom, he fell right into the trap. I noticed Harry wearing a barely concealed smile, which puzzled me. As I maneuvered around Draco, I realized there was no tension at all. The 3 of them were clearly enjoying my predicament. I mistakenly thought I had prevented a conflict, when in reality, it was yet another instance of an affectionate embrace. Tom, how could you side with them? I was unsure who had just called me master. I thought you might enjoy it. After all, Draco and Harry have been vying for your attention because of you for quite some time. For the first time, I felt exposed, and seeking an excuse, I hurriedly escaped. I had always known Harry harbored strong feelings for me. Yet to avoid awkwardness, I had pretended to be oblivious, changing the Malfoy family's fate from prosperity to decline. Ensuring every family member's safety, I placed this at the top of my priorities. This day, I have achieved some success. But I must not grow complacent. An invisible hand seems to have longed to right the deviated fate and return it to the original narrative. If I hadn't provoked him, he would still have garnered the affections of Ginny Weasley or Cho Chang. If I reciprocated, treating him as a backup, wouldn't I only entrap him further, hindering him from finding his true match? He is one of my best friends. I cannot exploit his feelings for my own vanity. What is the matter? To avoid suspicion, shall we have all our meals in the bedroom? Draco commanded the house elf to remove the utensils from the room. He smirked, appearing in good spirits. I didn't. I vehemently denied, though my words lacked conviction. The moment I heard avoid suspicion, my cheeks began to involuntarily flush. According to Tom, I seemed like a virtuous white lotus. He was merely describing your popularity. There's no need to take it to heart. Draco reassured me. As if I had done something terribly wrong to Harry. And what about me? What? I was perplexed. You feel no guilt towards me. He leaned closer. May I assume that in your heart, I should be vying for your attention? This tension. Hurry and leave. I shoved Harry. I saw Tom glance back, clearly reveling in my predicament. You. Draco placed Crookshanks on the ground, gripping Harry's collar, ready for a confrontation. I grasped Draco's wrist. Brother, Harry, the immediate priority is to address the potential crisis facing the Malfoy family. We won't be considered adults until we turn 17. Draco frowned. Do you also agree with Harry that the variables are significant? Of course not. I quickly reassured. Did you hear that? Draco turned to Harry, his gaze containing a hint of urgency.